Chapter 1. Nanai. Have I transcended? Nanai opened his eyes to a world that appeared somewhat blurred. He struggled, but could only manage small movements, akin to a pupa. Before him loomed what seemed to be a giant cradling him. It soon dawned on Nanai that he had indeed transcended or perhaps been reborn, transforming into an infant. This meant, could it be that I am no longer an orphan? Henceforth, I would have parents. A sudden flutter of emotion surged within him. Perhaps this was not so bad after all. Perhaps this was heaven's reward for his selfless act of saving a child from under a mud-laden truck. Good deeds surely reap their due rewards. Weary, Nanai closed his eyes again, listening to the faint patter of raindrops and the incomprehensible words that seemed to be in Japanese. To avoid any reprimand, he cooed a few sounds, signaling that he was normal and capable of breathing. At 6 months old, Nanai was held in the gentle embrace of a woman with chestnut short hair, his mother, Yuko Takeda. Each time she cradled him, he felt an unparalleled sense of peace and warmth, an experience he had never known in his previous life. Outside, a light rain fell rhythmically. Yuko turned to her sturdy husband. Dear, now that he's half a year old, what shall we name him? Half a year had passed, and Nanai could barely comprehend their conversations. It was indeed Japanese. Pondered his father, Daiko Takeda, a humble carpenter, struggling to conjure a melodious name. Suddenly, as the rain tapped against the window, 7 leaves twirling down from the sky inspired Daiko. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Let us name him Nanai. Takeda Nanai. Nanai, that has a nice ring to it," Yuko responded, turning back to play with little Nanai, her eyes brimming with affection. "So I am called Nanai. I wonder what prompted the director to bestow this name upon me in my previous life." Nanai lay comfortably in his mother's embrace, his gaze drifting toward the raindrops gliding down the window. 5 years had passed since Nanai arrived in this world. His father was a carpenter, and his mother a homemaker, and he had experienced an unprecedented happiness here. However, a chance overhearing of adult conversations revealed some ominous terms. The land of rain. Ninjas. In his past life, after enduring the grind of corporate servitude, Nanai had watched the renowned Naruto series, yet he never imagined he would find himself in such a place. A world with a high mortality rate, where the average lifespan barely reached 40 years. No wonder it was perpetually raining. It was indeed the land of rain, a small and unremarkable nation. Sigh. Nanai sat beneath the eaves, letting out a deep sigh. Their home was merely a small village, seldom visited by ninjas. Even if he wished to prepare himself by learning something, he found no resources on ninja training available. After 5 years, without triggering any extraordinary phenomena, he felt deceived by the novels he had read. Golden fingers and the like, how could they possibly exist? Sigh. I wonder what year it is now. Nanai sighed once more. Footsteps approached from behind, and Yuko handed him a piece of chestnut cake, smiling brightly. "What's on your mind, Nanai? You shouldn't frown so much. Here, this is your favorite chestnut cake." "Thank you, Mama." Holding the cake, Nanai savored it. Although his mental age was that of an adult, he thoroughly enjoyed his current life, especially the delicious sweets his mother made. "Oh, today's rain is indeed heavy. By the way, we are close to the land of fire. It's rare to see such downpours here," Yuko remarked, gazing into the distance. "Papa said he would return before noon. It should be soon." Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated from afar, accompanied by a burst of flames shooting into the sky. "Hey, ninja over there, stop. This is the land of rain and the wind village. There are no ninjas here, only civilians. Please do not approach." Boom! Outside, the voices of adults erupted, followed by continuous explosions that grew louder and closer. "Little Nanai, go inside. I'll check outside," Yuko said urgently, rushing toward the door, soon leaving the house. Nanai felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest, a sensation he couldn't articulate, leaving him profoundly uneasy. The chestnut cake in his hands lost all flavor as he stared intently at the doorway, praying fervently. "Please, may my parents be safe." Though Nanai had become aware that turmoil and death were frequent occurrences in this world, he never anticipated that such a day would arrive so swiftly. Flames obscured his vision, and the cacophony of explosions and chaos filled the air. Patter, patter. Hasty footsteps echoed, and Yuko stumbled back inside, drenched by the relentless rain, her beautiful chestnut hair matted against her forehead. "Nanai, quickly hide." She grabbed his hand and ushered him under the bed, disregarding the mud clinging to her. "What about Papa?" Nanai inquired. A pained expression crossed Yuko's face as she bit her lip. Papa, he..." Boom! Another explosion erupted outside, alarmingly close as if right in their yard. "Nanai, remember, stay hidden under the bed and do not come out." After giving him one last hug, Yuko dashed back outside. Nanai reached out with his small hands, but grasped nothing. An overwhelming emptiness surged within him. He realized he might once again become an orphan. Helpless tears streamed down his face. Though his soul was that of an adult, despair could engulf him in an instant. After living in this world for several years, he genuinely cherished his family. The once peaceful Wind Village was now engulfed in flames and ruins, the remains of villagers littering the ground, and the haunting sounds of sorrowful cries echoed faintly. Crouched beneath the bed, Nanai peered through the crack between the bedroom and living room doors, catching glimpses of the chaos outside. Yuko stood amidst the torrential rain, extending her hands toward several ninjas and pleading, "Please, change your battlefield. Do not destroy our home." Her cries distracted a man bearing a cross-shaped scar on his face, causing him to falter, allowing his opponent to pierce his shoulder with a kunai. Such a nuisance. The scarred man cursed, kicking his opponent away, and carelessly hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag at Yuko. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted. Nene's expression froze, his vision blurring into a crimson haze. Chapter 2. Konoha Ninja Village. The death of a civilian meant nothing to the battling ninjas on either side. They continued their fierce combat, employing various jutsu and explosive tags, swiftly reducing Nene's home to rubble. Such scenes were commonplace throughout the Wind Village. Nanai lay beneath the bed, fortunate that the collapsing structure had not directly harmed him. Outside, the commotion gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of the relentless rain. After what felt like an eternity, Nanai pushed aside the debris blocking his path and crawled slowly through the gap. The sky had grown dim, and he surveyed the devastated surroundings, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. Tears flowed anew as his heart brimmed with rage and hatred. Why? Why did these ninjas choose to battle in his home? Why destroy his family? Silently screaming, Nanai dared not look outside. He feared the return of that blood-red vision. Just then, two glowing orbs outside caught his attention. Beneath the night sky, these two glowing spheres, resembling flowers, stood out vividly, one blue, the other purple. Intrigued, Nanai approached, and as he drew near, the orbs instantly surged into his body as if drawn by a magnet. Simultaneously, a panel unfolded before him. Name Nanai. Chakra capacity, 0.0. Taijutsu, 1.2. Jinjutsu, 0.0. Ninjutsu, 1.5. Senjutsu, 0.0. Perception, 0.0. Taijutsu resistance, 0.0. Jinjutsu resistance, 0.0. Ninjutsu resistance, 0.0. Senjutsu resistance, 0.0. Perception resistance, 0.0. Special skill resistance, 0.0. Mastered abilities, none. At that moment, the mysterious door of the Golden Finger swung open for Nanai. It seemed he could acquire relevant attributes through the battles of the ninjas. Perhaps this Golden Finger had existed since the very first day he arrived here. It was merely that the absence of ninjas in the village had kept him oblivious. But now, with the Golden Finger awakened, he had already lost his family. If given a choice, Nanai would gladly forego the Golden Finger to live a simple, ordinary life with his family. Alas, there are no ifs. Wiping away his tears, Nanai buried the hatred deep within his heart. Regardless of the existence of the Golden Finger, he would certainly seek vengeance. The man bearing a cross-shaped scar on his face had not donned a forehead protector during the earlier skirmish. Perhaps it was due to their incursion into civilian territory that they collectively chose to remove their headgear. As Qiye continued his journey through the night, he sought to ascertain whether any souls still lingered in the village. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. "There's a village here that has been invaded." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures darted toward the village, prompting Qiye to hastily conceal himself among the nearest ruins. Yet, his movements were no match for those of the seasoned ninjas. In an instant, a figure appeared before Qiye, a young man clad in a chunin vest, with a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Captain, we have a survivor, Hiria child," the young man exclaimed. Whoosh! Another light sound echoed as a middle-aged man materialized beside him. He scrutinized Qiye with a look of inquiry and barked, "What is happening here?" Having endured the recent turmoil, Qiye was not inclined to trust these ninjas. His face reflected a mix of confusion, fear, and sorrow as he stammered, I don't know. My mother told me to hide under the bed." The two leaf ninjas exchanged glances, their skepticism toward the words of this young child evident. "It appears this village has also fallen victim to unknown ninjas. Let us take him with us," the middle-aged man declared before vanishing from sight. The young man then crouched down, a smile breaking across his face as he addressed Qiye. Don't be afraid, little one. My name is Naoki, and I am here to help you. Come with me back to the Hidden Leaf Village, where you can survive. Hidden Leaf. Qiye felt a jolt within him having watched the anime. He was acutely aware that it was no ordinary place. Beneath its serene and peaceful facade lay a web of intrigue and deceit. In a hidden leaf, one could either lead a mundane existence, potentially becoming cannon fodder during times of war, or be fortunate enough to belong to a prominent clan, enjoying the protection of their lineage though. This privilege was typically reserved for families close to the third Hokage. After a moment of contemplation, Qiye resolved to venture to the hidden leaf, for he was still but a child. Even if vengeance brewed within him, he knew that only after he had grown stronger could he seek it. Besides, the abundance of ninjas in the hidden leaf provided an excellent opportunity to enhance his abilities. With that thought in mind, Qiye nodded. All right, I will go. Thus, he buried his sadness deep within, following closely behind the young Chunin, Naoki, as he joined this contingent of leaf ninjas. Among this troop were not only leaf ninjas but also several children like Qiye. From the snippets of conversation exchanged among the surrounding ninjas, Qiye gleaned an exceedingly important piece of information. It turned out that the Land of Rain had been embroiled in conflict, with the leaf, stone, and sand ninjas treating it as a battleground, clashing fiercely. The ongoing war had ravaged the Land of Rain, and its leader, Hanzo, could not swallow this grievance. He had now declared war upon the leaf, stone, and sand ninjas. The Second Ninja World War. As Qiye trailed behind the group, he exhaled softly, finally understanding the temporal context in which he found himself. This period, it seemed, was neither particularly good nor bad. At least, it did not harbor excessively dangerous entities. The Akatsuki had yet to form, Kagaya and Black Zetsu were lurking in obscurity, and Obito had not yet succumbed to darkness. Qiye mused over the age of Obito at this time. The Second Ninja World War had only recently begun, and he must still be an infant. As they were close to the Land of Fire, it took merely a week for them to arrive at the Hidden Leaf Village, without encountering significant peril along the way. However, during their journey, small teams occasionally departed or returned, sometimes dropping blue orbs in their wake. Upon collecting these orbs, Qiye felt a slight enhancement in his physical prowess. He sensed that his strength seemed greater than before, though he suspected it might merely be an illusion. Upon reaching the Hidden Leaf, they were guided to an open space by designated personnel. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man donned in ceremonial robes, exuding vitality, approached them. The third Hokage. Qiye was taken aback by the promptness of this encounter. Yet, he realized that the third Hokage at this moment was not as aged as he would later appear in the original narrative. He was likely in his prime. Everyone, I am the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. First and foremost, I extend my sincerest apologies for the misfortunes you have faced in your villages. However, the third Hokage stood before them, delivering an impassioned speech. Chapter 3, Sugar Beans. While it was not the same stirring address as the one filled with poetic imagery about leaves dancing in the wind and the flame of life perpetually burning, the solid foundation of his rhetoric soon stirred the hearts of the youthful audience below. Indeed, having recently endured trauma and now encountering the warm-hearted ninjas of the leaf, the young children bore no suspicion, readily embracing the Hokage's words. Qiye, not wishing to stand apart, joined in the fervent applause alongside the others, his face alight with excitement. From this moment on, you shall be members of the Hidden Leaf. Starting tomorrow, you will attend school. The third Hokage concluded his address before departing the clearing. Subsequently, they were escorted by designated personnel to a street at the village's edge. There they underwent registration, the allocation of rooms, and similar bureaucratic processes. All resources would be managed by specific individuals, ostensibly for their care, but likely more for surveillance. After receiving their provisions and being assigned to their quarters, Qiye was about to return home when he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. No, this is for my mother. A young girl clutched a cloth bag tightly, tears shimmering in her innocent and pure eyes. The provisions she had just received lay scattered around her. What's the matter? I just saw a jar of sugar beans. If there's something delicious, you ought to share it with everyone. A chubby boy, clearly a troublemaker, was attempting to wrest the bag from the girl's grasp. As he forcefully pried her fingers apart, he exclaimed, I happen to be hungry, and you can't possibly finish such a large jar. Let me have a taste. No, please don't. This is for my mother. The girl protested valiantly, tears streaming down her cheeks. The surrounding children stood by, some even cheering and urging her on, eager to sample the sugar beans themselves. Qiye turned his head to see that the adults distributing the provisions were also watching, their faces adorned with smirks of amusement. It appeared that these individuals were of no use. Clenching his fists, Qiye strode purposefully towards the mischievous boy. For reasons unknown, a surge of anger welled within him in his eyes. This thief was no different from those who had destroyed his home just days prior. Bang! Kai's fist struck the troublemaker squarely in the face, sending him reeling, his visage instantly swelling and turning red. The little rascal, with a scowl upon his face, glared fiercely at Qiye, exclaiming, "What are you doing, you scoundrel? I shall strike you." Qiye clenched his fists tightly, launching a flurry of punches, only for the mischievous child to evade them, resulting in 2 strikes landing harmlessly against his body. Nonetheless, the impact caused the child to yelp in pain. "Damn it, you little brat," he shouted, retreating a short distance while casting a furious glance at Qiye. His gaze swiftly shifted to others. "Nagano, Daiki, Akashi, what are you waiting for? Come help me." The 3 boys he called upon stood frozen in place, prompting the mischievous child to yell again. "Don't you understand? Those days are gone. Our parents are no longer here, and now we must rely on ourselves." From his words, it became evident that the 4 of them hailed from the same village. At that moment, Nagano and the other 2 boys seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. They gritted their teeth and approached Qiye with fierce expressions. Coincidentally, Qiye was seething with pent-up frustration and had no fear of these 4 little rascals. Certainly not, although he lacked formal combat skills. Qiye's past experiences in brawls equipped him well. Facing 4 opponents did not daunt him in the slightest. However, the disparity in numbers was glaring, and given their youthful physiques, gaining the upper hand was an impossibility. Thus, he evaded where he could and braced himself where he could not. His fists were aimed squarely at the mischievous child, who cried out in distress and soon retreated in tears. As he fled, the other 3 dared not linger and quickly followed suit. Phew, phew, phew. Qiye gasped for breath, suddenly acutely aware of the pain radiating from various parts of his body. With a bitter smile, he never anticipated that he would engage in a fierce scuffle with a group of children. However, after such a cathartic release, the burdens weighing on his heart had lightened considerably. Are you all right?" A gentle voice emerged from behind him. As Qiye turned to glance back, he found it was the girl from whom the cloth bag had just been snatched. She gazed at him with a hint of concern, her clear and innocent eyes glistening with unshed tears. "How beautiful she is." Qiye was somewhat astonished. It was indeed the first time he had encountered a girl with such captivating eyes. Naturally, her features were equally exquisite, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine." Qiye smiled at her, picked up his belongings from the ground, and continued on his way. "By the way, my name is Takamaki Yunlu." The girl called out from behind. Nanai waved her hand. "I am Takeda Nanai." Everyone was searching for their dormitories with their belongings and assigned numbers. And soon Nanai and Yunlu encountered each other once more. "It appears we are neighbors, Nane-kun," Yunlu exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, what a coincidence. After exchanging greetings, Nanai prepared to enter her room to tidy up, but was halted by Yunlu's call. "Wait a moment, Nane-kun." Yunlu opened the cloth bag she clutched tightly in her hand, revealing a few common items, such as a wooden comb and some trinkets, along with a small jar of candy-coated beans. With a soft thud, she opened the jar and carefully picked up a bean, placing it in Nane's palm. "These were made by my mother. Her candy beans are simply delightful. I adore them. Thank you for today, Nane-kun." Yunlu cradled the jar, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The beloved candy beans, imbued with her mother's essence, now dwindled down to these last precious few. They truly were a treasure beyond compare. Qiye glanced at her, then at the small candy in his hand, before popping it into his mouth. It was delightfully crisp and sweet. Quite delectable," he praised. "Really?" Yun Lualahua exclaimed, her tear-streaked face brightening with a smile as she opened the jar. "If you wish for more, there is plenty here." "No, thank you." Qiye helped her secure the jar. "In truth, I am not particularly accustomed to consuming sweet delicacies." "Is that so? Then, do let me know next time you wish to indulge," Yunlua replied. Qiye nodded, gathering the supplies scattered on the ground into the room before waving her hand and saying, "If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me." Returning to her own quarters, Qiye tidied up briefly before lying down on the bed. At that moment, the lights still illuminated the Hokage building. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, flanked by his advisors, Mito Gaiden and Tenzin Koharu, along with Shimura Danzo from the Root Organization. Chapter 4, 1 year later. Hiruzen, what do you intend to do with all those children from the land of rain that you brought back? Koharu inquired first, struggling to comprehend Hiruzen's intentions. Hiruzen replied in a calm manner, The merciless war has stripped these children of their homes. We in Konoha share in that responsibility. Adopting them is but a duty. Is that truly your only rationale? What does the fate of people from other nations have to do with our village? Mito gate in and Kohara frowned, pondering Hiruzen's thoughts when Danzo interjected with a derisive scoff. Humph. We cannot predict how long this war will last. They dared to declare war on us Konoha for merely utilizing their territory. Currently, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade lead forces against Hanzo. These resources could have been employed against other ninja villages. By dismantling the future strength of the Land of Rain and simultaneously bringing back a batch of children to nurture, we can fill the void on the battlefield in the future. Hiruzen, this is your true intention, isn't it? Danzo stated. Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Mito gate in and Kohara suddenly grasped the situation, realizing Hiruzen's brilliance in devising such a strategy. Compared to the cost of raising these children, utilizing them on the battlefield would at least mitigate some of Konoha's ninja losses. After understanding the intricacies of the situation, the lingering dissatisfaction within Mito gate in and Kohara dissipated. The former spoke up, the war has dragged on for so long. Now that the Land of Rain has stalled us, it seems the Sand Ninja have become more active. Kohara added, Chiyo's poison, along with her son and daughter-in-law, are significant threats. The Sand Ninja front has nearly advanced to the borders of the Fire Country. They are becoming increasingly audacious, not only plundering within the Land of Rain but also extending their grasp towards the Fire Country. Danzo opened his eyes to look at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, will you merely stand by and watch? As Hokage, you should personally intervene and deliver a heavy blow to those who dare covet the Fire Country. Hiruzen glanced at him and replied, as Hokage, it is more crucial to maintain a stronghold from the rear. Let Shikaka handle the situation with the Sand Ninja for now. Danzo had intended to say more, but upon seeing Hiruzen's stern demeanor, he ultimately refrained from speaking. As night passed, the following morning, Qiye and the others were awakened early and taken to the Ninja Academy after a simple breakfast. They were all placed in the same class and would begin their training at Konoha's Ninja Academy from that day onward. Hello everyone, my name is Ruchi, and I will be your instructor, a rather unremarkable Chunin announced from the podium. He then called each student to the front for self-introductions. The journey of Qiye at the Konoha Ninja School commenced, with the initial week dedicated to various academic subjects, such as plant identification, chakra awareness, and the classification of ninjutsu. It was not until the second week that Lucci began to instruct Qiye and his peers in the art of chakra refinement. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed, marking Qiye's 6th birthday. This year, he found himself devoid of the gifts once lovingly prepared by his parents, reverting to the solitude of his previous existence. However, it would be inaccurate to claim he was entirely alone, for Yunlu had shared a meal with him as a token of birthday cheer, gifting him another jelly bean from last year's collection. Upon a cursory glance at the carefully preserved jar, Qiye estimated that it still contained dozens of these treats. Perhaps Yunlu, too, feared that once they were consumed, he would never again savor the delightful taste of the jelly beans crafted by their mothers. After a full year of studies at the ninja school, coupled with the occasional encounters with attribute orbs within the village, Qiye's abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to the previous year. Name, Qiye Chakra Capacity, 15. 3 Taijutsu, 15. 9 Jinjutsu, 6. 2 Ninjutsu, 10. 5 Senjutsu, 0. 0 Perception, 1. 3 Taijutsu Resistance, 6. 9 Jinjutsu Resistance, 0. 3 Ninjutsu Resistance, 4. 6 Senjutsu Resistance, 0. 0 Perception Resistance, 0. 0 Special Skill Resistance, 0. 0 Acquired Skills, Body Technique, S. Shuriken Throwing Technique, A. Chakra Control, E. From Qiye's observations, the effects of the attribute orbs he collected were directly linked to the type of ninja engaged in combat. If the opponent employed taijutsu, it was likely that blue taijutsu orbs, or taijutsu resistance orbs, would drop. Conversely, if genjutsu was utilized, pink genjutsu orbs or genjutsu resistance orbs might appear. Ninjutsu would yield purple orbs. Additionally, there was a possibility of directly acquiring the corresponding ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. The body technique and shuriken throwing technique were taught at the ninja school, while chakra control was a skill Qiye had serendipitously acquired after witnessing a team of returning ninjas from the battlefield. One of them was gravely injured, prompting a medical ninja to administer on-site treatment, utilizing chakra control to heal the wounds and staunch the bleeding. It was from this medical ninja that Qiye gleaned the skill of chakra control. Through numerous experiments, he discerned that in order to collect attribute orbs, 2 conditions must be met. 1. One must be within a certain range, and 2. One must personally observe the battle. The duration of observation was inconsequential. On one occasion, Qiye noticed a distant skirmish, and at the moment of engagement, a blue light burst forth. However, he concluded that fully observing an entire battle yielded superior results in acquiring attribute orbs, much like the skill of chakra control, which Qiye had observed in its entirety during the healing process, leading to the eventual emergence of the skill orb. Moreover, the effectiveness of the attribute orbs appeared to correlate with the strength of the combatants involved. More formidable ninjas tended to drop orbs with greater attributes. Qiye even speculated that the quality of orbs dropped during sparring might be inferior, perhaps only to be improved in the context of a life-and-death struggle. Throughout his year in Konoha, he had yet to discover an attribute orb at the ninja school, and none of the attributes he collected individually surpassed those of his initial find. Aside from being able to view his own attribute panel, Qiye can also concentrate his attention to probe the attributes of his target. Naturally, he can only observe the fundamental attributes, as the capabilities of the other party remain inscrutable. He has previously examined the basic attributes of his homeroom teacher, Lucci, noting that the averages of chakra, taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu hover around approximately 16 points. The individual in question is an exceedingly ordinary nin instructor, which provides Qiye with a rough understanding of the correlation between attribute values and their corresponding ranks. This year, 2 significant events transpired. One such event involved the legendary Konoha White Fang, who struck down the son and daughter-in-law of the Sand Village's advisor, Qiye, resulting in a considerable decline in the morale of the Sand Shinobi, who gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Conversely, Konoha not only witnessed the burgeoning fame of the White Fang, but also saw the 3 students of Sarutobi Hiruzen bestowed the title of Konoha Sannin by the leader of the Rain Country. Hanzo. Chapter 5, Graduation and Class Assignment. In an instant, the morale of Konoha soared. And even the clouds of sorrow that had hung over the village due to the war began to dissipate. The White Fang had slain the parents of the Akatsuki Scorpion. And with the Konoha Sannin being officially recognized, it seemed that the Second Shinobi World War was nearing its conclusion. Qiye strained to recall the narrative he had previously encountered. He found himself uncertain whether Tsunade's boyfriend, Dan Kato, and her brother, Nawaki, had perished in the Second or the Third Shinobi World War. If it were indeed the Second, then wouldn't the other party be afflicted with hemophobia by now? Lost in thought, Qiye entered the classroom. Qiye-kun, one of the seats called out, is Yunlu, who had arrived early, smiled and waved at him. Qiye sat down beside the other person. Today we were divided into small groups. How wonderful it would be to be together with Qiye-kun, the girl beside him remarked. It was then that Qiye recalled that after a year of intensive education, they had reached the time of graduation. In such times of conflict, an early graduation did not appear to be an incomprehensible concept. Moreover, they were not originally children of the Land of Fire. Throughout their year at the Ninja Academy, Qiye and his classmates were largely segregated from other normal classes, with little to no interaction among them. Qiye, wishing to avoid undue attention, maintained an unremarkable demeanor throughout the year, achieving only average academic performance in her class. In stark contrast, Yunluo appeared to possess an innate talent for being a ninja. Her proficiency in techniques such as the shadow clone technique and shuriken throwing was exceptional, and she excelled in physical combat, ranking among the best in the class. This was a far cry from the frail girl of the previous year who could not even protect her cherished belongings. It was likely that the distribution of teams would be based on ability, and with so many students, the likelihood of being placed together was minimal. Qiye smiled at the thought. The girl beside her fiddled with the objects on the table and sighed. Indeed, Chicken, your abilities are rather ordinary, and you could fit into any team, yet I still wish to be with you. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Lucci, entered the room, carrying a number of Konoha ninja headbands. Congratulations on your graduation. From this day forth, you are all independent ninjas, Lucci proclaimed from the podium, addressing the eager young students. Hooray! We finally graduated. I can't wait to take on missions. I hear there's money to be made. The room erupted with cheers as many students cast aside their pasts, fully immersing themselves in Konoha. Observing their exuberance, Lucci's eyes held a hint of pity. The children before him varied in age, with the oldest around 8 or 9 and the youngest merely 5. They were oblivious to the true implications of graduation, but Lucci understood all too well. Though signs of peace were emerging, the war had not yet concluded. For these children, graduating early meant they would soon face the battlefield. Unfamiliar with the backgrounds of these children, Lucci felt that sending them to war at such a tender age was somewhat cruel. However, this was a command from the higher-ups, and he possessed neither the authority nor the courage to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he refocused on the list in his hand and announced, "All right. I will now begin the team assignments. Those whose names I call should come forward to receive their headbands. Team 1. Kudo Ryota, Fujiwara Hanako, Tanabe Mizu. Your guiding J-nin is Yamashiro Case. Team 2. Inoue Momoko." Lucci continued reading from the list and soon turned his gaze towards Qiye's direction. Team 9. Takagi Yunluo, Takeda Qiye, Nakamura Akira. Your guiding J-nin is Tanaka Akai. Shirya was somewhat taken aback. To think they would be placed in the same group. "Shirya-kun, I look forward to your guidance," he said. Beside him, Yunlu wore a smile. "I also look forward to your guidance, Takagi-san." As the class assignments concluded, various Jonin instructors occasionally entered to escort students away. Soon, their own Jonin mentor arrived at the classroom. "Class 9, follow me." Entering was a man with a somber expression and a cross-shaped scar on his face. The moment Shirya laid eyes on him, he was frozen in place. Memories from a year prior flooding back like a powerful tide, the vivid image of blood-red scenes resurfacing in his mind. Anger. An overwhelming wave of rage surged within him, causing his body to tremble slightly, yet he managed to suppress the urge to strike. The opponent was a Jonin. There was no chance of victory. However, at least he recognized the man's identity. That scarred face was something Shirya would never forget in his lifetime. To his astonishment, he realized this man was a Konoha ninja. Was it they who orchestrated the destruction of the village a year ago? Connecting this with the group of ninja who had been indiscriminately searching for resources and children, Shirya quickly came to understand. Such actions seemed entirely plausible under the schemes of Danzo and Hiruzen. "Hey, Shirya-kun, why are you still dazed? We need to leave." Yunlu called out from the doorway of the classroom. As Qiye regained his composure, he returned to a state of tranquil indifference, following Yunluo out of the classroom. Upon arriving at a training ground, he encountered a visibly irritable Tanaka Akihira, whose expression was clouded with displeasure as he surveyed the three youngsters before him. He declared, "Listen carefully. We are in a time of war. I do not have the luxury to instruct you slowly. Once on the battlefield, give it your all. Anyone who dares to lag behind will be the first to face my blade. My name is Tanaka Akihira, and I am your guiding Jonin. Now, let us begin with introductions." Thus, starting with Yunluo, the three of them briefly introduced themselves. Among the team members, Nakamura Akira is a somewhat simple-looking youth, and he is the eldest among the trio at 7.5 years old. However, his abilities are rather mediocre, as he seems to have failed many of his courses, rendering him a rather lackluster presence. "Now, unleash your full strength and attack me. I need to gauge your capabilities. Do you understand? It must be with the determination to kill me," Tanaka Akai declared. Qiye and Yuluo exchanged a glance, and the former swiftly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, a flicker of lethal intent gleaming in his eyes. "Excellent. This presents a splendid opportunity to ascertain the extent of the disparity between himself and a Jonin." Qiye pondered to himself. He had previously examined Akai's fundamental attributes, which boasted an impressive average of 45. The opponent excelled in both physical and ninjutsu, while his genjutsu skills were rather mediocre. This aligns well with the majority of ninjas, as unless one is a specialized genjutsu practitioner, most rely primarily on ninjutsu, supplemented by physical techniques. "Ah, a commendable gaze. Come, attack me." Akai stood firmly with his arms crossed, showing no regard for the three youngsters before him. "Let us go all out." Qiye understood that, facing a J-nin, the three of them, mere underperforming genin, would struggle to defeat him regardless of their strategies, it was better to conclude the battle swiftly. Chapter 6. The First Mission Whoosh. The figure of Qiye took the initiative, not unleashing his full strength but exhibiting a slight enhancement compared to his usual self, as though he were confronting a formidable adversary. "Oh, Qiye-kun seems a bit more formidable than usual. I too shall exert my utmost," Yunlu exclaimed, brandishing her kunai and charging forth. The remaining Mingyu, observing his comrade's engagement, followed suit in their assault. Leading the charge, Qiye hurled shuriken in a triangular formation towards Akai. A smirk of disdain flickered across the latter's face as he effortlessly evaded the attack with a swift movement. At that moment, Akai suddenly noticed more shuriken ahead. This boy concealed the second wave of shuriken behind the first? Due to visibility constraints, I could only perceive the initial volley. Akai swiftly deduced the strategy, acknowledging Qiye's cunning, yet deemed such an assault insufficient for a seasoned Jonin. Clang! Akai unsheathed his kunai, deflecting all incoming shuriken. Simultaneously, Qiye advanced, his gaze fixed upon his nemesis. an undeniable intent to kill coursing through him. Gripping his kunai firmly, Qiye aimed for Akai's neck without a second thought. Aware that he could not kill Akai but compelled to attempt the strike. Bang! Akai's speed surpassed Qiye's by at least twofold, delivering a kick to Qiye's abdomen that sent him hurtling backward. Nevertheless, as he flew through the air, Qiye launched his kunai and deftly retrieved 3 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, strategically sealing off Akai's escape routes. Akai attempted to retreat, yet Yunlu, having arrived unannounced, lay in wait. She threw shuriken as a feint and closed in, her kunai aimed directly at Akai's chest. It appeared poised to strike. Whoosh! Akai vanished in an instant, employing a body flicker technique to evade Yunlu. Throughout the past year, opting to avoid unnecessary attention, Qiye had refrained from sparring with Yunlu outside of school combat classes. Their initial collaboration yielded a commendable synergy, a result that pleasantly surprised Qiye. His earlier decision to hold back while attacking was intended to divert Akai's focus onto himself, creating an opportunity for Yunlu to maneuver. However, the gulf between them and the Jonin remained vast. Relying solely on body flicker techniques and shuriken throwing posed little threat to Akai. Akai's form materialized behind Yunlu, his kunai poised at her throat as he regarded Qiye. You two actually exhibit some teamwork. At that moment, Mingyu, who had been standing idly, finally snapped out of his daze and charged at Akai, empty-handed. Bang! Akai sent Yunlu flying with a kick, causing her to collide with Mingyu, and both tumbled to the ground, rolling several meters away. All right. I have a grasp of your capabilities. Assemble here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that, Akai's figure disappeared from the training ground, merely a shadow clone. We still have a long way to go. Qiye clenched his fists and approached to help Yunlu and Mingyu to their feet. Early the next morning, Qiye was the first to arrive at the training ground, commencing exercises such as push-ups. This aligned with his persona, ever since enrolling in the Ninja Academy. Qiye had engaged in daily physical training, albeit without the relentless fervor of individuals like Li and Guy, tapering off his efforts after reaching a certain level. His rationale for this approach was to avoid drawing excessive attention. One might ponder the state of a boy whose home has been destroyed. If he were to train with unwavering intensity, seeking to enhance his power, the guardians who took him in would undoubtedly harbor concerns. Particularly troubling was the fact that the person who adopted him was the very perpetrator of his home's destruction. Such circumstances could hardly go unnoticed. Constant surveillance would be the prudent course of action. Thus, Qiye crafted his image to appear methodical. Although he trained daily, he did not persist for extended periods. And his talent was average, lacking any distinctive qualities. Moreover, at the tender age of 6, excessive training could impede his development. Oh, Qiye, are you this diligent? Starting your training so early? Mingyu was the second to arrive. Without hesitation, he shed his outer garment and began training alongside Qiye. Qiye turned his head to glance at his companion, whose robust physique and well-defined muscles were readily apparent. The two boys engaged in rigorous training at the training ground. And after half an hour, Qiye paused to rest on the side. At that moment, Yunlu arrived, carrying a small cloth bag. Good morning, Qiye-kun. Yunlu extracted a portion of breakfast from the bag and offered it to Qiye, then took another for Mingyu. Good morning, Mingyu. Mingyu halted his training, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he replied, actually, I've already eaten breakfast. Despite his words, he accepted the offering nonetheless. After the trio had their breakfast, they waited a while longer until Tianjin Chikai made his appearance. For the entirety of the day that followed, Tianjin Chikai conducted specialized training for Qiye and the others. This was not training in physical skills, illusion techniques, or ninjutsu, but rather focused on battlefield hand signals, teamwork, and mission essentials. He had no intention of being hindered by these youngsters when the time for battle arrived. This rigorous training persisted for a full week. Listen closely. Today, you shall embark on your first mission, Chikai proclaimed, brandishing the mission scroll in the village exit permit, leading the group outside the village. Due to the ongoing war, a batch of refugees had arrived in the land of fire and turned into mountain bandits. Your task is to eliminate them, leaving none alive. After several days of travel, Chikai guided them to a vantage point overlooking a canyon. It was night, and from the mountaintop, they could see flickering flames in the canyon below. Indeed, there was a temporary village, seemingly comprising several dozen individuals. Remember my words. Spare neither women nor children. Leave no one behind. I will be inspecting later, Chikai stated as he settled down. Chikai-sensei, are we really going with just the 3 of us? Mingyu exclaimed, his eyes widening with evident anxiety. Chikai opened his eyes, casting a dismissive glance at him. They are merely refugees, not ninjas. What is there to fear? Enough with the chatter, move swiftly. After being scolded, Mingyu dared not speak further and reluctantly followed behind Qiye and Yunlu. As they entered the canyon, Qiye concealed himself among the branches of a towering tree. Observing the bandit village in the distance, numerous torches illuminated the area, revealing many figures. It was evidently not the optimal moment to strike. Withdrawing his gaze, Qiye leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, Yunlu's expression was somewhat complex. She glanced at Qiye, noting his repose. And though she initially wished to voice her thoughts, she decided against it. Chapter 7. The Dilemma of Mingyu. As silence enveloped the two, Mingyu felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead and inquired, "Are we truly going to kill?" Qiye opened his eyes and gazed at him. It felt as though he was still unprepared. After all, this was about taking a life. Mingyu's expression was somewhat conflicted. "We have no choice," Qiye said before closing his eyes once more. "But what if among those bandits, there are truly children or women? Could you bring yourselves to act?" Mingyu's words rang like a soul-searching inquiry, echoing in Qiye's mind. Ultimately, these individuals were victims of war, displaced in the land of fire. Whether they were indeed bandits remained uncertain. More crucially, if Qiye were to slay these women and children, wouldn't he that render him akin to a perpetrator of last year's horrors? For a moment, Qiye stood frozen in place, the haunting memories of the past clashing with his present predicament, causing him to tremble slightly. "Qiye, what is wrong with you?" Yunlu, noticing Qiye's shivering form, quickly inquired. At that moment, Qiye was engulfed in an internal tempest, oblivious to his surroundings. Reflecting deeply, he realized that everything stemmed from the ravages of war, which in turn were ignited by the desires of the high-ranking officials of the various ninja villages. Had there been no war, he would still be living contentedly with his parents in that small village, and the refugees in this canyon would not have been uprooted. Everything was a consequence of the world structure. To alter this world, one must address the root causes. Otherwise, children like himself, whose homes have been shattered, would continue to emerge. With this realization, Qiye understood the path he must tread. He exhaled softly, glancing at Yunlu, whose face bore concern, and offered her a reassuring smile. "I am fine." Then he turned to Mingyu, who squatted before him, looking somewhat bewildered, and declared, "Kill. If you cannot do it in the end, I will take responsibility." At this moment, Qiye's thoughts were resolute. To fundamentally change this world, one must first possess absolute strength. Even if he refrained from killing, these people in the canyon would undoubtedly not survive, for Akai was still guarding outside. Although Yunlu was unaware of Qiye's inner turmoil, witnessing his unwavering determination gradually soothed her previously anxious heart. As the night deepened, the torches in the distant village flickered out, leaving only a few remaining. It was nearly time. As Qiye rose to his feet and gradually advanced forward, Yunlu followed closely behind. Observing their silhouettes, Mingyu clenched his teeth and trailed after them. Upon nearing the village, Qiye spotted a patrolling guard. He stealthily approached, his figure flashing as he swiftly drew a kunai across the guard's throat. Blood gushed forth, and Qiye supported the lifeless body, making not a single sound. Discarding the corpse to the side, he gazed at the crimson blood staining the ground. Unwelcome memories resurfacing in his mind. This was his first act of murder, and the sensation was somewhat ineffable, causing Qiye's hands to tremble slightly. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he gestured to the two behind him and chose a direction to enter the village. Although merely a temporary settlement, it boasted dozens of wooden huts. Splitting into 3 paths was the most time-efficient strategy. With the experience of his first kill behind him, Qiye found his psyche and senses considerably more at ease as he entered each dwelling, assessed the number of occupants, and executed his grim task before departing. This cycle continued. Qiye acted with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness, while the other two were less agile. Fortunately, upon entering the house, Yunluo discovered only men within, temporarily spared from the presence of women or children, whose vulnerability would have made her actions more difficult. Frequently engaging in discourse with Qiye, whose insights were often profound, Yunluo found herself, to some extent, enlightened by his words. However, Mingyu was not as fortunate. After tremblingly taking the lives of several individuals, his anxiety only intensified rather than subsiding. Ultimately, as he entered a house occupied by a family of 3, an unforeseen incident transpired. In a moment of carelessness, he knocked over a cardboard box, the resulting noise startling the man inside the house awake. "Who is it?" A shadowy figure emerged from the bedroom, brandishing a dagger. Upon seeing Mingyu, the man shouted, "Get up. There are intruders in the village." This exclamation reverberated like thunder throughout the small village, prompting all remaining inhabitants to light their candles and emerge from their homes. "Die, brat." The man in Mingyu's vicinity glared menacingly, recognizing the forehead protector on Mingyu, indicating he was a ninja. Yet, the evident panic in Mingyu's demeanor suggested he was a novice. The man lunged forward, aiming the dagger at Mingyu's heart. In that life-threatening moment, Mingyu disregarded everything else, evading the attack and retaliating with a kunai aimed at the man's throat. After a fierce struggle, Mingyu ultimately succeeded in killing the man. Panting heavily, Mingyu collapsed onto the ground. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, revealing a woman and a young boy. Their eyes filled with terror and hatred. With the man's body sprawled before them, Mingyu recalled his former self and, feeling a pang of compassion, told the mother and son, "I will not harm you," remained silent in the bedroom. They offered no response. With a heavy sigh, Mingyu turned to exit the house. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. As he turned, a chair came crashing down upon his head with a sharp crack. The poorly constructed chair shattered into splinters, debris scattering in all directions. Blood streamed from Mingyu's head, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. The small child, no more than 3 or 4 years old, had seized his father's dagger and plunged it forcefully into Mingyu's leg. "Ah!" Mingyu cried out in agony, his gaze meeting the unending hatred and fury reflected in the eyes of the woman and the boy. The woman raised a broken chair leg, aiming it at Mingyu's throat, while the boy brandished the dagger, targeting Mingyu's other leg. "Haven't I already spared them? Why do they still wish to kill me?" The 8-year-old Mingyu struggled to comprehend the situation. With a thud, 2 bodies collapsed to the ground, Mingyu drenched in blood, his heart heavy as he made his way outside. The village had erupted into chaos. The remaining inhabitants had gathered, brandishing torches and blades, with women and children sheltered among them. "Where's Murata? Why hasn't Murata's family appeared? It seems the Shumo family has perished as well. Damn it. Is it the ninjas from Konoha? Have they arrived so swiftly?" Amidst the cacophony and the cries of children, Qiye emerged from the shadows, having checked several houses, all of which were empty. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that all remaining inhabitants must be gathered here. Chapter 8. Mission accomplished. Acquired the great fireball technique. Curse it. Is it you, little brat? The surrounding men instantly turned their fierce gazes upon Qiye, their expressions menacing, teeth clenched in fury. As Qiye advanced, her gaze shifted towards the group of women behind them. Among them, a number of young women were clad in tattered garments, their eyes vacant, with deep crimson scars adorning their exposed skin. It appeared that this group was not only comprised of vagrants but had also indeed engaged in banditry. Whoosh! As Qiye quickened his pace, he drew a shuriken and, in an instant, dispatched several foes. He plunged into the throng, each swing of his kunai claiming a life. The stark disparity between ordinary individuals and skilled ninjas became glaringly evident. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they fell like lambs to the slaughter under Qiye's relentless onslaught. Soon, all the men on the battlefield lay defeated, leaving only trembling women and weeping children behind. Witnessing this scene, Qiye let out a deep sigh within his heart. Yet his movements betrayed no hesitation. He approached, gently covering the women's eyes, and with a swift thrust of his kunai, pierced their hearts, striving for a single, merciful strike to alleviate their suffering. Before long, Yinlu arrived at the scene, and upon beholding the grim tableau, she covered her mouth, feeling as though an obstruction had lodged itself in her throat. Qiye was splattered with considerable blood, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Upon seeing Yunluo, he gestured for him to approach, his intention unmistakable. He wanted Yunluo to join in the fray. After a moment's hesitation, Yunluo stepped forward, mimicking Qiye's movements, methodically dispatching the surrounding foes. As only a few children remained, Mingyu finally arrived at the scene. "Leave these few to me." Tanaka Akai's voice suddenly resonated, revealing his unexpected presence as he perched atop the branches of a large tree. Qiye cast a brief glance at Mingyu's condition, retracting his kunai while wiping his hands and stepping aside. He needed to retrieve the shuriken he had previously thrown. After all, ninja tools come at a cost, and every penny saved counts. "What? Me?" Mingyu exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed upon the trembling children, his heart filled with compassion. In truth, the ages of both sides were quite similar, with only a few years of difference. He looked up at Akai Tianzhong, pleadingly saying, "Teacher Akai, we have already taken so many lives, can't we spare these few children?" Upon hearing this, Qiye felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Was he a fool to utter such words in the presence of Akai Tianzhong? Did he not fear inciting the man's wrath? As expected, the moment Mingyu finished speaking, Akai's figure descended from the tree with a cold smirk, declaring, "Spare them. This is a time of war. Those who come from another land are our enemies. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to one's own kind." With a resounding thud, he kicked Mingyu, sending him flying several meters until he collided violently with a tree trunk. "Ah!" Mingyu gasped, blood spilling from his lips, painting a grim picture. With a clatter, A kunai was tossed before him, and Akai commanded, "Go, kill them." "I'm sorry, Teacher Akai. I cannot do it," Mingyu knelt, his voice trembling. Akai gazed at him coldly, disdain dripping from his words. "What a thoroughly useless wretch you are. No wonder you became an orphan. You possess not an ounce of courage. It is indeed a miracle that someone like you can survive in this world." Akai's words sent shudders through Mingyu's body, yet he remained on his knees, offering no rebuttal. Qiye felt a profound discomfort, yet in the presence of the formidable Akai, he found himself momentarily lacking the standing to resist. Humph. Akai paid no further attention to the kneeling Mingyu. Instead, he produced a kunai adorned with explosive tags and casually tossed it before the group of children. Boom. A crimson scene erupted, and Qiye clenched his fists, haunted by unpleasant memories of the past. Fire style, great fireball technique. After eliminating the last individual, Akai formed hand seals, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, detonating within the village. The flames scattered swiftly, igniting all the wooden houses in the vicinity. The inferno devoured everything in its path. The focus of Qiye does not lie here. Just moments ago, when Akai unleashed his ninjutsu, a purple orb fell from his body. Qiye initially believed it to be an orb of attribute enhancement for ninjutsu, only to discover upon picking it up that it was, in fact, a skill orb. It was the great fireball technique recently unleashed by Akai. This marked only the second instance in a long time that Qiye had encountered in ninjutsu, and notably, an offensive one at that. Although it had been regarded in a past life as a ninjutsu that could not miss, it was still a remarkable acquisition for Qiye, who currently possessed no ninjutsu beyond mastering. However, Qiye found it perplexing, according to previous deductions. The probability of skill drops was correlated with the duration of participation in an event. For instance, in a fierce battle between two parties, the longer Qiye observed, the better the rewards that would drop from the combatants. Over the course of the previous year, Qiye had conducted numerous experiments that corroborated this hypothesis. Yet, just moments ago, Akai had not actively engaged. He merely threw a shuriken and executed a single great fireball. How then could a skill orb have materialized? Could it be attributed to the conditions surrounding the event? In the depths of Qiye's mind, speculation arose. After all, the majority of instances in which light orbs were discovered in the village of Konoha involved encounters with ninjas engaged in training or sparring. The atmosphere during those times was undoubtedly safe and relaxed. However, the current setting starkly contrasts this, steeped in blood and death. This line of reasoning appears rather plausible. Perhaps the likelihood of skill drops is correlated with the practitioner's proficiency? Qiye was acutely aware that Akai excelled in both fire release and earth release techniques. The great fireball technique, being a common yet practical ninjutsu, was indeed within Akai's adept capabilities, while both deductions held a degree of validity. The precise circumstances could only be ascertained through repeated experimentation. Qiye and Yu Luo performed commendably, but Mingyu, you little rascal, reflect on your actions when you return. If I witness such behavior again on our next mission, I shall personally deal with you. Akai's cold gaze bore down on Mingyu. His aura of menace palpable and almost tangible. It was reminiscent of the moment Sasuke first encountered Orochimaru, paralyzed by the overwhelming killing intent emanating from his opponent. In that moment, Mingyu found himself in a similarly dire predicament. Under the full force of Akai's murderous intent, he felt as though countless blades hovered ominously around him, causing a cold sweat to break out instantaneously. Withdrawing his killing intent, Akai vanished in a flash, departing first. Qiye and Yu Luo wiped the sweat from their foreheads as they assisted Mingyu, who lay utterly exhausted and completely prostrate on the ground, to his feet. The three of them followed closely behind Akai. After the conclusion of this mission, Akai granted them a 3-day respite, and the corresponding task remuneration was also dispersed. However, Akai retained half of the earnings, leaving the remainder to be evenly divided among Qiye and the others. Chapter 9. Mingyu's reminiscence regarding this mission's remuneration. I think I shall forego it, Mingyu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he observed Qiye returning with the task rewards. After all, during this mission, he had barely contributed, exerting little effort throughout. In contrast, he had sustained the most severe injuries. Not only had his head been struck by a chair, causing a gash, but his right leg had also been pierced, and he had received a rather forceful kick from Akai, resulting in minor internal injuries. Let us divide it equally. Qiye settled down and opened the bag in his hands, addressing Mingyu. As a ninja, one must become accustomed to killing and death. He divided the money within the bag into 3 equal portions, distributing one to each person. Mingyu, holding his share, fell into a moment of silence before breaking into a faint smile. Qiye, you seem rather nonchalant about this. There is something I find hard to comprehend. Could you help me analyze it? Speak your mind, Qiye replied, securing his own share of money and leaning against the wall. That night, I took the life of the father in a family of 3, intending for the remaining mother and child to escape. However, they did not appreciate my gesture and instead ambushed me, inflicting injury. Mingyu touched the wound on his leg, struggling to understand. Why? Did I not let them go? Is living not preferable? Even after losing her husband, she could still lead a good life with her child, couldn't she? Why would she choose to die? His fists clenched, his tone growing increasingly fervent. Because you killed her husband, her father, Qiye responded. Qiye gazed at Mingyu, his expression tranquil as he continued. If you were that child, and someone were to take your father's life, what would you do? As Mingyu pondered this, his countenance became distant, as if he were glimpsing his former self. Mother, what has happened to father? Why won't he get up? He looked upon his father, quietly lying on the ground, and tugged at his mother's garment, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Surrounding them were many onlookers. A sorrowful woman knelt down to caress Mingyu's cheek, lamenting, your father was slain by a leaf ninja. This marked Mingyu's first encounter with death. The second came when he beheld his mother's lifeless form resting upon the ground. Mother, why must you leave me all alone? Could you not have chosen a different path than that of a ninja? Even if it were just the two of us, we could have lived a good life together. Mingyu stood beside his mother's body, weeping inconsolably. How tragic, he is left all alone now. Indeed. Harada had perished on a mission at the hands of a leaf ninja, and Kyoko, seeking vengeance, met the same fate. Those wretched leaf ninjas. This is our land of rain. How dare they act so brazenly? Yet, what could be done? The leaf ninjas were far too formidable. By the way, doesn't the Nakamura family have relatives in Snow Village? This child seems ill-suited to be a ninja. Perhaps he should be sent there. Tears streamed down Mingyu's cheeks as he opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. I truly am not cut out to be a ninja. There is no question of suitability in this world. Do you believe you possess any choice? Qiye interrupted him, speaking in a flat tone. Like the refugees from a few days ago, those women who were captured, and the myriad souls displaced by the ravages of war. Simply surviving is already a blessing. Indeed, to be alive is indeed a blessing. Mingyu wiped his tears away and said with a bitter smile, speaking of which, I am a descendant of ninjas. Both my father and mother were ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village. We were once quite happy, but during one of his missions, my father encountered ninjas from Konoha. The specific details remain unclear, yet ultimately he lost his life. Just as you asked earlier, Qiye, what would I, a coward, do if my father were murdered? At that time, all I wished for was to live peacefully with my mother. She loved my father dearly, and in her quest for vengeance against the Konoha ninjas, she too, inevitably, lost her life. I was later sent to my uncle's home in the snowy village, initially intending to lead a normal life, only to find that the village had also been slaughtered. Snowy village? That's right next to ours, Yunlu remarked. Mingyu inquired. Are you from the Wind Village? No, our village is called Drizzle Village, Yunlu replied. At this moment, Qiye lifted his head. I am from the Wind Village. Snowy, Wind, and Drizzle, 3 small villages that were once adjacent, had all been swept away by the flames of war. A heavy silence fell upon them as they reminisced about the past, a wave of discomfort washing over their hearts. Qiye's expression grew somewhat serious as she took the initiative to inquire. Do you all recall what transpired when our village was destroyed? Well, it seems there was a clash among ninjas that inadvertently affected our village, Yunlu reflected, recalling how she had been concealed in the basement by her parents, thus escaping the calamity. After the sounds from outside faded away, she waited for a long time without the return of her parents. Summoning her courage, she eventually ventured out of the basement only to discover the devastation that lay before her, with very few survivors remaining. Our village's situation was quite similar to that of Yunlu, Mingyu remarked. Nodding in understanding, Qiye grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that this was a scheme orchestrated by Konoha. It was likely a capricious plan hastily devised, destroying while simultaneously seizing valuable resources. The villages of the 3 were possibly ravaged by Akai and his cohorts. After pondering this, Qiye chose not to disclose the truth to her companions. One reason was her mistrust. There was always the risk that one day, Danzo might whimsically decide to abduct Mingyu or Yunlu for interrogation, thereby exposing their knowledge of the truth. Given Danzo's nature, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. If he could target those within Konoha, the same could be done to outsiders like Qiye and her friends. The second reason was that their current strength was insufficient. Knowing this information would serve little purpose. Well then, let's conclude our discussion for today, she said. Qiye issued an edict to expel, and as they took their leave, he solemnly cautioned the 2, let the past remain in the past for the time being. The matters we discuss today must not be divulged to anyone, especially Mingyu. Your heritage must remain a secret. Understanding the gravity of Qiye's words, the two nodded vigorously. After bidding them farewell, Qiye resumed his daily training. Once the 3-day break concluded, Akai returned with a new mission. Although it still involved the eradication of bandits, the stakes had evidently escalated significantly. The previous group, ostensibly bandits, were merely a collection of feeble refugees. Akai's primary objective was likely to witness their bloodshed. However, this time, the task was genuinely one of extermination. This faction of bandits, entrenched within the Land of Fire, boasted both considerable numbers and combat prowess at a rudimentary level. Chapter 10, Chakra Test Paper. What astonished Qiye even more was the revelation that many among them possessed the ability to utilize the body flicker technique and ninja tools, marking them as far more formidable than typical bandits. It was no wonder that they had managed to establish a foothold in the Land of Fire, exacting tolls from passing merchants. Qiye harbored suspicions that the emergence of these bandits was tacitly approved by Konoha village. This arrangement would not only exert pressure on the daimyo of the Land of Fire, thereby reinforcing the significance of the ninja's existence, but it would also create an opportunity for Konoha to reap additional income once these bandits grew in strength, akin to slaughtering pigs. Given their well-equipped nature and considerable numbers, the ensuing battle proved to be relatively arduous, leaving all three individuals somewhat injured. Notably, Mingyu, who already bore bandages on his head and legs, would likely return home resembling a half-mummy. Qiye regarded the band of marauders with a certain disdain, yet he felt a twinge of concern upon witnessing the formidable Yunlu struggling, even sustaining minor injuries. If Yunlu were to feign greater difficulty, perhaps sporting some wounds, it would inadvertently reveal their concealed prowess. Were Qiye a native of Konohagakure, such a tactic might be commonplace, as many would engage in similar subterfuge. However, his true identity as a villager from the Rain Country, currently at odds with Konohagakure, loomed like a thorn in the throat, a perpetual barrier preventing acceptance into the village. How splendid! After merely 3 days apart, you young ones have truly exceeded my expectations. With all adversaries vanquished with remarkable efficiency, Akai emerged, his laughter echoing as he claimed the spoils collected by Qiye. His expression bore satisfaction, akin to a craftsman surveying his adept tools. Upon returning to the village, before presenting the mission report at the Hokage Tower, Akai retrieved a chakra test paper from his pack and distributed it among the three. You performed admirably on this mission. I shall petition Lord Sandaime for an opportunity for you to select a C-rank ninjutsu. Upon your return, infuse the test paper with your chakra to ascertain your respective attributes. Remember, water chakra will moisten the paper, fire chakra will ignite it, earth chakra will shatter it, wind chakra will slice through it, and lightning chakra will crumple it. With that, Akai declared the assembly dismissed and vanished in an instant. Did I hear that correctly? We can learn ninjutsu now. Mingyu, nearly enveloped in bandages, stood frozen in disbelief. Yunlu tilted his head, affirming, Indeed, you heard correctly. Sensei Akai has instructed us to determine our chakra attributes before selecting corresponding ninjutsu. Well, we can finally learn ninjutsu. Mingyu exclaimed with exhilaration, despite his previous lack of ambition to become a ninja. Who would he wish to weave a few hand signs to unleash fire or water? How magnificent that would be. While the body flicker technique learned in ninja school was indeed ninjutsu, it seemed rather monotonous. I wonder what my attribute is. I've heard tales of individuals possessing 2 or even 3 chakra types. Mingyu remarked with anticipation. Yunlu shared his aspirations. I hope to possess water attributes. Perhaps I could learn a technique to conjure raindrops, for the rainy season in Konohagakure has become far too scarce, and I feel an absence of the former familiarity. Qiye smiled slightly, remarking that they would know once they returned to try it out. However, he did not share their optimism, after all. Konoha was unlikely to be so generous as to bestow a ninjutsu without cause. Upon reflection, it seemed that the only remaining option was to head to the battlefield. Their current abilities were indeed somewhat lacking, possessing only a few techniques such as the Konoha Steel Fist Fluid Technique, the Body Replacement Technique, and Kunai Throwing Technique. Although they had qualified as lower-ranked ninjas, they were still unfit for the battlefield. Acquiring an additional ninjutsu would merely allow them to serve as a somewhat useful tool. To see blood and slay enemies, was that truly the path forward? Konoha appeared to be in quite a hurry. In his heart, Qiye pondered that his classmates had likely experienced similar journeys. Upon returning to his room, Mingyu was the most eager. As he infused chakra into the test paper with great anticipation, it shattered entirely, slipping through his fingers. Mingyu possesses earth attribute chakra, Yunlu remarked. Alas, I had hoped for fire attribute. Water attribute wouldn't be too shabby either, Mingyu sighed. still yearning for the ability to spit fire or spray water. The notion of dual or even triple attributes had never crossed his mind. Well, such matters are determined by nature, Yunlu said with a smile, taking the test paper and channeling chakra into it. Soon, the paper split neatly down the middle, with both sides becoming damp. Wow! Wind and water attributes, Yunlu exclaimed, astonished to find she possessed two types of chakra simultaneously. Mingyu gasped in envy, especially at the prospect of water attribute. He truly wished to spray water. Yunlu's eyes sparkled with joy as both attributes aligned perfectly with her expectations. Perhaps, in the future, she could create corresponding raindrops accompanied by a gentle breeze. Qiye, you should give it a try, Yunlu said, looking at him with anticipation. Mingyu analyzed seriously. Qiye's strength is just slightly superior to mine. Yet his temperament is calm and steady. He might possess water attribute chakra, or perhaps like me, earth attribute. We'll know once we try. Qiye replied with a smile as he infused chakra into the test paper. Immediately, a transformation occurred. The chakra paper divided evenly into 4 parts, one becoming damp, another shattering, a third wrinkling, and the last one igniting. All attributes. Mingyu gasped in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit a duck egg inside. Yunlu clapped her hands, genuinely pleased for Qiye. With chakra of all attributes, Qiye, you truly are remarkable. In contrast to the evident emotional shifts on their faces, Qiye remained composed. The presence of all attributes was within his expectations. After all, he possessed a mystical panel that only listed major categories such as taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu, without any reference to attributes. Qiye had previously contemplated that if he could acquire skills, could he not also utilize ninjutsu of all attributes? At this moment, that hypothesis was confirmed. However, he believed it would only apply to ordinary techniques. Bloodline limits were likely beyond his reach, as he lacked the corresponding lineage. Returning to the present, Mingyu sighed, feeling a pang of envy. Initially, he had been envious of Yunlu's dual attributes, but Qiye's revelation struck him like a blow, leaving him feeling despondent. Qiye, you seem rather unfazed. If I had all attribute chakra, I would be overjoyed. Mingyu gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Qiye. Chapter 11. The Choice of Ninjutsu. Holding a broom, Qiye diligently swept away the litter on the ground while remarking, it's merely a matter of possessing all attributes of chakra. At most, I can learn a bit more ninjutsu in the future. However, a ninja's strength is not determined by the quantity of ninjutsu they master. We all start from the same point. His words were not misleading to Mingyu. For even the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, possessed chakra that was not of all attributes. Yet, during their lifetimes, they were regarded as some of the most formidable experts. Conversely, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, renowned as the strongest Hokage throughout the ages and dubbed the Doctor of Ninjutsu, wielded chakra of all attributes. However, his actual combat prowess was somewhat debatable. You make a valid point, Mingyu pondered, ultimately accepting Qiye's perspective, his previous despondency dissipating. Remember, do not disclose my true attributes. To others, just say I possess fire attributes. The 7 Leaves offered a subtle reminder. Having maintained a low profile for so long, he did not wish to attract the attention of those in Konoha. At this stage, the fire attribute exhibited commendable potency, and Konoha possessed a plethora of fire-based ninjutsu, thus providing a broader selection compared to other elemental techniques. The following day, during the assembly, Akai informed the 7 Leaves and others that they could proceed to the Hokage building to select ninjutsu corresponding to their respective attributes. The reason for convening at the Hokage building was not merely that the third Hokage wished to see them, but rather that the scrolls containing ninjutsu were stored within one of its floors. Upon arriving at the ninjutsu storage room, it was clear that the 7 Leaves would not have direct access to the techniques. All they could hold was a mere catalog. You have only half an hour. Decide on the ninjutsu you desire and inform me, stated the unknown jonin who had brought the 3 of them here, his gaze cold as he sat to the side. Understood. Qiye smiled at him, and then, amidst the eager gazes of Mingyu and Yuluo, unfurled the rather unpretentious scroll containing the ninjutsu catalog. Suiton, Mizu no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Technique, Suiton, Dai Mizu no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Water Technique, Suiton, Mizurina, Water Release, Water Trap, Ketan, Guka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Ketan. Inden, Fire Release, Fire Bullet, Ketan. Inkase, Fire Release, Fire Arrow, Doton, Earth Release, Futon, Wind Release, Raiton, Lightning Release, Konoha truly stands as the most illustrious among the 5 great ninja villages. Merely the catalog of C-rank ninjutsu housed within this repository boasts an astonishing variety, with hundreds of techniques recorded, each distinct and diverse. And this is merely the C-rank ninjutsu. When considering B-rank, A-rank, and even the ancestral techniques of various clans, not to mention the forbidden arts inscribed in the scrolls of sealing, the depth of this legacy is indeed remarkable. Yunluo and Mingyu, seated on either side of Qiye, gazed in awe at the unfurled C-rank ninjutsu catalog, feeling momentarily dazzled by the sheer volume of techniques. With such an overwhelming array of ninjutsu before them, they found themselves at a loss as to where to begin. Fortunately, beneath each technique, a brief description was inscribed in fine print, providing a general overview of the respective ninjutsu, thus preventing the two from being utterly bewildered. Qiye has now acquired a magnificent fireball, thus his decision-making has become considerably less conflicted. His gaze settles upon the fire release, flame arrow, according to its description. It appears to be a rare technique that does not require vocal incantation for its execution. Upon refining chakra and completing the hand seals, 5 flame arrows, each the size of a finger, manifest in his hand, ready to be launched at the intended target. The 6 Paths Divine Sword. Qiye felt a flicker of interest. However, the potency of this ninjutsu appeared rather feeble, considering the minuscule size of the flame arrows coalescing at his fingertips. Their impact could hardly be significant. Furthermore, the necessity of hand seals rendered it less impressive. If it were capable of being executed without seals like the Rasengan, it would not have been relegated to the C-rank category. In a moment of reflection, Qiye expressed admiration for this ninjutsu, then raised his hand to point at the scroll. I desire this fire release ninjutsu, flame arrow. Surprised, Yunlu raised her head and exclaimed, "Oh, Qiye-kun, have you made your choice so swiftly?" She then lowered her gaze once more to delve into the text. On the other side, Mingyu was equally taken aback by Qiye's rapid decision, scratching his head as he continued to wrestle with his own choice. In truth, the number of C-rank earth release techniques in Konoha was rather limited, yet this was Mingyu's first true ninjutsu, and naturally, you wished to select one of the greatest potency. Flame arrow, is it? An unnamed jonin nodded, swiftly retrieving a genuine ninjutsu scroll for Qiye. Although this was merely a copy, it was enshrouded in dust, indicating the obscurity of this technique. You must understand that the borrowed ninjutsu scroll cannot be taken out of the village, even when departing for a mission. It must remain within the confines of the village, the unnamed jonin stated coldly. Understood, Qiye replied with a smile. This regulation of Konoha was merely a measure to prevent loss and to keep the techniques from falling into the hands of rival factions. After gently wiping away the dust from the scroll, he began to read. To be fair, this illustrated ninjutsu scroll was quite well prepared, as Qiye found it easy to comprehend its contents. After reviewing the scroll thoroughly and memorizing the sequence of hand seals, the skill immediately appeared on his panel. At this juncture, he could successfully execute flame arrow with complete reliability. It was merely a matter of proficiency and power, which would improve with practice. Indeed, as long as Qiye mastered the skill, through relentless practice, he could elevate his proficiency to S level. Should he chance upon duplicate skill attributes along the way, they could be directly converted into proficiency. Although he had already mastered the fire release, flame arrow technique, Qiye meticulously cleaned the scroll and tucked it into his pocket. I have made my choice, Yunlu declared, pointing to the catalog and selecting wind release. Great breakthrough. Between wind release and water release, she had initially favored the latter. However, since water release conflicted with Qiye's exposed fire release, opting for wind release would bolster Qiye's fire release capabilities. It is settled then. At that moment, Mingyu slammed his hand on the table, perspiring profusely as he finally made his selection. As Qiye followed the line of Mingyu's hand, she observed that the ninjutsu he had selected was earth-style, flying brick. According to the description, it involved refining chakra to form a solid brick from the ground, which would then be hurled at the intended target. It appears to be a technique that demands exceptional precision to unleash its full potential, Qiye remarked. Yunlu cast a puzzled glance at Mingyu. This earth style hardly seemed to align with the powerful ninjutsu he had previously mentioned wanting to choose. Sensing her scrutiny, Mingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Of course, he desired to select a technique that was both impressive and potent. However, among the C-rank earth-style ninjutsu available in Konoha Village, the majority were defensive or functional in nature, leaving only a few that were less than desirable. After much deliberation, he ultimately favored this one. After all, mastering earth-style, flying brick could lead to capabilities far beyond merely launching a single brick. With this thought, Mingyu's spirits lifted. Well, Proficiency comes with practice. Chapter 12. Practice soon. An unnamed Jonin delivered the ninjutsu scrolls to both of them. The wind style, great breakthrough, a commonly utilized technique, had garnered quite a few selections, making Yunlu's scroll appear as pristine as if it had just left the factory, devoid of any dust. In contrast, Mingyu's scroll was similarly dust-laden as Qiye's previous scroll, indicating it was an exceedingly obscure technique. Upon receiving their ninjutsu, the three returned home, and each took a seat at their respective tables. Suddenly, as Yunlu opened her ninjutsu scroll, she was startled to hear Mingyu let out a cry. His face drenched in sweat and bearing an expression of agony. Yunlu gasped, "What happened to you?" As Qiye beheld Mingyu, who gazed at the scroll with a visage of anguish, he lowered his eyes in contemplation. In an instant, his expression hardened. Goodness, without delving into other matters. The ninjutsu chosen by Mingyu required an astonishing 15 hand seals. Is such complexity truly befitting of a C-rank technique? It is no wonder that it remains so obscure, with no one opting for it. Moreover, what struck Qiye as particularly worthy of critique was the fact that this technique could generate multiple flying bricks by infusing more chakra. While it appeared promising, one could not help but ponder, if one possessed such an abundance of chakra, why not unleash another, more effective ninjutsu? Thus, in Qiye's estimation, this technique was nothing short of a trap. Not only were the hand seals cumbersome, but the precision was also difficult to assure. And the notion of creating flying bricks through excess chakra was indeed a significant pitfall. However, upon noticing the perspiration beading on Mingyu's forehead, Qiye could only offer a comforting remark. Although the hand seals are somewhat bothersome, at least this ninjutsu possesses the potential for growth. Who knows? It may even unleash S-rank power in the future. Indeed, ninjutsu with growth potential is a rarity. While the hand seals may be intricate at present, with gradual practice, it is certainly achievable. Mingyu's face illuminated with realization. He wiped the sweat from his brow and resolutely declared, "Qiye, you are absolutely right. From this day forth, I shall diligently practice the hand seals." The contents of the scroll were swiftly committed to memory by the group. Yet, mere memorization was only the beginning. Practical application held paramount importance. They departed the room and ventured into the woods behind the street. Originally, Konoha had designated this area at the village's edge for the placement of individuals like themselves, surrounded by vast expanses of primeval forest. They sought a relatively spacious clearing adjacent to a small river, where Qiye intended to establish their future training ground for ninjutsu. "I'll take the lead," Yunlu exclaimed with a touch of excitement. She felt as though she had nearly mastered the breakthrough technique and could effortlessly unleash it. Qiye and Mingyu stood by, making way for Yuluo. Her fingers danced in intricate patterns before her chest, the seals etched into her memory. Even though the sequence of hand signs for her grand breakthrough in ninjutsu was jumbled compared to her usual recollections, she experienced little hindrance in their execution. Taking a deep breath, Yuluo opened her mouth and released the chakra she had refined. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh. A gentle breeze emanated from her lips, swiftly transforming into a tempest that sent the leaves and branches before her into a frenzied dance. Success. Yuluo turned to the two with a radiant smile, then absent-mindedly wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Qiye gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." He had observed Yunluo's attributes, noting that each statistic was commendable, with an average hovering around 10 points. Although there remained a slight disparity between them, it was negligible. More importantly, most of Qiye's growth had been achieved through collecting attributes, while the enhancements from training were rather mediocre. This implied that, like the majority of ninjas in this world, he possessed an exceedingly ordinary talent. In contrast, Yunluo appeared to be a prodigious talent. "Well then, Qiye, perhaps you should give it a try first," Mingyu suggested, somewhat shyly. The pressure exerted by Yuluo was overwhelming. He had managed to release techniques immediately after perusing the ninjutsu scroll, which was nothing short of remarkable. Mingyu recognized that he could not match such proficiency and thus wanted Qiye to attempt it first, considering that the latter was not significantly more skilled during their time in ninja school. "Very well," Qiye nodded, facing the small river as he began to form hand seals slowly. This was not an intentional display of modesty, but rather a desire to observe the changes in chakra within his body during the sealing process. Once the seals were completed, Qiye channeled chakra into his right hand, successfully transforming it into a fire attribute. 5 diminutive fire arrows hovered above his palm, warm to the touch yet not burning. "Can I?" Qiye mused, regarding the fire arrows in his palm, likening them to a miniature version of kunai. "What? Qiye can also release ninjutsu all at once," Mingyu exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment, akin to someone who had just tasted a sour lemon. I suppose this C-rank ninjutsu is relatively simple, requiring only 5 seals and not overly complicated to execute. Qiye casually uttered a phrase and then launched 5 miniature kunai towards a nearby grand tree. Initially, he stood by the riverbank, intent on avoiding any unexpected incidents that might ignite a fire. However, he was taken aback by the diminutive size of the fire arrows. Thud. 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 The 5 fire arrows collided with the trunk, resulting in flames that swiftly dissipated, leaving behind mere charred indentations. Qiye approached and examined the pit. Noting that it was rather shallow, its destructive power seemingly inferior to that of a proper kunai or shuriken. In comparison, the C-rank Great Fireball technique exhibited far superior potency and range than the flame arrow. Indeed, it had remained dormant for ages, akin to the earth release, flying brick. Rendering it remarkably feeble, no wonder it was seldom chosen. Standing beside the tree trunk, Qiye pondered this. Yu Luo, mistaking his contemplation for dissatisfaction with the ninjutsu's power, felt a pang of frustration and sought to console him, saying, "It's all right, Qiye-kun. Next time, choose a more formidable ninjutsu." Moreover, with ample practice, this technique might not be as inadequate as it seems. "Yes, with diligent practice, it will surely become stronger," Qiye replied, returning her a smile. Next, Mingyu began his attempt. His hands fumbled as he formed the seals, beads of sweat trickling down his tense forehead. While Qiye had deliberately moved slowly to feel the changes in his chakra as he performed the seals, Mingyu was genuinely struggling. During his time at the Ninja Academy, the only skill he could showcase was taijutsu, and it had taken him considerable effort to memorize all 12 seals. Now, he faced the daunting task of not only rearranging these seals but also mastering a total of 15, which proved overwhelming. Fortunately, he ultimately managed to complete all the hand seals without incident. Earth release. Flying brick. Mingyu shouted, crouching down and forcefully striking his right hand against the ground, channeling the extracted chakra into it. Both Qiye and Yunlu could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor, eager to witness the efficacy of the flying brick ninjutsu. However, following Mingyu's thunderous shout, an unsettling silence enveloped the arena, with no discernible changes occurring. Chapter 13. The Detestable Genius. What is happening? Could it be a failure? Mingyu lifted his right hand to inspect it, feeling somewhat bewildered. Perhaps it is indeed so. Let us attempt it once more, Yunlu encouraged. Qiye furrowed his brows and reminded him, in addition to the swiftness of hand seals, the flow of chakra must also be meticulously controlled. Rushing to release or being overly frugal can lead to failure. Upon hearing these words, Mingyu stood up, scratching his head in bewilderment. Have you forgotten these fundamental concepts? Qiye exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't this the very foundation taught at the Konoha Ninja Academy? While it may have been rather dull during lessons, one would expect to retain at least some of it. I'm not particularly keen on theoretical knowledge, Mingyu replied, scratching his head and appearing somewhat embarrassed. In an instant, Qiye fell into a state of bewilderment. When they first arrived in Konoha, it was likely with the intention of quickly becoming effective, leading to an overwhelming influx of information being force-fed to them. A curriculum that typically required 6 years to complete was crammed into a mere year. The instructors were aware of the circumstances surrounding these children from the land of rain and simply focused on delivering knowledge without concern. During that time, aside from Yuluo, who consistently sat beside him, Qiye received no attention from the others, leaving him entirely oblivious to how Mingyu had managed to learn. Clearly, Mingyu, who had been slacking off during class, had completely forgotten the foundational knowledge of ninjutsu he had once studied. No, that is not quite accurate. He had never truly engaged with that material at all. Scratching your head, are we? Is it particularly itchy? Qiye quipped. Mingyu immediately halted his scratching, casting a resentful glance at Qiye. Yuluo, standing nearby, stifled a laugh, then turned to Mingyu and said, "Let us pause your practice for now. I will first teach you the basics of ninjutsu. Once you grasp the fundamentals, you can give it another try." "Yuluo, you are an angel," Mingyu exclaimed, his expression overflowing with gratitude, his eyes almost resembling fried eggs. Thus, Yuluo began from the very beginning, imparting the foundational knowledge of ninjutsu to Mingyu. Qiye continued to experiment with the fire arrow technique nearby. This C-rank fire style, while somewhat feeble, consumed relatively little chakra. Given Qiye's current chakra capacity, he could likely unleash the fire arrow continuously for about 10 times. What he yearned to comprehend the most was whether this hand seal was truly indispensable. It seemed not to be the case. Later on, apart from the honest Kisame, others like Hachibi's mother and Madara merely clapped their hands, summoning forth whatever they desired. Qiye aspired to attain such proficiency, thus he resolved to commence his studies with the most rudimentary sea-level ninjutsu. The entire day slipped away in a monotonous and uneventful manner. For both lunch and dinner, he savored the bento prepared by Yuluo. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. Mingyu finally managed to forcibly memorize some foundational knowledge of ninjutsu, successfully executing the earth release, flying brick technique. However, the outcome was rather dismal. He often found himself entirely unable to control the point from which the bricks would soar, let alone direct their intended target. Qiye is simply unbearable to watch. With such lack of control and precision, one can only hope they do not inadvertently harm their allies during team battles. Rest assured, Qiye, I shall dedicate myself to diligent practice, Mingyu said with a hint of embarrassment. With a sigh, Qiye resumed his research, sensing that he had perhaps stumbled upon a breakthrough. Thus, another week slipped by. On this particular day, Qiye stood by the riverbank, his expression solemn as he began to form seals. His movements were swift, and in an instant, he completed the 5 seals required for the fire arrow technique. After 2 weeks of diligent practice, achieving such speed with a technique that required merely 5 seals was entirely reasonable. Success. Qiye's eyes widened as he gazed at the fiery arrow in his right hand. An exhilarating sensation washing over him. It was akin to savoring a chilled slice of watermelon in the sweltering summer or enjoying the same refreshing treat in a room warmed by a crackling fire during winter, utterly delightful. Indeed, moments ago, it seemed that Qiye had performed a standard 5-seal technique, but that was merely a ruse to mislead any potential observers in the vicinity. In truth, only the last 4 seals were genuinely effective in this ninjutsu execution. He had managed to condense what typically required 5 seals for the fiery arrow into just 4. Although it took him half a month to achieve this feat, it represented a remarkable advancement. One day, Qiye was confident he would transform the fiery arrow into a technique devoid of seals. It appeared that I possess a certain aptitude in some areas, and I am not limited to merely relying on acquired attributes, he mused with a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Mingyu was diligently practicing his flying bricks nearby. As Qiye turned his head, he noticed Yunlu approaching with an expression of sheer delight. Unable to contain his excitement, he was eager to share his own achievement. But Yunlu spoke first. Qiye-kun, it seems I have made tremendous progress in my breakthrough. Qiye contemplated, realizing that his flame arrow had achieved remarkable advancement. However, upon seeing the joy illuminating Yuluo's face, her cheeks flushed with delight, he restrained his desire to share and inquired, "Oh, what is it?" "Behold," Yuluo replied, extending her finger to form a seal before her chest. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a tempest of an 8th-level gale. Wind release, great breakthrough. The tempest she conjured was utterly incomparable to the feeble attempt she had made a fortnight ago. Qiye gazed at the trees, severed by the ferocious winds, the earth that had vanished, and Mingyu, who was huddled nearby, trembling with fear. He scratched his head, pondering the situation. It hardly seemed like a sea-level ninjutsu. With a deep breath, Yunlu exerted herself to the fullest, slightly panting as it was evidently taxing. Yet, despite her fatigue, she smiled at Qiye, her eyes resembling crescent moons. "Qiye-kun, what do you think? I only need to form 1 seal to unleash a major breakthrough. Isn't that impressive?" Yunlu's demeanor was reminiscent of a child who had aced a test, eagerly awaiting praise. Upon hearing her words, Qiye's lips twitched, his mind echoing a single thought, He pondered whether to voice it or not. He had devoted an entire half-month, day and night, tirelessly attempting countless times to discover a method to shorten the sealing process. After enduring numerous trials and tribulations, he finally succeeded in reducing it to 1 seal. Meanwhile, Yunlu appeared to have scarcely practiced, instead preparing them various styles of bento, yet she had managed to condense the major breakthrough down to a single seal. Was this not akin to simply clapping one's hands and having wishes granted? To his astonishment, Yunlu had achieved the very realm he longed for before he could. Qiye lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. "Naruto, Lee, I can truly comprehend your feelings now, you infuriating genius dog." "Ah, Qiye, what troubles you?" Yunluo, who had been anticipating praise from Qiye, quickly produced a tissue upon witnessing her sudden tears and inquired. "And no, it's nothing." Qiye took the tissue from the other party and wiped away her tears, forcing a smile as she said, "Yunlu, I am genuinely happy for you. That's truly remarkable." Chapter 14. On the battlefield, is that so? Well, it's not too bad. Upon hearing Qiye's words, Yunlu chuckled softly. Then, recalling that Qiye seemed to have something to say earlier, she inquired, "Qiye-kun, did you want to tell me something just now?" "What?" "Oh, I merely wanted to ask what we will be having for dinner tonight," Qiye lied without a flicker of emotion. Observing Yunlu's talent, He felt that his own modest progress was hardly worth mentioning. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qiye used the pretext of going to buy dinner ingredients to lead them both away from the scene. Throughout their journey, Qiye strained to extend his limited perception. Yet he sensed no presence around them, which allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. However, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of someone observing from a distance. It seemed that upon returning tonight, he would need to devise several escape plans for when they were targeted by Konoha. As Qiye contemplated in her heart, she cautioned Yunlu that her exceptional talents must remain concealed, and that she should adhere to the proper hand seals when executing ninjutsu. Yunlu nodded earnestly, having always been inclined to heed Qiye's counsel. Fortunately, it seemed that Qiye's concerns were unfounded. The past few days had been tranquil, and Konoha appeared to have diverted its gaze from them. A full half-month passed, during which Qiye and her companions enjoyed their respite, practicing diligently in a small grove and occasionally wandering through the vibrant village of Konoha. While the village brimmed with life and activity, the group felt a disconcerting sense of alienation, as if they were out of place in this bustling locale. As time flowed by, just when Qiye believed that Akai might have forgotten them, he suddenly reappeared, delivering a single line before vanishing once more. Gather at the village gate tomorrow morning at 7. Mingyu, seated on the ground, wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured, "Are we about to embark on another mission?" It seemed likely that this task would entail more than mere assignments. They were probably destined for the battlefield. Qiye's gaze sharpened, and it appeared that over the course of the past half-month, they had been honing their ninjutsu skills, and now they were nearly prepared to embark on their missions. War, indeed. As Qiye gazed into the distance, the Second Shinobi World War, though nearing its conclusion, still had at least a year before a complete cessation of hostilities. They were likely to become instruments of Konoha, destined to venture into the battlefield. After all, this was the very purpose for which Konoha had summoned and nurtured them. Early the following morning, the group arrived punctually at the assembly point. At this juncture, they were not the only ninjas present. Various other squads had also gathered. Upon careful observation, Qiye noted that there were a total of 10 teams, one of which appeared somewhat familiar. This generation's trio of pig, deer, and butterfly. Essentially the predecessors of Shikamaru and his companions. Qiye pondered silently as she withdrew her gaze. "What are you looking at, Qiye?" Mingyu inquired, also casting a curious glance around at the multitude of ninjas gathered, a sight he had never before witnessed at the village entrance. "Nothing much." Qiye replied with a faint smile, choosing to say little more. Suddenly, a flurry of swift movements echoed through the air as a group of elite ninjas leaped into view. Akai among them. A man, around 40 years of age and evidently the strongest among the assembled ninjas, bellowed, "Let us depart." Qiye was aware of this individual's name, Kyuryogangsi, an elite jonin with an average score nearing 60 points. However, his information was absent from the original narrative, likely perishing during either the Second or Third Shinobi World War. Under the command of Kyuryogangsi, the jonin from each respective team led their subordinates in an orderly fashion as they departed from Konohagakure, hastening towards the border. As the journey progressed, Mingyu sensed something amiss and inquired of the slightly ahead Akai, "Teacher Akai, where are we headed?" Glancing back at him, Akai's face bore a hint of malevolence as he replied, "To the battlefield." Mingyu's heart sank. He had not anticipated being assigned such a harrowing mission. Qiye and Yu Luo maintained their calm demeanor, having anticipated this day, and thus faced it with equanimity. Shortly thereafter, the Konoha ninja squad arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. With a swift motion, Jiao raised his hand and commanded, "Scatter." As his words echoed, the guiding jonin from each respective team immediately led their members to disperse in various directions. Observing this development, Qiye felt a slight sense of reassurance. The act of scattering signified that they were undertaking missions of interception, sabotage, or assassination, while the mortality rate remained alarmingly high. It was at least safer than the main battlefield. After all, when large-scale ninjutsu is unleashed, many would perish before they even grasped the situation. Amidst the sparse drizzle, Akai led Qiye and the other two to an abandoned village, seeking refuge in the remnants of a structure that could barely shield them from the rain. This area lay within the controlled territory of the Land of Fire, rendering the likelihood of encountering ninjas from other nations exceedingly low. The wretched weather was utterly detestable. Akai shook off the rainwater clinging to him, his expression clearly darkened. He raised his gaze to the three before him and declared, "Listen well, young ones. You have now arrived at the battlefield. The foes you will face henceforth are entirely different from those encountered in the previous 2 missions. I shall not elaborate further. If you wish to survive, you must strive with all your might." In the gentle, persistent drizzle of the Land of Rain, Qiye and Yu Luo remained composed. feeling an inexplicable sense of belonging to this uniquely humid environment. Meanwhile, Mingyu swallowed hard, experiencing an unexpected dryness in his throat. Observing the reactions of his companions, Qiye smirked. Now that you all understand, allow me to explain the mission. Amidst the soft curtain of rain, the three of them sprinted with all their might. They had gradually distanced themselves from the territory of the Land of Fire and were now approaching the domain of the Land of Wind, where the likelihood of encountering foreign ninjas was significantly heightened. Their mission was to eliminate enemies along a supply route used by the Sand Ninjas. Instead of confronting the supply convoy directly, an act tantamount to suicide, they were tasked with neutralizing the rogue Sand Ninjas patrolling the route, ensuring its safety. Just as Konoha would dispatch similar squads like Qiye's to patrol various routes and key areas to maintain security within their controlled territories. They too employed special means of communication to swiftly detect any unforeseen incidents. Qiye slightly raised his hand, casting a glance around before speaking. Let us find a concealed spot. As it was his inaugural mission on the battlefield, he opted for caution. According to intelligence, it had been confirmed that this area served as one of the supply routes for the Sand Ninja, and there was a high likelihood of encountering a patrolling squad. The three of them were not adept at sensing, and advancing recklessly could very well lead to being detected first by a Sand Ninja team, resulting in an ambush. As for Qiye, after relaying the mission details, he departed, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. Chapter 15. The Assault. When Qiye left, Qiye contemplated the possibility of seizing this opportunity to escape from Konoha. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The three of them, as lower-ranked ninjas, had very few options in this tumultuous land of rain. Given that it was still a time of war, the chances of survival were minimal, irrespective of which side's ninja they might encounter. Whoosh, whoosh. As Qiye's voice faded, Mingyu and Yunlu instantly vanished, seeking refuge in their surroundings. Qiye found a spot to hold his breath and patiently wait. The three of them maintained a harmonious distance, ensuring that if any trouble arose, they could swiftly provide support. Light rain continued to fall, and Qiye exhibited great patience, waiting for 3 full hours. At that moment, through his somewhat unrefined perceptive abilities, he discerned 3 figures approaching. They had arrived. Approximately 50 meters away, 3 Sand Ninja were patrolling at a leisurely pace. The leader, around 12 or 13 years of age, maintained a vigilant demeanor, his eyes frequently scanning the surroundings. Hey, Muraken, do you think we'll actually encounter a leaf ninja? It's been over a month since we arrived at the battlefield, and it's so dull. Indeed. After finally graduating from the academy, I long to engage in battle against those detestable leaf ninjas. Yet here we are, patrolling day after day with not a single ghost in sight. The speakers were 2 younger children, seemingly not even 10 years old, in stark contrast to the alert demeanor of Muraken from the eastern village. These 2 appeared far more relaxed. They had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and were assigned to relatively safe patrol duties. However, during the past month, aside from the natural scenery of the Land of Rain, they had yet to catch a glimpse of a leaf ninja. The monotonous patrol tasks left the 2 impassioned youths eager to prove themselves for their village, feeling exceedingly bored. Muraken, on the other hand, was different. He had survived the battlefield, forming a new team with these 2 younger comrades after his previous teammates had perished. Upon hearing their complaints, a faint smile appeared on Muraken's face, and he prepared to respond when suddenly he sensed a gust of wind approaching from the side. Be careful. Muraken quickly urged the 2 to take cover, only to find that the shuriken in the air had veered and was now hurtling towards them again. Clang, clang, clang. Muraken drew his kunai, expertly deflecting all the shuriken. Enemy attack. Don't just stand there. Muraken positioned himself in front of the 2, his kunai held defensively before him, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Just then, a diminutive figure darted through the rain, appearing to his right. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 shuriken sped towards him, and as Muraken blocked them, the small figure was already before him. What? A child this small? Muraken finally realized that the figure before him was merely a girl who looked to be around 6 or 7 years old. Has Konoha gone mad? They're sending such young children to the battlefield? Muraken thought in astonishment, oblivious to the fact that his own village was no less culpable, with his 2 young comrades also appearing to be around 10. Clang. The kunai clashed fiercely, brilliant sparks flying between Muraken and Yuluo. As the strongest member of the team, Yuluo instinctively targeted the opponent's most formidable fighter at the onset of the battle. She was determined to protect Qiye and Mingyu. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 engaged in a dynamic exchange, while simultaneously, Qiye and Mingyu decisively took action, each confronting the remaining 2 Sand Ninja. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shuriken arced through the air as Qiye, gripping his kunai, charged forward to launch a fierce assault against the sand ninja before him. Although the opponent was slightly older, he was vastly outmatched in both strength and speed, his overall prowess comparable to that of Mingyu. Qiye swiftly dealt with her opponent. After glancing at Yunluo's situation and confirming that she was safe, Qiye turned to assist Mingyu. Upon witnessing Qiye's arrival, Mingyu's adversary was instantly filled with trepidation, leaving numerous openings that led to their swift defeat. Damn Konoha ninja! East Village roared in fury upon seeing both of his companions fall. He began to form hand seals. Wind release, dust storm. A fierce wind surged forth, scattering not only the curtain of rain but also sweeping up the water, dirt, and leaves from the ground, making it nearly impossible to see. After unleashing the ninjutsu, East Village chose to retreat immediately. At that moment, he sensed a more formidable tempest approaching from behind. Wind release, great breakthrough. Listening to Qiye's words, Yunluo obediently formed the seals, yet her speed remained remarkable. In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind erupted from her mouth, dispelling East Village's dust storm and knocking him to the ground. Qiye swiftly darted forward, claiming the kill with precision. After quickly inspecting the belongings of the three sand ninjas, Qiye and his companions promptly departed. Upon reaching a secluded spot, just as they were preparing to rest for a moment before seeking their next target, a figure suddenly appeared before them with a swift motion. Who could it be? The seven-leaf cold hair immediately bristled, and the kunai instinctively appeared in hand. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, his tense body relaxed slightly, though he remained vigilant. Quite commendable, young ones. Having slain a squad of sand shinobi without becoming overly complacent is indeed a positive trait, one that may ensure your survival on the battlefield. The individual who had arrived bore a smirk. It was none other than Akai, their guiding jonin. Upon hearing these words, the seven leaves quickly realized that Akai had been covertly tracking them from the very beginning. A cold sweat began to form, and he felt fortunate that he had not foolishly acted on the impulse to flee from Konoha, for otherwise, he would surely be in dire straits now. This is your first time executing such a perilous mission, and as your teacher, I must admit I have been somewhat anxious. However, from this point onward, you must rely on yourselves. Just don't perish too swiftly. After uttering these ominous words, Akai vanished from sight using the body flicker technique. Qiye could not sense Akai's presence, leaving him uncertain about the latter's continued existence. However, he surmised that Akai had indeed departed this time. The persistent following had not stemmed from a teacher's sense of duty, but rather from a mere inclination to test them. It was a matter of observing whether these individuals, who were not originally from Konohagakure, could diligently fulfill the village's missions after becoming its ninjas, while also gauging the risk of them leaking sensitive information through interactions with other shinobi villages. Qiye and the others have successfully passed this trial. Do you think Teacher Akai has truly left this time? Mingyu inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Qiye nodded slightly, suggesting that they had indeed departed. If you don't believe me, Mingyu, you can test it yourself and see if cursing him brings him back. Perhaps that's best left alone, Mingyu replied with a sheepish smile. The three fell into a silence, punctuated only by the soft sound of their breathing. At that moment, Mingyu whispered, Konoha is truly perilous. This sense of distrust weighed heavily on him. Even Mingyu was aware of this sentiment, so it was no surprise that Qiye and Yu Luo understood it as well. Chapter 16. Revelations of Truth. All ninja villages are quite similar, Qiye remarked lightly. Having watched the anime, he noted that only Iwagakure and Kumogakure seemed somewhat better, though they were militaristic. At least they did not turn against their own. After resting a while longer, the group set out once more to search for a new sand ninja team. Given the uncertainty of Akai's potential concealment, Qiye remained cautious in his approach. It was only after engaging in 2 battles that he confirmed Akai was not watching, allowing him to act with greater decisiveness. Observing Qiye's sudden surge in combat prowess, Yunluo and Mingyu attributed it to his growth during the skirmishes. Indeed, Qiye possesses remarkable prowess, Yunlu mused. How infuriating that Qiye dared to secretly surpass me. This was Mingyu's sentiment. Having spent a fortnight in the territory of the Wind Nation, Qiye and his companions had encountered 6 battles. While they managed to completely vanquish their opponents in the initial skirmishes, subsequent encounters proved increasingly arduous, and they could not achieve total annihilation. Had it not been for Qiye unleashing his full potential, they would have met their demise in the final clash. In the ruins of a village within the Rain Nation, Mingyu lay in a corner, gasping for breath. His body was already adorned with numerous bandages and a new, narrow wound marred his chest, blood seeping slowly and staining the freshly wrapped bandages crimson. I never anticipated, Qiye, that you possess such formidable strength. How could you have concealed it from us for so long? Mingyu gazed at Qiye, his expression a blend of discontent and sorrow. At the moment Qiye unleashed his true power, both he and Yunlu comprehended that Qiye had been hiding his capabilities all along. This revelation filled Mingyu with an inexplicable sadness. He had considered Qiye his closest friend, yet the latter had concealed so much strength, clearly indicating a lack of trust in him. Qiye bared her teeth as she observed Yunlu's somewhat rough handling of her wound. Although the young girl did not inquire like Mingyu, her dissatisfaction was evident. Once Yunlu had finished bandaging her, Qiye slowly rose and stated, "There is a reason for my actions." As Qiye approached, Mingyu scoffed and tilted his head, saying, "Do tell." Suddenly, with a tearing sound, the bandage stained crimson on Mingyu's chest was torn to shreds by Qiye. "Hey, what are you doing? If you're hiding your strength, do you really intend to kill me?" Mingyu exclaimed in shock. "Be quiet." Qiye let out a soft exclamation as she crouched down, her hands emanating a faint green glow. Channeling her healing abilities to aid Mingyu. The technique, known as the Palm Immortal Art, left both Mingyu and Yunlu utterly astonished. They could scarcely fathom where Qiye had acquired such a remarkable skill. With the healing powers of the Palm Immortal Art, the long, slender wound on Mingyu's chest gradually began to mend. After reapplying bandages, Qiye approached Yunlu. As the sole female in their team, despite having been the most formidable warrior previously, she was still under the protection of the two young men. Though she had sustained some injuries, they were not severe. Once she had treated Yunlu's wounds, Qiye rose to her feet and spoke, "I can share everything with you, but you must remain composed after hearing it." In their last battle, even with her full prowess unleashed, Qiye had nearly met her demise due to the presence of a Nin among their adversaries. Although merely an ordinary Nin, his average strength hovered around 25 points. Just as Qiye was about to suffer a grievous blow, both Yunlu and Mingyu had unhesitatingly shielded her. Ultimately, Mingyu intercepted the strike, allowing Qiye to successfully retaliate against their foe. This was precisely why she felt compelled to be forthright with her teammates at this juncture. It would be unreasonable for them to harbor any doubt. "All right, please go ahead," Mingyu said as he propped himself up, swallowing hard. He had an inkling that Qiye was about to unveil something of great significance. Yunlu, seated beside Qiye, retrieved a cherished small jar from her sealing scroll, preparing to share the remaining few sweet beans with Thin for them to savor together. Qiye raised her head, ensuring that neither the ruin's entrance nor the external traps had been triggered. Only then did she lower her voice, burdened with a heavy heart, and declare, "Our esteemed guide, Shinobi Tanaka Akihiro, is one of the principal culprits responsible for the destruction of our homeland." "What?" Mingyu's eyes widened in astonishment, a look of disbelief flashing across his face. Gritting his teeth, he urgently pressed, "Are you certain, Qiye? This is no jest." "Absolutely certain." Hatred surfaced on Qiye's face as he seemed to be transported back to that fateful day a year ago, his tone chillingly cold at that moment. "I was hiding in the crevice, and I beheld the face of a Kai Tianzhong, a visage I shall never forget." However, Mingyu's breath quickened as he questioned, "Why does Konoha want to rescue us again? Did they not destroy our homeland? What are you doing now?" Qiye retorted. Mingyu fell into an immediate silence. Even he, despite his ignorance, could comprehend the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a small jar slipped from Yunluo's grasp and shattered on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Mother," Yunluo murmured, abruptly rising from the ground, grasping a shuriken, and rushing outside. "What are you doing?" Startled, Qiye swiftly blocked her path. Yunluo gritted her teeth, her expression tinged with hatred. "Qiye-kun, step aside. I must find a Kai and avenge my mother. You are courting death. He is a Jonin, and with your mere Chunin strength, how could you possibly exact revenge?" Qiye retorted coldly, striking the kunai from her grasp. At Qiye's words, Yunluo froze momentarily, tears betraying her resolve as they cascaded down her cheeks. She covered her face, sobbing softly. "Sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, my mother, drenched in blood, appears before me. She must be blaming me for not avenging her. I was meant to study at the Rain Village and become a ninja. However, I couldn't bear to leave my parents, so I stayed. Now, reflecting back, I regret not going. Perhaps I could have protected my family and our village from destruction by enemies." With each word, Yunluo's sorrow deepened, tears streaming forth uncontrollably. Qiye felt a pang of sympathy, realizing that Yunluo had indeed witnessed her mother's demise, which had inflicted a profound psychological scar upon her. This child, who appeared to be perfectly composed in their presence, often donning a gentle smile, was secretly enduring immense suffering, especially in Konoha, upon recognizing her innate talent as a ninja. Yunluo deeply regretted not pursuing a path as a ninja in the Rain Village, even burdening herself with the guilt of her family's tragic fate. Qiye swiftly and accurately assessed Yun Luo's psychological state. He embraced the latter tenderly, gently caressing Yun Luo's flowing hair, and comforted him, saying, "None of this is your fault. The true culprits are this world, the wars, and the petty squabbles among the various ninja villages. Even if you had gone to the Rain Ninja Village, it would not have altered anything. As long as the conflicts, greed, and hatred among the higher-ups of the ninja villages persist, this world will never improve. Therefore, we must gather our strength and rise up. We must fundamentally transform this world and overthrow those sordid entities. Since we cannot reverse the events that have already transpired, let us at least ensure that future generations do not endure the same experiences we have." Chapter 17. Rest and Recuperation. The words spoken by Qiye instilled in Yun Luo a profound sense of direction, dispelling his previous confusion and self-loathing, replacing them with a clear and resolute purpose to transform this world. Indeed, Yun Luo responded emphatically. "How ironic," Mingyu mused, tilting his head. For someone still so young to articulate such weighty sentiments. Nevertheless, he could not deny that Qiye's impassioned speech ignited a fervor within him, imbuing his heart with ambition. Qiye, might you release me?" Only upon hearing Mingyu's words did Yun Luo become acutely aware of his situation, his face flushing in embarrassment while nestled in Qiye's embrace. "I suppose the thirst for vengeance can wait." Then, Qiye released her hand and offered her a gentle smile. Gazing upon Yun Luo, whose face was adorned with a shy blush, delicate as a porcelain doll, he felt no particular stirrings. After all, his psychological age was well into his 20s. How could Qiye possibly harbor feelings for a mere child, albeit one of exceptional beauty? At most, his sentiments towards Yun Luo could be likened to those one might hold for an endearing younger sister. Gathering his thoughts, Qiye spoke, "Based on my deductions, Akai is likely one of the perpetrators responsible for the annihilation of our village." He paused, then shifted his tone, however. The orders must have originated from the higher echelons of Konoha. They commanded Akai's team to remove their headbands, masquerading as unwitting combatants who stumbled into a civilian village, ultimately leading to its destruction. Subsequently, they issued commands to an entirely oblivious team to come to the rescue. This strategy not only weakened the Rain country in various aspects, but also provided them with a ready supply of expendable resources. One must ponder, in the face of such devastation, wouldn't the sudden warmth from Konoha evoke immense gratitude? Upon hearing Qiye's analysis, Mingyu suddenly shivered, his body trembling as he confessed, "I initially thought the same, believing that living in Konoha for a lifetime would be quite agreeable. However, I gradually realized that I seemed unable to integrate. Aside from the common folk on the streets, it felt as if everyone else was aware of our origins, treating us differently. In our dwelling, things were relatively bearable, but once we stepped onto the streets of Konoha, it was as if we were under constant surveillance." In truth, this sentiment was not unique to Mingyu. Both Qiye and Yun Luo shared similar feelings. Let us proceed step by step, starting with Akai, and uncover the truth from him. Qiye clenched his fist and spoke in a low voice. "However, the opponent's strength is at least of a mid-tier level among the Genin. We still have a long way to go. Before that, I hope you all remain as you were. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if Akai were to discover us." Mingyu and Yun Luo understood the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly. At that moment, Mingyu curiously inquired, "Qiye, how did you learn to master the sage arts? The school never taught us, did it?" With a raised eyebrow, Qiye recalled the moment when he witnessed medical ninjas performing treatments in the streets, and he found himself effortlessly acquiring the skill. "Effortlessly acquired?" Mingyu gasped, tears streaming down his face. "So, you two are a genius, aren't you? How infuriating. I had foolishly considered you my equal, only to discover that you were in league with Yun Luo. It turns out, among our team, I alone am truly inept." After a sufficient period of rest, Qiye and his companions took advantage of the nightfall to discreetly exit the Wind Country's controlled area and began their return journey. They had already defeated a significant number of enemies, and the corpses contained within the sealing scrolls would suffice for their report. Throughout this harrowing period of life and death battles, Qiye not only accumulated invaluable combat experience but also collected attribute orbs far exceeding those he had gathered over the past year. Moreover, he had even obtained a skill orb. Name: Qiye Chakra Capacity, 25. 5 Physical Skills, 26. 9 Illusions, 10. 2 Ninjutsu, 19. 5 Sage Techniques, 0. 0 Perception, 4. 5 Physical Resistance, 12. 9 Illusion Resistance, 3. 3 Ninjutsu Resistance, 9. 6 Sage Resistance, 0. 0 Perception Resistance, 0. 0 Special Skill Resistance, 0. 0 Mastered Abilities, Body Replacement Technique, S. Shuriken throwing technique, A. Sage arts, E. Fire release, great fireball technique, E. Fire release, fire arrow, C. Wind release, flying sand, E. At present, Qiye's strength has fully reached the level of a chunin. This affirms his previous conjecture that the attribute orbs obtained during life and death battles are indeed far more abundant. This battlefield mission represents an exceptional opportunity for Qiye. Upon returning to the headquarters in the Land of Fire's controlled area, and after providing the correct password, Qiye and his companions could finally afford a moment of respite. The atmosphere within the headquarters was permeated with a chilling and bustling energy, with the scent of blood lingering in the air. Compared to its portrayal in the anime, this setting appeared far more tangible. Lady Tsunade is truly unfortunate, one murmured. Indeed. Lord Shinji has perished, and so has Lord Dan. These detestable foes always seem to oppose us from Konoha. Alas, may Lady Tsunade endure. Such discussions echoed throughout the headquarters, painting a picture of solemnity and despair, as if something tragic had occurred. While making their way to the resting area, Yunlu cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and remarked, "Yes," Qiye nodded, lowering his voice to ensure only his two companions could hear. The individuals they mentioned are Tsunade's brother and her boyfriend. Oh, right, Senju Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. One of the legendary Sannin recently named by Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain. Anticipating that Yunlu and Mingyu might be unaware of Tsunade's significance, Qiye felt compelled to elaborate. What? The two widened their eyes, a shock coursing through them. It was not merely sympathy they felt, but a sense of disbelief. They had heard of Hanzo's formidable reputation, and surely, anyone acknowledged by such a figure must possess great strength. Yet, even so, Tsunade's boyfriend and brother had fallen on the battlefield. For a moment, both Yunlu and Mingyu fell into a contemplative silence. Tsunade, plagued by hemophobia, would likely soon depart from the battlefield, and from Konoha as well. In the ensuing period, the Second Shinobi World War gradually subsided, with nations silently tending to their wounds, entering a time of recuperation. During this interval, Jiraiya seemed poised to remain in the Land of Rain for several years, nurturing his newly acquired disciples, Yahiko and others. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, took his own life, while the reclusive child, Scorpion, eliminated the third Kazekage, thus igniting the Third Shinobi World War. The Seven Leaves remained silent. Yet within his mind, he contemplated the significant events that would unfold over the next decade. Although it is often said that a gentleman may seek vengeance even after 10 years, he was determined to eliminate Akai and his associates without such a prolonged wait. Subsequently, he would need to deliberate on his place of refuge after becoming a rogue ninja of Konoha. Chapter 18. The Training of Body Flicker Technique after resting for 3 days at their base. Qiye and his companions turned in all the bodies of the sand ninjas they had collected, which would eventually be recognized as their achievements in battle. During this time, Qiye did not squander his hours. He diligently practiced his skills whenever he could, as no one here recognized him, except for Yinjian. And he even took the opportunity to train with the great fireball technique. The higher the level of mastery over a skill, the more potent its effects and power became. You little rascals, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. On the third evening, Akai returned, drenched in blood. He had heard from others about Qiye and his team's accomplishments, and he appeared somewhat surprised. Rest for another 2 days, and then accompany me on a mission. After giving his instructions, Akai hurried off to report. Phew. Once their superior had departed, Yunluo and Mingyu both breathed a sigh of relief. Despite their impassive expressions, the presence of the very culprit who had destroyed their home made it difficult for them to find complete tranquility. The following day, Qiye sought out Akai, hoping he would impart some knowledge to them. You wish to learn the body flicker technique? Akai squinted, assessing Qiye and the others. A grin spread across his face, the cross-shaped scar on his cheek twisting into a menacing grimace. The upcoming tasks are fraught with danger. Mastering the body flicker technique will indeed enhance your chances of survival. Little ones, I shall teach you. Leading them to a clearing in the woods, Akai explained, the body flicker technique is essentially a skill that utilizes chakra. You gather chakra at the soles of your feet and then release it explosively. Yes, that's the essence of it. I cannot articulate it well, so let me demonstrate. Whoosh. Akai, displaying a hint of impatience with the explanation, vanished in an instant, reappearing on the trunk of a tree behind them. In summary, that is the body flicker technique. Now you may attempt it yourselves. Akai's words offered only a cursory explanation of the technique, yet for Qiye, it sufficed. He was already well versed in the intricacies of the body flicker technique, seeking Akai's guidance merely for the sake of validation. In fact, Any technique that achieves instantaneous movement could be deemed as such. In the original narrative, apart from those abilities reliant on bloodlines later on. The most notable early examples included Uchiha Shirisue's body flicker technique, as well as the mist and water body flicker techniques. And even the lightning body flicker activated by lightning release chakra. In the world of Naruto, speed is indeed a crucial factor for victory. I'll give it a try first. Mingyu stepped forward, gathering chakra beneath his feet before launching himself with a powerful stomp. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted from beneath him, sending debris flying and propelling him high into the air, only for him to crash against the tree trunk upon descent. Ouch! He yelped, having not only collided forcefully but also feeling a painful jolt from the chakra he had just amassed. What a fool! The body flicker technique requires finesse. Simply gathering chakra isn't enough for anyone to master it. With a mocking remark, Qiye vanished into the forest to rest. The body flicker technique also entails a significant increase in movement speed, allowing one to rapidly arrive at a designated location, which should ideally be predetermined. I see. Yunluo noted, absorbing Mingyu's lesson. After gathering chakra at her feet, she whooshed into the air. Her intended target had been the treetops. Yet the reality fell short of her expectations. She extended her hands, grasping a branch to assist her descent. Although it was her first attempt, her performance was evidently superior to Mingyu's. Impressive, Yunluo, Mingyu exclaimed, then turned his gaze toward Qiye. But I have a feeling our mysterious companion will perform even better. This is also my first try, Qiye stated candidly. After gathering chakra at his feet, he leaped forward. Whoosh! In an instant, Qiye found himself perched atop the treetops, crouching there. Did I succeed? He was taken aback, not expecting it to be so effortless. However, upon reflection, he realized that his earlier execution had been overly deliberate, and his chakra control had been insufficient, leaving a small crater on the ground beneath him. Moreover, his speed was hardly remarkable. It was merely a single instance of flickering. Even so, during that moment, Qiye struggled to discern his surroundings clearly. It was at this moment that he comprehended why the Uchiha clan was superior to others. The exceptional dynamic vision provided by their eyes already outclassed the rest. With his thoughts swirling, he fell into contemplation. Hey, Qiye, can you hear me? Mingyu's voice jolted him from his reverie. Whoosh. He descended using the body flicker technique and inquired, what is it? I mean, Qiye, even if you succeeded on your first try, there's no need to ignore me. Tell me, how did you do it? Mingyu expressed his dissatisfaction. Well, Qiye was correct. First gather chakra at your feet, then release it explosively. However, that step truly tests your chakra control. Your earlier accumulation was excessive. As Qiye was explaining, he observed Mingyu attempting once more. This time, he was considerably more cautious. Gathering only a minuscule amount of chakra, yet this quantity proved insufficient to sustain his rapid movement, resulting in a mere forward leap. It's so difficult, Mingyu lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. He detested such meticulous tasks the most. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Yunlu continuously experimented, searching for that elusive point of balance. I have a method that can assist you in honing your chakra control, Qiye remarked to Mingyu. What method? Climbing trees. Climbing trees? Mingyu queried, perplexed. What sort of training was that? I shall demonstrate, and you will understand. With that, Qiye approached a tree far wider than his shoulders, continuously channeling chakra into his feet. Once he had accumulated a sufficient amount, he began to ascend the tree slowly. Tree climbing practice had been adopted by Kakashi's team in the original work after their initial battle with Zabuza, as a means to enhance their abilities. The necessity of continuously channeling chakra into the feet during this process significantly improves one's control over chakra. Qiye's body ascended the tree trunk in a manner that defied logic. As he climbed, he remarked to Mingyu, this training method also involves concentrating chakra at the soles of your feet, maintaining a balanced amount. It should prove beneficial for you. Chapter 19. The end of war impressive, Qiye. I can't believe you devised such a training technique. Mingyu exclaimed, his spirits lifted, and he immediately began to attempt it. Qiye perched atop the treetop, gazing at him casually remarked, this notion did not originate from me. Rather, it was inspired by witnessing someone practicing in Konoha. Yunlu, intrigued by this idea, momentarily ceased her training in the body flicker technique and began to ascend the tree alongside him. Her chakra control was equally commendable. After a few attempts, she mastered the technique effortlessly, reaching the summit in one breath. When she resumed practicing the body flicker technique, it was evident that she had made significant progress. Similarly, after thoroughly mastering the technique of instantaneous movement, Qiye commenced a series of rapid transitions, diligently enhancing both the speed and distance of his teleportation. Only Mingyu, possessing relatively modest talent, struggled considerably even with climbing trees, barely managing to reach a level where he could navigate the decayed branches without risk of falling. Observing the unwavering dedication of Qiye and Yuluo, he felt compelled to exert himself, striving to keep pace with them. 2 days later, Qiye and his companions followed Akai as they departed from their main base, setting their sights on the frontline battlefield. In the heat of combat, Qiye pushed himself to the limits, refining his practical experience while diligently collecting attribute orbs and skill orbs. Upon arriving in this core area of conflict, he swiftly acquired numerous skills across the 5 elemental attributes, albeit the majority were of a lower tier. Before long, a year had elapsed. In another month, it would mark the 42nd year of Konoha. Qiye sat within the confines of the tent, observing the rain mixed with snow falling outside. The land of rain had also succumbed to the embrace of winter. Beside him, Yunlu was brewing tea, while Mingyu reflected on the experiences gleaned from their recent battles. Suddenly, with a rustle, the tent flaps were pulled aside, and Akai's figure squeezed in, droplets of rainwater cascading onto the ground. He settled cross-legged, unceremoniously accepting the tea offered by Yunlu, savoring it slowly as he remarked, "The mission has concluded. We shall return to Konoha tomorrow." The Second Great Ninja War had finally drawn to a close. This meant that Qiye's swift acquisition of attribute orbs would soon come to an end. Over the past year, his progress had been the most significant among the trio. And even though his displayed strength was somewhat concealed, it had nevertheless captured Akai's attention. Next was Yunlu, whose innate talent astounded Qiye. Even upon learning that Akai and Konoha were the architects of their family's ruin, Yunlu began to mask his own prowess. He typically exhibited abilities akin to that of a Nin, yet his actual average attributes were nearing 30 points. At the very least, he had attained the level of an elite Nin, albeit with a slightly diminished chakra capacity. Mingyu had also made strides, although his talent was lacking. His diligence was commendable. Aware of his limited proficiency in ninjutsu, he had shifted his focus towards taijutsu. This was also the result of Qiye's deliberate guidance. For within the original narrative resided a formidable taijutsu technique, humorously deemed nearly excluded from the grand finale, the 8 Gates of Opening. Not only was this consideration for Mingyu, but Qiye also intended to master this taijutsu in the future. For now, refining his physical form was paramount. As for himself, his name was Qiye. With a chakra capacity of 39, 9, taijutsu at 46, 9, genjutsu at 32, 2, ninjutsu at 39, 5, senjutsu at 0, 0, perception at 15, 7, taijutsu resistance at 27, 6, genjutsu resistance at 25, 3, ninjutsu resistance at 10, 6, senjutsu resistance at 0, 0, perception resistance at 2, 3, and special skill resistance at 6. 6. His mastered abilities included Body Flicker Technique, S, Shuriken Throwing Technique, S, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, S, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, S, Fire Release, Flame Arrow, S, Water Release, Water Barrier, A, Water Release, Exploding Water Shockwave, C, Earth Release, Earth Spike, E, and Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, E. Over the course of the year, Qiye had lost count of the countless battles he had encountered, with taijutsu confrontations being the most prevalent, as they typically initiated with such exchanges. Consequently, his taijutsu attributes and resistance had grown at an accelerated pace, arising from both striking and being struck. His genjutsu resistance had also improved, for amidst the chaos of battle, lurking foes could unleash a surprise attack. As for his ninjutsu resistance, it grew at a slower rate, as few preferred to endure direct confrontations with ninjutsu. The enhancement of his perception was particularly gratifying, unaided by external forces. He could sense hidden enemies within a radius of 100 meters. In Qiye's understanding, perception resistance was the likelihood of remaining undetected by others. Perhaps, upon reaching a certain threshold, it might even allow him to evade detection from the Byakugan. Of course, this was merely Qiye's conjecture. Senjutsu and its resistance required no elaboration, as he had yet to engage with such techniques. Special skill resistance presumably pertained to resistance against bloodline limit skills. Originally, Qiye's value in this regard was alarmingly low. Yet after an encounter with the Sand Ninja, Yekong, it surged to 6. 6. Fortunately, Yekong's current strength was still not particularly formidable. Upon unleashing her full power, Shichai subdued her opponent but chose not to kill her or hand her over to Konoha. Instead, she simply set her free. In the original narrative, after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, Yezong was betrayed by the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure and ultimately met a tragic demise. Qiye intends to intervene at that moment, hoping to draw Yezong into his ranks. After all, the endeavors he wishes to pursue would be arduous to accomplish without a capable team. The following morning, Qiye and his companions set forth alongside numerous ninjas from the base, embarking on their journey homeward. With the cessation of war, only a handful of individuals would remain. In truth, over the past year, Qiye and his comrades had returned to Konoha several times. The B-rank fire release technique, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, was acquired during one of those visits. However, since then, despite Qiye's exceptional performance in completing missions, the rewards had shifted to monetary gains, a fate that also befell Yuluo and Mingyu. Although unable to acquire new ninjutsu, Qiye remained unconcerned, for his current skills were more than sufficient. Conversely, wealth was a commodity he deemed advantageous, as he anticipated a future scarcity of funds. They have returned. They have returned. The war has ended. How splendid. Ayue, you are safe. Thank goodness. The returning ninjas were met with a warm reception in the village. Countless civilians lined the streets, their eyes eagerly scanning the ranks of ninjas. Upon spotting their longed-for loved ones, tears of joy brimmed in their eyes, and smiles illuminated their faces. Yet, some grew increasingly despondent, crouching down with hands over their mouths, softly weeping, as if drained of all strength. The profound dichotomy of human emotion was vividly displayed in this moment. The trio of Qiye lingered at the rear of the procession, unable to assimilate into the jubilant atmosphere that enveloped Konohagakure. Here, there were neither those rejoicing for them nor those mourning their plight. Beneath the Hokage rock, the third Hokage, adorned in ceremonial robes, personally welcomed this band of heroes from the village. Welcome home. After such a prolonged conflict, your efforts have been commendable. It is your unwavering presence that has enabled Konohagakure to withstand formidable foes time and again, safeguarding those we cherish. Where leaves dance in the breeze, the fire of our spirit endures. Its glow will continue to illuminate our village and nurture new growth. His impassioned address stirred the hearts of the surrounding shinobi, bringing tears to the eyes of even the most seasoned Jainin, who had long been accustomed to the harsh realities of battle. Chapter 20. The New Year, the Will of Fire. The founding principle of Konohagakure was to protect the children and shield the youth from the ravages of war. Unfortunately, for someone like Qiye, who possessed a modern perspective, such lofty ideals were destined to falter. Even in the later chapters of the original narrative, Naruto managed to garner recognition for his philosophy of mutual communication and understanding among nations, yet this was largely due to his formidable strength. He and Sasuke were akin to Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, their combat prowess reigning supreme in the shinobi world. Such a fragile peace cannot endure. Just as the death of Shinja Hashirama plunged the ninja world into chaos. Moreover, it was Hashirama and his brother Tobirama who truly embodied the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the so-called advisors and the shadows of Root, serve as the greatest afflictions to Konohagakure. With the war now concluded and the village devoid of immediate missions, a month-long respite was granted, coinciding with the impending new year. After the welcome ceremony, Akai briefed Qiye and his companions before swiftly departing. The assembled shinobi seized this rare opportunity to unwind. Some ventured out for drinks while others quietly made their way to the memorial stone. The trio of Qiye strolled towards their secluded street, where Mingyu remarked, "It is indeed peculiar that Chikai granted us such an extended leave." With the conclusion of the war, all ninjas had returned to the village. During such times, the number of missions naturally dwindled, and with an influx of individuals, there were simply not enough tasks to allocate. Qiye spoke softly, revealing the true purpose behind Akai granting them a holiday. In the off-season, when missions were scarce, it was only natural to prioritize the needs of other ninjas. Is it really like this? Mingyu exclaimed, completely taken aback by this revelation. Staying in Konoha held little value for him now, especially with no pressing need for money and the meager rewards from missions no longer appealing to Qiye. A holiday was indeed welcome, as it would afford him the tranquility to focus on his training. After the new year, Qiye planned to eliminate Akai, presenting it as a New Year's gift to the elders of Kazekage village. Akai's average attribute stood at 45, and under ordinary circumstances, his actual combat prowess would likely be even greater. After all, he was not skilled in illusions, possessing only 25 points in illusion attributes, while his taijutsu and ninjutsu attributes were 50 and 60, respectively. Had Qiye excelled in illusions, he could have exploited Akai's weaknesses. Unfortunately, he too lacked proficiency in that area. From a numerical standpoint, Qiye's attributes were only marginally superior in illusions, while he lagged behind in the other two fundamental attributes. However, This did not imply that Qiye lacked the capability to defeat a Kai. Typically, a ninja would not possess resistance to taijutsu, illusions, and ninjutsu. Yet, Qiye did. A unique ability bestowed upon him, enabling him to mitigate the damage from techniques to a certain extent. For instance, his highest resistance was in taijutsu, allowing him to endure the same taijutsu attack with significantly less damage than when he initially had zero resistance. Naturally, he would not solely rely on the digitized panel, as resistance to taijutsu was something every living being possesses to some degree. Muscles and bones serve as protective tissues against external injuries. In other words, others also exhibit some resistance to illusions and ninjutsu, albeit not as formidable as Qiye's, and his capacity for growth was continuous. Perhaps one day, Qiye might even withstand the tailed beast bomb unarmed. Thus, in terms of overall defense, Qiye was superior to Akai. He was even stronger than many ninjas from Konoha. After all, the ninja profession, barring a few exceptions, generally consisted of individuals with high attack but low defense. Defense was one aspect. Another was the ninjutsu or skills that Qiye had mastered. The symbols A and S following each skill in the panel indicated Qiye's proficiency. He represented the beginning, while S signified mastery. Once he mastered a skill, he could unleash it with 100 success, and with each increase in proficiency level, the effectiveness of the released skill would amplify. Therefore, even with equivalent chakra output, Qiye's version of the Great Fireball technique would inevitably be more potent than Akai's. Currently, the only area where Akai surpassed Qiye might be in practical combat experience. Originally, the battlefield in the Land of Rain was an excellent opportunity, but unfortunately, subsequent missions involved multiple squads, and Qiye had yet to find a suitable chance. Now, he could only wait until after the new year, when Akai would again lead them away from the village to undertake missions, at which point he would take action. During the upcoming period, Qiye and his companions would either remain at home refining their chakra or practice ninjutsu in the vicinity, striving to maximize their intensity. After all, the area they resided in was quite secluded, ensuring they would not be disturbed. Notably, among the children brought back to Konoha, only Qiye and 2 others remained. Especially the few who initially fought over Yunluo candy were reported to have perished on the battlefield. As the new year approached and the war came to a complete end, the clouds of despair that had loomed over people's hearts began to dissipate. The streets of Konoha were adorned with festive decorations, presenting a scene of peace and prosperity. Even the falling snowflakes could not diminish the warmth in people's hearts. Men strolled hand in hand with their wives and children along the bustling streets, filled with laughter and joy. After a year of hard work, it was now time to relish their happiness. On this rare occasion, Qiye found himself free from the rigors of training. He stood on the street, eyes closed, soaking in the surrounding atmosphere imbued with joy. Had it not been for the war, at this hour, my parents would likely be taking me out for a leisurely stroll. Uncle Yoshida's smoked meat would surely be ready, and the dried fish that Aunt Juejing hung out to dry would also be delightful. If it weren't for the war, perhaps I would never have discovered my unique talent. Yet, what does it matter? If everyone from Keisuke's village were here, living a simple life could still be a worthy existence. Alas, Qiye opened his eyes, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, and then he proceeded forward. He found himself amidst opulence, yet he felt utterly out of place. Qiye does not unjustly blame the innocent. His intentions have always been quite clear. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the new year, and Qiye has purchased some festive goods to take home. Where have you been today? Why are you back so late? Yunlu inquired as she busied herself in the kitchen upon seeing him return. I just went out for a stroll. I heard that fireworks would be displayed in Konoha today. Fireworks, you say? It has been nearly 2 years since I last saw them. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Yunlu's face as she smiled at Qiye. Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Mingyu entered the kitchen to assist in serving the dishes. Wow, it smells wonderful. Truly, you're remarkable, Yunlu. Whoever marries you will be exceptionally fortunate. Foolish Mingyu. Bang. Ouch. With a large bump on his head, Mingyu carried the dishes out, his mouth full of smoky meat, oil dripping from his lips. Dinner is served. Dinner time. Mingyu, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Here, Qiye-kun, try this. Ah, Yunlu, how biased you are. Why do you only serve Qiye? What about me? I want some too. Humph. This piece of fatty meat is for you. In the warm room, the 3 of them were filled with laughter and joy. The dim yellow light spilled onto the windowsill, dispelling the chill of the winter night. Chapter 21. The Unexpected Night of the New Year. Ah, that was so satisfying. After indulging in a hearty meal and tidying up, Mingyu lazily sprawled on the floor. Here. For the new year, please take good care of me. Qiye produced 2 red envelopes and handed one to Mingyu and one to Yunlu. In truth, He had intended to give these last year, but at that time, he was still attending the Ninja Academy, where the monthly stipend from Konoha was woefully meager. Barely enough to make ends meet. This year, having become a ninja, his finances were somewhat more comfortable, though only temporarily. Then I shall not hold back. Mingyu chuckled as he accepted the envelope, sitting up to give a slight bow to Qiye. Qiye-kun, in the coming year, please take good care of me. Qiye-kun, in the new year, please take good care of me. Yunlu echoed with a smile as she accepted her own envelope. She then produced 3 talismans, giving one to Qiye and one to Mingyu. Clearly, these were her New Year gifts for the two of them. Mingyu's eyes widened, and before he could utter a word, he saw Qiye take out a plethora of new clothes. Qiye-kun, did you buy these for me? Yunlu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face radiating evident joy. Qiye nodded. Indeed. One must don new garments for the new year. The clothes they wore were from 2 years prior, purchased under the unified arrangements of Konoha, and since then, they had not acquired any new attire. Setting aside considerations of comfort and aesthetics, they were all at an age of growth. And it was evident that their clothing from 2 years ago had become somewhat snug. Thus, seizing the opportunity, Qiye had taken the initiative to prepare several new outfits in one go. As they were still children, they whimsically selected styles, knowing that it would not matter too much. You all have prepared gifts. Why didn't you inform me? I have nothing. At this moment, Mingyu clutched his head and suddenly began to lament. Stop wailing. Hurry and change your clothes. Yunlu shot Mingyu a glare, then turned to Qiye, asking, Qiye-kun, may we go out to see the fireworks? Of course. Seeing the anticipation on her face, Qiye could not refuse. Mingyu and Yunlu retreated to their respective rooms to change, while Qiye also shed his old garments and donned the new clothes he had intended to wear the following day. Before long, they reunited once more. Qiye was clad in black trousers, complemented by a resplendent silver attire. Yuluo, on the other hand, had donned a kimono, vibrant red at its core, adorned with numerous pink cherry blossoms, resembling a graceful heiress. Mingyu had also changed into a yellow outfit. Although it did not possess the striking allure of Qiye and Yunluo's ensembles, it certainly enhanced his appearance beyond the ordinary. The adage clothes make the man holds a profound truth, for the trio, adorned in their new garments, elevated their aesthetic appeal to several tiers, rivaling the esteemed scions of the Konoha clans. Upon stepping outside, they attracted numerous gazes along the bustling street. Wow, how lively it is. Qiye-kun, I long to taste that. It looks so sweet and delicious. You must try it too. Yunluo's laughter and joy echoed throughout their journey. After breaking free from her self-imposed restraints, she was finally able to reveal her true self before Qiye and the others. When she fed Qiye a dumpling, Mingyu feigned a cough and stepped forward, crossing his arms with a playful demeanor. Come on, Mingyu, open your mouth. Oh. Mingyu opened his wide mouth, devouring the remaining dumplings in one go. Observing the bare bamboo skewer, Yuluo was instantly filled with indignation. You insufferable Mingyu. You owe me my dumplings. It was just a skewer of dumplings. Such pettiness. As she chased after Mingyu, Qiye's face broke into a genuine smile. If arriving in this world and experiencing the warmth of family was a reward for his past acts of salvation, then the war that ravaged his homeland must surely be the universe's retribution. Fortunately, he had found new family and new bonds. The 7 leaves shall firmly grasp this bond, ensuring it never fades from their lives. Hey, you there. At that moment, a voice from beside them interrupted the warm revelry. You are subordinates of Lord Akai. Are you not? Today, we are short-handed, so come and take your posts. 3 figures suddenly appeared beside the 7 leaves, each clad in distinctive chunin vests, appearing to be around 20 years of age. Qiye's gaze darkened, a flicker of anger rising within him. He cast a glance at the 3 individuals before him, all of whom were utterly unfamiliar. They had not even made an appearance in the original narrative, mere insignificant characters. Indeed, the reality was as such. The highest average score among the trio was scarcely above 20 points, rendering them utterly ineffectual. Nevertheless, the street lay adjacent, making any action here unwise. Qiye took a deep breath, poised to engage in a dispute with the trio. However, Yunluo grasped his hand and addressed the 3 individuals, requesting, would you be so kind as to lead the way? We need to return and change our attire. One of them, visibly pleased, quickly responded, no need for that. Just follow us. They guided Qiye and his companions, steering clear of the bustling streets, and ventured along a concealed path towards the outskirts of the village. The destination piqued Qiye's curiosity, prompting him to abandon the notion of eliminating these individuals. Soon, They arrived at their final destination, the edge of the village's wall, separated from the outside world by merely a thin barrier. The towering wall posed no challenge for a ninja, who could easily scale it. Yet, upon this wall lay an imperceptible veil, a barrier. Any creature attempting to pass through, whether from above or below, would be detected. Qiye faintly sensed the presence of a barrier, yet it remained invisible to her. Nearby, a tower stood by the wall, presumably a facility established by Konohagakure to monitor for intrusions. Upon the tower stood three figures, also unfamiliar named to Qiye. "Oh, Marudai, why are you back again?" One of the ninjas atop the tower called down. Standing beside Qiye, the ninja who had commanded them, with hands on hips, chuckled. "I found a few replacements for the watch. Hurry down, we're off for drinks." Whoosh. Upon hearing Marudai's words, the three nin leaped down. One of them glanced at Qiye and whispered to Marudai, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Leaving these youngsters on guard. What if something happens?" "What are you afraid of, Saji? The barrier team is keeping watch, and besides, the war has ended. With so many ninjas in the village, who would dare invade us in Konoha?" Marudai remarked with a look of exasperation. After considering his words, Saji found them reasonable and directed Qiye and her companions, "You'll be stationed at the tower. We shall return for the shift tomorrow morning." Chapter 22, a backdoor to the barrier. "If any of you dare to run off midway, you'll be in serious trouble," Marudai threatened menacingly. With that, the six of them jovially made their way toward the village. "Haha, Marudai. You truly have a knack for this. Who would have thought to enlist these remnants of the land of rain for our watch duty?" One of them laughed. "It's generous of us to even let them take their posts. Those scoundrels from the land of rain have caused the demise of so many of our comrades. And yet we still show them kindness. Lord Third is indeed too merciful," another added. "Exactly. If it were up to me. These people should be sent to the borders to die in battle or to guard the fortifications. They don't deserve to stay in our Konoha. Haha, enough of that. Let us find a discreet izakaya. We must be discovered by the higher-ups. Even if we are discovered, it matters not. Many groups have been caught substituting today. Some who were apprehended were even pleased, thinking that by completing tasks, they could integrate into Konoha and become one of us. How ridiculous." The voices echoed clearly as they moved further away. Not only Qiye, but even Yu Luo and Mingyu felt a surge of inexplicable anger within. Why was this happening? It was they who had invaded our land of rain. Mingyu clenched his fists, grappling with his confusion. Qiye withdrew her gaze, a faint cold smile appearing on her face. These are merely the tactics of those in power. They excel at distorting the truth. Moreover, do you not find it curious that even some ordinary chunin are privy to our information? It has undoubtedly been leaked intentionally by the higher-ups of Konoha. Damn Konoha. They truly regard us as mere tools. It is utterly pathetic that those fools still aspire to fully integrate here. A look of hatred darkened Mingyu's face. Qiye had long seen through the decay of Konoha, thus his heart felt little turbulence. "Let us depart, we shall return." Upon uttering these words, he turned and walked away. Qiye would not be so compliant as to merely say that he is on duty here. After all, guarding the village's perimeter is not their assigned task. And even if discovered, blame cannot be placed upon them. "Qiye, wait." At that moment, Yunlu called out to the departing Qiye and Mingyu. As the two looked on in confusion, Yunlu's figure flickered and she appeared at the tower. She extended her hand forward, seemingly touching an invisible web. Subsequently, Yunlu closed her eyes. At that instant, Qiye's eyes widened slightly. In his perception, the area where Yunlu's palm made contact began to rapidly rearrange itself within the barrier. It was a truly wondrous sight, and astonishingly, this transformation did not provoke the slightest disturbance. Those maintaining the barrier remained entirely oblivious. Soon, Qiye perceived that a door had manifested before Yunlu. Yes, a door had appeared within the barrier, much like a backdoor opening in a computer firewall, allowing free passage through it. Now, the barrier of Konoha had likewise been breached with an opening. "How did you accomplish this?" Qiye inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I am not certain. It was as if I simply felt capable of it. So I did," Yunlu replied, glancing back at Qiye. Her expression somewhat bewildered as she seemed to sense the unfolding situation. "Ah, so this is what it means to be a genius." Qiye felt utterly exhausted from the endless complaints. However, his heart soon swelled with excitement. In the original narrative, Uchiha could effortlessly enter and exit Konoha due to his past affiliation with the Umbu, which granted him knowledge of the barrier's secret codes. Uchiha Obito possessed the extraordinary power of Kamui, while Pain launched a direct and forceful invasion, never intending to conceal his approach. Now, with Yunluo's remarkable abilities, their future endeavors to infiltrate quietly would no longer be a daunting task. "How splendid," Qiye praised, with a gentle smile. Yunluo extended his hand to dissolve the barrier's entrance. Had one not witnessed the event, it would be hard to fathom that a door capable of allowing unrestricted access to Konoha without detection had once existed here. So, what exactly are you all discussing? I'm utterly lost, Mingyu remarked, scratching his head. Ever since Yunluo leaped onto the tower, he had been completely bewildered. It's a wonderful development, Qiye succinctly clarified. Is it truly that impressive? Mingyu exclaimed, astonished by Yunluo's extraordinary ability, only to feel a wave of self-doubt wash over him. The prowess of Qiye is unparalleled, and although Yunlu falls short in comparison, he nonetheless embodies the essence of a true genius in various aspects. It is only Mingyu whose performance has remained consistently lackluster. However, this notion is merely a figment of Mingyu's imagination, in reality, under the tutelage of Qiye and Yunlu. His abilities have significantly improved, rendering him a standout among other teams. Yet, in the radiant shadow of Qiye and Yunlu, Mingyu's excellence appears somewhat diminished. Let us depart. It's still early enough to witness the fireworks, he suggested. Afterward, we shall return for a restful slumber, for the night is rather chilly. The trio shared a unanimous sentiment. Whoever wished to guard this desolate place could do so, as they promptly turned away. Upon nearing the village, Qiye and his companions chose to avoid the bustling streets to sidestep unnecessary troubles. Instead, they perched upon the treetops adjacent to the village's vibrant area, awaiting the commencement of the fireworks. After enjoying the display, the group made their way home. As the new year dawned and with no tasks at hand, Qiye and his companions continued their training diligently. As for the individuals from that night, their fates remained unknown. Days had passed without a trace of them reappearing before Qiye. With the conclusion of the war and a month-long period of recuperation, the daily affairs of the various ninja villages began to proliferate. As the most prosperous nation, the Land of Fire, particularly Konoha, was already burdened with numerous daily tasks, which ballooned further due to the backlog from wartime. Gather at the village entrance tomorrow morning, Akai commanded after assembling Team Qiye, then vanished as per his usual demeanor. As their guiding jonin, Akai had only imparted essential hand signals, cooperation techniques, and code words necessary for missions, as well as training in body flicker techniques, though the latter had been a request from Qiye. Undoubtedly, Akai's performance as a guiding jonin left much to be desired. He was fully aware of Qiye's background and thus could not offer his utmost guidance. Today, let us take a leisurely stroll around the village and prepare for what lies ahead, Qiye suggested, his tone deliberate. Upon hearing this, Mingyu and Yunlu exchanged knowing glances, aware that the moment of retribution was fast approaching. The group dispersed, wandering through the village. Qiye first visited the ninja tool shop, procuring a substantial quantity of shurikens, kunai, explosive tags, and other ninja apparatus. Though the quantity was considerable, it was not unusual for a ninja, provided one had the means to pay. After enjoying a bowl of ramen, he made his way to the foot of the Hokage rock. Gazing down at the village below, Qiye felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over him. Chapter 23. The Dawn of Revenge. It is indeed peculiar how the world of Hokage evolves in such diverse and eclectic ways, with various technological advancements coexisting. While refrigerators and similar appliances are present, some areas still rely on oil lamps. From Qiye's observations, the Land of Fire predominantly thrives on an agricultural and light industrial economy, benefiting from its advantageous geography and abundant agricultural yield, ensuring that starvation is a rarity. In contrast, the other four great nations appear somewhat lackluster, their environments less favorable, which explains their persistent covetousness towards the Land of Fire. I knew you would be here, came Yunlu's gentle voice as she approached Qiye, adjusting her dress before gracefully taking a seat beside him. No matter when I look, I cannot help but marvel at the vibrancy of Konoha. She gazed out at the vast expanse of buildings stretching endlessly below, her voice filled with wonder, before turning to smile at Qiye. Are you reluctant to leave this place? Not quite. Rather, standing here allows me to clear my mind and contemplate more easily, he replied. With a light chuckle, Qiye remarked. The splendor of Konoha is merely relative when compared to the villages of other nations. Beneath it, the resilient roots have gradually withered, leading to decay. One day, I shall reveal to you what true prosperity looks like. Yunlu was momentarily taken aback, but then beamed, indeed. Early the next morning, fully equipped and with all their belongings secured in sealing scrolls, Qiye and her companions arrived punctually at the gates of Konoha. You little rascals are as punctual as ever, she noted. Half an hour later, Akai's figure appeared. He glanced at Qiye and the others before stowing the mission scroll into his bag and leading them out of the village. This was a B-rank mission. According to intelligence, some rock ninjas had emerged in the Land of Grass. Those damned fellows, they simply do not know when to give up. just after signing a ceasefire agreement. They were already stirring up trouble again. Akai's figure strode ahead, cursing angrily. Before long, the group reached the border and directly entered the land of grass. After exchanging information with the intelligence personnel, Akai led Qiye and the others in pursuit, ultimately following the trail left by their quarry to a waterfall. In the gaze of Qiye and his companions, a few boys aged around 12 or 13 were seated beneath the cascading waterfall, clutching headbands from Iwa Shinobi Village. Adorning their brows were headbands from Kusa Shinobi Village. It appeared that during a prior conflict, Iwa Shinobi Village had not fully reclaimed their headbands, and some had been scavenged by these lower-ranked shinobi from Kusa. However, it could not be ruled out that ninjas from Iwa had slain a few from Kusa. Employing a guise. The surroundings seemed devoid of any ambush. Exercising caution, Akai addressed Qiye and his group, instructing them to handle these mere youngsters and inquire about the provenance of the headbands they possessed. Without uttering a word, Qiye and his companions promptly surged forth from the forest in a surprise assault. The Kusa shinobi were utterly unprepared for this turn of events, standing frozen in shock. Qiye swiftly discerned that these were merely a few grass ninja who had scavenged the headbands of Iwa shinobi. He harbored no fondness for the ninjas of the land of grass. In a flash, the grass villages Jinin fell one after another, leaving only a solitary survivor. From the last one's mouth, Qiye gleaned the entirety of their intentions. Just as they had previously surmised, these individuals had merely picked up the headbands of Iwa shinobi. Remarkably, they intended to leverage these headbands to ingratiate themselves with the mighty land of Earth, which was indeed a display of folly. It was nearly time. After dispatching the final adversary and conducting a cursory search of their belongings, Qiye exhaled softly before returning. Yunluo and Mingyu tensed, preparing themselves for an imminent confrontation. As they followed Qiye back, they witnessed him reporting to Akai. It has been confirmed, the Iwa headbands were indeed collected by them. However, I discovered a scroll on one of them. Oh, let me see it, Akai replied, as Qiye casually tossed the scroll to him. In that fleeting moment, as Akai grasped the scroll, Qiye suddenly appeared before him with astonishing speed, brandishing a kunai in a swift arc swish. Akai narrowly evaded with a body flicker technique. Yet his arm was still grazed, leaving a wound. Perched atop a tall tree, he glared coldly at Qiye and his companions. You remnants of the land of rain are indeed unworthy of trust. I had long urged Lord Sandame to eradicate you, yet he and Lord Danzo refused, wishing to grant you an opportunity to integrate into Konoha. Who would have thought that you would squander such a splendid chance to become leaf ninjas? Since that is the case, perish. With a sinister grin, Akai disregarded the injury on his arm. After a swift gesture, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. The colossal fireball erupted, expanding rapidly to encompass a radius of at least 7 to 8 meters. However, by this time, Qiye and his allies had already evaded the onslaught. He listened to Akai's words, a cold chuckle reverberating in his heart. Only a mindlessly indoctrinated individual like Akai, blindly loyal to Konoha, would heed the words of Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Fire style, flame shuriken technique. With his right hand extended, Qiye unleashed a flurry of fiery shurikens that hurtled toward Akai in an instant. This technique, originally a fire release arrow, had been transformed into the shape of shurikens through the manipulation of chakra, enabling its release without the need for hand seals. Akai narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He recognized the original technique from which these fiery shurikens were derived and was astounded by Qiye's seamless integration of chakra transformation. In the confined space of close-quarters combat, Qiye's fiery shurikens could rival the A-rank ninjutsu technique of shuriken shadow clone. However, in the dense thicket of trees, Akai had ample space to evade, rendering the attack utterly ineffective against him. Nevertheless, he was momentarily impressed by Qiye's innate talent. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as he swiftly dodged the chakra shurikens radiating intense heat with effortless grace. Seven Leaves naturally did not harbor extravagant hopes of defeating Akai solely with shurikens. His earlier actions were merely to restrict the opponent's movement. Earth style, stone penetration. Just as Akai narrowly evaded, Mingyu's voice reached him, followed by a barrage of sharp stones hurtling towards him. This was one of the two earth-style techniques that Mingyu had mastered, his only B-rank ninjutsu. Left with no choice, Akai continued to evade. However, the expression on his face betrayed no hint of panic. He appeared as composed as though he were mentoring a few disciples in a practical exercise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, the shadows of shurikens once again emerged. Simultaneously, a gust of wind approached from the left. Chapter 24, Battle. As it turned out, both Seven Leaves and Mingyu's assaults were merely compelling me to move constantly, thereby exposing my vulnerabilities. The true offensive was entrusted to the strongest member of the team, Yuluo. A sinister smile crept across Akai's face as he discerned the intentions of these young ones, evident in the twisted scar on his visage. With a swift turn of his body, Akai disregarded the sounds behind him, slightly sidestepping to evade 2 arcs of shurikens. At that moment, Yuluo, cold-eyed and wielding a kunai, appeared before him as he had anticipated. With a delicate shout, Yuluo swung her kunai towards Akai. Compared to our first encounter, your trio's strength and coordination have indeed escalated several notches. Yet, with such capabilities, you underestimate me far too much. A chill of derision washed over Akai as he prepared to evade Yuluo's kunai and retaliate, only to be startled by the sound of clashing shurikens behind him. The 2 waves of shurikens that Yuluo had thrown, although dodged by Akai, soon intertwined, and after colliding with one another, a few shurikens mystically altered their course, once again speeding toward Akai's back without losing momentum. What? This was the first time Akai exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at such exquisite shuriken-throwing skills emanating from a mere young girl. With no other option, Akai contorted his body to evade the shurikens. In the midst of regret and unwillingness etched on his face, Yuluo's kunai swiftly grazed his neck. Bang! A faint white smoke enveloped the area, and Akai's figure transformed into a piece of withered wood, while his true self surged from the side. Die. Upon reappearing, Akai showed no mercy, intent on incapacitating Yuluo first. Yet, Yuluo, having sensed all of this, displayed no sign of concern. Instead, her fingers danced as she rapidly formed hand seals. It's too late to be forming seals now. Akai smirked, having already reached Yuluo. Earth-style, stone penetration. Dozens of sharp stone spikes leaped from behind Yuluo, perfectly avoiding her and turning to strike at Akai before her. Earth-style? Such meticulous control could not possibly be the work of Mingyu. Akai's gaze darkened as he abandoned his assault on Yuluo, instinctively realizing that she had concealed her chakra nature. However, a glance forward revealed Yuluo still forming hand seals. So it was 7 Leaves. As this thought flashed through Akai's mind, Yuluo's palm abruptly halted. Wind-style, storm cutter. Several blades of wind sliced through the air, instantly cleaving Akai into multiple pieces. Bang! Yet this Akai was merely a shadow clone. Impressive. I never imagined you would grow to such heights in just a year. Your concealment is quite profound. Akai emerged from behind a tree, his expression dark as he scanned the trio, 7 Leaves, Mingyu, and Yuluo. In his eyes, Yuluo remained the strongest. Her timing impeccable, her shuriken skills formidable, and her application of wind style reaching the level of a typical jonin. Such talent was exceedingly rare in the Hidden Leaf Village. With proper training, she might one day ascend to the ranks of Lady Tsunade or even Lord SHM. Regrettably, she was a child of the Land of Rain, which Akai believed had already predetermined her fate. As for 7 Leaves, this young one also possessed notable talent, with a cunning depth that concealed his earth chakra. Had he been plotting my demise since a year ago? The entire team revolved around him. The Yuluo's prowess was superior. Ah, that ridiculous bond. Akai's thoughts spiraled as a cold smile graced his lips. To him, ninjas were mere tools, their sole duty to fulfill their tasks and protect the village. This ideology had accompanied him since the very first day he became a ninja. Akai was prepared to sacrifice himself for the village, having comprehended the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage, to ensure a better life for the people of the Land of Fire. He fought fiercely on the battlefield, treating those from other nations with ruthless indifference. The remaining member among the trio, Mingyu, was dismissed by Akai as inconsequential. His overall level barely reached that of a typical genin, hardly warranting attention. Huff, huff. Meanwhile, 7 Leaves and Yuluo, gathered on the other side, were panting heavily, sweat trickling down their foreheads, clearly having expended considerable energy. Only Mingyu fared slightly better, having utilized but a single ninjutsu. Still just children, with such limited chakra. Then, let me conclude this with one final move. Akai's gaze turned icy, his palms weaving intricate patterns in the air. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Whoosh. Countless flames erupted from his mouth, forming a colossal fire dragon that surged forth towards 7 Leaves and the others. Qiye swiftly raised his hand to form a series of intricate seals before pressing it against the ground. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall Technique. With a thunderous roar, a wall of earth surged upwards, perfectly intercepting the oncoming fire dragon. Flames scattered in a circular formation, enveloping the surroundings, and the temperature escalated dramatically. Did the earthen barrier truly withstand the frontal assault of the fire dragon? Futile, for the flames would disperse, and they would still meet a fiery demise. Akai perched atop a tree, a cold smirk gracing his features as he gazed downwards. Such a widespread fire-release ninjutsu. Even the substitution technique could not entirely evade its repercussions, as the lingering flames continued to burn, raising the ambient temperature to a terrifying degree. This was the advantage of the fire-release ninjutsu. Although generating more flames required greater chakra expenditure, was there no strength left to escape using the body flicker technique? They could only cower behind the wall and await their fate. In Akai's perception, Qiye and his companions remained motionless behind the earth flow wall, seemingly resigned to their circumstances. As the flames surged forward, an unexpected cloud of steam erupted from behind the wall. Ah, so it was the water barrier technique? Akai realized. As Yunlu possessed both wind and water chakra attributes, his ability to execute this technique was hardly surprising. Utilizing the earth flow wall to shield against the intense heat of the fire dragon, then employing the water barrier to extinguish the remaining flames and lower the surrounding temperature. At such a tender age, to wield these two techniques with such proficiency and synergy was a testament to boundless potential. Alas, Akai grinned malevolently, his figure vanishing from the treetops as he lunged towards one side of the earthen wall. At that moment, the water's flow behind the wall weakened. Yet it seemed Qiye and his comrades anticipated Akai's assault, as Mingyu swiftly hurled shuriken from his grasp. Though lacking Yunlu's exceptional skill, he still forced Akai to alter his position. In that fleeting instant, Yunlu unleashed a tempestuous gust. Wind release, great breakthrough. A ferocious wind swept over Akai, far exceeding the ordinary great breakthrough, slicing through him like blades and inflicting numerous wounds. However, it was merely a shadow clone. Chapter 25, The Battle Concludes. Perish. The true Akai descended from above the earth flow wall, his kunai aimed squarely at Yunlu. He discerned that the opponent had depleted much of their chakra. And indeed, Yunlu could only evade Akai's onslaught through constant motion. Yet Qiye rushed to his aid, engaging in a series of exchanges with Akai using kunai, ultimately locking blades. Akai-sensei, your chakra is running low as well, isn't it? Qiye smiled faintly, this being his first time addressing Akai as sensei. A derisive smile crept across Akai's face. What of it? Even with diminished chakra, I can still eliminate you all. After unleashing a burst of strength that sent Qiye staggering back, Akai chose not to pursue but instead turned his attention to Yunlu, who was now nearly devoid of chakra. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of shuriken slicing through the air reached him. It was Qiye's throw. Ignoring it, Akai darted forward, intent on pursuing Yunlu. With the continuous use of shadow clones and ninjutsu, his chakra was indeed running low. Among the trio, Yunlu was the strongest, compelling Akai to consider their strategy. Were they planning to sacrifice Qiye and Mingyu to allow Yunlu time to recuperate? If so, his situation would become precarious. To avert the worst-case scenario, Akai resolved to eliminate the incapacitated Yunlu first. Once she was gone, Qiye and Mingyu would pose no threat. The shuriken did not strike Akai directly, but after a series of clangs, several suddenly returned. Here they came again. This extraordinary shuriken throwing technique. Upon hearing the sound, Akai realized the impending danger. But it was too late to evade. The throwing technique of Shikiya's shuriken proved to be even more adept than that employed by Yuluo. With a swift motion, two shurikens embedded themselves into Akai's arm, a testament to his quick reflexes. Otherwise, they would have found their way into his chest. Damn brat, Akai seethed, fury boiling within him as he beheld Shikiya charging once more. He formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. After forcing Shikiya back, Akai utilized the body flicker technique, reappearing before Yuluo in an instant. You shall perish, he bellowed, descending with a kunai. At that moment, a figure lunged forward, intercepting the blow intended for Yuluo. Shikiya. Yuluo's eyes widened in shock, tears spilling forth. Shikiya. Mingyu, who had been lurking nearby, scrambled forth, desperately racing to their aid. Humph. Such foolish bonds, so eager to meet their demise. Akai scoffed inwardly. Although he had not dispatched Yuluo, eliminating Shikiya would suffice. However, just when he anticipated a gory scene, Shikiya unexpectedly erupted into a cloud of pale white mist. Shadow clone. Akai's pupils constricted. Before he could react, a water sphere enveloped him. Water style, water prison technique. The tranquil words of Qiye resonated from behind Akai, marking the second instance during the entire battle in which he uttered the name of his ninjutsu. The first was to capture Akai's attention. This time, it signified the conclusion of the skirmish. At this moment, Qiye maintained the water prison, his expression remarkably serene, devoid of the heavy breathing from earlier. How could you, little brat, possibly wield the shadow clone technique? And the water prison technique as well. So, you possess chakra of 3 attributes? Within the confines of the water prison, Akai's eyes widened in disbelief, his anger vividly etched upon his face. You startled me. Qiye. You can use shadow clones. How infuriating that you didn't inform us. Weren't we supposed to adhere to version 21 of the J plan? Only after witnessing Qiye's well-being did Mingyu relax, stepping forward to speak with feigned ferocity. Beside him, Yunlu also exhaled in relief, patting his chest. My apologies, my apologies. For safety's sake, I secretly incorporated versions 1 through 6 of the K plan and adjusted them according to the battle's progression. Qiye expressed with a hint of regret towards the two. After all, the battle strategy had been meticulously prepared. With everyone diligently training according to the numerous documents he had drafted, while he had concealed this adjustment from them. Sigh, perhaps my strength is still lacking. However, this time Mingyu refrained from complaining. He possessed self-awareness, realizing that if he were a bit stronger, the entire combat experience might have been considerably simpler. Mingyu, you have performed admirably. Let us not forget that you are not yet 10 years old, Qiye reassured. Indeed, Mingyu, you are quite formidable, Yunlu added. Mingyu, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, managed to restore his composure, no longer shrouded in gloom. Qiye turned her head to gaze at Akai, who was trapped in the water prison, and chuckled softly. I am aware that you harbor numerous questions, yet I must admit my laziness dissuades me from offering explanations. In essence, all you need to understand is that, to ensure absolute certainty, I have crafted numerous scripts solely to deplete your chakra, which has indeed required considerable effort. Upon hearing this, Akai in the water prison felt a jolt in his heart. Was this truly a mere 7-year-old? As he looked at Qiye, an indescribable emotion washed over him. He had initially believed that Yunlu among the three was the most remarkable, but it now appeared otherwise. It was no wonder that the other two revolved around Qiye. Akai finally grasped the situation. Historically, villains have perished due to their verbosity. Although I do not consider myself a villain, nevertheless. Qiye smiled lightly, stuffing a series of activated explosive talismans into the water prison. Let us commence with the matter at hand. With a resounding boom, even before the explosion erupted, Yunluo and Mingyu had already evaded to safety. Amidst the swirling dust, they anxiously searched for Qiye's figure, although the initial plan had been laid out in such a manner. A twinge of concern for Qiye's safety lingered in their hearts. Soon enough, Yunluo and Mingyu discerned the situation unfolding on the battlefield. The clothing of Qiye is stained with dirt, and his body bears numerous small wounds, with traces of fire singeing his hair, yet overall, he remains relatively unscathed. In stark contrast, Akai, pinned to the ground by him and held by the neck, has had his limbs severed by explosive tags, his body riddled with scars, leaving only his head in a semblance of health. Coughing, he rasps, "Why are you doing this? Though I harbor great disdain for you, I hold a certain regard for Konoha, do I not?" Weakly, Akai opens his eyes, still bewildered by Qiye's motives. Do you remember the woman you killed with explosive tags 2 years ago in Kazakage village? Qiye states with dispassionate calm, his face devoid of any emotion. At this, Akai's initially feeble state transforms. His eyes widen in shock as he begins to struggle frantically, as if ignited by a sudden spark of life. Kill me! Kill me! He shouts, thrashing wildly. You wish for me to die? Only to have Konoha retrieve my corpse and extract the information from my mind, do you? Qiye retorts with a sneer. At this declaration, Akai ceases his struggles, turning his head to glare at Qiye, demanding, Who are you, truly? Chapter 26, The Land of Grass. I am but an innocent victim from the land of rain, whose home was destroyed by your Konoha. Qiye spoke slowly, rest assured. I shall take your life, but you must wait a moment. He produced several small explosive talismans and affixed them to Akai's shattered limbs. These talismans were specially crafted. Although their cost was several times that of ordinary explosive talismans, their power and range were considerably diminished. Now, tell me, who accompanied you during the massacre mission in the Land of Rain? Qiye gazed at Akai, determined to extract the names of the other perpetrators. Akai chuckled derisively, a scornful expression gracing his features. Even if you were to kill me, I would never divulge such information, aware that he would not utter a single word. Qiye had not anticipated acquiring any intelligence. After activating the miniature explosive talisman affixed to Akai, Qiye swiftly moved to the side and remarked, even if you remain silent, I can deduce the truth. A ninja as extreme as yourself must surely have acted under the direct orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. It was not they who commanded on the battlefield, thus you came here bearing orders directly from Konoha. The one who issued the command, I suspect, is Shimura Danzo. As for the subsequent arrival of a Konoha ninja unit for rescue, that must have been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen. One is a robust branch basking in sunlight, the other a root dwelling in shadow. I suspect that neither side is even aware of the other's existence. Qiye spoke with an utterly indifferent demeanor, as if recounting an event completely unrelated to him. Meanwhile, Chikij's heart was in turmoil. He had not anticipated that his counterpart could perceive so deeply indeed, with a clarity surpassing his own understanding. Although there were certain matters that Chikij had yet to verify, he could still surmise much. For the individual he esteemed most as a candidate for Hokage was not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather Shimura Danzo, the root of Konoha, as articulated by Qiye. Regrettably, I should have defied Lord Danzo's orders from the outset. Those villages ought to have been utterly annihilated. Your existence is nothing but a calamity for Konoha. In a fit of rage, Chikij bellowed, his expression one of fierce wrath. The capabilities exhibited by Qiye filled him not only with astonishment but also with a tinge of fear. At such a tender age, he was already so formidable. What calamity would befall Konoha once he reached his full potential? To hell with you, scoundrel. Originally, both Mingyu and Yunluo remained relatively composed, yet upon hearing Chikij's words, their eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. With the sound of rumbling explosions, Chikij's limbs disintegrated into fragments, his furious cries abruptly silenced. Soon, all that remained of Chikij was his torso, yet the vitality of a ninja is indeed tenacious. Even at this moment, he still clung to a breath of life. Qiye, Yuluo, and Mingyu approached, their cold gazes fixed on Chikai until he succumbed to his endless bitterness and fury. As they departed, Qiye unleashed a fire dragon fireball, incinerating every trace of their presence. Initially, he had contemplated severing Chikai's head, for a shinobi of such formidable prowess would surely command a handsome bounty in the black market. Even if the black market showed disinterest, other ninja villages would undoubtedly be intrigued. However, he soon reconsidered, deeming the risk too great. Unfamiliarity with the black market and the potential for the head's new possessor to possess similar abilities to Konoha, capable of extracting memories directly from the corpse, posed a significant threat to their intelligence. Ultimately, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. A month later, a search party dispatched by Konoha arrived at the forest. After meticulously examining the surroundings, they confirmed the complete demise of Chikai's team. Among the traces left behind, fire and earth techniques were the most conspicuous. Fearing a resurgence from Iwa Shinobi Village, Konoha remained vigilant for several months. At this juncture, Qiye and his companions resided in a destitute village near the border of the Land of Rain. They had discarded their Konoha headbands. Qiye had never considered himself a shinobi of Konoha, thus there was no notion of betrayal. The three children appeared rather out of place in the village. Yet the turmoil that had erupted in the Land of Rain had displaced countless individuals, causing many to seek refuge in surrounding nations. Consequently, the villagers were not particularly astonished to see the trio. They merely expressed mild astonishment at their youthful appearance. In the village known as Fengqiao, Qiye and his companions had dwelled for over half a year. Their dwelling was a long-abandoned house at the village's edge, which, once tidied, became habitable. Upon their arrival, perhaps due to their tender age, the warm-hearted villagers of Fengqiao had even brought them food. The 7 leaves were also fully accepted, exhibiting the demeanor of an ordinary child. Maple Grass Village derives its name from the abundant growth of a plant known as maple grass, which holds medicinal properties and serves as a source of livelihood for the local inhabitants. Nonetheless, agriculture remains the principal source of income. Occasionally, Qiye would venture out with Yuluo and Mingyu to gather maple grass or engage in other agricultural tasks alongside the villagers, thus earning some income to supplement their household expenses. Little did anyone know that these 3 charming youngsters were, in fact, ninja warriors whose hands were stained with countless bloodshed. It was only during their downtime that Qiye would practice his skills. Residing on the outskirts of the village, they ensured that, as long as they did not cause any significant disturbances that could not be concealed, the people of Maple Grass Village would remain oblivious to their presence. Although Yuluo and Mingyu did not fully comprehend Qiye's motives, they placed immense trust in him and simply followed his lead. One evening, after dinner, while sitting in the courtyard gazing at the stars, Yuluo suddenly turned to Qiye and inquired, "Qiye-kun, I have a question. Since the majority of the output from the Land of Grass is provided to the Land of Fire, why doesn't he the Land of Fire simply annex the Land of Grass? Wouldn't he that make management more convenient?" During her time with Qiye, Yuluo had gained considerable insight into matters she had never previously understood. For instance, she learned that the agricultural produce of the Land of Grass, including grains and maple grass, was primarily sold to the Land of Fire, with only a small fraction going to the Land of Earth, after meeting their own needs. Back in Konoha, where she was responsible for the trio's daily meals, Yuluo had become quite aware of grain prices. However, She noticed that the purchasing price for grain in Maple Grass Village was significantly lower than that in the Konoha market. While she found a slight difference in prices to be reasonable, the substantial disparity struck her as decidedly odd. Furthermore, the small quantity of grain sold to the Land of Earth was priced even lower than that sold to the Land of Fire. Thus, Yunluo pondered why the Land of Fire did not simply integrate the Land of Grass. By doing so, they could acquire more grain, and the selling price for the Land of Grass would at least be more favorable than it currently was. Chapter 27. The Anger of the Weak. Drawing swords against the weaker upon expressing her understanding and confusion, Qiye chuckled softly. Is it possible that neither the Land of Earth nor the Land of Fire considers this small territory worthy of their attention? Instead, its existence serves as a buffer zone between the two, minimizing damage during times of war by eliminating the need for domestic battles. Moreover, not only the Land of Grass, but also the Land of Birds, the Land of Rivers, the Land of Waterfalls, and our own Land of Rain act as buffer zones among the 5 great nations. Reflecting on Qiye's words, Yunluo contemplated for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. Based on this possibility, it seemed that neither the Land of Earth nor the Land of Fire would seek to incorporate the Land of Grass into their territories. Rather, they would impose extreme pressure on it. After all, the inhabitants were not citizens of their own nations. Qiye gently exhaled and continued. Under the pressure from the 2 great nations, the Land of Grass, despite being aware that the price for agricultural procurement is exceedingly low, can only endure in silence. As for the proportion of crops to be acquired, that will be negotiated between IWA Shinobi Village and Konoha Ninja Village, with perhaps the participation of the Grass Ninja Village as well. IWA Shinobi Village, being weaker than Konoha, will naturally receive a smaller share. Yet their pride prevents them from swallowing this humiliation. Unable to contend with Konoha, they can only turn their blades towards the weaker, further lowering the original price. Konoha, in pursuit of trivial gains, will certainly not trouble themselves with grievances against IWA, nor will they advocate for the Grass Ninja. As Qiye elaborated, Yunluo's thoughts began to crystallize, and an image surfaced in her mind, the Grass Ninja Village, akin to a lamb, watching as the 2 hunters, Konoha and IWA, deliberated over which part of its flesh to claim by the campfire. She murmured to herself, in this light, the great nations truly are despicable. Qiye withdrew his gaze from Yunluo, a smile gracing his lips as he contemplated the luminous night sky, enveloped in silence. Yunluo's thoughts stemmed from her position as an outsider, even as a representative of opposing great nations. In contrast, the denizens of the Hidden Leaf Village remained oblivious to the faults of their nation, perhaps destined to remain unaware of such matters throughout their lives. At that moment, Mingyu, standing nearby, expressed a mix of wonder and perplexity, remarking, "The Land of Rain, being bordered by 3 nations, suffers immensely. Can we truly forge a world devoid of conflict in the future?" Certainly, Qiye replied with unwavering confidence. For he had long devised a comprehensive plan, which had already commenced upon his arrival in the Land of Grass. His interest in understanding the societal structure and economic composition of the Land of Grass was not a sudden whim. The following morning, Qiye and his companions diligently engaged in the gathering and drying of the maple grass, continuing their routine. During their stay in Maple Grass Village, the earnings he had accrued as a ninja in the Hidden Leaf had scarcely been spent, even resulting in a modest surplus. As the morning hours gradually passed, a sudden commotion erupted outside, heralding the approach of noon. As Qiye and his companions stepped outside, they were met by a considerable number of ninjas from the Grass Village. "Hurry up and pay this year's residence fee," commanded a one-eyed jonin, standing before the village chief of Maple Grass Village with an air of arrogance. The chief, wearing a forced smile and adopting a subservient tone, replied, "Ninja Lord, could we perhaps wait a little longer? Traditionally, this fee is collected in July, and the grain purchase prices this year are significantly lower than before." Upon hearing this, the jonin's expression darkened, and a chunin beside him immediately stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap across the chief's face. "How do you speak like that, old man? Without the protection of our grass village, the Land of Grass would have been invaded long ago. Have you forgotten the fate of the Rain Country? Today, immediately, hand over the residence fee." The chunin's imposing presence caused the elderly chief to stumble backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. "Ouch!" the chief groaned, repeatedly saying, I understand. Please, Ninja Lord, grant us a moment." With that, he began to gather the villagers, who collectively prepared to pay the residence fee. Sighing, the chief lamented the financial strain this year, as the meager savings would soon be depleted. Indeed, wasn't he had always collected in July? Why has it been moved up a month this year? Could someone lend me a little? I'm short this month, but can repay it next month. In the Maple Grass Workshop, Those who had been working around the premises hurried home to retrieve money. Those without cash brought equivalent provisions or other goods instead. How can this be? Aren't we all part of the same nation? Why is the grass village acting in such a manner? Yun Luo pondered, struggling to comprehend the situation outside. After hearing Qiye speak of the grass country's plight the previous night, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the grass village, after all. Being prey negotiating with hunters was a tragic scenario. Yet today, the grass village was behaving similarly to the rock and leaf villages. The weak, in their fury, drew their blades against those even weaker, while the grass village could not stand against the two great nations that could effortlessly dominate the villages within their own borders. As he spoke, Qiye was lost in thought. The original narrative provided scant details about small nations, with only the Rain country receiving slightly more attention, leaving audiences oblivious to such matters. But now, in this tangible world, every individual was flesh and blood. The cruelty of these people was palpable. Lacking the courage to confront the rock or leaf villages, they were brutally oppressive towards their own kin. Mingyu clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation, especially upon witnessing several elderly women who, despite having minimal provisions, were forced to surrender a portion to these bandit-like grass ninjas. Qiye, as residents of Maple Grass Village, you too must contribute a part of the residence fee. The remainder I shall compensate you for, spoke a somewhat portly man in the workshop, his expression shifting rapidly, revealing his inner turmoil. Perhaps it took immense resolve for him to decide to assist Qiye and the others financially. Thank you, uncle. We'll return shortly with the money, Qiye replied, nodding as he led Yun Luo and Mingyu back home. Along the way, Mingyu, filled with resentment, exclaimed, Qiye, must we truly give these scoundrels our money? Their strength seems inferior to Akai's, otherwise. Ignoring the surroundings, Qiye stepped onto a secluded path where he transformed into the guise of an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Let us proceed, he declared, and in an instant, he darted towards the village entrance. Mingyu and Yunlu exchanged glances of delight and promptly utilized their transformation techniques to follow suit. The skirmish concluded swiftly. The overall strength of the grass ninja village was already lacking, and these individuals were even less formidable. Their most capable Jainin was vastly inferior to Akai, belonging to an entirely different tier. The villagers, once gathered around, had scattered in fear at the onset of the conflict. After dispatching the few grass ninjas, Qiye and his companions departed from Fengqiao village, heading towards the Land of Rain. Chapter 28. Returning to the Land of Rain on the way, Mingyu, having reverted to his original appearance, wore a look of exhilaration mixed with relief. These repugnant grass ninjas, bullying even their own countrymen, how are they any different from bandits? Fortuitously, we encountered this situation. However, a hint of concern shadowed Yunlu's expression. But will our actions affect the villagers of Fengqiao village? After all, news of the grass ninjas' demise would soon reach their homeland. Do not worry, the impact will be minimal, yet it will not alter the current state of affairs. Fengqiao village will still bear the necessary costs, Qiye reassured. Even if reinforcements were dispatched from Grass Ninja Village, they could only ascertain that 3 adults were responsible for the incident. As for the 3 missing children, they might be suspected as culprits or thought to have been taken by the assailants. In essence, if Grass Ninja Village were not foolish, they would not direct their wrath towards the villagers, as they depended on these ordinary people for their sustenance. Upon hearing Qiye's words, the excitement on Mingyu's face diminished considerably. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, what if we were to replace Grass Ninja Village? Since we are determined to alter this world, why not commence our efforts right here? Qiye and Yu Luo both turned their heads, their gazes tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Have you lost your senses? So far, our greatest achievement has been defeating Akai, and yet you still wish to launch an assault on the hidden grass village? What audacity drives you? Qiye immediately expressed her discontent, unreservedly urging Mingyu to abandon this notion. Yu Luo nodded in agreement, remarking, Mingyu, your perspective is rather simplistic. Although the Grass Ninja Village may not rival the 5 great ninja villages, it still boasts hundreds of ninjas. Even if they are all merely genin, we would still be outmatched. It indeed seemed that way. Mingyu let out an awkward laugh, gradually regaining his composure. He sighed, clenching his fist tightly. It feels somewhat unjust. We can clearly see the evil before us, yet we are powerless to effect change. Rest assured, one day, this world will transform because of us. By then, our adversaries may not only include the Grass Ninja Village, but potentially the 5 great nations as well. Qiye smiled lightly, his tone remarkably calm. Yet the words he uttered were imbued with audacious arrogance. The 5 great nations, you say? At this moment, both Mingyu and Yu Luo could not help but feel a weight pressing down upon them, sensing the mounting pressure. With a hint of curiosity, Yunluo inquired, what level of strength is required to contend with the 5 great nations? Surely, the 3 of us alone would not suffice? Indeed. To conquer the 5 great nations through sheer military might, it appears that only the legendary Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could achieve such a feat after all. As a national military organization, the collective power of a shinobi village is undeniably formidable. Following the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, when the second Hokage, Senja Tobarama, went to negotiate a treaty, the Hidden Cloud village launched a coup, resulting in the deaths of both him and the second Raikage during the uprising. Qiye continued to narrate. Although this matter appears somewhat perplexing, the outcome is indisputable, no matter how formidable an individual may be. They cannot possibly contend with an entire village of ninjas. While articulating this, Qiye recalled the third Raikage from the original tale, who, in a valiant effort to safeguard his subordinates' retreat, battled against a multitude of rock ninjas for 3 days and nights, ultimately meeting his demise. There was also Pain, who, single-handedly invading Konoha, caused immense casualties. Although the elite forces remaining in Konoha were scarce at that time, it remains a significant ninja village. Thus, in Qiye's perspective, a military incursion is inadvisable, resembling a strategy of inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 losses oneself. Moreover, even if victory is ultimately achieved, the spoils would be nothing more than a devastated village. How could this be? Mingyu's expression was exaggerated as he clutched his head and let out a lament. If even such a powerful entity cannot withstand a single ninja village, how are we to alter this world? Yunluo remained silent, yet his countenance bore a heavy gravity. Who asserts that one must possess the strength to conquer a great nation alone to effect change in this world? Qiye smiled confidently and remarked, while martial prowess is undoubtedly important, I possess a more effective approach. In the course of their conversation, they had already crossed the border of the land of grass and entered the land of rain. After thorough consideration, Qiye has decided to establish their headquarters here for 3 primary reasons. Firstly, following the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. It was during this period that the Akatsuki organization began its rapid expansion, as it became increasingly difficult for other nations to infiltrate and gather intelligence. The Seven Leaves can leverage the influence of the Akatsuki organization to alleviate numerous troubles and even explore opportunities for collaboration. As for the possibility of being targeted, it can be said that the overall situation is secure. After all, his stance aligns with that of Yahiko and Nagato, as they all aspire to bring peace to the ninja world, albeit through different means. Hence the Akatsuki would not harbor animosity towards him. The only aspect that requires caution is the Uchiha Bido. However, the endeavors of the Seven Leaves do not conflict with their objective of collecting tailed beasts, so he is unlikely to become a target. Moreover, the Land of Rain is strategically situated amidst the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Earth, surrounded by numerous smaller nations, with the only considerable distance being towards the direction of the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning. This geographical positioning is highly beneficial for the forthcoming plans of the Seven Leaves. Most importantly, this is the land where the Seven Leaves was born and where cherished memories reside. After eliminating Akai, the reason the Seven Leaves did not immediately proceed to the Land of Rain, but instead lingered in the Land of Grass for over half a year, was due to a desire to avoid encountering Jiraiya. Following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya did not depart immediately. Rather, he continued to mentor Yahiko and the others for a period of time. Qiye could not ascertain whether Konoha regarded them as rogue ninjas or as deceased shinobi, nor could he determine if Jiraiya possessed any pertinent intelligence. Should circumstances unfold unfavorably, the consequences could be dire. Thus, as a precaution, Qiye opted to remain in the Land of Grass for half a year. However, even this refuge bore its own risks. The possibility of Konoha conducting extensive searches could not be entirely dismissed. Yet, such a likelihood seemed minimal, as the value of Qiye and his companions was not particularly high. Upon reaching an abandoned village in the Land of Rain, Qiye resolved to settle there. The village lay in ruins, utterly ravaged by the ravages of war, reduced to mere debris with crumbling walls scattered throughout. The original inhabitants had long since fled, those who could escape having done so. While clearing the rubble, Qiye and his team discovered numerous skeletal remains, the remnants of villagers who had been unable to flee in time. All the bones were collected and buried outside the village. After an entire week of labor, Qiye and his companions succeeded in thoroughly clearing the village and erected a 2-story dwelling at its center. In the world of Hokage, constructing a house was indeed not a daunting task. With the right tools and the enhanced capabilities of ninjas, the speed of their work multiplied significantly. When the Seven Leaves were in Konoha, They would procure necessary items and batches every few months, ensuring that everything was prepared well in advance. Chapter 29, Konoha, Year 45. Finally, there is no need to sleep in a tent anymore. Observing the two-story house before him, Mingyu exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, there had been an overwhelming number of trivial matters during this period, leaving little time for training. After Qiye finished speaking, she turned to Mingyu beside her, raising an eyebrow. Practice? My strength is no match for yours. Mingyu chuckled, yet he still removed his dust-covered jacket, revealing a physique of robust muscles. Let us establish this first. Only physical techniques are permitted. Otherwise, I shall not participate. Qiye remained silent, merely nodding. I will prepare dinner, I said. Yuluo covered her mouth and chuckled softly before stepping into the new house. In that instant, Mingyu's foot struck the ground, propelling him forward like a streak of light towards Qiye, exhibiting astonishing speed. This was not a teleportation technique, but rather a manifestation of his explosive physical prowess. Bang! Qiye raised his arm effortlessly to block Mingyu's punch. Subsequently, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of blows at the entrance of the house, reveling in their playful bout. Let's shed the weights and assess the fruits of our recent training, Qiye proclaimed after warming up for 10 minutes. 6 months prior, after defeating Qiye, Qiye and Mingyu had embarked on a regimen of weighted training. However, to prevent any adverse effects on their physical development, they limited the weights to a mere 20 kilograms. With a resounding thud, once the weights were discarded, both Qiye and Mingyu exhibited a noticeable increase in speed, a transformation evident to the naked eye. After another half-hour of combat, they finally separated, panting heavily. I must say, Qiye, you truly are extraordinary. Your physical prowess is remarkable, Mingyu remarked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression tinged with disbelief. During the Second Shinobi World War, while on a mission, they returned to Konoha and were awarded a B-rank ninjutsu. Qiye chose the Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Yunlu opted for Wind Release, Gale Cut, while Mingyu selected Earth Release, Stone Penetration. It was from that moment onward that Mingyu lost all confidence in ninjutsu. The intricate hand seals and complex chakra control proved to be a significant source of frustration for him, as he had never excelled in such techniques. The earlier C-rank ninjutsu, Earth Release, Flying Brick, was only mastered with the guidance of Yunlu and Qiye, while Stone Penetration required an immense investment of effort from all three of them. Seven Leaves also realized that Mingyu was indeed unsuitable for learning ninjutsu, thus advising him to abandon it altogether, dedicating all his time to the practice of taijutsu and physical training. Since then, Mingyu has not engaged in any ninjutsu training, devoting his entire effort to taijutsu instead. The results were remarkably evident, at least in battles relying solely on taijutsu. Yunlu was no longer his match. Only Seven Leaves, even when limited to taijutsu, could dominate Mingyu, leaving him without the strength to retaliate. This was a source of considerable frustration for Mingyu. Little did he know that during their sparring sessions, Seven Leaves could glean some taijutsu orbs from him. Although these orbs were minuscule in quantity, they, combined with Seven Leaves' daily practice, contributed to his steady progress compared to Mingyu. Consequently, Seven Leaves would periodically engage in sparring sessions with Yunlu to hone his ninjutsu and illusion techniques, while practicing taijutsu with Mingyu to collect attribute orbs without any cost. Unfortunately, if the frequency of these encounters were too high, the orbs would not drop. Otherwise, Seven Leaves would indulge in daily sparring sessions, reaping benefits continuously. Presently, he could be considered a formidable force, albeit just barely. Sitting on the steps, Seven Leaves supported himself with his hands behind him, basking in the afterglow of the setting sun. Before him, an attribute panel unfurled, following his battle with Qiye half a year ago, coupled with his training during this time. Seven Leaves' overall strength had surpassed that of Qiye. Now, he possessed the confidence to defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation. However, while Qiye's abilities were acceptable among the higher-ranking ninjas, he was far from being part of the elite tier. According to Qiye's estimation, Asuma Saratobi's average value should exceed 60 points, while Kakashi and Might Guy, without opening the 8 gates, should be at least above 80 points. As for Karina Yuhi, she is expected to be quite formidable. However, her Jinjutsu has been significantly countered in the later stages. Nevertheless, Qiye lacks the Sharingan, which is why he engages in Jinjutsu confrontations with Yuluo to enhance his resistance to such techniques. This also serves as a precaution against Itachi Uchiha. Beyond these considerations, there are individuals whose combat abilities cannot be measured solely by a single value. Therefore, despite possessing chakra of 5 elemental natures and mastering numerous ninjutsu, Qiye cannot be certain that the future will unfold according to his desires. In the later stages, the 5 elements ninjutsu may prove insufficient. What he currently lacks is a powerful skill that can still hold its ground in the later stages. Fortunately, Qiye has an abundance of time, allowing him to progress step by step. In the short term, he should focus on mastering Chidori and Rasengan. Dinner's ready, Yuluo called out as he opened the door. With Yuluo's presence, researching these matters should not pose much difficulty. Qiye smiled as he brushed off the dust from his hands and clothes, stepping into the dwelling. Soon, 3 years had elapsed. In the 45th year of Konoha, winter arrived. When Qiye and his companions first came, the village was a desolate ruin. But it had since regained its former glory, even expanding beyond its original size, with a population that had grown significantly. They named the village Pinyin, a name that vividly reflected their heartfelt sentiments. Under Qiye's intentional guidance, over the past 3 years, displaced individuals from the land of rain gradually gathered here, and the population had swelled to several thousand. The village chief, a young man in his 20s named Asakusa Risen, maintained a positive outlook and devised numerous strategies to help establish the village's industries, besides the essential food supplies. The cultivation of chili peppers and the production of wine became significant features of Pinyin. In the humid climate of the land of rain, these commodities were highly sought after. The villagers believed that the village's transformation was solely due to Risen's leadership. However, only Risen knew that all of this was the result of Qiye's efforts. He merely acted as a conduit for Qiye's vision, grateful for being saved by Qiye during a time when he was on the brink of starvation. Risen dedicated himself wholeheartedly to fulfilling every task entrusted to him by Qiye after being appointed as the chief. Risen understood why Qiye did not assume the role of village chief himself. After all, Qiye appeared a tad too youthful for such a responsibility. He speculated on one reason, while another was that Qiye found the position burdensome, as he had many other matters to attend to and could not afford to squander time on this one task. Thus, delegating authority to Risen was a decision Qiye had long made. Even if he had not fortuitously saved Risen, someone else would have stepped into the chief's role. Returning to the industries of chili peppers and wine, these were indeed selected by Qiye, as they were suitable for large-scale production and sale, aside from the basic food supplies. In Qiye's view, the product itself was of little consequence. What mattered was seizing market share. The current ninja world was anything but stable, with nations largely operating in self-sufficient cycles, producing and consuming within their own territories. Occasionally, there were attempts to trade with other nations, but such endeavors were minimal and unstable. Therefore, Qiye planned to use the land of rain as a transportation hub, linking surrounding countries to form a vast trade network. Though the Third Great Ninja War would eventually erupt, Qiye remained unfazed. Once the Pinyin Trading Company had established its reputation and brand in the hearts of people across various nations, it would become increasingly difficult for other entities wishing to engage in international trade to infiltrate the market after the war concluded and the world stabilized. After all, by that time, the Pinyin Trading Company would have already made its mark. Despite the suitability of chili peppers and wine for the land of rain, most of their sales were exported to several neighboring small countries. One reason was the immense devastation the land of rain had suffered after the Second Great Ninja War. Moreover, the current leader of Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo, was aging and remained lost in the glories of the past, neglecting the welfare of the people of the land of rain. Thus, even years after the war, the land of rain showed no signs of recovery, with hunger and poverty rampant. As for the daimyo of the land of rain, what could one expect from such a chaotic realm? Essentially, he was no different from the current Hanzo, a mere idle figure living off the land. Until he reached out, Qiye had little inclination to engage with him. Besides the gradually developing Pinyin Village and the Rain Ninja Village as the nation's military institution, other villages lacked any substantial purchasing power. Considering the need to capture market share and make a lasting impression, Qiye adopted an extensive export strategy. The land of birds, the land of rivers, and the land of grass proved to be excellent buyers. However, transporting goods to these nations was no simple task in this world. So each time delivery was required, Qiye would send Risen to Rain Ninja Village to post escort missions. Over time, this even bolstered the economy of Rain Ninja Village, leading to a more favorable perception of the thriving Pinyin Village among the Rain Ninjas. Master Qiye, here is last month's financial report. Please have a look, Risen said, presenting a document while respectfully standing before a 10-year-old boy. This boy was, of course, Qiye, who had guided Risen in learning how to compile relevant statistics. While the financial report lacked formality, only detailing costs, production, sales, and profits, it provided Qiye with a clear overview of the necessary data without requiring him to perform the calculations personally. Chili peppers, wine, and even the gradually increasing grain production from Pingan village had established stable sales in several neighboring small countries. However, this also attracted the attention of certain bandits and rogue ninjas. Fortunately, Rain Ninja Village managed to handle these issues each time, and so far, no significant incidents had occurred, which was quite commendable. After reviewing the report, Qiye handed it to Yuluo, allowing her to familiarize herself with these figures. How is the market in Konoha preparing? Qiye inquired of Risen. Once the trade routes to the land of birds, the land of rivers, and the land of grass stabilized, he planned to venture into the land of fire. Earning money was one aspect, acquiring intelligence was another. Although Qiye had a general understanding of the storyline involving the Hokage, nothing surpassed the value of receiving the latest news regularly. Even if he couldn't extract critical information from ordinary citizens, he could at least infer events based on changes within Konoha village, such as signs of the impending Third Great Ninja War, whether Uzumaki Kushina was nearing childbirth, or if the Uchiha clan faced annihilation. Risen replied, "We have already established a shop there and plan to send the first batch of goods next month." "Yes. Keep this trade route to Konoha confidential from Rain Ninja Village. I will escort it personally," Qiye said slowly. "Understood." A month later, Qiye sat in a carriage, journeying towards the land of fire alongside a merchant caravan. Before him, a status panel unfurled, revealing his attributes: name, Qiye, chakra capacity, 65. 5. Taijutsu, 61. 6. Genjutsu, 49. 2. Ninjutsu, 59. 2. Senjutsu, 0. 0. Perception, 25. 7. Taijutsu resistance, 41. 3. Genjutsu resistance, 32. 2. Ninjutsu resistance, 27. 6. Senjutsu resistance, 0. 0. Perception resistance, 3. 1. Special skill resistance, 1. 6. Mastered abilities: Spiraling Sphere, S. Chidori Stream, S. Body Flicker Technique, S. Shuriken Throwing Technique, S. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, S. Water Release, Exploding Water Shockwave, S. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, S. Genjutsu, Weaving, S. Over the past 3 years, with the assistance of Yuluo, he had successfully developed the Spiraling Sphere and Chidori Stream, albeit without incorporating Wind Chakra into the Spiraling Sphere for the time being. If Qiye recalled correctly, the Wind-style Spiraling Sphere Shuriken inflicted considerable damage to the user's body, resulting in significant after-effects. He was disinclined to undergo treatment after each injury. Thus he opted not to introduce any elemental transformation into his chakra. Regardless, the skills he possessed were already at S-rank proficiency, more than sufficient for his current needs. According to Chiye's estimation, he had surpassed the level of Asuma, gradually approaching Kakashi's tier. However, Kakashi was still quite young, and it seemed his father had committed suicide in the 45th year of Konoha, which likely meant he was already deceased. As Qiye pondered this amidst the swaying of the carriage, he realized he was the only one accompanying the caravan. Mingyu and Yuluo remained in Pingan village to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Given Chiye's current capabilities, as long as he was not recognized by Konoha shinobi, he was more than capable of managing alone. Even if he were to be recognized, it mattered little, at present, aside from the possibly deceased White Fang. The remaining elite shinobi would not venture to the outskirts of the land of fire or leave their village. The heavily laden carriage swayed and, after a week, successfully entered the borders of the land of fire. At that moment, Qiye, who had been resting against the carriage, suddenly opened his eyes. "Stop!" with his command. The caravan immediately slowed down and gradually came to a halt. "Sir, have you noticed something unusual?" inquired the caravan leader, a composed man in his 30s. He did not underestimate Qiye due to his youth, for the village chief of Lichuan had long warned him of the formidable ninja from the Rain village. Thus, the caravan leader's first thought was that this esteemed ninja had detected something amiss. Chapter 31. The Rogue Ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Indeed, Qiye nodded, rising from the carriage to gaze ahead. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the forest, rushing towards them in a frantic manner. Judging by their urgency, it appeared they were fleeing. On the individual, Qiye spotted a forehead protector from the Hidden Cloud Village, marked by a distinct horizontal line. The direction of flight was towards the land of rain, rather than the land of lightning. All signs indicated that this individual was a rogue ninja. However, by conventional logic, it was improbable for a rogue ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village to operate within the confines of the Land of Fire. After all, if captured by Konoha, the repercussions would not merely involve imprisonment, they would inevitably face interrogation to extract intelligence about the Hidden Cloud Village. Thus, Ordinary rogue ninjas of lesser strength seldom ventured into the territories of major nations. The rogue ninja before him was likely disguised, possibly having received orders from their village to undertake a special mission in Konoha. Even in the event of mission failure and accidental capture by Konoha, it would not escalate into an international dispute. Qiye analyzed in her heart, her gaze sweeping towards the person's shoulder, where they bore a massive scroll. Could it be that this item is the Book of Seals? A flicker of realization ignited within Qiye's heart, yet she deemed it improbable. Get lost. The rogue ninja, burdened with the scroll, bellowed as he unleashed a flurry of shurikens towards Qiye and her companions. As Qiye prepared to unleash his ninjutsu, he suddenly sensed something amiss, causing him to lower his raised hand. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a resounding command, a formidable earthen wall rose immediately, shielding Qiye and his companions, intercepting all shurikens and obstructing the path of the rogue ninja from the hidden cloud village. It was the presence of a leaf ninja that prompted Qiye to refrain from striking. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find that the earthen wall bore intricate carvings of dog heads. Such a distinctive emblem made it instantly clear to Qiye who had arrived, the foremost technician of the Leaf Village, Hataki Gokai. A knowing smile crept across his face at this realization. The clamor of fierce battle echoed from the other side of the wall, where Kakashi was already engaged in a fierce confrontation with the rogue ninja from the hidden cloud village. Qiye leapt gracefully, taking his position atop the earthen wall to observe the unfolding battle. Much like the youthful visage of Kakashi from his beloved anime, the 7-year-old Kakaiden sported a mane of white hair and donned a black mask. As he had yet to acquire Obito's Sharingan, both of his eyes remained exposed. In this state, Qiye found him far more appealing than the aged Kakashi depicted in the series. At this juncture, Kakashi was not yet the esteemed technician of Konoha, merely a nin, yet his movements were remarkably adept, imbued with a fierce and palpable intent to kill. Witnessing his demeanor, Qiye understood the grim reality. It seemed that White Fang had indeed taken his own life. The higher-ups of Konoha were proving to be quite the menace. Kakashi, you scoundrel. At that moment, 2 more nin from Konoha arrived, cursing Kakashi as they joined forces to confront the rogue ninja from the hidden cloud village. Having witnessed the lifeless body of his father and overheard the whispers circulating within the village, Qiye's worldview had shattered, transforming him into a troubled youth. Qiye maintained a serene expression as he recalled the original work, where Kakashi's demeanor shifted drastically following his father's suicide. He became exceedingly extreme, prioritizing missions above all else, even to the extent of disregarding his teammates entirely in the pursuit of completion. Qiye understood clearly that what the autistic child Kakashi sought was the very thing that had taken his father's life. Unfortunately, he only perceived the superficial aspect of it. Whoosh! A sound stirred again, but this time it emanated from behind Qiye. Qiye turned around and saw several ninjas, each adorned with the forehead protector of the rogue ninjas from the hidden cloud village, hastily approaching. Is the hidden cloud village holding a reunion in the land of fire today? Qiye silently cursed under his breath upon noticing that his opponent was forming hand seals. With a swift clap of his hands, he channeled a surge of chakra into the ground. Lightning release, earth walk. Just as the rogue ninja shouted, the soil beneath him suddenly erupted violently. Earth release, rock bulge, crack. The body of the Yunin stumbled uncontrollably, and the lightning technique he intended to unleash spiraled out of control, detonating in a surrounding explosion. Amidst the crackling electricity, those nearby reacted promptly and evaded the chaos. But the caster was far less fortunate, reduced to cinders. Damn it! How's there a brat from the Rain Village here? You all go and support Heijing. This little brat will be dealt with by Anamaru and me. The remaining 5 Yunin quickly organized themselves, with 2 breaking away to charge at Qiye, while the other 3 rushed to aid their comrade besieged by Kakashi and his allies. Just 2 mere elite chunin. Qiye cast a fleeting glance at them, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a flurry of scorching shuriken erupted forth, vanishing into the air. The figure perched upon the earthen wall disappeared in an instant. How astonishingly swift! One of the cloud ninjas, having narrowly evaded the fiery shuriken, caught a glimpse of a shadow materializing beside him out of the corner of his right eye. His pupils constricted, and before he could fully comprehend the thought, an overwhelming force struck him. Boom! The airborne figure of the cloud ninja was violently driven into the ground by Qiye, causing the surrounding earth to churn and ripple like waves. Fortunately, they were in the wilderness, and it had rained a couple of days prior, leaving the soil relatively soft. Otherwise, this blow would have been fatal. Die. Another cloud ninja, seizing the opportunity to attack Qiye, executed a swift maneuver, plunging his kunai fiercely into Chiye's back. A triumphant smile adorned his face, but in the next moment, the figure of Qiye dissipated into a flash of lightning, enveloping the cloud ninja in a paralyzing sensation. No. This is bad. Swoosh. The last sight that met his eyes was a gleaming blade, akin to a lightsaber, pulsating with arcs of electricity, piercing through his heart from behind. Thud. The lifeless body collapsed, and Qiye, wielding his Chidori sharp spear, dispatched the incapacitated cloud ninja in the pit. The entire confrontation transpired in less than 30 seconds. The leader of the merchant caravan and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that this seemingly 10-year-old ninja possessed such formidable strength and ferocity. With a hint of disinterest, Qiye clapped his hands. Over the past 3 years, his strength had continuously surged, with only Yunlu barely able to keep pace. However, the latter's physical skills were lacking, limiting their practice to ninjutsu and illusion techniques. As for Mingyu, despite his proficiency in physical combat, he could do little against a serious Qiye, who would easily overpower him. Thus, it had been quite some time since Qiye had engaged in a genuine battle. Regrettably, the recent mission from the village of Cloud seemed to be a mere trial, as they were reluctant to sacrifice their elite shinobi, sending only these ch to test their luck. Shaking his head, Qiye leaped once more to the top of the earthen wall, settling down to observe the fray. At that moment, the 3 reinforcements from the Cloud village had just joined the battle, making it a 4-3 situation, slightly disadvantageous for Kakashi. Before long, at the cost of 1 Cloud ninja's life, Kakashi's 2 teammates were slain, and he himself sustained injuries, panting heavily. Chapter 32, Illusion Technique, Weaving 3 against 1. Without support, it would be exceedingly difficult for Kakashi to turn the tide. However, as one of the pivotal characters in the original narrative, Qiye anticipated that at the critical moment, help from Konoha would arrive just in time. Yet, the unfolding events left him somewhat speechless. The 3 Cloud ninjas. Upon realizing that only Kakashi remained from Konoha, perhaps feeling assured of victory, actually split off 2 of their members to charge at Qiye, leaving just 1 to contend with Kakashi. Observing their rather irrational decision while comfortably seated on the wall, Qiye sighed and gestured towards Kakashi, saying, "I wonder, can't you 2 resolve him first?" As he spoke, Qiye's right hand opened, and dazzling lightning gathered within it, emitting a sound akin to birdsong. Such commotion naturally captured the attention of everyone present, including Kakashi. What ninjutsu is this? Kakashi squinted, maneuvering against his opponent while keenly observing the lightning in Qiye's hand. Look. Look. After all, this technique was originally yours. The natural instinct of Qiye sensed Kakashi's gaze, and a faint smile graced his lips. Perhaps, after today, Kakashi would be able to master the Chidori ahead of schedule. How dare they employ lightning techniques in front of us, the Cloud Ninjas? 2 Cloud Ninjas charged at Qiye, their laughter echoing with derision. But in that instant, the smile on one of their faces abruptly faltered. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered that Qiye had inexplicably appeared before him, his right hand, crackling with lightning, piercing through his torso. Jila. A sword-like bolt of lightning extended from the electric surge, directly impaling the chest of the stunned Cloud Chunin nearby. Remarkable. Witnessing Qiye effortlessly dispatch 2 opponents left Kakashi's pupils constricted, his heart racing with astonishment, especially given that the opponent appeared to be of a similar age. Nonchalantly eliminating the 2, Qiye stood calmly to the side. Perhaps the overwhelming pressure from the demise of his comrades had taken its toll, as the final Cloud Ninja, in a state of panic, was ultimately slain by Kakashi. How intriguing. It turned out that I was the one who saved Kakashi. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? Acknowledging this situation, Qiye couldn't help but scoff internally. He was not particularly surprised, for the development of trade routes in the Land of Rain had, in a sense, significantly altered the original trajectory of the Hokage's growth. Thus, the emergence of subtle changes was entirely natural. After vanquishing his foes, even as Kakashi grew weak and nearly collapsed, he still raised his kunai, his gaze wary as he scrutinized Qiye. What brings a rain ninja to the Land of Fire? Upon the arm of Qiye hangs a forehead protector from the Rain Village, a casual acquisition for traversing the ninja world. Do not be anxious. It is merely a task of escort, he remarked, gesturing towards the merchant caravan concealed behind the earthen wall with a smile, perhaps sensing no hostility from the other party. Kakashi felt a semblance of relief wash over him upon hearing these words. Yet, in that very moment, a statement from Qiye tensed his body once more. Kakashi, do you wish to uncover the truth? The kunai in his hand tightened instantly, and Kakashi, taken aback by an unexpected surge of strength, coldly fixed his gaze upon Qiye and exclaimed, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, and how do you even know my name? If you do not understand what I am saying, then why are you so agitated, Kakashi? Qiye smiled faintly and raised his hand to form a seal. Illusion technique. Weaving. Kakashi suddenly noticed that everything before him began to ripple like the surface of water. When he regained his senses, the surroundings had transformed into a corridor. Is this my home? No, I'm trapped in an illusion. Release. Kakashi's pupils constricted, and he quickly realized something. Immediately forming hand seals to disrupt the chakra within him. It was futile. This illusion cannot be broken. Chiye's voice drifted from another room, where he leaned against the wall. A cup of steaming black beverage in hand. For anyone from the modern world, it would be easy to recognize this drink as coffee. Kakashi opened his eyes and found that nothing had changed. His expression shifted as he rushed towards the room from which Chiye's voice had emanated. With a swift motion, he flung open the door, only to freeze in place, his pupils dilating, his face contorting, and his whole body trembling. The room was sparse, with only Qiye blissfully sipping coffee against the wall, and the lifeless body curled up on the floor. It was none other than Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, who had recently taken his own life. How could this be? Kakashi trembled uncontrollably, desperately forming seals. Illusion technique. Release. Illusion technique. Release. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the chilling scene before him remained unchanged, leaving him to clutch his head in profound anguish. Months prior, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, had chosen to abandon a mission to save his comrades. Upon his return, he faced a barrage of criticism from the villagers. Even those he had rescued showed no gratitude, joining the chorus of condemnation against him. Perhaps there were other reasons, but ultimately, Tsukumo chose to end his own life, leaving Kakashi alone. As the months passed, Kakashi's spirit had gradually closed off, burying the wounds of that day. Yet now, those scars were unearthed by Qiye, laid bare before Kakashi. I told you, it is futile. You cannot break this illusion. Qiye set down her coffee, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. So, do you wish to uncover the truth? The truth? Kakashi turned his gaze towards Qiye, his expression momentarily clouded with confusion before he composed himself, clenching his teeth and asking, do you know something? Smack. With a snap of his fingers, Qiye conjured a swift transformation of their surroundings. Houses and corpses vanished, and they found themselves amidst the bustling streets of Konoha. The throngs of people were lively, and Kakashi could even catch the enticing aroma of meatballs from a nearby vendor. Such an exquisite illusion. Kakashi felt a momentary haze enveloping him. At that instant, a middle-aged man with white hair, clad in a vest and bearing a short sword on his back, strolled down the street. His father. Upon seeing the figure of Tsukumo Hatake within the illusion, Kakashi's fist clenched tightly, his body beginning to tremble slightly. It was indeed him. The man who had forsaken his mission, utterly unworthy of the title of a ninja. It was said that the failure of this mission had inflicted significant losses upon Konoha, which was truly infuriating. Why did he not perish? Are our taxes meant to sustain such ninjas? Among the crowd, whispers of disdain echoed, every face marked with contempt. Yet, Tsukumo Hatake seemed oblivious, walking calmly through the street. Chapter 33. Secrets of the Illusion. This is not who he is. Kakashi gritted his teeth, loudly refuting the words of those around him. Yet all of this was merely an illusion, rendering him powerless to act. Soon, the scene shifted as Tsukumo continued to move, and Kakashi's figure emerged within the illusion as well. The father and son practiced together for a while before sharing a meal of ramen. Observing this, Kakashi's frenzied expression gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, his gaze reflecting the complex emotions stirred by this serene yet heartwarming scene. Time appeared to accelerate. As if days had passed, the village's accusations did not wane with time. Rather, they intensified. One day, Tsukumo purchased flowers to visit his teammate, whom he had rescued. Why did you save me? His teammate, lying in a hospital bed, glared coldly at Tsukumo. We are ninjas. The mission is paramount. Tsukumo, your actions have brought tremendous loss to the village, a disgrace to all Konoha ninjas. Those who break the rules are worthless. Those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. With that, Tsukumo set down the flowers and turned to leave. With a thud, the flowers were cast to the ground, accompanied by his teammate's frigid voice. Tsukumo, if I were you, I would have long been too ashamed to live. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Tsukumo exited the hospital and stood at the street corner, gazing at the distant Hokage building for a long while. Ultimately, he returned home. Sitting alone in his room, lost in contemplation. No one knew what thoughts occupied Tsukumo's mind. Eventually, he rose and gradually moved towards the darkness. No, don't. No. Aware of the impending tragedy, Kakashi's expression turned frantic as he shouted. Alas, all of this was but an illusion, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not avert the tragic fate of Tsukumo's demise. The lifeless body lay upon the ground, growing colder, and this time, Kakashi bore witness to it all. The anguish in his heart palpable. The scene then shifted once again, this time arriving at the Hokage's office. Kakashi and Shikaka stood to one side. While in the illusionary realm, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rose from his seat upon receiving the shocking news. What? Tsukumo has committed suicide. His countenance shifted between shadows of despair and disbelief. He waved his hand, commanding, "Summon Elder Danzo, as well as advisors Koharu and Hamura." Soon, the esteemed assembly of Konoha's F4 convened. Without delay, Hiruzen addressed them directly. Kakashi Tsukumo has taken his own life. Suicide. Both Koharu and Hamura were taken aback, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. In contrast, a barely perceptible smirk flickered across Danzo's lips before he quickly masked it, his tone grave as he remarked, "Hiruzen, your tenure as Hokage is becoming increasingly reckless. He was merely a ninja who flouted the rules. His demise changes little. Merely a ninja who disregards the rules? Do you comprehend the significance of the title Konoha's White Fang?" Hiruzen scoffed, continuing, "In any case, the news of Tsukumo's death must remain concealed for as long as possible. And Danzo, ensure that matter in the hospital is resolved. You bear a share of the responsibility for Tsukumo's demise." Upon hearing this, Danzo, leaning on his cane, bristled with discontent, retorting with a cold chuckle, "I am not the only one stirring the pot, Hiruzen. Do you presume I am unaware of your intentions? Is this not merely an effort to suppress Tsukumo's reputation to pave the way for your favored disciple, Orochimaru? Hiruzen, you have already made your plans, haven't you? Preparing for Orochimaru to take your place. Yet, despite Orochimaru earning the title of legendary Sannin in the Second Shinobi World War, he pales in comparison to the legacy of Konoha's White Fang. As if striking a nerve within Hiruzen, the latter slammed his hand upon the table, his voice rising in fury. "Enough. Danzo, keep your ambitions in check. I am still young." A palpable tension filled the Hokage's office as the two advisors, accustomed to such confrontations, hurriedly rose to placate their old comrades. The scene gradually faded, engulfed in darkness. "Impossible. This is all a fabrication, a mere figment of your imagination." Kakashi, having absorbed the entirety of the narrative, stood in a state of utter shock, muttering incessantly. The impact of this revelation struck him with a force that rivaled the day he first witnessed his father's suicide. Qiye did not offer an explanation. Instead, he spoke with an air of calmness. "This illusion is known as weaving, a technique I have adapted from the Naruto vision technique, though its precise level remains undetermined. However, those ensnared by this illusion will, akin to the Naruto vision, perceive fragmented images of their innermost fears. As the caster, I can reconstruct the complete scene based on the information gleaned from these fragments. No, this cannot be true. I refuse to believe it." Kakashi clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. The notion that his father may have been slain by the upper echelons of Konoha filled him with dread, leaving him feeling icy and vulnerable. "Whether you believe or not, it matters not to me." Qiye chuckled softly, and the surrounding darkness rippled like water, gradually receding. The support from Konoha has arrived. Returning to the realm of reality, Qiye's figure flickered as he retreated back into the caravan, donning a mask upon his face. Although 3 years had passed and he had indeed grown taller, it was prudent to conceal his identity, as there might still be individuals from Konoha who recognized him. As for the enormous scroll on the ground, Qiye had already inspected it. It was not a sealing book, merely a record of Konoha's administrative affairs. Of no use to him whatsoever. With just these few cloud shinobi, it was indeed improbable that anything of value could be procured from Konoha. Kakashi. A figure dashed towards him from a distance, stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. Soon, a youth with a green complexion, reminiscent of a watermelon, appeared beside Kakashi. Looking at him with concern, "Are you all right?" Might Guy, one of the few individuals within Konoha who posed a threat to Qiye. However, he likely had just graduated from the ninja academy and was still an ordinary genin. Are they enemies? The watermelon-skinned youth turned and positioned himself protectively in front of Kakashi, his gaze warily fixed on Qiye and his companions emerging from behind the earth flow wall. "Wait, Guy. It's not what you think. They are merchants from the land of rain. The enemies have already been dealt with." At this moment, Kakashi had gradually regained his composure. One hand pressed against his head while the other rested on Guy's shoulder, breathing heavily. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, another group of Konoha shinobi arrived. A total of 4, led by a middle-aged jonin with a sword slung across his back, whose expression appeared rather serious. Beside him stood a girl who seemed somewhat unique. Not only did she bear red markings on her face, but she also accompanied a one-eyed ninja dog, her strength somewhat lacking, being a chunin. The remaining 2 were genin. likely of similar age to Might Guy. Chapter 34. The unexpected individual. Qiye's gaze fell upon several individuals, and based on their facial features, he swiftly recognized the identities of the two in front of him. They were the father of Suki no Hai, Suki no Shinju, a formidable genjutsu ninja, and the mother of Inuzuka Kiba, Inuzuka Tsum. Had she been dispatched to assist in the investigation? While Qiye scrutinized the Konoha ninjas, Suki no Shinju and the young Inuzuka Hana, who was merely in her teens, also assessed him. You must be the Rain ninja escorting the merchant convoy to Konoha. I extend my gratitude. Suki no Shinju initiated the conversation, deducing the scene from the distribution of the corpses and Kakashi's words. It was a mere trifle. Qiye replied with a casual smile while discreetly examining Suki no Shinju's basic attributes. His average was just above 60, with a notable proficiency in genjutsu, moderate in taijutsu, and the weakest in ninjutsu. As for Inuzuka Hana's attributes, they were virtually negligible. These rogue ninjas from Kumogakure have stolen information from Konoha, and thus, I need to take their corpses back. Suki no Shinju's demeanor was remarkably calm. He did not underestimate Qiye due to his seemingly youthful appearance. Although uncertain of his true strength, he was confident that anyone capable of independently executing an escort mission would not be feeble. This conviction was unwavering in Suki no Shinju's mind. Qiye nodded in agreement, acknowledging the situation. He had previously examined the circumstances and confirmed that the brains of those who had perished in the clash with the Cloud Village had been utterly destroyed. Even if Konohagakure were to retrieve them, they would hold little value. It was likely a precautionary measure imposed by the hidden Cloud Village to prevent any potential leakage of village intelligence should their captives be taken alive. Following the conclusion of the incident, the group continued their journey towards Konoha. Kakashi, having endured a grueling battle and suffered immense psychological trauma within the illusion, had succumbed to unconsciousness and was being carried by Might Guy. Qiye sat in the carriage, contemplating the events that had just transpired. His words to Kakashi in the illusion were a blend of truth and fabrication. The weaving technique of this illusion indeed possesses the capacity to unveil the most feared scenarios lurking within the minds of those ensnared in its grasp. This fundamentally embodies the essence of the Naruto vision technique, a foundational illusion, yet Qiye perceives far more than the entrapped individuals. He can access a myriad of fragmented memories generated by them. Utilizing these fragments, Qiye is able to construct a comprehensive scene, akin to the streets of Konoha and the familiarity of his home that he witnessed within Kakashi's illusion. These were meticulously reconstituted from the memory shards offered by Kakashi, and he could further infuse his own imagination, such as the inclusion of a cup of coffee. In the realm of illusions, it could be succinctly stated that when Qiye casts the illusion of weaving, he assumes the role of a short video creator, while the entrapped individuals serve as a plethora of source material. Beyond merely editing the material of the ensnared, Qiye possesses his own repository of resources to incorporate. This constitutes an immensely powerful illusion. Prior to developing this technique, Qiye drew inspiration from the binding technique, Tsukuyomi, and the Naruto vision technique. The majority of the contents within the illusion are, in fact, a product of Qiye's own weaving of materials and imagination, rather than a mere restoration based solely on the experiences of the entrapped individuals. Thus, his assertions to Kakashi were both true and false. The falsehoods, however, were not entirely implausible, stemming from Qiye's deductions based on known information. Regardless of Kakashi's belief or skepticism, the seeds of doubt had been sown, and whether they would bloom held little consequence for Qiye. Within the woven world of illusions, everything relies on Qiye's imagination. Whatever he can conceive and vividly describe can manifest. Conversely, concepts entirely foreign to him can only materialize as mere shells. For instance, in the illusionary realm, one could truly savor the various flavors of meat buns as if in reality. However, in this space, engaging with a mobile phone or playing a mobile game like Naruto is utterly impossible, as he lacks any understanding of how such devices operate. It is also noteworthy that, akin to the Tsukuyomi space, regardless of how much time passes within the illusion, only an instant elapses in the real world. Nevertheless, the longer one lingers in the illusion, the greater the potential damage to brain cells. Thus, although Qiye initially contemplated utilizing this characteristic to grant Yuluo and Mingyu an advantage in their training, he ultimately had to relinquish that idea. Upon escorting the merchant caravan to the gates of Konoha, under the watchful eyes of Siri and others, Qiye calmly produced the mission scroll and handed it to the caravan leader for their signature. He had no desire to enter Konoha, had circumstances been different. He might have considered visiting Kakashi, but his objectives had already been fulfilled. Just then, 3 men, clad in masks and bearing short swords, emerged from the village of Konoha. One of them lingered his gaze on Qiye for a brief 2 seconds before hastily departing. Umbu? Or perhaps Root? Qiye withdrew his gaze and, after exchanging a few words with the leader of the merchant caravan, turned to leave. These individuals would become a steadfast presence in Konoha, establishing roots and flourishing. Their purpose extended beyond merely selling the products of the Land of Rain. They would also facilitate the transport of the Fire Country's specialties to other nations. Initially, trade would undoubtedly be small-scale and sporadic, as there was insufficient strength to ensure safety during transportation. To expand and strengthen their endeavors, Qiye had much preparation ahead. Let us proceed as well. After watching Qiye depart, the sunset-hued Shinra called to her team, leading them back to Konoha. As for Kakashi, he had long been carried to the Konoha hospital by Guy. Swish, swish, as Qiye maintained a leisurely pace through the woods alongside the roads of the Fire Country. He suddenly sensed the encroachment of individuals from his periphery. How intriguing. A faint smile graced Qiye's lips. He recognized the presence of these individuals, having encountered them not long ago. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 ninjas he had met earlier at the entrance of Konoha, each bearing a short sword and donning a mask, reappeared, blocking his path. Is there something you need? Qiye halted and inquired first, his gaze sweeping over them. The trio were all jonin, their average capabilities falling just below 40 points, with minimal disparity among them. I had a friend who went missing in the Land of Grass. One of his disciples bears a resemblance to you, thus I am rather curious about your appearance, one of the Konoha ninjas coldly remarked. His intention was unmistakable. He wanted Qiye to remove his mask to reveal his true visage. Qiye quickly realized that this individual must be a friend of Akai's, perhaps having previously seen him with Yu Luo and Mingyu, hence the faint recognition. What a remarkable coincidence indeed. Shurya never anticipated that even before entering the gates of Konoha, he would encounter such a situation. Are you members of Konoha Zumbu? He inquired. The other party exhibited no response whatsoever. Oh, then you must belong to the Root. With a sudden realization, Qiye chuckled as he removed the mask from his face, revealing a handsome youthful visage. Chapter 35, The Konoha Flowing Sword Technique. Indeed, it is you. Takeda Qiye, how dare you return to the Rain Ninja Village? Today, I shall end your life and bring your corpse back with me. The captain of the Root team erupted in fury, no longer inquiring about Akai's whereabouts, for it had become utterly meaningless. With a swift motion of his hand, a flurry of shuriken was hurled towards Qiye. Originally, the purpose of this Root team was to investigate the location of the Peace Merchant Association, the most renowned trading company in the ninja world. However, upon encountering the rogue ninja Takeda Qiye, they decided to eliminate him as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken flew swiftly, but by that time, Qiye's figure had vanished without a trace. After extensive training, even without employing the body flicker technique, Qiye's physical speed was remarkably swift. Swish. The figure of Qiye swiftly darted to the side of one of the Root ninja. Clang. Just then, a sudden sound of metal clashing resonated in his ears. Whoosh. A blade, gleaming like the moonlight, slashed towards him. Without turning back, Qiye stepped forward and instantly vanished. At that moment, he caught sight of a slightly ethereal figure retracting their sword. No wonder he had felt no presence earlier. It was the art of intangibility, a bloodline limit of the Tsukikage clan. This ability allows the user to obscure both their form and aura. Upon a sudden realization, Qiye clapped his hands together, and a torrent of water surged forth from beneath his feet, instantly rising to a height of over 10 meters and spreading outwards like a deluge. Water release. Great water escape. The violent currents relentlessly battered the surrounding trees, forcing the 3 members of the Root team to take temporary refuge. How could such formidable water techniques be executed in an area devoid of water? The leader of the Root team wore a grim expression, beginning to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Akai's disappearance, his murderous intent intensifying. As the water gradually subsided, the ground remained saturated with liquid. Consequently, even if a transparent ninja concealed their presence, their movements would inevitably leave subtle ripples, no longer as elusive as before. Leaf Flow Sword Technique. The remaining members of the Root team drew their short swords, engaging in close combat with Qiye. None of the 3 were adept in lightning release, otherwise they could have unleashed devastating power within the drenched woods. The speed of this Root ninja was not significantly inferior to that of Qiye, and his sword struck with the precision of a venomous serpent, frequently attempting lethal blows against him. In the world of Hokage, the distinction between knives and swords appears rather lenient, as single-edged blades are often referred to as swords in most instances. Qiye seldom engages in combat with ninjas proficient in swordsmanship, but this time, an opportunity has arisen, and he is eager to savor the experience. At that moment, The captain of the Root Squad unsheathes his short sword and joins the fray, his swordsmanship straightforward yet formidable. Konoha-style sword technique. In a flash. Whoosh. Suddenly, the captain's speed inexplicably multiplies several times, and his figure swiftly crosses paths with Qiye, the short sword carving a brilliant arc through the air. Swoosh. Boom. In an instant, the earthen wall created by Qiye was effortlessly shattered by a flash of sword light, leaving even his garments marred with deep gashes. His heart raced. It had been a long time since Qiye had experienced such a fervent and exhilarating battle that tightened the muscles of his body. Although his opponent's average foundational attributes hovered around 40 points, the swordsmanship displayed was undeniably formidable. As dust swirled around him, a smile crept across Qiye's lips. He formed hand seals, and two shadow clones instantaneously darted away, one to the left and the other to the right, each racing in opposite directions. It seemed prudent to tackle the situation separately. Meanwhile, his true self swiftly retreated backward. Humph. Trying to escape? The captain of the Root team scoffed. Believing that Qiye had aimed to use his shadow clones to disperse them and find an opportunity to flee. Undeterred, the captain maintained his speed, relentlessly pursuing the foremost Qiye, while his two companions spread out to the left and right. Despite being alone, the captain felt confident in his ability to slay Qiye. Konoha-style sword technique. Flashing slash. The dazzling sword light surged through the forest as the captain's speed reached an unimaginable level, suddenly eclipsing Qiye's. Furthermore, a faint crimson mist enveloped him, akin to steam rising from blood. Standing firm, the captain gritted his teeth, his breath coming in labored gasps, while his muscles twitched in minor spasms. Though this technique was powerful, it exacted a toll on his body. Swish. The trees on either side were abruptly severed at the waist, the cuts remarkably smooth. Bang. The figure of Qiye transformed into a wisp of pale mist, dissipating into the air. TCH, just an illusion. What bad luck. The captain of the Root team stood with his sword sheathed, expressing his mild frustration. Just then, a barely perceptible chirping sound suddenly emanated from his right side. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the calls of thousands of birds. I've been waiting for you. A glint of determination flashed in the captain's eyes as an intense aura suddenly erupted from him. In an instant, the sheathed short sword was drawn forth. And without a glance, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes towards the right. The Leaf Village's sword technique, Dance of the Chaos. These slashes were executed with remarkable speed, each strike seemingly imbued with an overwhelming force. It resembled a powerful move from the renowned Aji Kentucky holding a cluster of lightning in his right hand. Qiye seemed to offer it willingly, crashing directly into the sword dance of the leader of the Root Squad, shattering it into fragments. With a sharp crackle, his form disintegrated into segments, enveloped by blue arcs of electricity, which rendered the already stiffened Root Squad leader, afflicted by muscle spasms after unleashing a powerful technique, utterly paralyzed. Lightning clone. This is bad. His eyes widened in horror, a heavy dread settling in his heart. In that moment, a tremendous force struck his lower back, impacting his kidneys. Kidney strike. Typically, Qiye would refrain from uttering the names of his techniques. Deeming it foolish, was he trying to alert his opponent to evade and thus undermine his own flair? Only when victory was at stake would he shout. For it was undeniably exhilarating. The Root Squad leader was instantly propelled away, spinning through the air until he collided with several trees, succumbing to unconsciousness. In a flash, Qiye appeared beside the incapacitated leader, rendering his limbs useless before hoisting him up to search for the other two individuals. After a fierce battle, Qiye swiftly subdued the remaining two as well. The Swift Wind Clan member, possessing the power of phasing, was similarly incapacitated, while the last unfortunate soul was inadvertently killed. Casting them all onto the ground, Qiye subsequently executed a water release technique, rousing the two from their stupor. Humph. If you seek information from me, abandon that thought. Upon awakening, the Root Squad leader regarded Qiye with a hint of disdain. Fear not. I am well aware of the limitations imposed upon you by your Root organization. And thus I possess a more effective method, Qiye replied with a smile, beginning to weave hand signs under their watchful gazes. Chapter 36. The Past Genjutsu. Weaving. The surroundings rippled like water, transforming into an ethereal realm where the Root Squad leader and the Moonlight Clansmen found themselves engulfed in an abyss. Surrounded by darkness and countless fragmented patterns, it resembled a myriad of disordered jigsaw pieces amalgamated together. Soon, both the Root Squad leader and the Moonlight Clansmen's pupils contracted as they were confronted with the most terrifying images of their lives. This was the technique known as Naruto's vision, Genjutsu, dissolution. While they reacted swiftly, alas, no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape this illusory domain. After experiencing the most harrowing visuals of their existence, they returned to the initial void, shrouded in darkness, as the fragmented patterns began to flow towards them once more. As the fragments coursed by, they were once again subjected to their greatest fears. Thus, the cycle continued. This was the fundamental operational mode of the weaving genjutsu. Without Qiye's guidance, those unable to escape the illusion would perpetually relive this torment until their brain cells became excessively stimulated and ultimately ceased functioning. At this moment, Qiye was too preoccupied to pay heed to the two individuals. He was immersed in the river of fragmented memories that converged from their lives, seeking valuable information. Each memory fragment came in various forms. Some manifested as images, others as audio clips, some as videos, and even sensations of pain, joy, or pleasure. Amidst the overwhelming influx of information, Qiye meticulously sifted through it. In reality, processing such content would require an inordinate amount of time. However, within the illusory space created by weaving, Qiye assumed the role of a creator, quickly locating the desired information. The sun has set. Hans of the Salamander has declared war upon us. I propose we immediately bolster our forces. We cannot afford to retreat in this battle. We must embody the spirit of Konoha. I am aware of that without you stating it, but the ninja world covets the land of fire, and engaging on multiple fronts will not be without its toll. Now, I command you to proceed to the land of rain and obliterate the villages providing logistics to the enemy. Remember, leave not a single building standing. Upon receiving the intelligence, it was reported that several civilian villages near the land of rain, close to the land of fire, had been ravaged by unidentified ninjas. The third Hokage has issued a special order for us to provide assistance. Qiye pieced together the information into two coherent passages. One segment was from the captain of the Root team, who at that time was merely a common jonin, yet to join the Root organization. He overheard a discussion between Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo regarding the war and simultaneously received a mission to obliterate the villages in the land of rain. The second passage was from a member of the Kazekage clan, who, in contrast, was tasked with rescuing the villages in the land of rain. It is evident that Saratobi Hiruzen's steadfast position as Hokage, while keeping the ambitious Danzo firmly in check, was not solely due to the strategic distribution of power among several old classmates and alliances with various ninja clans, but also his ability to garner the goodwill of the common shinobi. Amidst the ravages of war, he still contemplated the plight of ordinary citizens in enemy territories, exemplifying a truly noble character. One can only imagine the sense of admiration that the member of the Moonlight Clan and other Leaf ninjas involved in the rescue mission felt at that moment. In stark contrast, the perpetually brooding Shimura Danzo appeared far inferior to the third Hokage. Indeed, just as I suspected, Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are akin to two wretched curs. Qiye clenched his fists, a flicker of hatred igniting in his eyes. All grievances, all debts. He would settle each one in due course. Apart from the two principal culprits, Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, 9 individuals in total had accepted the mission to destroy the villages. Excluding the deceased Akai and the Root team captain, the remaining 7, should they still be alive, would also face his reckoning. Having acquired the desired intelligence, Qiye also discovered a plethora of swordsmanship training methods within the memories of these two individuals. As for the vital intelligence concerning Konoha, although it could be located, it was accompanied by restrictions. Much like an encrypted compressed file, it remained unrecoverable without the requisite password. Although Qiye could attempt to forcibly break through, he found himself disinterested and too apathetic to proceed. With a gesture of his hands, he dispelled the illusion. Though only a fleeting moment had passed in the external world, the leader of the Root team and the Wind Clan member, who had suffered torment within, lay with their eyes rolled back and saliva spilling forth, appearing utterly ruined. Within the illusion, Qiye had never truly cared for these two individuals, carelessly sifting through the fragments of their memories. Such an act bore resemblance to the violent sorting of a courier, where the outer shell appeared intact, yet the contents within were likely irreparably damaged. Thus, the majority of the brain cells of both the Root team leader and the Wind Clan member had met their demise. With a swift motion of his hand, Qiye extinguished the lives of 2 individuals, subsequently incinerating the 3 corpses with fire techniques until not a trace remained. Following this, he employed wind techniques to sweep away any remnants, water techniques to wash away the evidence, and earth techniques to cover the ground, leaving no sign of his actions. Upon returning to the village of peace in the land of rain, Qiye wasted no time in seeking out Mingyu and Yunluo to enhance his attributes. For after such an absence, it was time to reap the benefits. After 2 sparring sessions, Qiye was pleased to have gained 0. 3 points in physical skills and 0. 2 points in ninjutsu. This led him to reflect that engaging in combat is indeed the swiftest way to augment one's attributes. A single bout with a Cloud Ninja and another with a Leaf Root Ninja had collectively increased his stats by 3 points, almost 6 times the yield from mere practice. Yet, he mused, such endeavors outside were fraught with the elements, lacking the comfort of Peace Village, where one is always greeted with a warm meal. A day later, Kakashi awoke in the Konoha hospital. Upon hearing of the incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly visited to extend his regards. "Kakashi, you have endured much during this time," remarked the third Hokage, dressed in casual attire, appearing as an ordinary middle-aged man. He took a seat beside Kakashi's bed, first expressing concern before recounting the heroic deeds of Hitaki Tsukumo, leading into a discussion about the will of fire that embodies Konoha. Hiruzen possessed a remarkable oratory talent, stirring the emotions of the accompanying ninjas and nurses, their eyes glistening with tears, as if a fire ignited within their hearts, filling them with renewed vigor. However, beneath Kakashi's mask, his expression remained impassive, his mind plagued by the haunting images from the previous day, the suicide of his father, the scornful villagers, and the scheming atmosphere of the Hokage's office. Consequently, the third Hokage appeared somewhat hypocritical in Kakashi's eyes. Once the seed of doubt is sown, perceiving the same event through a lens of suspicion creates a sense of estrangement, even if the reality is unblemished. Kakashi found himself trapped in this very predicament. He repeatedly chanted to himself that the illusions were mere fabrications, yet he could not persuade his own heart. Was it possible that the third Hokage was indeed the orchestrator of his father's demise? The thought startled Kakashi. "Kakashi." Sarutobi's slightly elevated tone pulled Kakashi back from his reverie. "Apologies, Lord Hokage. My thoughts wandered," Kakashi responded. "Do not worry, Kakashi. Focus on your recovery for now. Feel free to voice any needs you may have. Remember, Tsukumo is a hero of Konoha." Sarutobi waved his hand, fully aware that the pain Kakashi bore could not be surmounted in mere months. After his words, Sarutobi departed the hospital room. Those final words shone like a beacon in Kakashi's heart, causing a slight smile to form on his lips. The recognition of his revered father by the highest authority in Konoha was indeed a cause for joy. It should have been a moment of pure elation. But Kakashi had received different information from Qiye. A hero? How could a hero meet such a fate? Kakashi muttered to himself, his smile gradually fading into a cold demeanor. "Kakashi," a resounding voice echoed, brimming with vitality. Mike Guy burst in, clad in his iconic green jumpsuit. "Kakashi, I heard you awoke, so I rushed over immediately. I can't believe you single-handedly defeated so many rogue ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village. Truly impressive, Kakashi." Kakashi replied, "No, it was actually, don't sell yourself short. The power of youth is boundless. I will surely catch up to you, Kakashi," Guy exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Ah, I can already feel the adrenaline surging. Let us immediately run 2 laps around Konoha, and then add 200 frog leaps. Kakashi, get well soon. There is no hurdle too great to overcome." Guy emitted an overwhelming aura, flashing a thumbs up, his bright smile dazzling under the lights. Without allowing Kakashi a moment to respond, he dashed out, determined to fulfill his promise of running 2 laps around Konoha. No jest. What a fool. Kakashi rubbed his sore head, yet his heavy heart lightened considerably. Leaning back against the bed, he suddenly recalled Qiye from the previous day. He realized he knew nothing about him, while Qiye seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of Kakashi. As time slipped by, 2 months passed, and Peace Village welcomed the new year once again. Thanks to trade and well-planned development in agriculture, animal husbandry, and fishing. This year brought bountiful harvests, and laughter filled every corner. The streets buzzed with activity, reminiscent of the scenes Qiye and his companions had witnessed during their years in Konoha. Outside Peace Village, under the cover of night, 3 figures ambled through a gentle drizzle. "I can't believe our land of rain has such a lively village," exclaimed a boy with bright orange hair, appearing to be merely 12 or 13 years old, as he sensed the lively atmosphere of Peace Village from afar. "Yahiko, are we really going to venture there?" inquired a girl with blue hair, who appeared to be of similar age, her voice tinged with concern. A small white flower adorned her hair, yet its petals had already begun to wilt, suggesting the passage of time. Behind them walked a boy with red hair, his head bowed, obscuring his eyes. Were Qiye present, he would instantly recognize the trio, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, the founders of the Akatsuki organization. "Fear not. We removed our headbands. For now, we are not considered ninjas," Yahiko chuckled, continuing towards Peace Village. "I've heard the village chief is quite skilled, leading everyone to prosperity. I hope we can find something to do and earn some money to help more people." Seeing his excitement, Conan refrained from voicing any more pessimistic thoughts. As they approached the village, they encountered guards from the Rain village at the entrance. Having prepared in advance, Yahiko and his companions utilized transformation techniques to disguise themselves as a family, successfully blending in. Upon entering the village, they noticed a perceptible change in the rain above, which seemed to lighten slightly. "What's wrong?" asked Yahiko, noticing Nagato staring at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. "Hurry up," Yahiko urged, concerned about being discovered. "We're still at the entrance. It would be disastrous if we get caught." "Oh, right." Nagato snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. In that brief moment, he sensed that the delicate raindrops above carried chakra. Surely, it was just his imagination. Before long, they were inside the village. So prosperous. How beautiful. So many people. Despite having anticipated this impression, Yahiko and the others were nonetheless awestruck by the vibrant scene before them. The vibrant lights hung everywhere illuminated the streets as brightly as day, with stalls on either side selling various goods and snacks, overwhelming the senses. People adorned in brand-new attire weaved through the enticing aromas of food, each face radiating joy. In stark contrast, the worn clothes of Yahiko and his companions appeared somewhat shabby. Moreover, much of what lay before them was entirely unfamiliar. Even in the days before the war, they had never encountered such sights. The tantalizing sense of food drew the three, who had not had their fill that evening, irresistibly forward. "Hey there, young ones. Would you care to sample our specialty meatballs? They are prepared with a unique seasoning crafted personally by the village chief." The sudden voice startled Yahiko and his friends, who realized they had arrived at a small stall where the vendor greeted them enthusiastically. "How much for a skewer?" Yahiko couldn't help but inquire, for the aromatic allure emanating from the steaming stall was simply too tempting. 20 taels per skewer. "Then I'll take 3, gritting his teeth. Yahiko reached for his money. The 3 skewers of meatballs soon found their way into his hands, each ball twice the size of a coin, with 5 on each skewer. He handed 2 skewers to Conan and Nagato. How delightful. The mere aroma made the trio salivate, and they eagerly took bites. "Wow, this is truly delicious." They quickly devoured the meatballs, left wanting more. "Mommy, Daddy, hurry, hurry." A little girl, her head adorned with a fox mask and 3 colored meatballs in hand, stood before them, beaming as she beckoned someone behind her before darting ahead. "You slow down. Be careful not to fall." A young couple jogged after her. Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato watched this scene with warm hearts. "How wonderful," Conan remarked sincerely. Yahiko and Nagato nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's a rare opportunity to visit Peace Village. Let us enjoy the New Year's Eve festivities tonight." Chapter 38. Revelry. The 3 delightedly roamed the village, and before long, Conan sported a small pink flower atop her head. Nagato donned a puppy mask, while Yahiko carried a small bag of freshly caught goldfish. Their hands were perpetually filled with various snacks. Meanwhile, atop the tallest structure in Peace Village, the village chief's office, Qiye and Yunlu observed Yahiko and his friends, who played as ordinary children below. "Should we go find them now?" Yunlu inquired. She had sensed the presence of ninjas entering the village through the chakra-infused drizzle, prompting her to alert Qiye at once. Shichai could hardly believe that the 3 pivotal figures of the Akatsuki organization had come to seek him out. However, the current state of the Akatsuki was far removed from the formidable entity that later instilled fear in the 5 great shinobi villages. It appeared rather juvenile. Indeed, in Shichai's eyes, Yahiko's vision for founding the Akatsuki was distinctly naive. The notion of transforming nations and constructing a bridge towards world peace through interpersonal communication seemed like a mere fantasy. Following Yahiko's demise, Nagato's peculiar philosophy of inflicting suffering upon great nations to achieve peace through force was equally bizarre. "No, let them play their game for now." Qiye shook his head. For at this moment, Mayan, Xiaonan, and Nagato were still quite young. If he recalled correctly, they were merely around 11 or 12 years of age. At such a tender age, the New Year should be a time filled with joy and playfulness, Qiye murmured. Observing his silhouette, Yunluo pondered, "Are you not also still young? Why do you always wear such an air of maturity?" Yet, these words remained unspoken, leaving only a faint pang of compassion in her heart. Qiye inquired, "Where's Mingyu?" "Ah, he is engaged in making rice cakes," Yunlu replied, gesturing towards a lively spot on the street below. "Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo." At that moment, Mingyu brandished a pestle that appeared more robust than himself, skillfully collaborating with a nearby uncle to pound the rice cakes in a stone basin. Their teamwork was remarkably adept, and under their diligent efforts, the rice cakes transformed into a soft and elastic delight, drawing cheers from the surrounding crowd. After a year of hard work, since we have nothing else to do, let us take a stroll, Qiye remarked, diverting his gaze and turning to Yunlu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Really? Yunlu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to eat 3 color dumplings. I want 5 skewers. Those are exceedingly sweet. Eating so many will make you feel overwhelmed. I still want to eat. I will finish them all. Bang! A dazzling array of fireworks ascended into the sky above Pingan City, captivating the attention of countless onlookers. Qiye sat atop the rooftop, with Yunlu gently leaning against his shoulder, both hands occupied with delightful snacks. The fireworks, though identical, evoked entirely different sensations here compared to their view in Konoha. In this moment, Qiye felt nothing but tranquility. In a corner of the street, Mingyu lounged lazily in a chair, savoring a grilled rice cake while admiring the fireworks above. A kaleidoscope of colors danced before his eyes. How beautiful it is! Holding a small fan and adorned with a tiny pink flower, Xiaonan gazed upward, her eyes sparkling, a soft smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Yihiko, with a safety charm dangling from his left hand, nodded in agreement. Though Nagato, with a similar charm on his right hand, remained silent. His serious expression reflected his rapt attention to the fireworks. Soon, all the fireworks had been set off, the night deepened, and the crowd on the street gradually thinned. It's over, Yihiko murmured, his head lowered, a tinge of regret blossoming within him as he observed the dispersing crowd. By the way, what did we come here for? Suddenly, Yihiko exclaimed, startling the two beside him. What's wrong, Yihiko? Xiaonan asked hurriedly. With wide eyes, Yihiko grasped his orange hair in frustration. Have you forgotten our purpose here? We came to work. To earn money. Xiaonan and Nagato exchanged glances, realizing they had been so engrossed in fun that they completely overlooked this matter. What's more critical is that I've run out of money, Yihiko admitted awkwardly. I don't have much left either. Xiaonan's cheeks flushed, remembering she had purchased the most snacks and trinkets. The two turned towards Nagato, clasping their hands together, their eyes filled with anticipation. Nagato said nothing, merely burying his head lower, his hair obscuring his eyes. This is terrible. Are we really going to sleep on the streets on our first day in Pingan Village? Yihiko exclaimed in bewilderment. At this moment, the surrounding crowd had completely dispersed, leaving only the three of them. The gentle drizzle in the air transformed into softly falling snowflakes, creating a picturesque scene. Yet they were too preoccupied to appreciate it. Just then, Qiye approached with Yunlu and Mingyu, raising a hand in greeting. Hello there. Who are you? Yihiko asked, puzzled, wondering why these 3 children were not heading home at such a late hour. Meanwhile, Xiaonan and Nagato stepped forward defensively. Xiaonan and Nagato, what are you doing? You fools. They are ninjas. Ninjas? These little children. Yihiko gasped, suddenly realizing that these children were indeed unlike ordinary ones. You needn't be alarmed. Qiye smiled gently, indicating that she bore no ill will, and continued, let me be frank. My name is Qiye, and I am the true ruler of this village. What? This revelation struck Maharu and his companions like a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly astonished. If you trust me, then follow me. I imagine you have nearly exhausted your funds, and sleeping on the streets in such frigid weather could lead to a chill. Qiye turned and walked towards home, fully aware that Yihiko would undoubtedly follow. Sure enough, after standing in place for 10 seconds deliberating, they both concluded that Qiye bore no ill intent and thus pursued him. Hello, I am Yihiko. Conan. Nagato. After their introductions, Yihiko, filled with curiosity, inquired, how did you know we had exhausted our funds? Let us discuss it inside. Qiye replied as he reached his home in just a few steps. He opened the door and said, this 2-story house before you is the very first in Pingan Village, built by our own hands. Closing the door behind them, he lit the stove, and the house soon became warm and inviting. At that moment, Yunluo brought in steaming tea and a platter of fruits. Thank you, they said, a gesture that made Yihiko and the others feel somewhat uneasy. And they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. As they sipped the hot tea cautiously, they carefully surveyed their surroundings. Chapter 39. The first exchange with Yihiko. Let me first address your earlier question. Qiye sat across from the three, first sipping a warm cup of tea to quell the slight discomfort in her stomach from indulging in too many sweets. Then, smiling, she remarked, as I mentioned earlier, I am the true master of this village. The moment you entered, I was aware of your presence and naturally took note of it. It's the raindrops, isn't it? Nagato whispered softly. Indeed, these delicate curtains of rain that envelop the village are imbued with chakra, allowing me to monitor every individual who enters. Qiye nodded graciously and divulged the information. It is worth noting that this technique was developed in collaboration with Yunlu, based on the Rain Tiger Free technique from the original work by Payne. Its efficacy is comparable to that of the Rain Tiger Free technique. Yet it consumes significantly less chakra, as the rain curtain has been reduced. Although the land of rain is predominantly rainy, Qiye is keen on advancing agriculture. And such an environment is less than ideal. With means of artificial control at hand, it is only logical to employ them. The diminished rain curtain prevents the accumulation of puddles on the ground, while the humidity remains higher than in other nations. It is manageable as long as it does not adversely affect agriculture. Understanding dawned upon Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. So, what brings the three of you to Peace Village? Surely, it cannot be merely for leisure? I recall that Hanzo must have issued orders prohibiting ninjas from clandestine interactions with Peace Village. Qiye took another sip of hot tea and gazed at the three individuals. Upon hearing this statement, Yahiko felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he was also confirmed in the realization that Qiye was indeed the mastermind behind the peaceful village. After all, only the ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village were privy to Hanzo's command. The trio, comprising of Qiye, Iyue, and Mingyu, were not ninjas from the Rain Village. Yet they possessed knowledge that was evidently beyond the ordinary. It was in this context that Iyue suddenly clasped his hands together above his head and lowered his forehead to the table, declaring, "We have established an organization with the noble aim of rescuing the common folk of the Land of Rain. Through mutual communication among individuals, we aspire to dissolve the prejudices and animosities that exist between nations, thus achieving peace. Through our efforts, we have already saved those who were starving. However, we now find ourselves lacking in funds. We humbly request your permission to work in the Peace Village to earn our keep. Please." Once he concluded, Qiye remained silent, and the room was enveloped in a heavy stillness. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, his expression tranquil, lost in contemplation. In contrast, Yunluo and Mingyu exchanged perplexed glances at Iyue, their gazes reminiscent of someone observing a fool, having personally experienced the Second Shinobi World War. And with the insights gleaned from Qiye, their horizons had broadened considerably, leading them to perceive Iyue's naivete. Such grandiloquent ideals seemed utterly impractical for achieving peace in the shinobi world. After a moment of silence, Iyue felt a twinge of insecurity and raised his head, only to be met with the incredulous expressions of Yunluo and Mingyu, which left him utterly flustered. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed with fervor, "I understand that you may find it hard to believe. Yet, I shall strive for peace in the shinobi world. It is my dream." Conan, fully aware of the formidable challenges facing Iyue's dream, resolutely stood behind him. "I, too, shall accompany Iyue, no matter how arduous the journey ahead may be." Nagato, though usually reserved, promptly expressed his support as well. In that moment, both Yunluo and Mingyu were taken aback. They sensed a familiar essence emanating from the trio. "Do you have any idea how vast the Land of Wind is? Do you know how many people reside there?" Suddenly, Qiye, who had remained silent until now, interjected. This question rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Who could truly fathom the expanse and population of the Land of Wind? Qiye smiled faintly. "In truth, I am uncertain. But as the largest nation among the 5 great powers, it surely boasts a population exceeding 100,000. Regrettably, the majority of its territory is cloaked in relentless sandstorms, with oases constituting but a mere fraction. Consequently, water resources and sustenance become exceedingly scarce commodities, making it a formidable challenge to nourish an entire nation. Though I have yet to set foot in the Land of Wind, the audience, captivated by his narrative, felt as though they were immersed in that sweltering expanse of yellow sand, devoid of water and food, prompting an immediate sense of unease. Do you comprehend the severity of the cold in the Land of Snow? For the majority of the year, it is enveloped in biting winds and relentless snow, with only a brief interlude of mild weather. When one cannot even afford a meal, and life becomes increasingly unbearable, who possesses the inclination to engage in mutual dialogue, to cast aside prejudice and enmity, especially when one's neighbor indulges in lavish feasts? Even those without animosity may find their tempers flaring. Mayahiko interjected. "If I had an abundance of food, I would undoubtedly share it with those in dire need, those enduring harsh living conditions. I firmly believe that goodwill among individuals can flourish. You are merely viewing this issue from a contemporary perspective, leading you to such conclusions." Qiye shook her head and said, "In summary, I cannot allow you to remain in Peace Village. I am not yet ready to confront Hans. But we truly need the money, Yahiko pleaded. His hands clasped in desperation. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Qiye slap a thick stack of money onto the table. Here are 100,000 Rio. Take it and use it. When it's gone, feel free to come back for more, Qiye stated. Gulping audibly, Yahiko gazed at the money on the table and hesitantly asked, "What are your requirements?" He involuntarily used honorifics. Just prepare a report on how you utilize this money. It's quite simple. You only need to document each expense, the amount used, and your reflections on it. Additionally, please keep an eye on Hans, just normal surveillance. I don't need any intelligence from him, Qiye instructed, pushing the money towards Yahiko. Is it really that simple? Yahiko exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, it is indeed that simple. After all, our fundamental thoughts are quite similar. Consider this as my support for you, Qiye replied. Yahiko accepted the money, saying, all right, I accept. But may I ask why you want us to monitor Hans? Do you bear a grudge against him? A grudge? Not quite. We merely had a scuffle, Qiye chuckled lightly. When Peace Village began to flourish, the arrogant Hans sought to claim it for himself. Unfortunately for him, he is no longer the demigod he once was. Hans, weakened and past his prime, could not best Qiye and her companions in their fierce confrontation. Consequently, neither side could truly overpower the other. Being from the land of rain, there were no deep-seated grudges between them. Leading to an agreement, Hans would refrain from interfering with the development of Peace Village and would even provide some protection and assistance, while Qiye would offer a certain amount of food and financial support. This arrangement held no significant impact for Qiye, as she had always intended to entrust the transport along the trade route to the ninjas of Rain Ninja Village. Chapter 40. All free things have prices labeled in secret, is what you said true? Upon hearing this, Yahiko could not help but rise, his voice rising in astonishment. Not only he, but even Nagato and Conan beside him wore expressions of shock. Hans had always been regarded as a formidable figure in the eyes of the Rain Ninja. They were completely unaware that the current Hans had aged and become enamored with power and pleasure, his once sharp sword now dulled. Indeed, it is true. Otherwise, why would Hans restrict other Rain Ninjas from coming here, except for the gatekeepers? Qiye yawned. She fully understood Hans's orders prohibiting his subordinates from contacting Peace Village. It stemmed from his fear of losing all the ninjas of Rain Ninja Village to them. Consider this. On one side is a gradually aging lion, whose strength is waning and has lost its fangs. On the other side stands a young, powerful individual with exceptional leadership abilities and an economic acumen that could be deemed genius within the ninja world. Since they all hail from the land of rain, there is no concept of enmity. It is clear to anyone which side they should choose. Hans, wary of this, lacks both the willingness and courage to engage in a mutually destructive conflict with Qiye and her companions. Thus, they continue to coexist. For Qiye, eliminating Hans before she has fully developed would yield no benefits. Rather, it would plunge the already stabilizing land of rain into chaos once more. It is evident that should Hans perish, the ninja world would undoubtedly erupt in turmoil. Currently, every time a mission is issued, the village chief, Riku, must personally travel to Rain Ninja Village, as the order from Hans prevents other ninjas from interacting with him freely. After speaking, Qiye felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, so she stood and took Yunluo to fetch bedding for their guests. She had not anticipated having guests stay overnight, so the 2 vacant rooms on the first floor were cluttered with miscellaneous items and lacked beds. Consequently, Yahiko and the others had to make do with sleeping on the floor in the living room for the night. Fortunately, the living room was spacious and had a stove, so it would not be cold while they slept. Thank you, Qiye. Just as Qiye was about to head upstairs to rest, Yahiko suddenly expressed his gratitude earnestly. Qiye casually waved his hand, unconcerned, and ascended the stairs. As he turned his back to Yahiko and the others, a meaningful smile graced his lips. The most precious things are often those that come free. Of course, Qiye would not simply bestow such a significant sum upon Yahiko without purpose. There was a motive behind his request for reports. Gradually, Yahiko would come to realize that his efforts were in vain, yielding little effect. As he succumbed to confusion, Qiye could then seize the opportunity to draw the 3 of them into his camp, having merely advanced their wages in advance. As for the troublesome Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu lurking in the shadows, Qiye had already devised a plan. In summary, upon encountering Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato, Qiye was determined to prevent their fates from mirroring the tragic course of the original narrative. Downstairs, Yunlu halted in her tracks. waiting until Qiye's figure vanished from sight before striding over to Yahiko and firmly placing her hand upon his shoulder. From now on, simply address him as Qiye. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. What? Yahiko was somewhat perplexed. It's nothing. Just remember to call him Qiye from now on. Omit the Kun. Conan understood and likewise patted his shoulder. Nagato nodded in agreement. That night, the three of them spread their bedding on the floor of the living room. Unable to sleep, Yahiko voiced his thoughts. Qiye is truly a remarkable person. He has provided us with such generous funding. We can accomplish even more now. It seems we share a resemblance with them, Conan remarked. Nagato expressed his astonishment. Their abilities are even more formidable. They have established a village. Conan turned to Yahiko, a smile gracing her lips. In comparison, Yahiko, you seem somewhat inferior. What nonsense. Once our Akatsuki organization develops, our achievements will surely rival those of Qiye, Yahiko exclaimed, raising his fist in indignation. Realizing he had raised his voice too much, he quickly covered his mouth and cautiously glanced upward. Once he confirmed that he had not disturbed Qiye and the others, he let out a sigh of relief, a smile emerging on his face. How wonderful it is to meet like-minded individuals. With Qiye and the others by our side, the land of rain will undoubtedly prosper. The group continued to chat idly until their excitement gradually waned, leading them into slumber. Early the next morning, Yunlu and Conan were preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while Qiye and Nagato assisted nearby. Meanwhile, Mingyu and Yahiko sat on the sofa in the living room, engaging in conversation. Being of similar ages, they quickly became familiar with one another. Goodbye, they said as they stood at the door, waving farewell to Qiye and the others after breakfast. Goodbye. Looking forward to our next meeting. Don't forget to submit the report. The days passed quietly, and as April arrived, the weather began to warm. Well, I shall take my leave now. If Yahiko and the others arrive for the funds before I return, please hand them the money. But remember to have them submit their reports. If you encounter an insurmountable foe, you and Mingyu must flee. Do you understand? A village can be rebuilt, but the two of you must not come to harm. Standing behind a fully assembled merchant convoy, Qiye admonished Yunlu beside him. As trade in the ninja world gained popularity, the Pinyin Merchants Association piqued the curiosity of many. Fortunately, they had anticipated this. Regardless of which nation's merchant station, they publicly declared it a branch. Even so, the Pinyin village situated in the land of rain faced considerable scrutiny from numerous ninjas. However, anyone daring to infiltrate the village was promptly detected and subsequently met with a silent demise. Qiye was quite confident in the strength of Yunluo and Mingyu. Yet she harbored concerns about encountering the exceedingly rare, formidable ninjas. Indeed, I am aware. Yunluo nodded earnestly, gazing at Qiye's visage with a hint of reluctance. You must also prioritize your safety. It matters not whether you return early or late, but you must come back unharmed. Rest assured, Qiye replied, affectionately ruffling her hair, before leaping onto the final cart. As the caravan gradually made its way outward, Yunluo only withdrew her gaze once they turned the corner and vanished from sight. After taking a deep breath, she proceeded to attend to other matters. Qiye sat in the carriage, gently swaying as it departed from the village. At the entrance stood two rain ninjas, tasked with both guarding and vigilantly observing, their eyes glazed as they stared ahead. It was not until the merchant convoy had completely vanished from sight that they regained their senses. This time, Qiye's destination was the Sand Ninja Village in the Land of Wind. The convoy bore a substantial amount of goods, encompassing not only products from the Land of Rain but also acquisitions from the Land of Fire, the Land of River, and the Land of Grass. Compared to the initial trade with the Land of Fire, this endeavor was indeed a significant venture. Furthermore, Qiye had another purpose for traveling to the Land of Wind beyond mere commerce. Chapter 41. Sand Ninja Village and Yetsong. For the vast territories of the Land of Wind, largely shrouded in sand and dust, everyday resources were exceedingly scarce. Amidst the blinding sandstorms, a group of sand ninjas crouched behind a wind-sheltered dune. The leader, a female sand ninja, displayed signs of impatience, frequently glancing toward the horizon. Where are they? Yetsong muttered. Since half a month ago, when the higher-ups of the Sand Ninja Village learned that the Peaceful Merchant Association intended to establish a branch in their territory, preparations had been promptly set in motion. Not only did they exempt the association from taxes for 3 years, but they also provided a prime commercial space. Although the so-called prime shop in Sand Ninja Village might pale in comparison to a secluded corner of Konoha's backstreets, it nonetheless demonstrated their goodwill. After all, the Peaceful Merchant Association had emerged as a notable force in the ninja world in recent years. While not particularly powerful, they possessed keen intellect. They successfully interconnected the land of rain, the land of birds, the land of river, and the land of fire, facilitating the flow of goods among these nations and significantly boosting their economic development. It was precisely due to this influence that a myriad of merchant associations had sprung up in the ninja world, some controlled by the daimyos of various countries, while others were founded by their ministers or business magnates. Though the number of trading associations had increased, they all shared a common trait: none dared to venture into the land of wind. After all, they were well aware that the land of wind not only boasted a harsh environment, but was also impoverished, rendering the risk of loss too great. The frustration of the land of wind was palpable. The third Kazakage had prepared to work overtime, only to find that no one came. The feudal lord of the land of wind had even considered establishing a merchant association themselves, yet ultimately deemed the costs too high and opted against it. At long last, the Peaceful Merchant Association sent representatives to engage with the Sand Ninja Village, deciding to open a branch there. Hence, the overjoyed Sand Ninja Village not only extended the aforementioned conditions, but also anticipated the arrival time of the delegation from the Land of Rain, sending Yetsong ahead to greet them. Although a guide had already been dispatched to the Peaceful Merchant Association's branch in the Land of Rain, the actions of the Sand Ninja Village further underscored their sincerity. The bells hanging from the merchant convoy's carriage jingled in the wind, momentarily dispelling the oppressive heat of the day. Thump! Qiye leaned against the carriage and drained a bottle of water, simultaneously shaking off the considerable amount of sand that had accumulated on him. Previously, he had harbored a certain aversion to the humid climate of the rain country. Yet now he comprehended the essence of true suffering. Under the blazing sun, with yellow sand swirling in the air, he was enveloped by oppressive heat from every direction. Any slight gap in his clothing allowed the sand to infiltrate, and during particularly windy moments, it became impossible to keep his eyes open. In a word, it was unbearable. If Qiye felt this way, one can only imagine the plight of the ordinary folk from the rain country within the caravan. Fortunately, anticipating such a scenario, he had tripled the travel expenses for the trade route to the wind country. While the journey was arduous, complaints were scarce. The prospect of the increased compensation encouraged everyone to persevere through the discomfort. However, it was clear that once they reached the wind country, they would need to replace their current transport animals with camels. Ding ding ding. Upon hearing the melodious chime of bells, Yitsong rose from behind a sand dune. Have they arrived? Her eyes sparkled as she approached a group of sand ninjas. Meanwhile, Qiye furrowed his brows atop the carriage. He sensed a gathering of individuals ahead, and not being in a direct line of sight, he initially chose to ignore them. Yet, as they approached him willingly, he pondered their intentions. Were they thieves? Bandits? As Qiye contemplated, the group ahead revealed themselves, each adorned with the forehead protectors of Sunagakure. Welcome to the Peaceful Commerce Guild. I am Yakura of Sunagakure, here to escort you, she proclaimed, seeking to alleviate any potential panic among the ordinary folk. Once she had spoken, she lifted her gaze, surveying the caravan laden with numerous goods. So many items. I have heard that many of them have been transported from the land of fire and the land of rivers. I wonder what treasures they hold. As Yakura indulged in her daydreams, her peripheral vision caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. She momentarily lost her train of thought as a detestable visage from years past surfaced in her memory. Greetings, Lady Yakura, the captain of the merchant caravan began. But before he could continue, Yakura abruptly assumed a combative stance, her eyes fixated on Qiye. It is you, a ninja from Konoha. At her words, the sand ninjas behind her swiftly drew their kunai, readying themselves for battle. Although the Second Shinobi World War had concluded several years prior, the animosity of Sunagakure towards Konoha had not diminished significantly. After all, their losses had been substantial, with even elder Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law falling victim to the hands of Konoha's White Fang. Wait, you must see clearly. I am a bona fide ninja of the Land of Rain. Qiye rose, pointing to the forehead protector of the rain village she wore. You were undeniably a Konoha ninja before. Although I do not know your name, I would never mistake you, Yakura retorted. With a sense of exasperation, Qiye spread his hands and said, Come on, you mentioned it was in the past. Can I be a rain ninja now? Stop dawdling. Where is Sunagakure? Are we not nearly there? He sincerely wished to leave the land of wind behind, eager to complete his task and return home. What Lord Qiye said is indeed correct. He is one of our ninjas from the land of rain, and this time he is escorting us to the land of wind. The leader of the merchant convoy explained with a smile. Although Yetsong remained unaware of why Qiye had become a rain ninja, he still regarded him with disdain, snorting dismissively before leading the way ahead. After 2 arduous days of travel, they finally arrived at Sunagakure. Your mission has been accomplished. Why don't you hurry and leave? Yetsong halted Qiye at the entrance, preventing him from entering the village. Why should I leave? Can't I take a stroll? Is Sunagakure so stingy as to disallow visitors from other villages? Or is it that the environment of Sunagakure is so lacking that it makes you feel inferior, thus preventing me from having a look around? Qiye effortlessly rendered Yetsong speechless with just a few words. He brushed aside the other's hand and gracefully strode into the village. How infuriating. I refuse to feel inferior. The young Yetsong, still in her teens, was incapable of concealing her emotions. She stood there fuming for a moment before hastily following behind Qiye. I will keep a close watch on you. Do not even think about causing trouble in the Sand Shinobi village. Yetsong declared coldly. What a lunatic. Qiye deliberately ignored her and wandered around Sunagakure. To be honest, compared to Kanahagakure and Heian village, Sunagakure indeed possesses its own unique charm, yet Qiye still favored Heian village more. As he strolled, he critiqued the shortcomings of Sunagakure, making clicking sounds with his mouth, which infuriated the trailing Yekong to the point of grinding her teeth. He then purchased a plethora of grilled scorpions and sandworms, savoring them with delight while audibly smacking his lips. Chapter 42. The Tool Yekong, what an insufferable rascal. Yekong felt her teeth nearly shatter in frustration. She knew Qiye was being deliberately provocative. Just then, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Here, let me treat you. Qiye offered a bag filled with untouched grilled delicacies to Yekong. Humph, I don't want that. Yekong turned her head away with an air of haughtiness. Forget it. Qiye retracted the bag and remarked disdainfully. Could you refrain from following me? It's quite detrimental to my mood. The enticing aroma gradually faded, and Yekong's gaze involuntarily flickered toward the bag before she swiftly averted her eyes, coldly asserting, absolutely not. How about this? Since you dislike my presence in Sunagakure, let us engage in a friendly duel. If you win, I shall leave at once. If I win, you will cease to follow me. Do you dare accept? Qiye provocatively asked. What is there to fear? Without a moment's hesitation, Yitsong readily agreed, brimming with confidence in her own abilities. The two of them arrived at a secluded training ground, where Yitsong lifted her chin and declared, I shall allow you to make the first move. Qiye did not refuse, her face adorned with a smile. In that case, let us go. Before she could finish her sentence, Qiye had suddenly appeared before Yetsong, delivering a swift kick aimed at her face. Yetsong's eyes widened in shock as she hastily raised her arms to defend herself. With a resounding thud, she was propelled several meters away by Qiye's powerful strike. This scoundrel showed no mercy whatsoever. The pain radiating from her arm caused Yetsong to grit her teeth, emitting muffled sounds of distress. At that moment, a dark figure approached rapidly from the corner of her eye. Her expression shifted as she quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Scorch release. Overheated vapor kill. Boom. Several spheres of brilliant crimson flames materialized around Yetsong, and as Qiye drew closer, she felt the moisture within her body evaporating at an alarming rate. With a flash, she immediately distanced herself from Yetsong. Ha! If you have the ability, come closer and try again, Yetsong exclaimed, hands on her hips, laughing triumphantly as if savoring a hard-won victory. Qiye stood firm, swiftly forming several hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique, he proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of water that coalesced into a formidable water dragon, surging towards Yetsong. Flame style, blazing heaven. A brilliant crimson flame erupted, colliding with the water dragon. Hiss! Steam instantly enveloped the entire training ground, shrouding it in a thick veil of white mist. Let us conjure even more fog. Qiye raised her hands before her chest, revealing a faint smile. Water release, hidden mist technique. In an instant, the dense fog in the training ground intensified several-fold, rendering the surroundings utterly indistinguishable. Yetsong gripped his kunai tightly, his expression exceedingly vigilant. The throat, spine, liver, lungs, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Where would you have me strike? As Qiye emulated the ghostly utterances from the original text, his voice wavered and echoed around him. Naturally, he possessed no mastery of silent assassination techniques, nor did he exhibit any hint of murderous intent. Suddenly, a flurry of shurikens surged from behind him. Yet Yi Tsang remained undeterred by Qiye's words, maintaining his focus and deftly evading the onslaught. At that moment, the sound of shurikens approached from the left as well. Just as Yi Tsang dodged, he discovered a kunai poised against his throat. "Don't move. You've lost." Qiye's voice resonated from behind him. Yi Tsang's face bore no trace of anger or fear. Instead, a triumphant smile crept across his features. "No, it is you who has lost." With a resounding bang, her form dissipated into wisps of white smoke, merely a shadow clone. Concurrently, Yi Tsang emerged from the surrounding mist, several fireballs materializing before her. Flame release. Overheating kill. She charged toward Qiye. However, at that moment, Qiye's figure transformed into a splash of water and vanished. What? How could it be a water clone? Yi Tsang was taken aback, but just then, a booming voice erupted from beneath her. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. In an instant, Yi Tsang was dragged underground. Her head the only part remaining visible. "You have lost. According to the rules, do not follow me." Qiye placed a bag of barbecue before Yi Tsang and turned to leave the training ground. Damn it! Yi Tsang struggled to free herself. Her face twisted in rage as she seized the barbecue from the ground and began to gnash at it, as if the roasted scorpions were Qiye himself. What is this? At that moment, she noticed a thin book lying nearby. Could it be that fool's careless drop? With curiosity, Yi Tsang picked up the slender volume. Desert Soil Transformation and Sandstorm Control Techniques, Youth Edition. Furrowing her brow, Yi Tsang opened the 10-page book. Soon, her face flushed and her breath grew heavy. A brand new world seemed to unfold before her eyes. This book must be shown to the elders. Yi Tsang closed the book and hurriedly dashed toward Granny Qiye's residence. In the courtyard, a red-haired youth emotionlessly manipulated two puppets in a fierce duel. It was evident that the boy's skills were exceptional. Under his control, the two puppets fought with the intensity of real combatants. "Little Scorpion, where's your grandmother?" Upon entering the courtyard, Yi Tsang inquired urgently. The Scorpion of the red sand paused, one puppet pointing toward the interior of the house. After receiving the answer, Yi Tsang hurried inside. Creak, whoosh, as she flung open the door. Countless poisoned sunbon flew toward her. Yi Tsang swiftly dodged, but at that moment, a hidden compartment by the door opened, unleashing a tube that spewed purple poison smoke. Simultaneously, from the shadows within the room, a uniquely shaped puppet lunged forth. "It's me, Granny Qiye, I'm Yi Tsang," she shouted in fright. Clang! The puppet's blade halted before Yi Tsang, who wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling suddenly weak. Right, it must be the poison smoke. At that moment, an elderly woman emerged from the room, administering an antidote pill to the prostrate Yi Tsang, and inquired, "Yi Tsang, what brings you here?" She was Granny Qiye, the grandmother of the Scorpion of the red sand. "Granny Qiye, I have crucial information to share with you. Look." Yi Tsang handed her the book and recounted her recent experiences in detail, including Qiye's origins. Granny Qiye opened the book, and the information inscribed within instantly captivated her attention. Desert Transformation Plant Sand Fixation Method, utilizing grass grid sand barriers to form large-scale windbreaks while simultaneously providing some binding effect on the sand. Desert Transformation Engineering Sand Control Method, using dry grass, pebbles, and mesh panels to restrict the movement of quicksand, leveraging terrain to alter the wind's direction. Desert Transformation Soil Binding, employing special materials to increase the stickiness of sand, imparting water-retaining properties and reducing moisture loss. Chapter 43, Transaction with Granny Qiye with a swift motion. Granny Qiye flipped through the already slim book until she reached the last page. Just as she was engrossed in reading, it abruptly ended, leaving her momentarily startled. However, she quickly regained her composure, her expression turning serious. Although the book's content merely outlined several methods for desert management, the practical effectiveness would require experimentation to ascertain. Nevertheless, based on her years of experience in the desert, Granny Qiye could discern that the author of these insights possessed genuine talent. The ideas were intriguing. Perhaps they truly held the potential to transform the desert, especially the final entry regarding soil binding. If this could indeed succeed, the cultivable land in the land of wind would increase dramatically. At that point, surpassing the land of fire would not be an insurmountable challenge. Where is he? Granny Qiye took a deep breath, turning to fix her gaze intensely upon Yi Tsang. Startled by her penetrating stare, Yi Tsang stammered, "Huh? What? The person you mentioned earlier. Where is he? Granny Qiye waved the book in her hand, her demeanor and tone softening slightly. Surely you don't believe this book was accidentally left behind by him? Such coincidence is implausible. It was clear that he had intentionally used Yi Song, feigning a sparring session, and then, under the guise of circumstance, had strategically dropped the book, an act premeditated from the start. He sought to use Yi Song as a conduit to deliver this book to the higher-ups of the Sand Village. Regardless of who she handed it to, the Sand Village would undoubtedly opt to engage with Qiye, that despicable scoundrel. Yi Song ground her teeth in frustration, realizing the truth of the situation. The presence of Qiye was bearable for her, but what truly vexed Yi Song was the fact that, despite being several years older than Qiye, she was being metaphorically ground into the dust by him, both in strength and intellect. In an instant, Yi Song found her barbecue unappetizing. Well, since he had taken the initiative to approach her, it was clear he had ulterior motives. She resolved to bring him to her the following day. Granny Qiye carefully placed her books aside and reminded her, in the future, if there is anything to report, remember to consult the third Hokage first. For he is the Kazekage. You may come to me afterward. The Kazekage was rather stern, and besides, wasn't he quite busy with Rasha lately? It wouldn't he be polite to disturb them? Yi Song chuckled softly. Observing her naive laughter, Granny Qiye ultimately refrained from saying more, merely letting out a sigh. Hey, come with me to see Granny Qiye. The next day, Yi Song found Qiye on the streets of Sunagakure and, without a second thought, dragged him off toward Qiye's residence. Let go. Qiye spread her palm, her expression grave as she proclaimed, First, I do not go by he. Second, why should I accompany you? Humph. Grandma Qiye is an esteemed elder of our Sand Ninja village. She has significant matters to discuss with you. Yi Song placed her hands on her hips and huffed. Just because she seeks me out, does that mean I must go? Qiye cast a glance at Yi Song, his voice icy as he declared, With such a poor attitude, I shall not accompany you. Having uttered these words, he disregarded Yi Song and continued his stride along the street. That detestable scoundrel. Yi Song clenched his fists and approached Qiye, his tone softening somewhat. What must I do for you to come with me? Oh, at last. You are willing to relent? Qiye cradled her chin, an enigmatic smile gracing her features as she scrutinized Yi Song's physique from head to toe. You don't even think about it. Under Qiye's piercing gaze, Yi Song felt a sudden jolt of unease coursing through her, prompting her to step back hastily, glaring furiously at her counterpart. Is this how you treat someone you've invited? I haven't even uttered a word yet. Qiye shrugged casually and remarked, If you could grant me a request, I might consider accompanying you. Not a chance. Don't even think about it. Yi Song promptly rejected. Well, if that is the case, never mind. Oh dear. I misplaced a book about desert management yesterday. I can't recall where it went. Fortunately, it wasn't the complete content, or I would have suffered a significant loss. Yet, who would bother reading such a tedious book anyway? Qiye, displaying remarkable decisiveness, deftly circumvented Yi Song and continued onward, deliberately muttering to herself. Recollecting the request of Granny Qiye, who had entrusted her with the task of inviting Qiye, Yi Song clenched his teeth and turned around, exclaiming, I have consented. However, this cannot be excessive. It must not contravene my will. Otherwise, even if you propose it, I shall not fulfill it. Rest assured, for I am not a villain at heart. With a cheerful smile, Qiye remarked, However, I have yet to finalize the specific requirements. For now, let's leave it pending. Yi Song let out a slight sigh of relief, contemplating that when he became stronger, he would pin this rascal to the ground and see if he would dare to make such demands then. Humph. Follow me. He huffed playfully, leading the way to Granny Qiye's residence, with Qiye gracefully trailing behind him. Before long, the two arrived at a quaint courtyard. Today, the Red Sand Scorpion was not practicing puppet techniques, but was instead engaged in creating some components. In his youth, the Scorpion was quite a dashing little lad. Alas, he later transformed himself into a rather elaborate figurine. Due to their unfamiliarity, Qiye refrained from greeting him, after exchanging a brief glance with the Red Sand Scorpion. He followed Yi Song inside. Young man, please take a seat, Granny Qiye said upon noticing Qiye. She paused for a moment, then gestured toward a nearby chair, seemingly surprised by his youth, which made him appear even younger than the Scorpion. Thank you, Qiye replied with a smile, yet he remained standing. Although there appeared to be no immediate conflict of interest, he was aware of Qiye's expertise with poisons, and it was prudent to exercise caution. What a cautious lad. Upon observing Qiye's hesitation, the The seasoned Granny Qiye instantly grasped his intentions and couldn't help but silently admire his prudence. In that case, I shall be brief. I find the information you provided quite intriguing. Perhaps we can negotiate a trade, she proposed. Upon hearing this, Qiye felt a surge of appreciation for her intellect. Engaging with someone astute like her was indeed refreshing. If only Yezong were not so naive, he would not have needed to exert such effort previously. However, one could hardly blame Yezong. He was merely in his teens and had experienced little thus far. Certainly, Qiye nodded decisively and said, I can provide a comprehensive manual on desert soil formation and sandstorm prevention techniques. I am more than capable of addressing any inquiries you may have. And I can even participate hands-on in the process of desert management in the Land of Wind. Under professional guidance, the environment of the Land of Wind will undoubtedly improve. Desertification is not a mere dream. If I were on Earth, I would not dare to make such bold claims, nor would I possess the capability. However, this is the world of Naruto, where entrusting tasks to ninjas significantly enhances efficiency. To illustrate, if the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama had been willing to take action, the environment of the Land of Wind would not be in such dire straits. Therefore, by simply following my methods, the environment of the Land of Wind is bound to improve, and complete desertification is not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 44. Research data on potions. What must I sacrifice? Qiye inquired solemnly. The conditions presented by Qiye are exceedingly generous. After perusing the previous materials, her anticipation for improving the environment of the Land of Wind has grown, yet she is acutely aware that such offerings come at a cost. Rest assured, it is a matter of little difficulty for you, Lady Qiye. Qiye offered a simple compliment before retrieving another document from her possession to hand it over to the other party. All I need is your assistance in researching this potion. This well-prepared gesture prompted Qiye to lift her gaze once more, casting a profound look at Qiye before accepting the document. Although Yakura was curious about its contents, she refrained from intruding at that moment. The document was a description of the potion, or rather a proposal. It outlined the potion's effects, emphasizing 12 crucial words: heal injuries, regulate the body, enhance physical constitution. Moreover, it strictly stipulated the absence of any side effects. After reading, Qiye furrowed her brow and remarked, to speak candidly, the mainstream methods for healing injuries currently rely on medical ninjutsu, complemented by surgical interventions, which yield commendable healing rates. Potions can only serve a supplementary role. Creating one with immediate effects is quite challenging. Upon hearing her conclusion, Qiye slowly replied, You have misunderstood. I am not seeking a potent healing potion. The focus lies on the subsequent regulation of the body and enhancement of physical strength. This potion should ideally mend internal injuries gradually, nourish the organs, and fortify muscles and bones. The pace of recovery is inconsequential, but it must be devoid of any adverse effects. Qiye acknowledged, such a potion is indeed feasible. Although the effects you described require further research, given that previous potions primarily aimed for rapid injury treatment. No problem. You may commence your research. I shall depart from Sunagakure tomorrow morning. We can finalize the exchange then, Qiye replied with a smile before leaving the courtyard. Only half a day plus one night? How rather pressing. Qiye understood that the extent of her research would determine the amount of information she could procure from Qiye concerning the prevention and treatment of desert ailments. Qiye, what did that rascal just give you? Yakura inquired, her curiosity piqued by the document in Chiyo's hands. Instead of answering, Qiye directed her gaze towards Yakura, her expression grave as she asked, You must not concern yourself with this matter, Yakura. Tell me, was this fellow truly a Leaf Village ninja in the past? Indeed, although several years have elapsed, I still vividly remember that face. I even crossed blades with him on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Yakura asserted with certainty. Upon mentioning the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Chiyo's countenance dimmed, as memories of her son and daughter-in-law who perished there resurfaced, along with thoughts of the white-haired man wielding a short sword. Initially a leaf ninja, then a rogue ninja? Why has he now become a rain ninja? The name Qiye had never been heard by Qiye before. This implies that Konoha had never issued any announcements regarding his defection. After a moment's contemplation, Qiye discarded the notion of keeping Qiye here. After all, he was a ninja who had traversed through a tumultuous era, and it was improbable that he was a benevolent individual. Given the current instability within the ninja realm, Qiye was uncertain about Qiye's true nature. and she was not one to engage in ventures where the risks outweighed the potential gains. The following morning, Qiye arrived at Chiyo's courtyard, where she handed him a document. The hasty scrawl indicated urgency, yet it did not impede comprehension. This document contained Chiyo's insights on the type of potion Qiye had described, along with her research direction and methodology. It even included a wealth of experimental data on various other potions, proving to be of considerable reference value. After establishing the Peace Village, Qiye had amassed a certain amount of knowledge concerning medical ninjutsu and potions, and he swiftly ascertained that Chiyo's document was sound. In fact, if given sufficient time for research, she might very well be able to produce the potion directly. However, Qiye desired precisely this hurried effect. He would select only a portion of the content from Chiyo's document. "Lady Qiye, here is what you requested," Qiye said, presenting a manual titled Soil Transformation and Wind Erosion Control Techniques into her hands. "Damn it, did you not promise to provide the complete manual?" Yezong glared furiously at Qiye from the side. Qiye carefully organized the materials in her hands before slowly speaking. "Indeed, as the other party in this transaction, what you need to provide is not merely a document, but rather assistance in the research and development of this potion. However, rest assured, our transaction will continue, and sooner or later, you will receive the complete manual. Besides, the first volume alone should suffice for your experimentation for a while." Yezong stood frozen, finally realizing that Qiye had harbored such intentions from the very beginning. Could this person truly be only in her teens? In that instant, Yezong felt an overwhelming complexity in Qiye's thoughts, and she found herself indebted to the other party for a request. A sudden wave of despair washed over her. On the other hand, Qiye did not react as intensely as Yezong. Calmly taking the manual, she leafed through a few pages, her excitement becoming palpable, even causing her body to tremble slightly. The significance of the contents within the book was evident from her reaction. "My apologies," she said, after perusing several pages. Qiye closed the book, exhaling slowly before turning to Qiye. "I hope that when we meet again, I will still be able to engage in pleasant conversation with you." This statement carried an undertone of veiled threat. After all, although the contents of the book were extraordinary, Qiye could not guarantee that the methods outlined within would indeed improve the environment of the Wind Country. Should the results prove ineffective, Qiye would have to face some consequences at their next encounter. Qiye smiled faintly, disregarding the tone of the other party. With the transaction concluded and having acquired the most coveted item of this journey, Qiye felt no further interest in the Sand Village and strode directly towards the exit. "Next time we meet, I shall undoubtedly defeat you," exclaimed Yekong, clenching his fists as he escorted Qiye outside the village. Qiye turned her head, feeling that she should provide her with a greater incentive. With a smile, she said, "In that case, let us engage in a friendly contest the next time we meet. If you emerge victorious, the debt I hold against you will be forgiven, and I shall offer additional information regarding desert prevention at no cost. However, if you lose, you will owe me another favor. What do you think? It is a deal then." Yezong did not hesitate to agree, for this wager seemed highly advantageous to her. After all, losing would only mean incurring an additional obligation. A spirit of determination ignited within her, and she resolved to dedicate herself to rigorous training during this period. In solitude, Qiye traversed the desert, arriving at a sand dune a few kilometers from Sunagakure. Chapter 45, The Trap of Tsunade. At that moment, a shadow leaped forth. "You've worked hard. TSK, why be so polite to yourself?" Qiye tossed the documents he carried to the figure, and with a crackling sound, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished. For the past few days in Sunagakure, it had been Qiye's lightning clone that had been present, while his true self had never set foot inside. Without extraordinary means of self-preservation or the ability to overpower the 5 great shinobi villages, Qiye was not inclined to take such perilous risks. Although he had grown considerably stronger, he understood that even his might could not rival an entire shinobi village. The lightning clone, being one of the more elusive forms of shadow clone techniques, had indeed evaded detection by both Yakumo and Qiye. Even if they had discovered the truth, it mattered little, as Qiye's intent was merely to engage in trade, with no conflicting interests at stake. Upon returning to the Land of Rain, Qiye first sought out Yunlu, presenting her with the information provided by Qiye. Together, they deliberated on its feasibility and revised the research proposal. Both Qiye and Yunlu possessed knowledge in medicine and pharmacology. Yet Qiye acknowledged that he could not compare to Yunlu in this domain. After a week's labor, they thoroughly comprehended Qiye's materials, adjusting and infusing their insights. It took them another fortnight to compile the refined pharmaceutical data. In comparison to Qiye's initial version, the enhanced documentation was significantly more intricate and bore little resemblance to the original. During this period, the Akatsuki organization made an appearance, and Yahiko's expression was somewhat grim. After submitting the report, Qiye bestowed upon him a sum of 100,000 ryo. Subsequently, Qiye set off once more towards the Land of Fire with the documents in hand. Following the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade, afflicted by hemophobia, had departed from Konoha and wandered the Land of Fire. This time, Qiye's intention was to seek her out. However, upon arriving at the renowned Duanxi Street, she was unable to locate Tsunade. Ultimately, it was in another bustling town that she finally caught sight of her. Aware of Tsunade's notoriously fiery temperament, Qiye resorted to a familiar tactic akin to her previous encounter in Suna Village. She created a lightning clone, leaving it unencumbered, while she herself trailed closely behind Tsunade, her true self shadowing the clone. As they ventured into a secluded area, Tsunade abruptly turned and exclaimed, "Hey, you've been following me for quite some time. What exactly do you intend?" Her words startled the nearby Shizune, who instinctively spun around, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Qiye had never concealed his presence. Slowly, Raijin emerged from the shadows. "Greeting, Lady Tsunade, good day." He scrutinized her from head to toe. Tsunade, now in her 30s, appeared far younger than her initial introduction in the original narrative. As for the young Kato Shizune by her side, she seemed to have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, making Qiye somewhat surprised that she was already accompanying Tsunade. "Rain Ninja?" Tsunade furrowed her brow at the forehead protector adorning Qiye's attire and coldly inquired, "What is your intention?" "Lady Tsunade, shall we strike a bargain?" Qiye replied with a subtle smile. "A bargain? Has that old coot Hanzo sent you? What? Is he on the brink of death?" Tsunade's expression remained frosty. Qiye shook his head, stating, "It is not Hans, but rather a personal transaction between you and me." The casual mention of Hans revealed that this young man was no Navi fool. "However, I have no interest in making a deal with you." At this moment, Tsunade's expression took on a dangerous edge as she raised her fist, her aura erupting powerfully. "Let this punch serve as a lesson for your stalking." With a resounding crash, the ground shattered as Tsunade's figure suddenly materialized before Qiye, her fist landing forcefully against his abdomen. To her surprise, the anticipated outcome of sending Qiye flying did not occur. Instead, he was engulfed by the spreading lightning of the shadow clone, rendering her body momentarily paralyzed. Nevertheless, being a seasoned medical ninja, Tsunade regained her composure after just a brief pause, swiftly retreating to stand beside Shizune. Yet, even so, a bead of cold sweat emerged on her forehead. A mere second of hesitation could prove fatal for a top-tier expert. However, Qiye had no intention of taking a life. He waited patiently for Tsunade to recover and return to her original position before gradually emerging from his concealed spot. "Lady Tsunade, shall we gamble?" he proposed. "If I win, you will engage in a transaction with me." Qiye employed a classic tactic to deal with Tsunade, his voice steady despite the rising anger within him. Tsunade was taken aback, realizing she had been outmaneuvered by this young rogue. Though she longed to retaliate with a punch, she hesitated momentarily, observing Qiye's nonchalant demeanor, ultimately deciding against it. "I'm not interested," she retorted, preparing to leave with Shizune. Just then, Qiye placed a small chest of coins onto the ground with a thud. "Let us make a wager. If you win, this 500,000 ryo is yours. If I win, you simply agree to my terms." He presented an exceedingly tempting offer, one that caught Tsunade's attention. Her footsteps faltered, clearly indicating her intrigue. However, to Qiye's astonishment, after a brief moment of contemplation, Tsunade resolutely turned away, not even glancing back. What on earth? Has Tsunade lost her enthusiasm for gambling? Qiye furrowed her brow and exclaimed loudly, "If you refuse to wager with me, I shall summon all your creditors to Konoha, compelling the village to settle your debts." "Lady Tsunade, I am certain you would not wish to see Konoha's reputation tarnished, would you?" TSK, the legendary little sheep is, in fact, the illustrious princess of the Senju clan, one of the renowned Sannin of Konoha. What a revelation it would be. Before Qiye could finish speaking, he suddenly vanished from his original spot. The place he had just occupied had transformed into a desolate ruin, with the cold gaze of Tsunade fixed upon him. "You cannot harm me, Lady Tsunade. Will you take the wager?" "The same terms as before, should you refuse to bet. Konoha will be left to repay your debts." Qiye stood atop the treetops, a smile gracing her face as she observed Tsunade below. Could this individual truly be a devil? Behind her, Shizun clutched her piglet, her gaze towards Qiye tinged with a hint of trepidation. Tsunade inhaled deeply, a wager. At this juncture, she had no alternative. Although the young rain ninja before her was exceedingly irksome, was it not merely a gamble? Who was afraid of whom? This was a domain in which she excelled. Let us simplify matters. Let the dice be cast. The one with the higher roll shall prevail. Qiye leapt down from the branches, producing a pristine die, which she casually tossed onto the ground. Under the watchful eyes of the three, plus one pig, the die tumbled across the earth before finally coming to a halt. 2 points. Huh, was this not a surefire victory? Tsunade erupted into laughter as she seized the die, rolling it in her palm before casting it forth. Shizun felt a slight easing of her tension. Their opponent had rolled a mere 2, and as long as Tsunade did not roll a 1, they would emerge victorious. Surely, Tsunade's luck could not be so dreadfully poor. Just as Shizun pondered this, the die came to rest, revealing a solitary red that's staring defiantly skyward. Chapter 46. Repeated experiments. Had she truly rolled a 1? Shizun covered her mouth, her expression one of shock. The smile on Tsunade's face abruptly ceased. Only Qiye exhibited an expression of anticipated outcome, as she gracefully retrieved the die from the ground, stating, "You have lost. Now fulfill the terms of our wager." "Humph. What terms do you propose?" Tsunade inquired, crossing her arms. "Assist me in perfecting this potion." Qiye presented the modified materials alongside Yunluo and proclaimed, "I shall not have you labor in vain. Once we successfully develop this potion, I will reward you with 1 million ryo. 1 million ryo. Zyajinjian exclaimed in astonishment. In the post-Second Shinobi World War era, when inflation had not yet reached its peak, such an amount was indeed substantial. Casting a glance at her inexperienced apprentice, Tsunade chose silence, instead reaching for the documents. Upon meticulous examination, she concluded that this was likely a potion with slow-acting effects, primarily aimed at rehabilitation. This concoction bore no strategic value and could not be employed in warfare, thus posing no threat to Konoha. Having arrived at this conclusion, Tsunade waved her hand decisively and declared, "Very well. I accept your proposition. Now let us discuss the payment. Please, Lady Tsunade, do not rush. I meant after the potion has been developed. However, you may utilize this evening to make further annotations or highlight any inaccuracies within the materials." Qiye produced a stack of money, precisely 100,000 taels, and handed it to Xiaojing. "Let this sum serve as a deposit. Tomorrow, based on the results, I shall provide an additional payment." Having uttered these words, he turned on his heel and departed, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of the other party absconding with the funds. This fellow possesses a certain charm, does he not? Just one evening? Indeed, it presents quite a challenge. A mysterious smile graced Tsunade's face as she turned to the side and called out to Jingyin. "Jingyin, yes, let us go. Now that we have money, let us find a place to drink. I shall treat you to a grand feast." "Ah, Lady Tsunade, do we not need to study this information? One must first be nourished to gather strength for study." The following morning, Qiye encountered Tsunade and Jingyin, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, along with a pig that also bore the same weary appearance. "Here, the materials you requested." Tsunade handed over a noticeably thicker stack of documents to Qiye. After a meticulous examination, Qiye nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Tsunade's prowess was unparalleled. The of a single night surpassed the efforts of Qiye and Yunluo over the course of half a month. Not only did it rectify numerous deficiencies within the previous medicinal documentation, but it also amended every imperfection. Several aspects that had once bewildered Qiye were now illuminated by Tsunade's annotations, rendering them clear and comprehensible. It can be said that this medicinal documentation is now truly complete on paper, ready to embark on experimentation. As for whether it will yield the anticipated results, only the data can reveal the truth. Remarkable indeed, Tsunade-sama truly lives up to her reputation. With a smile, Qiye produced 200,000 ryo. After securing the documents, he remarked, "I shall take my leave for now, but I will return." After watching Qiye depart, Zyajinjian, puzzled, inquired, "Lady Tsunade, why did you choose to assist that rain ninja?" "It was merely a transaction," Tsunade replied, crossing her arms. "The item he is researching holds little value. At most, it can only slowly alleviate injuries and improve one's constitution. Any ninja relying on such a thing in warfare is likely unaware of the meaning of death. Upon returning to the Hidden Rains Peace Village, Qiye and Yunlu immediately commenced the completion of their potions, simultaneously activating the underground laboratory they had long since constructed. Presently, Peace Village had expanded significantly, encompassing nearly all the displaced individuals from the southwestern regions of the Rain Country. Although referred to as a village, its overall atmosphere closely resembled that of a small town from Qiye's previous life, with a population of around 100,000. As the population increased, so did the complexities of management, and it was apparent that not all newcomers were ordinary civilians. Fortunately, the ostensible village leader, Richuan, possessed a modicum of talent, efficiently assigning the incoming refugees to various roles, ensuring that everyone had work and sustenance. As for the lethargic and unscrupulous individuals, Qiye preferred to avoid complications, promptly converting them into nutrients for the soil. Subsequently, Yunlu's findings identified individuals possessing chakra and having undergone ninja training, guiding Richuan to assemble these individuals into a security team responsible for maintaining order in Peace Village. Within the underground laboratory established by Qiye, 5 literate individuals with agile minds and some foundational knowledge in medicine or pharmacology were meticulously selected as researchers. Regarding the operation of the necessary experimental instruments and methodologies, Qiye and Yunlu would initially provide guidance until the researchers became familiarized with the procedures. After 3 months of diligent research, the laboratory successfully synthesized its first potion. This was followed by the tedious processes of trials, adjustments, and experiments. After countless iterations, upon obtaining satisfactory data, Qiye and Yunlu worked tirelessly to revise and disaggregate the information, propelling the project into its second phase. Armed with the documentation for the second phase, Qiye made another visit to the Wind Country. After several months, the changes in Sunagakure were indeed remarkable. The most striking feature was the tall walls that surrounded the village, not erected to deter enemies, but to mitigate the winds and sand. Entering Sunagakure, one could occasionally spot plants wrapped in soil and buried in sand. The village continued to experiment with various flora to determine which species were most resilient to extreme temperatures, with most of the plants cultivated being imported by the Peace Commerce Guild from other nations. Remarkably, although yellow sand still dominated the landscape, the air was noticeably more humid than before. After trading the second phase data with Qiye seized the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to Yetsong, ensuring she owed him a favor before hastily departing the Wind Country. Following this, Qiye and Yunlu plunged into the grueling second phase experiments. Once they achieved a satisfactory outcome, they advanced to the third phase. After successfully obtaining the data for the third phase, Qiye sought out Tsunade in the Fire Country. This cycle was repeated several times until the chimes of the new year echoed once more, heralding the arrival of spring in the 47th year of the Hidden Leaf. They had finally succeeded. Gazing at the emerald liquid within the test tube, a flicker of excitement illuminated Qiye's face. After their relentless efforts, he and Yunlu had successfully created the potion they had long envisioned. Not only could it heal injuries, but it could also address various latent ailments and residual effects, enhancing one's constitution and physical resilience. While the results would not manifest instantaneously, they were undeniably effective, with no adverse repercussions. This potion was suitable not only for ninjas, but also for ordinary individuals, proving beneficial for ailments such as colds, insomnia, and poor appetite. Qiye aspired to create an extraordinarily adaptive potion. His ambition extended beyond merely profiting from ninjas. He intended to garner wealth from the common populace as well. Upon the successful culmination of his research, he christened this elixir Life Number 1. To commemorate this achievement, that very evening, Qiye gathered with Yun Luo and the laboratory personnel for a celebratory dinner at a barbecue restaurant, inviting Mingyu to join them. Having never tasted alcohol since arriving in this world, Qiye could not resist pouring himself a glass of beer. But boss, aren't you too young to drink? Is this truly wise? Chuckled a young woman from the lab. They remained unaware of Qiye's true identity, merely perceiving him as the village chief Prat-ji, affectionately referring to him as boss. Despite his youthful age, his remarkable talents in medicine and pharmacology had won their admiration. Another individual remarked, "It looks delightful. I might just want to try it myself." "Then go ahead and drink. After all, no one is watching us," Qiye declared, producing several more cups. At this, the room fell silent. For every individual present shared a painful history. They had all lost their homes during the Second Ninja War, left to navigate life alone. What is past is but a memory. We must look forward. We must believe that better days await us. Qiye asserted with a smile. Boss is right. We shouldn't linger in the sorrow of yesteryears. We must cherish what we possess now. We have surmounted numerous challenges, and today, we finally unveiled our potion. This is a day worth celebrating. Indeed, I shall partake as well. Boss, pour me a glass. They chimed together, raising their cups in a toast. The atmosphere in the private room soon became lively. As ninjas, the effects of alcohol on Qiye and Mingyu were minimal. However, it was Mingyu's first encounter with alcohol, and he was quite exhilarated, becoming remarkably loquacious and entirely unlike his usual self. Yun Luo indulged in a couple of drinks, but soon found herself flushed and leaning against Qiye, ultimately requiring him to carry her home. Days later, Qiye made a trip to Sunagakure, delivering the remaining manuals to Chiyo. As he prepared to depart, the relentless Yakura challenged him once more, only to meet the same fate, soundly defeated and left on the ground. Subsequently, Qiye traveled to the Land of Fire, where he met Tsunade, fulfilling their agreement by handing over the remaining funds. Phew, all matters are finally settled. It is time to commence mass production of Life Number 1. In short, I aim to secure a profit before the onset of the Third Ninja War. As Qiye contemplated, it was likely around the year 48 of Konoha that the third Kazekage would meet his demise at the hands of Sasori of the Red Sand, thus igniting the Third Great Ninja War. This conflict would not only result in countless tragedies, but it would also pave the way for the emergence of Obito, whose subsequent actions would unleash a torrent of chaos. With his current abilities, Qiye realized he could not avert the onset of the war. He could only continue to amass strength in the shadows. However, he saw this as an opportunity for significant profit. Litsuan, have the guild commence the acquisition of all medicinal supplies and equipment related to healing. Only purchasing, not selling, Qiye instructed. Once the war erupted, the demand for such resources would skyrocket, and even a modest price increase of 20% would yield substantial profits for him. As for items like kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags, while their accumulation now would also be profitable, Qiye had no desire to pursue that particular avenue. After receiving the directive, Litsuan, though unable to discern the underlying intricacies, complied without hesitation. With the necessary tasks nearly complete, Qiye returned to a life of tranquility. His days were filled with training, sparring, or accompanying Yunlu on leisurely outings, a rather pleasant existence. One fateful evening, the newly disguised Yahiko and his companions, having left behind their rain ninja headbands, ventured into Qiye's residence under the cover of night. Standing at the threshold, Yahiko's expression oscillated between confusion, shame, and uncertainty. Beside him, Konan and Nagato exchanged worried glances, unsure of how to console him. During this time, the Akatsuki had received a substantial donation of 500,000 ryo from Qiye, which had indeed saved many lives and welcomed several new members. The name of the Akatsuki gradually spread throughout the Land of Rain, becoming the most sought-after refuge aside from the Peace Village. Initially, Yahiko and Konan were elated, but they soon sensed an unsettling trend. Among those they had rescued, many were idle and indolent, seemingly aware that the Akatsuki would not abandon them. They preferred to lounge rather than engage in any productive endeavors. Their enthusiasm for free rations was unparalleled, yet they exhibited little willingness to contribute otherwise. Consequently, Yahiko's financial reports became increasingly disheartening, as he recognized the unhealthy trajectory of the Akatsuki's development, feeling as though he had betrayed Qiye's trust. Observing his distress, Konan finally spoke gently, "Let us go in. Qiye will surely know how to address this situation." With a bittersweet nod, Yahiko approached the door and knocked. The familiar table awaited them, adorned with the same fruit platter and warm tea. Despite having visited several times, the trio felt as awkward as they did on their first visit, dutifully lowering their heads and sipping their tea in silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension, punctuated only by the sound of Qiye reviewing reports. A particularly detailed document lay before them, outlining the expenditures of the previous allocation of 100,000 ryo Yahiko had received, meticulously itemized. As Yahiko perused the increasingly dismal summary he had crafted, Qiye could not contain his laughter. He set the report down, lifted his teacup, and blew gently over the surface. "I have reviewed it. Your ideals are commendable, promoting peace and aiding the weak, but from my perspective, you possess only fervor and lack the requisite strength, regulations, and strategies." Strength, regulations, strategies. Yahiko and the others bowed their heads in contemplation of the implications these terms held. After a moment of reflection, Qiye continued, "These three concepts are interrelated yet distinct. Let us begin with regulations. To me, they represent the framework that binds everyone. Just as refuse must be disposed of in a bin, theft must incur consequences. However, mere regulations are insufficient. They require the force to uphold them, which is strength. In the initial stages of development, this strength can stem from individuals or organizations. But as one progresses, a significant portion of this strength must arise from the regulations themselves. In a manner as accessible as possible, Qiye elucidated the relationship between power and rules to Yahiko and others. Chapter 48. The New Goals of the Akatsuki Organization. This understanding, albeit rudimentary, was drawn from his reflections on the judicial institutions of his past life. After all, Qiye had merely been an ordinary corporate worker, lacking systematic education, having only encountered relevant knowledge sporadically through the internet. Nevertheless, this knowledge should suffice within the context of the Naruto world. Yahiko appeared somewhat bewildered. He raked his fingers through his hair and inquired, "But Qiye, didn't you just say that power sustains the operation of rules? Why then is it necessary for power to arise from rules as well?" This aspect was indeed somewhat challenging to grasp. Yet I surmised it was likely to prevent individuals or organizations from becoming excessively powerful, which could disrupt the normal functioning of rules. After careful contemplation, Conan ventured to articulate her perspective. She was correct. Qiye gave her a thumbs up and then smiled, saying, "Let me provide a straightforward example. The original Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the most formidable member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, were both immensely powerful individuals who disregarded the rules of their era to collaboratively restore peace and establish Konoha. This illustrates the capacity of personal strength to transcend established norms. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara subsequently instituted a new principle known as peace, underpinned by their formidable powers. However, upon their demise, the very rules they had established crumbled in an instant, devoid of the strength that sustained them." After hearing such a lucid example, their understanding of the interplay between power and rules gradually deepened. Lastly, let us consider strategy. In my view, it constitutes a fundamental element that does not directly correlate with power or rules, yet it is inextricably linked to both. Qiye smiled and continued, "Let us take Senju Hashirama as an example. Perhaps he, too, realized that after his and Uchiha Madara's demise, the world would plunge into chaos once more. Thus, he convened the 5 Kage Summit to distribute the tailed beasts. His intention was to create a balance of power among the tailed beasts, instilling a sense of fear regarding their immense destructive capabilities, thereby deterring nations from waging war recklessly. This can be regarded as Senju Hashirama's strategy. However, he failed to comprehend the complexities of human nature. The land of fire, positioned in the most advantageous locale, would inevitably attract the covetous gaze of other nations. This example provided Yahiko and the others with a pertinent understanding of strategy. After listening to all this, Mingyu could not help but inquire, "In that case, how can we truly achieve peace? The nations with poor conditions are unlikely to abandon their obsession with the land of fire, are they?" Qiye took a sip of tea and remarked, "The simplest strategy is to improve the environment and fulfill the most fundamental human needs, the need for sustenance. Those whose basic needs for clothing, food, shelter, and transportation are met are less likely to pursue warfare." Upon hearing this, everyone at the table was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this precisely what Qiye was endeavoring to accomplish? By vigorously developing agriculture and fisheries, he aimed to ensure that the people of Pingan village could earn a living through their labor, gradually enhancing their quality of life. Simultaneously, he sought to facilitate trade, allowing the circulation of funds and significantly increasing their income. Upon reflection, it became evident that the residents of Pingan village, in comparison to other regions of the Rain country, had genuinely achieved a prosperous life, showing no signs of having recently endured war. With a heavy sigh, Mihiko exhaled deeply, feeling an indescribable admiration for Qiye in that moment. Though they were of the same age, Qiye's accomplishments were truly eye-opening. At that moment, Mihiko lifted his head and, with unwavering determination, declared, "Qiye, we shall follow you from now on. I, too, wish to contribute to the peace of the Rain country and the world." Through the activities of the Akatsuki organization during this period, coupled with the reports documented in Qiye's earlier explanations, Mihiko had come to a profound realization of how naive his previous thoughts had been. In comparison to Qiye's endeavors, the organization he had founded felt akin to child's play. Thus, Mihiko awakened to the truth. He was ready to join Qiye's cause. Qiye initially intended to win over Yahiko and his companions, and at this moment, he did not refuse. He spoke, certainly. But you must continue to maintain the operations of the Akatsuki organization for now. Upon hearing Qiye's consent, Yahiko and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yahiko expressed his confusion, saying, "Why? Isn't our current approach flawed? Continuing to uphold the Akatsuki will only foster more parasites. We could simply adopt a different method." Qiye smiled faintly and continued, "From this day forth, I urge you to adopt a more assertive approach. All funds shall no longer be considered as gratuitous gifts, but rather as loans. Ensure that every transaction is meticulously documented, the amount, the repayment date, and the interest rate. Should the debtor prove incapable of repaying upon maturity, let them compensate with their physical limbs, be it a hand or a foot, as you deem fit." With a thud, Qiye placed a chest of coins upon the table, revealing its contents of 500,000 taels. "This is the final support I shall provide, 500,000 taels. Remember to adopt a firm attitude and approach. There is no need for leniency when dealing with such scum." Mayahiko accepted the chest, feeling the weight of Qiye's trust press heavily upon him. With a resolute expression, he declared, "I understand. I shall not let you down." Yet, at that moment, Conan interjected, "But there are insufficient job opportunities in Amigakure to accommodate the repayment of so many debts. What shall we do then?" Qiye reassured, "You need not worry about this matter. When the time comes, I will have Lichuan establish several factories in Yurin village, providing ample job opportunities for everyone. Although Life Number 1 has been developed, Qiye has yet to set up the corresponding production facilities. The development of Pingan village has nearly reached its peak. Each individual has their designated role. Aside from children, incapable elders, and a few women in their gestational period, everyone is employed. Thus, Qiye initially intended to locate the Life Number 1 production factory in Yurin village. As for Hans's opinions, Qiye deemed them unnecessary to consider. This is a fortuitous opportunity, and the other party could not possibly refuse. "Understood. We shall strive to enhance all of this." Yahiko reassured once more. Seven Leaves uttered a profound remark. "While you undertake these tasks, it is imperative that you diligently cultivate your skills. Otherwise, when confronted with problems that your current abilities cannot resolve, regret will come too late." Although the precise meaning of Seven Leaves' words eluded them, Yahi and his companions nodded solemnly in agreement. With money in hand, they departed once more. This time the Akatsuki organization embarked on a fervent campaign, transforming all economic support into a lending arrangement rather than offering it freely. Initially, those idlers who had long been accustomed to a life of ease took little heed. But as instances of individuals suffering grievous injuries or even losing their lives began to emerge, they gradually adopted a more serious attitude. Chapter 49, Life No. 1. This situation not only affected ordinary citizens, but also prompted a significant purge within the Akatsuki organization itself. Anyone who failed to comply with the new regulations established after consulting with Yahi, Conan, and Nagato was expelled without exception. Some audacious individuals even borrowed substantial sums, intending to flee the land of rain. However, due to Seven Leaves' extensive trade networks and the watchful eyes of neighboring nations, they were swiftly apprehended and eliminated. With these vivid examples before them, the remaining individuals finally awoke to the reality of their situation, settling down to work in factories producing potions, earning wages to repay their debts. The series of events in the Rain Village captured Hanzo's attention. Yet he dared not intervene in either the construction of factories or the activities of the Akatsuki organization. Hanzo understood that behind all of this, the influence of the Peace Village was undoubtedly at play. Over the years, he pondered the growth of those three individuals who once stood as equals with him. Coupled with the formidable presence of the Akatsuki, Hanzo felt a sense of trepidation and ultimately refrained from interference. In his old age, he simply wished for a quiet and untroubled life, content to maintain his position as the leader of the Rain Village. As for the developments of the Akatsuki and the Peace Village, they seemed beyond his control. Before long, a potion known as Life No. 1 began to circulate among various nations through trade. Accompanying Life Number 1 was its catchy slogan, Life Number 1. Nourish your brain, promote bone growth, enhance memory, and enable your child to master ninja knowledge at an early age. Stay ahead from the start. How delightful. I've had life number 1 again. Life number 1. Proudly presented by the Peace Chamber of Commerce. For just 100 Rio, you can't go wrong, and for merely the cost of a few bowls of ramen, you can own a bottle of Life number 1. Long-term use not only repairs internal injuries, but also improves physical condition, all without any side effects. What are you waiting for? Hurry and purchase it at the store. Suitable for all ages, it is truly an essential gift for festive occasions. On the bustling streets of Konoha, Noera Rin gazed at the opulent and grand storefront of the Peace Chamber of Commerce and inquired of Kakashi beside her. Kakashi, have you tried Life number 1? Currently, Kakashi was part of the Minato squad alongside Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito. He turned his head slightly to glance at Rin, his tone indifferent as he replied, no. Kakashi still struggled to emerge from the shadow of his father's suicide, and the differing information he had received from Seven Leaves fostered a sense of alienation toward the entire village. In recent years, he had conducted covert investigations, discovering that not only had the ninja who once blamed his father perished shortly thereafter, but many ordinary individuals who had engaged in idle gossip had also vanished as if they had never existed. Kakashi found it utterly implausible that there was no involvement from the higher echelons of Konoha. Thus, he pondered, could it truly be as that Rain Ninja claimed, that all of this was a scheme orchestrated by Konoha's elite? But why would that individual confide such information to him? Why had there been no contact over the past few years? Kakashi fell back into his own thoughts, oblivious to Rin's words. Forget him. That self-important guy doesn't regard us at all, because he thinks he is so powerful. Obito, standing nearby, clenched his fists, his expression displeased as he glared at Kakashi. Obito, don't say that. Kakashi must have his reasons for behaving this way. Kakashi, if something is bothering you, you can talk to us. We're friends. After calming Obito down, Rin turned her concerned gaze toward Kakashi. Tisich, seeing her expression, Obito turned his head away, feeling a twinge of bitterness. I'm fine. Kakashi snapped back to reality, shaking his head as he looked at the bustling Peace Chamber of Commerce. He added, I haven't tried Life number 1, but Guy has. He says the long-term effects are quite beneficial. The physical after-effects from his intense training have been completely remedied. Over this period, Mike Guy had been persistently recommending Life No. 1 to Kakashi, extolling its virtues. Yet, Kakashi felt uneasy at the thought that it might be something concocted by that mysterious Rain Ninja. Despite the fact that Konoha's inspections found no adverse effects or side effects, Kakashi remained reluctant to use it, especially since his innate talent and abilities rendered it unnecessary. Really? I'm planning to buy some for my parents, Rin remarked. Obito immediately interjected, it's true. Rin, I've personally tried it. At first, I didn't notice any effects, but after long-term use, all the after-effects of training vanished, and my physical condition improved significantly. I even feel like I might surpass Kakashi. He chuckled heartily. Rin giggled, go for it. I believe you can surpass Kakashi. Hearing their conversation, she too became convinced of the efficacy of this Life No. 1 potion and headed toward the store. Inside the Peace Chamber of Commerce, numerous ninjas were perusing goods, accompanied by a throng of ordinary citizens. The establishment offered not only products from the Land of Fire, but also specialties from the Land of Wind, Land of Grass, Land of Rain, and others. However, the most sought-after item remained Life number 1. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously in other nations. Fortunately, Seven Leaves had initially established several factories and multiple production lines. Otherwise, demand would have far exceeded supply. Meanwhile, within the Hokage Tower in Konoha, the Konoha F4 convened. Hiruzen, you must heed my advice. The formula for this potion must remain in our hands. Danzo's voice was laden with gravity, directly targeting the explosive success of Life number 1. After taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette, Hiruzen Sarutobi shot a withering glance at his old comrade, responding curtly, I've already contacted Tsunade. She cannot decipher the method of its creation. Since she cannot, we should send someone to the Land of Rain. Reports from the route suggest that the majority of the supply originates from there. Even if it is merely a branch of the Peace Chamber of Commerce, it must be a crucial one. Danzo snorted disdainfully and continued, we shall acquire the formula and production methods directly. It is a waste to dilute such a potent potion in pursuit of that absurd notion of having no side effects. Once we obtain this potion and enhance its effects, the strength of our Hidden Leaf village will undoubtedly multiply several times. At that time, no one will dare to provoke us. Chapter 50. The disappearance of the wind shadow Danzo's intentions were straightforward, to invade the land of rain using forceful means. Regardless of whether it was the headquarters of the Peaceful Commerce Association, his priority was to acquire the potion's formula and manufacturing process. No. Given the rare stability in the ninja world, such an action could potentially ignite a war, detrimental to the development of the hidden leaf. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly rejected the idea without a second thought. Danzo's expression darkened, clearly displeased as he scoffed. You are too weak. Where has the mighty ninja of the past gone? Is he merely a shadow of his former self? If I were Hokage, enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him sharply. His voice firm. I am the Hokage. Those words enraged Danzo, who stood abruptly and slammed the door behind him, leaving only a warning. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Time is indifferent to the changes in the world. It relentlessly progresses according to its own rules. This year marks the 48th year of Hidden Leaf. The sand village of the Land of Wind, once barren and lifeless, has undergone significant improvement. Utilizing the methods provided by the Seven Leaves, coupled with the discovery of suitable flora for the desert environment, the sand village now appears far more appealing than in the original narrative. Aside from the soil reclamation efforts, other promises made by the Seven Leaves are gradually being implemented. Today, the atmosphere in the Wind Shadow building felt unusually tense, with key figures of the village gathered around a table, while those without seats leaned against the walls. Moreover, ninjas constantly entered and exited, their expressions solemn. What news do you have? None. We found no trace. We searched to the east and discovered nothing of the third Hokage's whereabouts. We too have found no signs. As they listened to the ongoing reports from the ninjas, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly heavy, the faces of those present reflecting a collective gloom. 2 hours passed, and Kaizokuro, sitting beside Qiye, turned to glance at his sister. Since the discovery of the Wind Shadow's disappearance, they had searched for a considerable time, and merely sitting idle was not a viable option. Someone needed to take charge. Understanding his implication, Qiye gently tapped the table to draw everyone's attention and spoke. Thus, we can confirm that the third Hokage is indeed missing, and we cannot rule out the possibility of an attack by enemy ninjas. What? Could it have been the Hidden Leaf's doing? It could also be those despicable people from the Rock Village. Raza, you have been with the Wind Shadow during this time. Did you notice nothing? As soon as Qiye finished speaking, heated discussions erupted in the conference room. Hearing his name mentioned, Raza stood up and said, to avoid interference, the Wind Shadow and I were positioned separately, and my chakra was insufficient. So I returned home after gold mining each day. I should have accompanied the Wind Shadow. As he spoke, regret washed over his face, tears brimming in his eyes. Since the commencement of trade, the economy of the Land of Wind had gradually improved, but due to environmental limitations, their offerings were scarce. Only the third Wind Shadow's iron sand and Raza's gold sand could serve as substantial commodities for trade. Thus, their daily work involved extracting iron and gold from the sand. Given the proximity to the village, they had not brought a guard detail along. It was only this morning that they realized the Wind Shadow had gone missing. Although they immediately dispatched numerous personnel to search, no traces were found, confirming he had disappeared the previous afternoon. Qiye took a deep breath and solemnly declared, regardless, finding the third Hokage is our top priority. We must also keep this information confidential and prepare for all contingencies. Until the third Hokage is found, I shall take charge. Dismissed. Her message was clear. As the village's highest combat power, the Wind Shadow must be sought with utmost effort. Otherwise, if the news were to leak, it could very well lead to war. Yes, Lady Qiye. Understood. The ninjas in the conference room responded in unison before dispersing. In the subsequent days, the Sand Village maintained a facade of normalcy, yet the observant would notice the increasing frequency of sand ninjas entering and exiting the village, always appearing busy. More critically, the third Wind Shadow had not been seen for quite some time. Rumors of the third Wind Shadow's disappearance began to circulate within the ninja world. The third Great Ninja War was indeed about to commence. Standing by the window, Shichai gazed into the distance at the faint wisps of smoke rising from the farms. His thoughts momentarily adrift. When he first encountered the scorpion of the red sand in the sand village, he had contemplated eliminating this troublesome youth, believing that such an action could prevent the third Wind Shadow's disappearance and perhaps avert the looming war. However, under those circumstances, such an outcome was virtually impossible. Shichai was situated in the sand village and, Under Qiye's watchful gaze, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate the scorpion with merely a lightning clone. Had he acted then, his relationship with the Sand Village would have plummeted to an icy abyss, jeopardizing any future collaboration. Moreover, even if Qiye had succeeded in eliminating the scorpion, would it have guaranteed the avoidance of the Third Great Ninja War? The likelihood was slim. A militaristic nation like the Land of Lightning would undoubtedly seek other opportunities to instigate conflict, and the Land of Earth had long coveted the Land of Fire. Thus, Qiye concluded that even if he had indeed eliminated the scorpion, it would only delay the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, potentially creating a far larger butterfly effect. It was better to adhere to the original narrative and effect change from the minutiae. Yet, regarding the Third Great Ninja War, it truly felt like a chaotic endeavor, and Qiye was uncertain if he could execute all plans flawlessly. With a heavy sigh, Qiye prepared to lift the teacup from the table for a sip when suddenly, two cool hands rested upon his head. The familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and he immediately recognized who had arrived, his body momentarily stiffening before relaxing. "What has you so lost in thought that you didn't even notice me approach?" Yunlu asked softly, gently massaging Qiye's head while standing on tiptoes. Now, Yunlu had blossomed into a graceful beauty, exuding the charm of a flower gradually unfurling. Chapter 51. Prelude to the Third Great Ninja War. Having received the latest news of the Third Wind Shadow's disappearance, it would not be long before war erupted again. Qiye relished the massage from Yunlu, eyes closed as he spoke. Upon hearing the word war, Yunlu's hands paused momentarily before she quickly composed herself, her voice laced with evident concern. "You will be running around again, won't you?" She clearly possesses a deep understanding of Qiye. Upon hearing the noticeable shift in her tone, Qiye turned around, grasped her hand, and offered comfort. "It's all right, though there are some matters that require confirmation. When we first embarked on trade, I wandered everywhere without issue, didn't I? May I accompany you?" Yunluo gently bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Qiye was almost swayed by her pitiful demeanor, yet ultimately, she resolutely shook her head. No, not bringing Yunlu along is for her safety. Qiye herself could not guarantee that she would emerge unscathed while executing the plan. "You must be cautious." Understanding Qiye so well, Yunlu did not press the issue, but instead transformed her worries into reminders. "The talisman I gave you must be worn at all times. Do you understand?" This was their first New Year together, and Yunlu had personally crafted a safety charm for each of them, herself, Qiye, and Mingyu. "Yes, I have always kept it with me." Qiye gently revealed the talisman intricately bound with fine string around his waist, and spoke softly. "Do not worry, it merely suggests that war may erupt. Yet it is not an absolute certainty. Besides, I will not set off immediately. For now, I shall devote myself to rigorous training in the village." Since the establishment of the village in the Land of Rain, Qiye's personal time had significantly diminished. Coupled with his ability to enhance his strength through the acquisition of attributes, his enthusiasm for cultivation had waned further, unless he was preparing to develop new ninjutsu or learn new techniques. "I will accompany you," Yunlu exclaimed, knowing that Qiye could grow stronger through practical combat. Eagerly, he pulled Qiye towards a training ground accessible only to the three of them. In the ensuing days, whenever he had a moment, Yunlu would engage in sparring with Qiye while assisting him in infusing various chakra nature transformations into the Rasengan. Previously, this development had been neglected due to Qiye's insufficient physical resilience. He was reluctant to frequently repair his body due to potential aftereffects. Now, after collaborating with Yunlu to develop Life Number 1, his physical strength had been substantially enhanced. Utilizing the fully developed version of Life No. 1 meant that the effects were naturally superior to the generic version, though the cost was prohibitively expensive, each unit priced at several tens of thousands times that of the standard version. It can be asserted that Qiye's remarkable physical enhancement was primarily achieved through financial investment. Moreover, considering the substantial funding required for preliminary research, without the continuous financial influx from trade routes, this endeavor would have been exceedingly challenging. With an exceptionally powerful physique as a foundation, Qiye could finally attempt to stimulate his body with lightning attribute chakra to enhance cellular vitality, further accelerating his speed and aiding in the study of lightning release chakra modes. Consequently, even Mingyu, who had other tasks to attend to, was summoned to temporarily halt his work and found himself bewilderedly arriving at the training ground to receive a beating. However, witnessing Qiye enveloped in crackling lightning, crying out in pain, Mingyu silently resolved to develop his own earth release chakra mode. By enveloping himself in hardened earth brimming with earth attribute chakra, he thought, "Let us see who can strike me." In the peaceful village of the Land of Rain, the three resumed their fervent training as they had in days gone by. The primary focus of Qiye's research revolves around the various attribute transformations of the spiraling sphere, as well as the lightning release chakra mode and swordsmanship. He had previously acquired a substantial amount of information from the Konoha root team, prompting him to practice diligently. The combination of lightning release chakra mode and swordsmanship appears to hold great potential. As for Mingyu, it remains unclear what has compelled him to delve into earth release chakra mode, as he seems to envelop himself in dirt incessantly. Even though he is aware that Reikage also engages in such behavior, it has left Qiye feeling somewhat perplexed. Regarding Yunluo, his relentless assault on Qiye with every conceivable method is only matched by his eventual exhaustion, leaning against Qiye as they exchange techniques for the swift release of ninjutsu. As time gradually slips away, the news of the third Kazekage's disappearance has spread entirely, casting a subtle yet palpable shift in the atmosphere of the entire ninja world. The Seventh Leaf has long since issued a decree, should war erupt. The branches of the Peaceful Commerce Guild are to suspend their activities and seek refuge within their respective hidden villages, ensuring their own safety. Meanwhile, within the office of the Reikage in the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning, the robust and muscular third Reikage slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Excellent! Our opportunity has arrived. Doro, assemble the troops immediately. Our target is the Sand Village." Upon receiving this definitive intelligence, the Cloud Village could hardly contain its excitement. With their martial prowess and a strong inclination towards military expansion, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. As throngs of Cloud shinobi descended upon the Land of Wind, the Sand Village, caught off guard and leaderless, scrambled to fortify their defenses. Fortunately, fighting on their home turf and bolstered by the Sand Gold of Raza, they managed to repel a significant portion of the Cloud shinobi, thwarting the Cloud Village's nefarious plot. Almost simultaneously, Anoki of the Stone Village and Hiruzen Sarutobi of the Leaf Village issued their own commands, both sides synchronously dispatching numerous teams to converge at the borders. Much like during the Second Shinobi World War, the number of foreign ninjas in the Rain country surged dramatically. Presently, Hanzo dared not act recklessly and chose to remain hidden within the Rain village. Qiye had long anticipated this situation. Since the war had only just begun, there was no immediate need for him to leave the Land of Rain. Thus, under the banner of the Akatsuki organization, he issued a warning to the ninja world. Any foreign ninja still present in the Land of Rain after a countdown of 1 day would be eradicated. Upon receiving this information, the Cloud Ninja, who had recently failed their assault on Sunagakure and had not completely withdrawn from the Land of Rain, as well as the Rock Ninja and Konoha ninjas who had just advanced from the border, revealed mocking expressions. Could it be that the Land of Rain dared to declare war on our nations again? Humph. That old coot Hanzo dares not show his face in the Rain Ninja Village, and this so-called Akatsuki organization is unknown to us. Small nations ought to understand their place. If they are to blame anyone, it should be their own lack of strength, forcing them to submit to the might of our great nations. The various powers completely dismissed the warning from the Land of Rain as a joke, and none of them withdrew from the territory. Even the first wave of Cloud Ninja, who were originally scheduled to fully retreat from the Land of Rain today, upon hearing this news, had the commander of the raiding unit, Yuzuki Saji, immediately order all units, set up camp and stay alert. I want to see if the Rain Ninja Village dares to oppose us. At the same time, in a temporary encampment in Sunagakure, key figures such as Chiyo, Ibiz, Yakumo, and Rasha gathered. Chiyo spoke first. Let us pause the search for the third Kazekage. The current situation is unstable, and this attack from Kumogakure aims to provoke the third Great Ninja War. A true war is imminent. Based on the information we have, Awagakure has amassed a considerable force at the front lines, but their numbers in the Land of Rain are not substantial. They seem to harbor intentions of invading Konoha, possibly hiding the majority of their forces. At this moment, Ibiz chimed in. We cannot rule out the possibility of Awagakure planning an invasion against us as well. Preparations must be made. Another Sand Ninja added. Furthermore, we have detected signs of movement from Kirigakure across the sea. They may invade Konoha or even launch an assault on us. Chiyo nodded. Anoki is cunning and treacherous. He is undoubtedly scheming something, likely intending to seize a significant portion of Konoha. We only need to monitor a small number of personnel from Iwagakure, but our primary focus must be Kirigakure. They have been gathering strength for quite some time, and this time they will undoubtedly have grand ambitions. It is highly likely they will split their forces, with one part attacking Konoha and the other invading us. Therefore, we must prioritize our defenses. Qiye, a seasoned veteran of many wars, quickly devised a strategy based on the current intelligence. In the area bordering the Land of Earth, a small contingent of ninjas would be dispatched for reconnaissance to guard against potential surprise attacks. The front line between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain would be closely monitored, primarily to prevent a resurgence from the Cloud Ninja. However, this scenario seemed unlikely. The Cloud Ninja's current assault was a feint, with the true aim being the incitement of the Third Great Ninja War. On the other hand, they had to remain cautious of Kirigakure. Should we pay heed to the warning from the Land of Rain? A sand ninja suddenly inquired. Upon mentioning the Land of Rain, Chiyo's mind conjured images of a ninja wielding a scythe, donning a breathing mask, and a youth whose age was reminiscent of her grandson, yet remained shrouded in mystery. She was about to speak when Rasha interjected. Warnings from such a weak nation are hardly worth our concern. While Hanzo's strength was indeed formidable during the last war, years have passed, and his power must have diminished significantly. From what I understand, the Land of Rain has been mired in chaos since the end of the Second Great Ninja War, only managing to develop slightly thanks to the Peaceful Commerce Association's branches established there. Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure will certainly not withdraw from the Land of Rain. If we falter now, we shall only invite ridicule in the future. Rasha's reasoning was indeed sound, and Qiye recognized the necessity of pushing the front line outward. After all, it was unthinkable to engage enemies from other ninja villages within the borders of the Land of Wind. After a moment of contemplation, she decisively proclaimed, "Let it be so. We will allocate personnel to the Kirigakure front and the Land of Rain, while simply monitoring Iwagakure. I shall confront Kirigakure, as my bloodline limit is particularly effective against them." Yakumo immediately raised her hand to express her willingness. Though she said this, she secretly hoped to avoid facing Qiye. Qiye acquiesced to this arrangement, dividing the responsibilities between Yakumo for the Land of Rivers and Rasha for the Land of Rain. As they prepared to depart, Yakumo, being from the same village, kindly cautioned Rasha, "Be careful when you go to the Land of Rain." She had a nagging feeling that the warning issued by the Land of Rain was far from empty threats. Yakumo, we shall see whose skills prevail." Rasha shot a glance at Yakumo, his tone somewhat brusque. Yakumo was left bewildered. What? Stop pretending. You desire to become the fourth Kazekage, don't you? You feign gentleness to win over others. But what the village needs is not a gentle Kazekage, but one with absolute strength. Like me, I am confident that even Shiobaba knows how to make the right choice. Rasha scoffed, turning on his heel to leave. Yakumo, wishing to clarify that she had no interest in the position of Kazekage, found that he had already walked away. Sigh, perhaps next time, she lamented, turning to depart as well. At the temporary encampment of Iwagakure, the commander, Tsuchiki Jinoki, received information from his subordinate and smiled as he commanded, "All units, heed my orders and continue advancing. This time, we shall penetrate deeper into the Land of Rain than Konoha." Meanwhile, at the temporary encampment of Konoha, the commander of the vanguard, Tanaka Edo, shouted, "According to the information from Lord Hokage, we must ensure that the defensive combat zones remain far from our Land of Fire, preventing the enemy from damaging even a blade of grass in our homeland. Continue advancing." In the office of Qiye in Heian Village, he noted that none of the 4 great ninja villages had withdrawn from the Land of Rain. However, they had successfully evacuated all residents from the surrounding villages. Aside from economic losses, there would be no casualties for the time being. Hanzo remained silent, yet a few Rei ninja had secretly joined the Akatsuki organization, intending to act alongside them. Yahiko stood before Qiye, reporting the current situation. Outside the window, a light drizzle continued to fall over Heian Village, while beyond its borders, dark clouds loomed, unleashing a torrential downpour. Understood, in that case. Qiye rose to his feet, casting his gaze over the assembled individuals in the room. Mingyu, you shall take charge of the situation in Yinren Village. Yunluo, your responsibility lies with the Sand Ninja. Mayakan, you Konan, and Nagato will oversee the expulsion of the Cloud Ninja. As for me, I will handle matters here in Konoha. We are the vanguard, and dealing with our adversaries should not pose significant challenges. Remember, preserving our lives is of utmost priority. with the mission coming second. If we encounter obstacles during our retreat, make your way to Rain Ninja Village. At this moment, Mayakon expressed his uncertainty. With such a grand maneuver, won't Hanzo attempt to intervene? Of course not. In the previous conflict, he had to represent the Rain country. Now that the tables have turned, he is likely to be quite pleased. Qiye elucidated. Mayakon further inquired. But if our strength continues to grow, won't Hanzo become concerned? Through his discussions with Qiye, Mayakon had grown more astute and learned to contemplate human nature. No longer the naive character he once was in the original narrative. Hanzo is indeed worried, but he is powerless to act against us alone, unless he finds formidable allies. Qiye replied with a knowing smile. As an omniscient observer, he refrained from revealing to Mayakon that towards the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the treacherous Danzo would conspire with Hanzo to eliminate him. This particular plotline remained crucial for Qiye, and thus, he would allow it to unfold as per the original story. Chapter 53. The emergence of brilliance in the current chaos of the ninja world. It would be peculiar for Hanzo to locate allies, perhaps after this conflict concludes. We might entirely supplant Hanzo and seize control of Rain Ninja Village. Imagining the future plans, Mayakon and his companions couldn't help but smile. Since there are no further questions, let us prepare to act. Remember, preserving our lives is the foremost priority. Qiye instructed. The countdown for their withdrawal passed swiftly. In the central region of the Rain country, the village of Heian appeared unaffected, with its inhabitants continuing their daily routines. Meanwhile, Hanzo, who was hiding in Rain Ninja Village, wore an expression of fluctuating emotions. As the Akatsuki and Qiye of Heian Village increasingly disregarded him, this incited a sense of irritation within Hanzo, yet he dared not confront them directly. Humph. Do you think I am the same as before? To aspire to wage war against the major ninja villages is sheer folly. Go ahead, fight. Once you're all dead, the Rain country will still belong to me. Hanzo's face contorted into a cold smirk. In the direction of the Rain country bordering the Earth country, the humid climate had notably diminished, transitioning instead towards the arid conditions characteristic of the Earth country. Inside a tent, Sukikane Maigetsu was refining chakra when he suddenly heard the alert of a sensing ninja from outside. Enemy attack. As the commander of the vanguard of Earth Ninja, Sukikane Maigetsu swiftly emerged. In an instant, numerous Earth Ninja had gathered outside, their gazes fixed ahead. Not far away, a boy clad in gray, wearing a mask and the forehead protector of Rain Ninja Village, was charging towards them with astonishing speed. Is there only one of them? Sukikane Maigetsu questioned the sensing ninja, a mix of surprise and confusion evident in his demeanor. Indeed, the sensing ninja nodded, equally perplexed. Upon hearing this, Sukikane Maigetsu felt an urge to laugh. He pondered whether the adversary was overconfident or simply seeking to save face by sending only one individual, essentially courting death. In a mere second, Mingyu had reached the forefront of the Earth Ninja troops. He clasped his hands before his chest and began forming hand seals at a pace that was not overly rapid. Earth release, flying bricks. Instantly, dust erupted as countless fist-sized hard clods surged from the ground, raining down upon the Earth Ninja like a swarm of locusts. This was one of the two Earth release techniques Mingyu had mastered. He could enhance the number of flying bricks by increasing chakra consumption. However, he did not intend to use it as a primary offensive skill, opting instead to focus on the quantity. Amidst the dust, Mingyu's form melded with the earth, vanishing from the sensing ninja's detection. His presence has disappeared? Before the sensing ninja could finish his sentence, a figure sprang forth from the ground, delivering a powerful punch that shattered his jawbone. Following this, a left hook silenced the ninja's throat, and Mingyu's figure flickered as he charged towards the others. Be cautious. He is a taijutsu ninja. Maintain distance with ninjutsu. Do not allow him to close in. The surrounding Earth Ninja swiftly reacted, forming a surrounding formation. Earth Release. Earth Flow River. Earth Release. Yellow Spring Swamp. Some Earth Ninja attempted to soften the ground to restrict Mingyu's movement. Yet they were met with a sight that left them aghast. The gray figure seemed unaffected by the soft mud, weaving effortlessly between the mud waves and marsh. Reminiscent of a fish in water. This brat. Sukikane Maigetsu's expression hardened as he sensed an unusual chakra fluctuation emanating from the boy, who appeared to have enveloped himself in earth chakra, achieving such an extraordinary effect. How is he accomplishing this? Let us try a different attack strategy. Sukikane Maigetsu shouted. Swiftly forming hand seals. Earth Release. Wall Expansion. With a thunderous rumble, a thick earthen wall surged up behind Mingyu, subsequently spreading like a serpent. Concurrently, the surrounding earth ninja also formed seals, erecting earthen walls and solid stone barriers to confine Mingyu. Even the ground was hardened by the chakra of the earth ninja, making escape exceedingly difficult. Earth release. Dark piercing. Tsukikane Maigetsu's face twisted into a sinister smile as he extended his right hand forward. Surrounded by countless hard, earthen walls, Mingyu heard the ominous sound of stone spikes approaching from behind. Mingyu closed his eyes, unleashing a barrage of punches against the earthen wall before him, flowing rock-shattering fist. With a resounding explosion, the walls encircling Mingyu shattered, and he surged forth, locking his gaze onto Tsukikane Maigetsu. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Tsukikane Maigetsu bellowed, "Stop him!" Swish! The surrounding earth ninja, adept in taijutsu, swiftly grasped their kunai and surged toward Mingyu. As the bindings around him shattered, a weight of over 100 kilograms fell to the ground with a dull thud. Such a degree of burden. Tsukikane Maigetsu's eyes twitched as an ominous feeling welled up within him. Whoosh! As he had anticipated, the moment the weight was lifted, Mingyu's figure vanished before the earth ninja. Tsukikane Maigetsu could only witness the earth ninja being sent flying, either with crushed hearts or severed throats. Each strike was lethal. We cannot allow this to continue. Tsukikane Maigetsu regained his composure, forming hand seals and striking the ground. The earth trembled slightly, and countless fine particles of dust rose, enveloping the area. Earth release. Dust technique. This was a technique that inflicted significant harm upon enemies while also endangering oneself, akin to the mist technique of the mist ninja, as the chakra-infused dust spread, severely impairing the enemy's senses and inducing suffocation among those nearby. Enshrouded by a fine layer of dust, Mingyu instinctively held his breath. Although he did not solely rely on sight to locate his target, the chakra-laden dust surrounding him indeed had some effect. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely closed his eyes. In the past, Mingyu had trained with Qiye on combat without the use of sight. It was Qiye who first proposed this idea, as the speed of lightning release was too swift for dynamic vision to keep pace. At a certain velocity, both Qiye and Mingyu could no longer rely solely on sight to gauge each other's positions and had to depend on their sensory perception, rendering vision merely an auxiliary tool. To avoid the complications of both conventional perception and sight failing, they commenced training with their eyes shut, relying on an alternative sense. At this moment, with his eyes closed, the surroundings were reflected in his mind in a different manner. His hearing sharpened exponentially. With a flash, Mingyu moved as if unaffected, weaving through the obscuring dust, while the other rock ninjas, shrouded in the haze, succumbed to death at an accelerated pace. In less than 3 minutes, all the rock ninjas skilled in physical techniques enveloped in dust had perished. Chapter 54. Mingyu's dream emerging from the dust. Mingyu's figure surged forth, his gray attire rustling in the wind, his black eyes peering from beneath disheveled hair, causing the remaining rock ninjas to instinctively take a step back. Earth release. Rock fall. At that moment, Tujin Maigu had completely regarded Mingyu as an adversary of equal caliber, and a singular thought consumed him: to eliminate Mingyu here and now. Massive boulders plummeted from above, but Mingyu deftly evaded them, maintaining his momentum towards Tujin Maigu. Earth release. Mudbind. As Tujin Maigu retreated, he expelled copious amounts of moist earth from his mouth, transforming it into whips resembling hands that coiled toward Mingyu. Simultaneously, his figure, concealed by the earth, signaled to the remaining rock ninjas. Upon receiving the command, the other rock ninjas charged recklessly at Mingyu. Tujin Maigu's jutsu, coupled with the suicidal obstruction posed by the surrounding rock ninjas, indeed momentarily halted Mingyu's advance. Meanwhile, Tujin Maigu, stationed at the rear, his hands shifting like phantoms, appeared to be preparing a powerful and intricate technique. As he formed the seals, several lifelike earth dragons gradually rose behind him, and a cold smirk appeared at the corners of Tujin Maigu's mouth. Earth release. Just then, Mingyu's figure suddenly appeared on the left, his emotionless black eyes fixed upon Tujin Maigu. You are doomed. With a swift right punch, he shattered the upper half of Tujin Maigu's skull. Yet, in that fleeting moment, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of Mingyu, Tujin Maigu displayed no hint of panic, instead revealing an enigmatic smile. Mingyu instantly sensed a foreboding, as Tujin Maigu's figure abruptly transformed into soft mud. Earth release. Decapitation technique. Earth release. Hardening technique. Mingyu's body was swiftly drawn into the earth, leaving only his head exposed, while the surrounding soil solidified. With a sharp sound, 6 kunai, a flame with explosive tags, hurtled towards Mingyu, embedding themselves before him. From my observations since the onset of this battle, you have utilized only one earth technique, proving your inadequacy in ninjutsu. You are a severely specialized physical ninja. Individuals like you have no future in our rock ninja village. The strength of a ninja cannot be solely manifested through physical prowess, analysis, strategy, tactics, and cooperation. Even if your individual strength is formidable, we can still discern your weaknesses. This is the foundation of a great ninja village. As a small country ninja, you can never grasp the significance of this. Just like your presumptuous notions, being in a small nation, it is best to meekly endure the oppression from our great nation. Resistance will only hasten your demise. Tujin Maigu, along with the surrounding rock ninjas, dispersed to hide behind the earthen walls, his smug words resounding clearly in Mingyu's ears. Amidst the hissing of the explosive tags, Mingyu recalled Qiye's previous words. Mingyu, in my definition, a ninja is not a mere tool, but a profession serving the populace. Even a pure physical ninja can carve out a promising path. Moreover, you have now discovered your own way. When the time is right, I shall take you to witness the visual spectacle of pure physical masters. As he gazed at the imminent explosion of the explosive tags, the earth chakra enveloping Mingyu surged to its zenith. Boom! The ground erupted in chaos. Even the hardened earth was excavated into a pit by the force of 6 explosive tags. Tujin Maigu and the other rock ninjas emerged from their hiding places, approaching the pit. However, what they beheld was not Mingyu's body reduced to mere fragments, but rather a figure charred yet intact. The ashen exterior, akin to an eggshell, began to peel away, revealing his original clothing and muscles beneath. It was then that Tujin Maigu and the others realized that Mingyu was cloaked in a thin layer of chakra-infused earth, providing seemingly unparalleled defense. The 6 explosive tags detonating at close range appeared to have inflicted no harm upon him. Suddenly, as Tujin Maigu and the other earth ninjas pondered this, Mingyu, crouched on the ground, spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. The contrast between the charred black and the vivid red was striking. It turned out he had indeed sustained injuries. The expressions of Tujin Maigu and the rock ninjas grew cold as they charged at Mingyu simultaneously. After expelling a mouthful of blood, Mingyu's chest felt somewhat alleviated. He clenched his fists and prepared to engage in battle once more. After 10 minutes of fierce combat, all the other rock ninjas lay slain, leaving only Mingyu and Tujin Maigu standing opposite each other. Both were panting heavily, their garments tattered, wounds visible all over their bodies, creating a scene of utter disarray. The footsteps of the rock ninjas cannot be halted. Even if you slay us today, all your efforts will ultimately be in vain. The land of rain will once again be ravaged, reduced to ruins amidst the flames of war. Tujin Maigu coldly regarded Mingyu, fully aware that he might perish here today, yet feeling little fear, still clinging to his earlier beliefs. As a small nation, attempting to preserve oneself amidst war, a hardline attitude and means will only lead to a more tragic end. The strength of a great nation is beyond your imagination. This is the lament of being from a small country. Boom. Growing weary of Tujin Maigu's condescending demeanor and his self-pitying rhetoric, Mingyu lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Tujin Maigu. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the desperately resisting Tujin Maigu could only stave off fatal blows while his joints were shattered by Mingyu's relentless assault. His body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a raised earthen wall, creating a deep indentation, coughing up blood mixed with shredded internal organs. Tujin Maigu's vision blurred as he could only make out a silhouette approaching him. You are correct, compared to your great nation. The current strength of our land of rain is indeed feeble, but having endured suffering and trauma, we will resist even against the mightiest foe. I shall not permit anyone to destroy the village we have painstakingly established, nor shall I allow anyone to take away the hard-won tranquility of our lives. Perhaps, in the eyes of you lofty ninjas from a powerful nation, peace is merely a jest, but this is the ultimate goal for which Qiye has devoted all his efforts. It is also my dream. I will strive for it my entire life. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for it. Mingyu spoke with a slow yet resolute tone, his figure becoming increasingly blurred in the gaze of Tujin Maigu. Yet those dark eyes, imbued with unwavering conviction. Shone like a brilliant torch, illuminating the path before Tujin Maigu. Chapter 55. The crushing weight of intelligence disparity. The earthen wall behind began to collapse under the impact, with countless stones tumbling down, swiftly shrouding Tujin Maigu. Once possessing an unyielding belief, I too seemed to embody such resolve, but alas, my journey ends here. A fleeting thought crossed my mind, and Tujin Maigu's breath faded away. Sensing the demise of his opponent, Mingyu exhaled softly in relief. Without a moment's pause, he vanished, racing towards the border of the Wind Country. At the very moment Mingyu set off, Yunluo arrived at the boundary near the Rain Country. The sand ninjas stationed there immediately sensed Yunluo's presence. Countless sand ninjas surged forth, greeted by a barrage of dark shuriken. Get back! A throng of warriors hastily evaded. But suddenly, a metallic clash echoed from behind as several shuriken inexplicably veered and struck back without warning. The unsuspecting sand ninjas fell prey to the onslaught, with 5 or 6 lives extinguished in an instant. Enemy attack. It's ninjas dispatched from the Rain Ninja village. Be cautious. The enemy is but 1 in number. Yet their strength remains unknown, and their shuriken throwing technique is exceptionally refined. Wind release. Chaotic stream. After the initial chaos, the surrounding sand ninjas regained their composure. Meanwhile, Yunluo's hands moved gracefully, like butterflies in flight, completing the hand seals. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that her palms did not touch, instead maintaining a distance, indicating the use of 2 distinct ninjutsu, each with its own seals. Wind release, storm tornado. Water release, water wave. A fusion ninjutsu of wind and water, storm water tornado. Boom. A massive tornado spiraled up from the sand ninjas' encampment, the ferocious winds tearing at everything around it, drawing all objects towards its center. Simultaneously, a robust azure column of water erupted from the heart of the tornado, intertwining seamlessly and transforming the once dreary cyclone into a striking gray-blue hue. Such effortless execution of a combined ninjutsu. And to unleash it from such a distance? The temporary commander of the Sand Ninja forces, Rasha, was taken aback and quickly shouted, "Be careful. Do not be drawn into the tornado." He commanded the sand gold by his side to firmly grasp the ground. The surrounding sand ninjas, even without his warning, instinctively knew what to do, channeling vast amounts of chakra into their feet to resist the tornado's pull. However, a few unfortunate souls were swept skyward by the tumultuous winds, instantly torn to shreds by the tornado's terrifying might, adding a splash of crimson to the scene. Storm Water Tornado, a formidable S-rank ninjutsu, painstakingly developed over countless days and nights by Qiye and Yunluo, achieving a remarkable fusion of chakra attributes and transformation. Yet, if this were its sole effect, it would be rather lackluster. All sand ninjas failed to notice that the blue hue enveloping the tornado deepened, as droplets of chakra-infused water scattered like bullets. These powerful droplets instantly reduced numerous sand ninjas to mere shadows of themselves. Mangled remains littered the ground, blood pooling everywhere, only to be gradually washed away by the flowing water. Damn it! Sand shield. Witnessing this scene, Rasha gritted his teeth in fury, hurriedly commanding the sand gold to form a shield behind the other sand ninjas, attempting to block the onslaught of droplets. Yet, his actions were slightly delayed, saving only a few, while the majority of the sand ninjas succumbed to the true lethal strike of the storm water tornado. This technique was particularly effective against groups, especially under conditions of limited intelligence, where most would only focus on avoiding being drawn into the wind tornado, oblivious to the real threat posed by the water droplets. Flowing sand eruption. Before the effects of the storm water tornado could fully dissipate, Rasha could no longer restrain himself and unleashed his ninjutsu, transforming a vast expanse of earth into quicksand, directing a localized sea of sand towards Yunluo. Yunluo, who had been observing the battlefield closely, completed her hand seals at that very moment. Water release, divine spear. Several long spears of water instantly pierced through the surging quicksand, saturating it with moisture. Concurrently, Yunluo unleashed another ninjutsu. Water release, great explosive water wave. Boom. A torrential surge of water erupted from beneath Yunluo's feet, not only halting Rasha's sea of sand 10 meters away, but also pushing it back. The multitude of sand ninjas that had been advancing were swept away by the fierce current. Though in physical combat, Yunluo may not rival Mingyu and Qiye, Her innate talent for ninjutsu and combat instinct are unparalleled, and she possesses the most formidable ninjutsu aptitude among the three. In a desolate area devoid of water, Qiye could wield a formidable water escape technique, and naturally, Yunluo could do the same. Her only shortcoming lay in her limited chakra reserves, which were initially quite meager. It was only through collaboration with Qiye that they improved the Rain Tiger Free technique, enabling Yunluo to sustain chakra release and gradually increase her total chakra capacity. Now, after consecutively employing ninjutsu, Yunluo had already expended half of her chakra. Seizing the moment before the abundant water completely seeped into the ground, she promptly executed the hidden mist technique. A thick, white fog enveloped the area in an instant, rendering even the most perceptive of the sand ninjas unable to discern Yunluo's precise location. Everyone, be cautious. Gather around me. Those skilled in wind release, disperse the fog quickly, commanded Rasha, his expression tense. The sand ninjas immediately sprang into action, with several beginning to form hand seals. Suddenly, a sharp surge of energy struck. Watch out. Rasha swiftly manipulated the quicksand to sweep across, but it was too late. One sand ninja, in the midst of forming seals, found a gaping hole the size of an infant's wrist in his throat. This technique was a modification of wind release, vacuum sphere, which, although it could only be launched once, had its chakra consumption, accuracy, and power optimized. Just then, another wave of energy surged forth, ruthlessly claiming the life of another sand ninja. Within the thick fog, the sand ninjas were like living targets, mercilessly slaughtered by Yunluo. Thus, at the cost of 7 lives and 3 severely injured, the wind release ninjas under Rasha's protection finally managed to complete their ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A tempest surged forth, and while the fog did not completely dissipate, visibility improved significantly, allowing Rasha and his comrades to perceive Yunluo's presence. At that moment, Yunluo held aloft a blue, rapidly spinning chakra sphere, which transformed into a violent force upon infusing it with wind chakra. A sharp aura gradually emanated from it. Even a slight proximity to this spinning blue chakra shuriken could evoke a stinging sensation upon the skin. Chapter 56. Interlude. Yunluo launched the wind release, spiraling shuriken toward the sand ninjas who had just cleared the fog, restoring their vision. The hidden mist technique and the sniping wind release ninjas were merely Yunluo's ruse to execute the wind release, spiraling shuriken. Get down. Rasha, sensing the impending threat of a terrifying jutsu, shouted in alarm, his voice piercing. Without regard for whether the surrounding sand ninjas understood him, he quickly gathered a mass of sand and gold around him. Ninjutsu. Sand Gold Guardian. A dazzling triangular tower rose, shielding Rasha and the nearby sand ninjas. A thunderous roar echoed from outside. Rasha felt his sand gold guardian and the ground tremble violently. Soon, fine strands of wind chakra penetrated like silver threads, wounding the sand ninjas concealed within the sand gold. Rasha too was not spared. He stifled a groan, acutely aware that several of his chakra channels had been severed. Such terrifying wind release ninjutsu. It must have pushed the capabilities of wind chakra to their limits. A chill gripped Rasha's heart. Fear had overtaken him. Without clearer intelligence on the enemy, continuing the fight would only result in greater losses for his comrades. With this thought, Rasha burst forth from the sand gold, shouting, "Retreat! Fall back immediately!" Outside lay chaos, leaving behind a horrifyingly deep pit. Those who faced the wind release, spiraling shuriken directly were left with not even a complete corpse. Their innards shredded into countless fragments, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Although a significant number of sand ninjas remained, Rasha dared not engage further. According to prior reports from the Land of Rain, as long as they withdrew from its territory, they would be safe. With this resolution, the sand ninjas retreated into the Land of Wind. Yunluo remained stationary, refraining from pursuit. Her chakra reserves were dwindling, and even if she chased, she could only manage to eliminate a few more. Clapping his hands, Mingyu approached, exclaiming, "Impressive, Yunluo. You managed to triumph over so many sand ninjas effortlessly." He had just arrived in time to witness Yunluo launch the spiraling shuriken. These sand ninjas were merely uninformed about my abilities. The techniques they specialize in, puppetry and poison, are countered by me. In contrast, with the intelligence provided by Qiye, we gained a deeper understanding of our adversaries. Yunluo shook her head, not allowing herself to bask in pride for single-handedly defeating numerous foes. Instead, She contemplated the battle that had just transpired. After a moment, she turned to see Mingyu in disarray, frowning. What happened to you? Are you injured? No. Mingyu hurriedly waved his hands. That's good, Yunluo sighed in relief. Then expressed her concern. I wonder how things are faring with Qiye. The formidable challenge faced by Qiye lies in confronting the mightiest of the shinobi villages, Konoha. Although he possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, Yunlu cannot help but harbor concerns. If worry is inevitable, then it is prudent to investigate the situation. With a determined shake of his head, Mingyu took the lead toward the border of the Land of Fire. Due to the proximity of their locations, by the time Mingyu and Yunlu were engaged in battle, the trio of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato also concluded their skirmish. Their mission was to expel the forces of the Cloud Shinobi, who had launched a surprise attack on the Sand Shinobi and subsequently retreated to the Land of Rain. The area near the border of the Land of Rain, adjacent to the Land of Grass, lay in disarray, littered with corpses and the remnants of conflict. The Cloud Shinobi are formidable, Yahiko exclaimed, wiping the blood splattered on his face, panting heavily. The encounter with the relatively small contingent of Cloud Shinobi proved to be perilous. Yet they managed to emerge victorious, annihilating the enemy forces. However, the members of the Akatsuki organization did incur some casualties. Konan nodded, unable to suppress her gaze toward the direction of the Wind Country, a shadow of worry crossing her features. Sand Shinobi, renowned alongside the Cloud Village, will undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Over there, Yunlu stands alone. I hope she remains unharmed. Not only the Sand Shinobi, but the Rock Shinobi and Konoha are also daunting adversaries. Nagato expressed his own latent concerns. I have faith in Qiye. His arrangements must be rooted in careful consideration. At this juncture, Yahiko offered a bittersweet smile. It appears our strength is somewhat lacking. Had those Cloud Shinobi not previously clashed with the Sand, we might have faced a more challenging fight. Konan fell into silence, reflecting on her minimal impact during the recent confrontation, as most of the offensive efforts had been borne by Nagato. Of course, Yahiko also performed admirably. Although neither felt troubled by this, Konan sensed a disquiet within her heart. Qiye, Yunlu, and Mingyu should each possess the capacity to stand their ground alone. We must strive harder. Noticing Konan's despondency, the usually reticent Nagato offered a rare word of comfort. Yahiko patted her shoulder, reassuring her, fear not. There is still ample time ahead. During the last Shinobi World War, those vile great nations devastated our homeland. This time, we must safeguard our new sanctuary. Indeed, both Konan and Nagato nodded vigorously in agreement. Let us proceed. Qiye is closer. We shall first lend our support to him, and then together seek out Yunlu. The group, undeterred by the need for rest, hastened toward the Land of Fire. Time rewound half an hour. As the gentle drizzle fell, Qiye strolled leisurely around the temporary encampment of Konoha in the Land of Rain. His demeanor, imbued with a sense of tranquility, bore no resemblance to that of a warrior preparing for battle. Rather, he resembled a carefree traveler welcoming the arrival of spring. Captain Ida, a ninja from the Land of Rain, is approaching. An alert was sounded from within the tent. The individual has not concealed their presence, and their exact strength remains uncertain, though preliminary reconnaissance suggests they are of a J-Nin level. Lord Hybara and Lord Uchiha have already gone to engage the enemy. Inside the camp, the sensory ninja reported to Tanaka Ida, a distinguished elite J-Nin at the age of 47. He had witnessed the splendor of the first Hokage's era, endured the rigors of the second Hokage's reign, and now navigated the tumultuous current situation. Despite his humble beginnings as a commoner, Ida had survived through relentless struggles, honing his skills in swordsmanship, and ascended to his current stature. Being an elite J-Nin was a pinnacle that many ninjas could only dream of achieving in their lifetimes. If it weren't for the overwhelming fame of Konoha's White Fang, Ida would surely have carved out his own legacy in the realm of swordsmanship. Alas, the rival he had regarded as a lifelong opponent, Konoha's White Fang, had tragically taken his own life due to a mission, an unfortunate fate indeed. The sensory ninja's report interrupted Aida's reverie. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand and declared, understood. Since there is but one opponent, let two teams follow Lord Hybara and attempt to capture the enemy alive if possible. Chapter 57. Do you also wish to dance? Yes. The sensory ninja departed, and Ida continued to reminisce, taking out his beloved ninja blade for a meticulous polish. Meanwhile, Qiye, journeying alone towards the Konoha camp, found himself deep in thought. He recalled Kakashi's first assessment of Naruto and his companions, where Sasuke and Sakura immediately dispersed to seek hidden vantage points. As a ninja, the principles of stealth, ambush, and striking with lethal precision seemed to embody the essence of their craft. A ninja who boldly approached from the front appeared to lack the qualifications of a true shinobi. Kakashi himself had once critiqued Naruto for this very approach. Yet, upon reflection, it occurred to him that perhaps only those ninjas whose strength had not yet reached a certain threshold adhered to such tenets. The truly powerful, it seemed, cultivated an inner strength that rendered them unflappable, not out of arrogance, but through a gradual transformation of their approach. Much like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the original narrative, they remained unperturbed, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Exhaling softly, Qiye felt his heartbeat quicken, a subtle thrill blooming within his mind. It appeared that, at my core, I too am a restless soul yearning for battle. As Qiye pondered, he simultaneously opened the attributes panel. Name, Qiye Chakra Capacity, 89. 7 Taijutsu, 85. 6 Jinjutsu, 65. 5 Ninjutsu, 76. 7 Senjutsu, 0. 0 Kenjutsu, 23. 5 Perception, 40. 1 Taijutsu Resistance, 66. 5 Jinjutsu Resistance, 57. 6 Ninjutsu Resistance, 45. 2 Senjutsu Resistance, 0. 0 Perception Resistance, 16. 3 Special Skill Resistance, 7. 5 Mastered Abilities, Spiral Sphere, S. Chidori Flow, S. Body Flicker Technique, S. Shuriken Throwing Technique, S. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, S. Water Release, Exploding Water Shockwave, S. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, S. Jinjutsu, Weaving, S. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, S. Kenjutsu, Moment of Lightning, A. Kenjutsu, Fleeting Beauty, B. These are Qiye's current attributes. Ever since he began training in Kenjutsu, a separate attribute distinct from Taijutsu emerged on the panel. The damage inflicted by Kenjutsu seemingly benefits from both Taijutsu and Kenjutsu values. Through Qiye's experimentation, he found that the contribution from Taijutsu was slightly lesser, approximately around 20. Regarding Kenjutsu, Qiye also developed some techniques based on the swordsmanship skills and moves from Konohagakure. Moreover, all other values have significantly increased. According to Qiye's estimations, he has now reached the pinnacle of the later stages. This means that his combat ability is sufficient to contend with the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not to mention, all of Qiye's skills are enhanced by the attributes on his panel. With the same level of proficiency, he is undoubtedly stronger than others. As for Taijutsu and Ninjutsu resistance, had it not been for his lack of masochistic tendencies, Qiye might have considered testing his endurance by taking a spiral sphere head-on, curious to see how much power he could negate. Hey, are you the one sent by the Rain Village? What a joke. They actually send a mere child to his death. It's utterly laughable. At that moment, a boisterous voice interrupted Qiye's contemplation. He closed the attributes panel and raised his gaze to the two figures not far ahead. The one on the left was utterly unremarkable, the kind of person one would overlook in a crowd. In contrast, the one on the right, with an exceedingly arrogant grin and a haughty gaze, possessed a certain flair. From the striking attire and laughter reminiscent of the four laughing madmen, it was apparent to Qiye that he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Seeing Qiye's lack of response, Huayan Zhao assumed he was stunned into silence and nudged Uchiha Yi's shoulder. The Rain Village, not wishing to lose face, merely sent a child to die. Let us dispatch him quickly and return to rest. Uchiha Yi cast a sidelong glance at Huayan Zhao before turning his attention back to Qiye. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the Uchiha clan's formidable fire release techniques. Fire release. Grand Fireball Technique. A fireball, 1 meter in diameter, hurtled toward Qiye. Fire release indeed. Qiye raised his right hand before him. A sharp pain surged through him. Kakaka. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A wall of flames, exceeding 10 meters in length, instantly engulfed the minuscule fireball. In the aftermath of the inferno, only 2 charred corpses remained. Qiye was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his deep contemplation. At this moment, he seemed to grasp a fraction of the sentiment that Uchiha Madara once experienced. Engaging in battle day in and day out against an adversary of Senju Hashirama's caliber, only to suddenly find himself pitted against opponents whose strength had diminished to an unfathomable degree, indeed sapped any semblance of interest. Suki K and Uchiha Y. Those despicable foes, I shall end your lives. Stay composed. Lurin, even Zuki K and Uchiha Y are not his match. Your presence would merely invite demise. Reinforcements are on their way. Hold on. 2 squads of Konoha ninjas, totaling 8 individuals, hastened to the scene. Among them were 2 J-nin, while the remaining 6 appeared to be mere genin. However, the prowess of these 2 J-nin was far from remarkable, their average strength barely reaching 40. It is evident that even among J-nin, there exists a hierarchy, apart from the likes of Kakashi and Might Guy. The remaining J-nin were indeed lackluster in the eyes of true masters. As for the 6 genin, trembling with fear, yet burning with hatred, they elicited a sense of exasperation within Qiye. Were they truly bringing novices to experience the battlefield? Such naivety among the higher-ups of Konoha was almost laughable. The Third Shinobi World War was on the verge of erupting, and yet, they still entertained the thought of training troops. What absurdity! However, upon further reflection, it seemed that during the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha found itself in a precarious state. Jiraiya and Tsunade had left the village, and White Fang had taken his own life. The only remaining formidable force was Orochimaru, alongside the gradually emerging Minato Namikaze. It was ultimately the new generation, spearheaded by Kakashi and his peers, that sustained Konoha through the trials of the Third Shinobi World War. Yet, one must ponder, who can be faulted for such circumstances? It all stems from the inherent desires of humanity. Since Qiye has resolved to eliminate all enemies remaining in the Land of Rain, he will not hold back. Having granted them ample time to retreat, those who refused his counsel must inevitably face the consequences. Observing the group before him, Qiye uttered a famous line from Ban. Do you wish to dance as well? With a swift motion, he reappeared amidst the crowd. In a flurry, his kunai flew through the air. It was not just the freshly graduated genin who faltered under Chiye's overwhelming presence, but even their 2 supervising J-nin could not withstand the pressure he exerted. Before they could even form the hand seals necessary to unleash their techniques, they were dispatched in less than 3 minutes. After eliminating this group, Qiye continued his advance. Soon, he sensed a large contingent of Konoha ninjas approaching his direction. They were a step too late. The elite J-nin, Huiyuan A and Uchiha B, along with 2 supporting teams, had been annihilated. The enemy was advancing towards them, albeit at a leisurely pace, still 300 meters away. Within the Konoha ranks, a member of the High GA branch activated his Byakugan and relayed the information he had gathered. Chapter 58, The Test. Scatter. Conceal your presence until the enemy arrives. With a swift motion of his hand, Tanaka A concealed himself among the nearby trees. The other Konoha ninjas followed suit, rendering the surroundings seemingly devoid of activity. To Chiye's heightened perception, their movements were transparent. He could discern their hiding spots with clarity. With a perception level of 40, Qiye functioned like a human radar, passively detecting ninjas lacking special concealment abilities. However, for those possessing bloodline limit techniques, such as the Shunshin, his current level of perception posed some challenges in detection. As Qiye continued his advance, he suddenly halted about 100 meters from the ambush site and proceeded to roll a small ball with his hands. What could possibly be happening? Observing Chiye's abrupt stop, the Hyuga clan ninja felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. In that moment, he witnessed a surge of terrifying chakra in the form of a jutsu hurtling toward their hiding place. Be cautious. The enemy possesses keen perception and has detected our ambush. An overwhelming jutsu is approaching. Take cover. This was the final warning uttered by the Hyuga ninja. Others with sharp instincts had already begun to retreat when, suddenly, a tempest of razor-sharp winds erupted within the forest. Countless wind blades, as fine as strands of hair, sliced through everything within their reach, reducing it to mere fragments. An S-rank jutsu. The surviving Konoha ninjas swallowed hard, their eyes wide with astonishment. Had they delayed their escape for even a moment longer, they would likely have been left with no remnants to find. The adversary was a master of jutsu. Engage in close combat with me, the illusion and ninjutsu teams. Disperse and seek your own opportunities. After issuing the command, Tanaka Edo brandished his ninja blade and charged towards Qiye. The other ninjas scattered, each commencing their own maneuvers. The specialized swordsmen among them prepared for action. The gaze of Shirya fell upon Tian Zhong'ai Dao, who remained stationary, contemplating a friendly spar. Tian Zhong'ai Dao's speed was not to be underestimated. Amidst the dazzling glimmers of his blade, the two had already exchanged a flurry of blows. Qiye had been evading, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. To him, his opponent's speed was still far too sluggish. His ordinary vision allowed him to fully keep up with the dynamic movements, presenting no challenge whatsoever. This expression of disappointment was swiftly noticed by Tianzhong Ida, whose focus was razor-sharp. A sense of humiliation surged within him, and he thought furiously, "This arrogant brat will soon see what I am capable of." The clash between ninjas is not merely a straightforward one-on-one confrontation or a reckless charge. Strategy, skill, and teamwork are all crucial elements that influence the outcome of battle. As a seasoned ninja of Konoha, Tianzhong Ida understood this principle well and had always adhered to it. Therefore, he was biding his time, waiting for the Jinjutsu team to position themselves, ready to ensnare this conceited youth in their illusion. At that moment, he would unleash his exceptional swordsmanship to deliver a fatal blow. In the shadowy woods on either side, other Konoha ninjas had already spread out, encircling the two combatants. The ninjas skilled in illusion techniques had begun to weave their hand seals, preparing for the impending confrontation. Qiye is neither foolish nor arrogant. He has long since perceived the movements of these individuals. Although his expression remains unchanged, the right hand concealed within his sleeve has already completed a seal. Illusion. Inferno. The illusion, unleashed collectively by numerous ninjas, instantly takes effect on Qiye. Within the gaze of Qiye, a dilapidated, damp cell, permeated with the stench of decay and mold, ensnared him. This prison not only confined his mobility, but also shackled the flow of his chakra and stifled his thoughts. Time seemed to be imprisoned in that very moment. For most, this illusion, requiring the simultaneous participation of multiple individuals to be dispelled, was immensely formidable. After all, being shackled in chakra and thought implied an inability to extricate oneself from the illusion. Yet, for Qiye, a peculiar sensation stirred within him. He believed that, should he so desire, he could instantaneously shatter this illusory prison without resorting to conventional chakra disruption techniques. Now was the moment. Tanaka Eido's face twisted into a grimace as he sheathed his ninja blade. Chakra surged wildly within him, and he slashed towards Qiye. Konoha-style blade technique. Flame wheel dance. Boom. The searing, blinding flames erupted, embodying the might to purify all that exists, incinerating everything before Tanaka Eido. The intense heat was terrifying, even causing the ground to fracture and splinter, transforming into a molten, crimson hue. Truly, Eido was formidable. Such a powerful technique. The Konoha ninjas flanking the scene wore expressions of astonishment and admiration. The most rudimentary application of power, devoid of any semblance of technique. Having escaped the illusion and evaded to the side using a substitution technique, Qiye sighed in utter disappointment. No wonder there was no mention of this swordsman in the original narrative. He likely met his demise later due to other circumstances or perished on the Night of the Nine Tails. Qiye had anticipated that his opponent would possess some advanced skills. But alas, such catastrophic destructive power was merely a result of sheer chakra accumulation. It was understandable that his adversary awaited the opportune moment to strike, as executing this technique directly made it difficult to connect. The middle-aged ninja, having trained diligently over the years, likely possessed a substantial reserve of chakra. In a flash, Qiye reappeared before Tanaka Eido, his left hand crossing over his chest while his right reached for the short blade hanging at his waist. Blade technique. Moment of thunder. Sizzle. Upon discovering that Qiye had survived, Tanaka Eido, poised to continue his assault, felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck. He sensed warmth at his throat, yet found himself unable to muster the strength to draw his blade. Watching the flicker of life fade from his opponent, Qiye turned and walked toward the adjacent forest. "Don't go. Come back. I still have other powerful techniques to unleash. Come back." Tanaka Eido screamed in madness, yet no sound escaped his lips. With his final strength, he clutched at his throat, his vision clouding in a sea of crimson. Thud. The fallen body seemed to send a signal, igniting the fear within the hearts of the Konoha ninjas in the forest. "Retreat. This is beyond our capability. We must survive and relay the information." With a resounding cry, they scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions. Sizzle. Lightning enveloped Qiye, ruthlessly annihilating the surrounding leaf ninjas with an incomprehensible velocity that eluded the naked eye. In such blinding swiftness, even Qiye's vision struggled to discern his surroundings. Yet, through a radar-like perception, he could ascertain the positions of these individuals. while navigating other obstacles relied on the keen sensations honed through his training with closed eyes. Should he consider the transplantation of a pair of Sharingan? The thought resurfaced in Qiye's mind. With the extraordinary dynamic vision bestowed by the Sharingan, even in the lightning release chakra mode, and with the weight lifted, reaching maximum speed, coupled with the potential mastery of the 8 gates of bypass, clarity would surely be attainable. However, cherishing the body and features inherited from his parents, Qiye felt a profound resistance to the notion of exchanging his eyes. Chapter 59, Moments of Contentment, 1 Swish. With the last adversary dispatched, Qiye's silhouette came to a halt. The forest enveloped itself in silence. As was customary, he employed fire release and water release, and ultimately utilized earth release to turn the soil, erasing all traces before he began his leisurely return to Peace Village. On the way, he chanced upon Yunluo and Mingyu, who had coincidentally encountered Yahiko and his companions, who were hastening towards them. "Hey, Mingyu, are you all right? You appear rather disheveled," Yahiko exclaimed, noticing Mingyu's tattered clothes and singed skin, a grin spreading across his face. Mingyu crossed his arms, a mocking expression adorning his features as he retorted, "Just a mere contingent of rock ninjas. It was a piece of cake. What about you, Yahiko? Your attire is in tatters and stained with blood. Surely, you didn't fail to contend with a single retreating cloud ninja? You rascal." Yahiko laughed, playfully punching Mingyu on the shoulder. Conan then trotted over to Yunluo, taking her hands and scrutinizing her before exhaling in relief. "I'm glad you're unharmed." Indeed, with the intelligence and retreat arrangements provided by Qiye, the mission was quite manageable. "How about your side?" Yunluo replied with a smile. "There were some challenges, but we managed to fulfill the mission," Conan responded, glancing at Yahiko and Nagato, who were engaged in conversation with Mingyu. Feeling a bit shy, she turned to Yunluo and asked, "Yunluo, would you be able to guide me in my training when you have the time?" Yunluo immediately grasped her intentions and nodded with a smile. "Of course." "Ah, Qiye has returned as well. It seems his mission went smoothly." Yunluo suddenly turned her gaze towards the distance. Soon, a figure clad in a long black coat, with 2 blades hanging at his waist, emerged into their view. "You two truly share an unspoken connection, sensing each other from such a distance," Conan remarked, unable to contain her admiration. Qiye had long sensed the presence of the crowd and hastened over with remarkable speed. Observing their demeanor, he surmised that the mission had likely been accomplished successfully. He smiled at everyone, relieved that they had lived up to expectations. Although the journey had been somewhat arduous, they ultimately fulfilled their objective. Yahiko scratched his head, seemingly quite pleased with the day's achievements. In its nascent stage, the still obscure Akatsuki organization had managed to completely annihilate the vanguard of the cloud-hidden village. A commendable feat indeed. Yet, Qiye, contemplating the potential challenges that lay ahead, deliberately doused his enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Next time, strive to avoid such disarray. Your future self will be grateful for the efforts you make now. Do not allow yourself to regret facing insurmountable issues later. "Oh dear, Qiye is indeed quite strict," remarked Mingyu, chuckling as he patted Yahiko on the shoulder. "Did you hear that? From this day forth, our training time must double. You too, Mingyu. Haven't I previously analyzed the intelligence on the rock ninjas with you? Why did you still end up in such a predicament? Logically, your earth release chakra mode should have been more than adequate to counter them." Qiye rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a scrutinizing expression. "Oh, my apologies. It has been a while since I engaged in such a challenging endeavor, and I may have overindulged." Under Qiye's intense gaze, Mingyu instantly wilted, bringing his hands together atop his head in a gesture of contrition. It had indeed been a long time since he faced such a formidable challenge. Qiye looked at him with a playful glint in her eye. "If that is the case, it appears we shall have a serious sparring session tonight." "No, please," Mingyu lamented, cradling his head in despair. If battling with Yenrin was a source of enjoyment, then sparring with Qiye was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Each encounter left him crushed beneath her relentless prowess, utterly powerless to retaliate. "Thus it is settled," Qiye declared with enthusiasm, observing the unfolding scene. Yunlu stifled a laugh behind her hand. "Hey, Mayahiko, did you hear that? Qiye wants to challenge us. You all should join in." Realizing that evading a beating was no longer an option, Mingyu immediately sought to drag Mayahiko and the others into the fray. Is that really a good idea?" Mayahiko hesitated. While he too was curious to witness Qiye's true strength, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. "Absolutely. We'll even bring Yunlu along. 5 of us can surround Qiye. Look at her, always so calm and composed. Don't you want to see her in a state of disarray? Mingyu's tone was laced with persuasion. That sounds intriguing. I'm in. Before Mayahiko could respond, Yunlu eagerly nodded, the first to join Mingyu's cause. Upon hearing this, Mayahiko nodded resolutely. All right. I will join the mission to take down Qiye. I want to be on the same team as Yunlu. Conan playfully stuck out her tongue and then joined Yunlu on the opposite side. The 2 girls clasped hands, giggling merrily together. Now, only Nagato, who was typically reticent, remained silent, yet to voice his decision. Qiye turned his gaze towards the red-haired boy who relished in his defiance. I, the benevolent Nagato, initially intended to join this side, but was dragged from paradise into the abyss by Yahiko. All right, the operation to vanquish Qiye begins. We shall commence at the training ground upon our return. Mingyu raised his arm in exuberance. Oh, yay. After their cheers subsided, a smile crept onto Qiye's lips. Since the teams have been assigned, let us introduce a little wager. The losing team shall not only be responsible for tonight's meal, but must also cater to every whim of the victorious team. Of course, nothing excessive, just fetching tea and water. Upon hearing Qiye's words, Mingyu's expression turned blank, and he hastily asked, Is it too late for me to switch teams? Traitor Mingyu, could you not show a bit of spirit? I am still here. Yunlu clenched her fists, her anticipation rising after Qiye announced the wager. Before long, the group returned to Peace Village and entered their specially designed training ground. An hour swiftly passed. Mingyu found his body embedded within a statue of remarkably hard material, his consciousness fading, with only his calves twitching slightly. Yahiko's hair had transformed into an explosive mess, his body marked with burns and electric scars, lying unconscious and charred at the side. As for Nagato, he had now acquired some abilities of the Rinnegan. The techniques of Universal Pull and Heavenly Deva Path initially posed significant challenges for Qiye. Consequently, Qiye unleashed his might upon him, leaving his head battered and bruised. Seated in a corner in a state of existential doubt, Conan, being a girl, was treated with considerably more gentleness compared to the 3 rugged boys. From the outset, Qiye ensnared Conan in an illusion, a scene where both Yahiko and Nagato were suspended by ropes, bleeding out. If she chose to save Yahiko, Nagato would face accelerated blood loss. Conversely, if she opted to save Nagato, Yahiko would similarly perish more swiftly. If Conan chose to do nothing, both would succumb to their injuries before her eyes. The most despairing aspect was that even if she resolved to save one, that individual would ultimately die from blood loss, albeit a tad later. Chapter 60, Moments of Contentment, 2. Ultimately, it was only Yunlu who persevered the longest, partly because Qiye first targeted the others, and partly because, aside from Qiye, she was currently the strongest among them. Standing atop a statue, Yunlu gasped lightly, casting a smile at Qiye below. Qiye-kun, this is my final chakra, my last move. With her right hand open, a blue Rasengan materialized in Yunlu's grasp. She leaned forward, descending like a free fall towards Qiye below. Should Qiye choose to evade, Yunlu, devoid of chakra at this point, would likely sustain injuries from the fall. Conversely, if Qiye opted to catch her, Yunlu's Rasengan would collide with him. Even Qiye might suffer injuries from directly absorbing a Rasengan, risking defeat. Furthermore, he could not rely on shadow clones to catch her, as Yunlu could counter with the Rasengan attack, causing the clones to disperse instantly, leading to Yunlu falling to the ground regardless, thus nullifying the purpose of catching her. What a clever strategy, Yunlu. The expressions of Mingyu, still trapped within the statue, Yahiko, charred and lifeless on the ground, and Nagato, who was sulking while drawing circles on the ground with one hand covering his face, all brightened with excitement, fixated on the unfolding scene. I had Conan make a choice in the illusion, and now it seems it is my turn to decide? With a smile gracing her face, Qiye exhibited no hesitation as she leaped gracefully into the air, catching the falling Yunluo in an embrace reminiscent of a Princess Carrie, landing softly on the ground. Yunluo's face lit up with a radiant smile as she sheathed her spiral pill and pressed a kunai against Qiye's neck, exclaiming, Qiye, you have lost. Hooray, victory. The trio known as the Lying Corps clenched their fists in jubilant celebration. Is it so certain that I have lost? Qiye chuckled, gently placing Yunluo on the ground before her form transformed into a puddle of soft mud, merely a clay clone. Yunluo stood there, momentarily stunned, a sense of disappointment swelling within her heart. Qiye emerged from the side, playfully tracing her finger along Yunluo's nose. You know I will always catch you, just as I know you would never cause me harm. It was upon this principle that Qiye boldly utilized the Earth clone technique, confident that, even if her assumptions proved incorrect, she would still be able to catch Yunluo. Upon hearing these words, the melancholy in Yunluo's heart evaporated instantly, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. She waved her small fist and huffed, "Next time, I shall press the Rasengan against your face." Qiye casually waved his hand, simultaneously dispelling the illusion that had ensnared Xiaonan, and began to walk outside. "I would like to indulge in some barbecued meat tonight, so please remember to prepare it." As Xiaonan emerged from the illusion, she initially gazed around in confusion, then shot Qiye a look filled with the intensity of a demon, before rushing towards Mayahiko and Nagato, tears streaming down her face. "Mayahiko, Nagato, boo-hoo." Without uttering another word, she embraced both of them, her cries resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Oblivious to the charred marks staining Mayahiko's clothing, seeing Xiaonan in such distress, Yunlu felt a surge of curiosity regarding her experiences within the illusion. Soon after, Xiaonan recounted everything that had transpired in the illusion. Is this person's heart truly black? Upon hearing Xiaonan's ordeal, Mingyu, Mayahiko, and Nagato exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that the physical blows they had endured seemed trivial in comparison. When juxtaposed with the torment of the soul, the pain of the flesh paled in significance. Yunlu empathized with Xiaonan's plight, feeling a wave of anguish wash over her as well. She resolved that such occurrences must never transpire in reality and comforted Xiaonan. Qiye must have acted with good intentions. "Xiaonan, surely you do not wish for such events to manifest, do you? It's time to focus on your training." The group fell into silence, as today's events had imparted a lesson to them all. Their earlier sense of complacency following victory had been thoroughly subdued. Despite each suffering varying degrees of injury, dinner still needed to be prepared. Following Qiye's request, they set about grilling meat that evening. Though they winced in pain, Mingyu, Mayahiko, and Nagato diligently completed their tasks. Meanwhile, Xiaonan and Yunlu found themselves besieged by a multitude of demands from Qiye, ranging from serving tea and massaging shoulders to peeling and feeding apples. Yet, Qiye was discerning, assigning the more laborious tasks to Yunlu. What should have been a delightful evening, celebrating the successful completion of their initial mission, turned into an experience of envy and frustration for Mingyu, Mayahiko, and Nagato, who could only watch as others indulged in the feast. The barbecued meat they had personally prepared seemed utterly unappealing to them. Nagato, with his swollen cheeks, found the barbecued meat particularly unappetizing. The following morning, shocking news swept through the major ninja villages. The vanguard forces they had dispatched had all inexplicably vanished. After sending out a distress signal from the land of rain, their disappearance was not difficult to interpret. The most significant reaction came from the higher-ups of Yunin village, who had just concluded negotiations with Yunin village, planning a joint assault on Konoha. Upon receiving this news, the third Raikage slammed his fist down on the desk, shattering it. "Lord Raikage, the cost for that desk will be deducted from your salary," his secretary, Doroi, reminded him. However, the third Raikage seemed oblivious to this remark. His fists clenched as he bellowed, "How dare the mere range shinobi challenge us? This infuriates me. Let's go and eliminate them." The future fourth Raikage, A, and his companion, Killer B, known for their quick tempers, immediately prepared to rally their forces upon hearing this declaration. At a critical juncture, Doroi interjected, "Lord Raikage, please do not act impulsively. If we redirect our forces to assault the land of rain now, the cooperation agreement we just established with Yunin will be rendered meaningless, as they will not attack Konoha." Taking advantage of the third Raikage's disappearance, Yunin village had intended to ambush Sunanin, igniting the third Great Ninja War. However, their true ambition lay in invading the resource-rich Land of Fire. The Land of Wind possessed scant resources, making such a distant attack unprofitable. Behind the scenes, Yunin had already forged an alliance with Yunin, who harbored similar ambitions towards Konoha. Should they initiate their assault, Yunin would simultaneously launch an invasion of the Land of Fire. With both sides attacking from different directions, Konoha, currently in decline, might struggle to defend itself. This was merely the second layer of Yunin's strategy. Their third layer involved seizing the opportunity while Yunin deployed a large number of troops to ambush Konoha, exploiting the resulting vulnerability to mount a surprise attack on Yunin as well. In such a scenario, both Yunin and Konoha would suffer substantial losses. Ultimately, Yunin village would emerge as the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. If they were to divert their forces to attack the Land of Rain now, the carefully crafted strategies would be rendered nearly useless, giving rise to countless uncertainties. Chapter 61. The battle commences indeed. Doroi, your reasoning is sound. The third Raikage nodded solemnly. Gradually sitting back down, clenching his fists, he stated with a hint of displeasure, "Then we will proceed according to our previous plan. A, B, you two will lead the assault on Konoha. I shall command another team to strike at Iwnin. As for the Land of Rain, we shall dispatch a specialized unit to wreak some havoc. We cannot allow Yunin's reputation to falter." Doroi nodded in agreement. Understood. Lord Raikage, we have received the latest intelligence from the ninja world. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Enter. Upon hearing the command, a female ninja stepped into the office. She paused, taken aback by the remnants of the shattered desk, before presenting a scroll to Doroi and then exiting. Doroi handed the scroll to the third Raikage, who glanced at it, his expression shifting dramatically. Frowning deeply, the third Raikage, agitated, cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind and tossed the scroll to the composed and elegant Doroi. The scroll contained 2 pieces of intelligence. The first revealed that, except for Sunanin, the vanguard forces from the other 3 major ninja villages that had entered the Land of Rain had been completely annihilated. Not a single one survived. Sunanin escaped this fate solely because they had dispatched their main force, and their unique bloodline user, Raza, was present. However, this only meant that Sunanin paid a far greater price, suffering more significant losses. The second piece of intelligence originated from the Land of Rain. Under the guise of the Akatsuki organization, a warning was issued to other ninja villages. From this day forward, any foreign ninja discovered entering the Land of Rain would be met with a full-scale assault against their homeland. Better to shatter than to yield. Upon reading those final 8 words, Doroi felt a quiver run through her very soul. Such brilliance. After analyzing the implications of the 2 pieces of intelligence, she could not help but express her admiration. While the first piece of intelligence did not divulge specific details about the Akatsuki organization, it indicated their overall strength, suggesting they could contend with the 5 great ninja villages to a certain extent. The second piece of intelligence was the most critical. With the first piece of intelligence, the major ninja villages would undoubtedly feel a sense of discontent, prompting them to dispatch personnel into the Land of Rain for reconnaissance or revenge. However, the emergence of the second piece of intelligence would compel these villages to reassess their intentions to invade the Land of Rain. After all, based on the first piece of intelligence, the opposing force was formidable, particularly the last 8 words, which underscored the Akatsuki's resolve. Should they provoke the Akatsuki, it could result in mutual destruction, a loss that even the great ninja villages could scarcely endure. It appears that the Land of Rain will remain untouched for the time being. Doroi turned to the Raikage. Lord Raikage, let us proceed with other assignments, and set aside the Land of Rain for now. She did not propose an invasion in the form of a small team, nor did she suggest infiltrating the Land of Rain by altering characteristics, as such a strategy would be utterly futile. The member of the Akatsuki organization, capable of devising such a sophisticated scheme, would undoubtedly not fall for it. An invasion in a small team would merely be a venture into certain death. For now, let's set that aside and focus on conquering Konoha and the IWA shinobi instead. The Raikage shared similar sentiments. A scene akin to that in the Raikage's office unfolded in several other hidden villages. Despite the considerable cost incurred, the Sand Shinobi of the Wind Country breathed a slight sigh of relief, as they no longer had to worry about an invasion from the Land of Rain. Their focus shifted to guarding against potential incursions from the IWA shinobi coming from the Land of Birds and the Mist Shinobi from the Land of Rivers. Last time, the commander who had entered the Land of Rain was Rasha. Due to significant losses, his reputation, which had risen from defending against the Kumogakure, had now plummeted. This filled Rasha with immense anger, recalling how Yakura had initially expressed his unwillingness to go to the Land of Rain, thus deepening his resentment towards Yakura. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, displayed little reaction. He merely waited for the Kumogakure to attack Konoha before planning to launch a surprise attack himself. Traveling through the Land of Rain was not an option. The route through the Land of Grass would suffice. So be it, for now. The Land of Rain would be disregarded, and the focus would be on guarding against the Kumogakure. If necessary, preparations must be made to send the younger generation into battle. As for the various clans, it would require the two elders to engage in some persuasion, and I shall also take part. In the Hokage's office, a brief meeting concluded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on a cigarette, bore a troubled expression on his increasingly aged face. In light of the recent incident in the Land of Rain, Konoha was left to swallow this bitter loss. Their combat strength was severely lacking, leaving them with no surplus forces to confront the Land of Rain. Understood. Tinari Komatsu and Mito Gate-in nodded, being the first to leave the office. Danzo also rose, aware of the gravity of the situation. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from challenging Sarutobi Hiruzen today and remarked as he departed, "I will find a way to contact Hanzo. This Akatsuki organization must be eradicated." In the ensuing days, the ninja world remained in an eerie state of tranquility. Although no conflicts erupted, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable among all ninjas, as if a storm was brewing. Conversely, the Land of Rain felt no pressure whatsoever. Since that day, Yahiko and his companions had not encountered any foreign ninjas in the Land of Rain, which led to their immense admiration for the Seven Leaves. Thus, 2 months passed. Just when some believed war would not occur, it suddenly arrived. The Cloud Shinobi amassed their forces and launched a fierce assault on Konoha under the leadership of the AB duo, the 4th Raikage A and Killer B. In response, Konoha promptly dispatched one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, to lead the Leaf Shinobi in repelling the Cloud Shinobi's attack, achieving commendable results. The name Yellow Flash began to resonate. Just as Konoha stabilized its defenses, news of a surprise attack by the IWA Shinobi reached them. The only remaining Sannin in Konoha, Orochimaru, was compelled to lead a contingent of Leaf Shinobi to intercept the main force of the IWA Shinobi at the borders of the Fire Country. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War was fully ignited. The Fire Country was thrown into chaos. The Mist Shinobi of the Water Country, not wishing to be left out, directly launched an assault from the waterways into the Land of Rivers, clashing with the Sand Shinobi stationed there. However, it was clear to discerning eyes that the Mist Shinobi harbored ambitions not only against the Sand Shinobi, but also against Konoha. Faced with the looming threat of a three-pronged attack, Konoha had no choice but to continue retracting their defensive perimeter, shortening their front line while dispatching numerous younger ninjas. All signs indicated that Konoha's situation had become precarious. At this critical juncture, a contingent of ninjas from the Kumogakure, personally led by the 3rd Raikage, suddenly infiltrated the borders of the Land of Earth via waterways, wreaking havoc and plundering. This unforeseen development momentarily allowed Konoha to catch its breath under severe pressure. Chapter 62. The 7 Ninja Swordsman events in the rear of the IWA Shinobi village naturally drew the keen attention of both the IWA and Cloud Shinobi. Just as the IWA Shinobi were facing a relentless defeat, and everyone believed the Cloud Shinobi had gained the upper hand, a sudden appearance of 10,000 IWA Shinobi encircled the Cloud Shinobi forces led by the 3rd Raikage deep within the Land of Earth. To cover the retreat of his subordinates, the 3rd Raikage chose to remain behind, facing the 10,000 IWA Shinobi alone. After 3 days and nights of battle, he perished from chakra exhaustion. This battle astonished everyone in the ninja world, leaving them uncertain about who truly suffered losses, as both sides appeared to have sustained significant damages. Meanwhile, the 7 Leaves erupted in laughter. Had it not been for the Cloud Shinobi's bewildering maneuvers, they, along with the IWA and Mist Shinobi, might have truly been able to annihilate Konoha. What a spectacle! Mingyu wore a perplexed expression, unsure of what to say. Yunluo widened his eyes in confusion, wondering, why didn't the Raikage wait until Konoha was thoroughly defeated and the IWA Shinobi had relaxed their guard before launching a surprise attack? Perhaps he was overly confident in his strength, Yahiko suggested. Engaging in battle against 10,000 IWA Shinobi for 3 days and nights before succumbing to chakra depletion was indeed terrifying, as noted by Conan with a hint of awe. Nagato nodded in agreement. Despite being situated in the Land of Rain and distanced from the center of conflict, the 7 Leaves remained well informed about the developments in the ninja world. They frequently discussed every piece of intelligence since the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. It could be said that Konoha was now experiencing the same anguish that the Rain Shinobi had endured during the Second Great Ninja War. With the Mist Shinobi now beginning their offensive, the taste of being invaded by 3 nations was far from pleasant. It's about time. Starting tomorrow, Mingyu, you will accompany me to the Land of Fire, 7 Leaves declared as he rose. Yahiko, Curious, inquired, "Are we going to participate in this war?" "No. We're merely going to witness the prowess of their taijutsu," Seven Leaves replied with a smile. Early the next morning, he set off for the land of fire with Mingyu. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Seven Leaves even left a lightning clone behind. He was concerned that should Danzo send someone to contact Hanzo prematurely, it could lead to Yahiko's demise and Nagato's descent into darkness, so he prepared accordingly. "Mingyu, just how powerful is the taijutsu we are going to witness? Is it from Konoha?" Mingyu asked, excitement gleaming in his eyes as they departed the land of rain. This was something Seven Leaves had mentioned to him years ago, and now they were finally going to see it. "Yes, it is Konoha's taijutsu. As for how formidable it is, just know that our foundational training in physical fitness, weight training, and even the research on the complete life form number 1 have all been geared towards this taijutsu." After a moment of contemplation, Qiye spoke thus. "So fierce?" Mingyu swallowed hard, filled with immense anticipation. Upon entering the land of fire, Qiye concealed their presence and began the search for Might Guy, Ebisu, and Kurama. In the original narrative, they were obstructed by the 7 ninja swordsmen, likely positioned at the intersection of the land of fire and the land of rivers. Although the specific day of these events remained unknown, Qiye was not foolish enough to stake out along that route. Instead, he directly located the temporary encampment of the Mist Ninja, monitoring from a considerable distance. Soon, he successfully pinpointed the figures of the 7 ninja swordsmen. All that remained was to wait for the day when these 7 would move in unison, then follow closely behind. After waiting for over a month, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist finally commenced their collective operation. Following closely behind them, Qiye couldn't help but chuckle, for after today's battle, the 7 ninja swordsmen would undoubtedly transform into the auspicious trio. Perhaps even worse circumstances awaited them. Would they finally witness such formidable taijutsu? Behind Qiye, Mingyu rubbed his hands together, his expression brimming with excitement. Although Mingyu's perceptive abilities were not as acute as Qiye's, he could not discern the presence of the 7 ninja swordsmen ahead, merely assuming that a master of taijutsu had appeared. Soon enough, the group delved deeper into the land of fire. The 7 ninja swordsmen posed dramatically in the woods, intercepting 3 young ninjas from Konoha. This was dire. They were surrounded. At barely 12 years old, and still just a chunin, Might Guy gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he faced the adversaries before him. His companions, Nara Shikamaru and Ebisu, were equally tense, their bodies taut and their expressions grim. After all, they faced the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, each a jonin wielding uniquely powerful swords, far beyond what the 3 chunins could contend with. Suddenly, 2 masked figures clad in black, their ages indiscernible, materialized in the clearing. "Time is of the essence. You choose 2, and I shall handle the rest. Remember their intel, and be careful not to kill." Naturally, it was Qiye and Mingyu who arrived upon witnessing the interception of Might Guy and his companions, hastening their pace. They had to act swiftly. If Qiye recalled correctly, Might Guy would be arriving in less than a minute. Understood. Despite not comprehending Qiye's motives, Mingyu promptly chose to comply. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the figure of Pipa Shirzong, standing beneath a tree. The cross-shaped scar and peculiar designs on the opponent's face ignited a fierce anger within him. With a thunderous crash, Mingyu unleashed an unrelenting assault, his astonishing speed and strength erupting forth. Pipa Shirzong, fully focused, barely managed to cross his sword in front of him to block Mingyu's punch. The tremendous force pushed Shirzong back a step, cracking the earth beneath him. This monster possesses incredible strength. Pipa Shirzong's hands trembled slightly, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Nearby, the user of the exploding blade, Wooly Shenba, let out a cry, raising his scroll-like weapon to strike at Mingyu's back. Simultaneously, the other 5 users of the ninja swordsman swiftly distanced themselves. Exploding blade, was it? Qiye had mentioned that this sword could summon numerous explosive tags, though their power seemed less than that of standard explosive tags, relying instead on surprise. Out of the corner of his eye, Mingyu observed this unfolding scene, his mind racing. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Pipa Shirzong flying before swiftly turning to face Wooly Shenba. Chakra surged within him, and his skin appeared to darken slightly. Boom. Dust erupted as the flames from the explosive tags engulfed a vast area. At that moment, the user of the needle of the long sword, Kuri Suiwan, stood up, seemingly realizing that Mingyu emerged unscathed from the smoke, and prepared to engage. However, he suddenly perceived the crackling sound of thunder near his ear. Turning, he beheld a blade of light that was strikingly ordinary. Chapter 63. The lower ninjas of Konoha, so swift. No, wait, it's slow. I can evade it. Move, body move. Kurisuan's mind screamed. Yet despite his internal struggles, his body remained utterly immobilized, and in the end, his pupils dilated as his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Gulp. On the other side, Might Guy and his companions swallowed hard, their bodies numb. Earlier, when facing the 7 ninja swordsmen, they had merely heard of their renown without knowledge of their true strength, managing to keep their bodies tense and their fighting spirit intact. But upon witnessing the combat prowess exhibited by Mingyu and Qiye, despair seeped deeply into their hearts. Hurry, too fast. The speed was beyond the naked eye. The first taijutsu master took on 2 opponents, completely dominating them. The second swordsman was even more terrifying. He eliminated one with a mere flick of his wrist. When Might Guy and his companions finally grasped the situation, all they could see was Kurisuan's fallen body, the process entirely lost on them. Not only were the 3 from Konoha stunned, but the other ninja swordsmen were equally taken aback. A chilling dread surged within them. Who? The face of Suigetsu Hozuki darkened as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release. Iron cannonball. Boom. Water balls erupted from his mouth, akin to cannonballs, hurtling towards Qiye. The figure of Qiye flashed swiftly, approaching the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon with unparalleled speed, leaving a trail of sparks in his wake. In an instant, he executed the technique of thunder. Like the roar of thunder itself, Qiye's speed shattered all limits, resembling a line that streaked past the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon. This maneuver was inspired by the fleeting strikes of the Konoha swordsmanship, infused with the chakra of the lightning release mode, unleashing an extraordinary velocity that naturally came at a cost to his body. However, Qiye had contemplated the 8 gates of chakra from the very beginning. Years of rigorous training, coupled with the benefits of medicinal concoctions, rendered his physique incomparable to that of an ordinary taijutsu ninja, achieving an astonishing level of resilience. Thus, this explosive burst would not significantly affect him. At most, his heart would race slightly faster, akin to a seasoned fighter pilot accustomed to the strains of high-speed maneuvers. Crack. Sizzle. The watermelon mountain pufferfish demon attempted in vain to block Qiye's strike, yet could only preserve his life at the cost of his right hand. Severed at the wrist while grasping the sword, Samahata. Swish. Samahata arced gracefully, embedding itself into the ground. Boom. The relentless sound of explosions grew louder. As 2 figures were propelled from the clouds of dust, Pipa Shirzong and Wooly Shimbachi, who had previously battled Mingyu. The 2 stood, swords in hand, spitting blood as if it were free. Due to Qiye's insistence on not killing, Mingyu had left them on the brink of death. The entire skirmish lasted no longer than a minute. The renowned 7 ninja swordsmen had nearly been decimated, with Kurasumi Surumura dead, the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon's right hand severed, and Pipa Shirzong and Wooly Shimbachi gravely injured. The horrific scene left the remaining 3 feeling a chill run down their spines, contemplating their escape. At that moment, a man clad in a green bodysuit descended from above, his expression one of shock upon witnessing the scene before him. It was none other than Might Guy's father. Might Guy? Father! Might Guy exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at his parent. What brings a chunin like you here? I must say, do you have a misconception about the lower-ranking ninjas? Konoha's genin are truly extraordinary. Qiye perched atop a tree branch, his eyes, concealed beneath his mask, fixed intently on Might Guy, and then he pointed to his forehead protector. Did you see that? I am also a Konoha genin. Qiye's words were not entirely unfounded. Indeed, before their departure from Konoha, they were mere genin. However, the clear scar on their forehead protectors serves as undeniable evidence of their status as rogue ninjas. It seems that you hold a misunderstanding regarding the lower ninjas. In their hearts, Heibe, Noera Jinkan, and the others silently criticized this notion. Then, Might Guy turned to his father and exclaimed, Father, the battlefield is perilous. You should not be here. He continued, although I may not comprehend the situation at hand, it is clear that these mist ninjas and the 2 rogue ninjas are indeed our adversaries, correct? A green steam began to rise from Might Guy as he surveyed the scene, his gaze shifting from Qiye to the 7 ninja swordsmen, adopting a stance ready for combat. He declared emphatically, in any case, you must flee. I shall buy you some time. Mr. Dai was mistaken. While we may outwardly appear as rogue ninjas of Konoha, We have just rescued your sons. As Qiye spoke, he gathered a spiraling shuriken in his hand, his gaze drifting toward a certain direction as he coldly remarked, "Thinking of escaping? Are you capable of withstanding this?" The distinctive sharp aura of the spiraling shuriken pierced the air, felt by everyone like a needle. Those who initially planned to slip away were instantly paralyzed by fear. Cold sweat poured from their bodies, their eyes fixated on the spiraling shuriken in Qiye's grasp. This technique is insurmountable. It will surely lead to death. Shigua Mountain's pufferfish ghost gritted his teeth and shouted at Qiye in a reckless manner. "What do you intend to do?" "Quite simple," Qiye replied with a slight smile, his idle left hand pointing at Might Guy. "You shall engage him in battle. If you win, you may leave alive. If you fail, you will become nutrients." His tone was remarkably calm, yet it sent a tremor of dread through the 6 surviving shinobi wielders of blades. "How can you assure us you won't deceive us?" asked Biwa Juzong. The gaze of Qiye turned icy. "Do you have a choice?" The atmosphere fell into silence as all the users of the ninja blades ceased their chatter, directing their fierce stares towards Might Guy, evidently acquiescing to Qiye's suggestion. "Listen closely, Kai. From this moment, I shall shield them. Remember what your father has said, self-restraint. Now is the time to protect that which is most precious to you with unwavering resolve." Might Guy slightly turned his head, revealing a smile as he gave a thumbs up to Might Kai. "Father." Might Kai's expression froze, tears streaming down his face. Though the bond between father and son was deeply moving, Qiye felt compelled to interject. "However, you cannot leave now. If Mr. Dai were to falter, it would be a pity if there was no one to care for him." He glanced at Might Kai before turning his attention back to Might Dai, offering a gentle smile. "Mr. Dai, your foes do not include us. Among the 7 ninja blades, 1 is deceased, 1 is incapacitated, and 2 are half disabled. Only 3 remain unscathed. Surely, there is no need to open the 8 gates, is there? Live well, Mr. Dai. As a father, your role extends beyond mere education. It is equally vital to provide companionship. Moreover, leading by example and imparting wisdom through actions is the finest form of education. Would you not agree? So, let us strive onward." Chapter 64. A new perspective. As Qiye concluded his words, he and Mingyu spread out, one on each side. They resembled 2 imposing mountains, not only overwhelming the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also instilling a profound weight in Mado Dai's heart. The fact that Qiye was a rogue ninja from Konoha was the only information Mado Dai could glean. He was otherwise in the dark. He turned slightly to glance at Kai, whose face was etched with worry, and felt a stirring within him. The 7th gate, the gate of shock. Open. A visible surge of energy erupted from Mado Dai, transforming him entirely. Where he had once appeared as a docile herbivore, he now resembled a ferocious beast. Boom. Whoosh. The ground shattered beneath him, the onlookers unable to catch even a glimpse of Mado Dai's form, only hearing the sounds of his rapid movement. What a joke. This is also a Konoha genin. The expressions of the 7 ninja swordsmen darkened considerably. They had already found it outrageous that Qiye was once a Konoha genin, but now they were faced with something even more absurd. How could they strike when they couldn't even see him? Crack. Bang. Boom. The dust on the ground rose and fell in waves. Aside from Qiye and Mingyu, who had some experience, the remaining 3 Konoha ninjas were utterly bewildered. After all, while Qiye and his companions had undergone similar training previously, the speed at which Mado Dai was now moving, having opened the 7th gate, was incomparably beyond their own. What incredible power! To think pure physical techniques could reach such heights. Qiye truly does not deceive me, Mingyu murmured to himself perched upon a tree, contemplating whether he could push his earth release chakra mode to its limits. If he could, his speed traversing the ground would increase, and he might even use ninjutsu to create favorable terrain for himself. However, Mingyu had always struggled with ninjutsu, harboring a reluctance to train. And even his resistance to genjutsu had been painstakingly developed through relentless bombardment by Qiye and Yunluo. Yet now, as Qiye's strides grew ever larger, Mingyu could distinctly sense the vast chasm between them. He had no choice but to strive harder. "Kai, is this your father? How impressive." Noara Jinkin's 1,000 books fell from his mouth in shock. He quickly picked them up, wiped them, and resumed his grip. Haibisu nodded in agreement, unable to shake the memory of that man, humbled and pleading for the team's acceptance at the village gate just a short while ago. Is this truly the same person? Father, how amazing! Mado Kai's eyes shone with admiration. He had never anticipated that his longtime Jinin father possessed such formidable strength, truly magnificent. At some point, the battlefield had fallen silent. Aside from the already fallen Kirasame Kurumaru, the other ninja swordsmen lay motionless on the ground or hung limply from branches. Their bodies were twisted and contorted, each bearing the marks of severe trauma, as if they had endured tremendous blows. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, utterly annihilated. Huff, huff, huff. Mato Dai returned to his son's side, his body trembling slightly, yet still holding a defensive posture, his gaze fixed intently on Qiye. "Do not be alarmed, Mr. Dai," Qiye said as he descended from the tree, beckoning Mingyu to assist in collecting the fallen ninja swords. Mato Dai, however, remained cautious, unwilling to easily trust Qiye's words. Considering that he was ostensibly a rogue ninja from Konoha, he maintained his 7th gate state, prepared to open the 8th gate at the slightest sign of danger. Qiye had no expectation that mere words would convince the other party of his intentions. His purpose for being here was solely to acquire the skill orbs of the 8 gates released by Might Dai. This objective has now been fulfilled. There was no need to take the ninja swords. After all, the Kirigakure clan possesses summoning scrolls that can retrieve lost blades, and Qiye was merely curious to observe. As for saving Might Dai's life through verbal persuasion, that had been part of his prior strategy. Deep down, Qiye was uncertain whether his actions were virtuous or malevolent. Much like his deliberate attempt to weaken the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen while guiding Might Dai to abandon thoughts of noble sacrifice. Perhaps this alteration would lead Might Dai to become his adversary in the future. Yet, he felt compelled to alter Dai's destiny, just as he sought to reshape the fates of Yahiko and his companions, striving to effectuate changes within his capacity. After incinerating the 7 corpses, Qiye turned to the still tense Might Dai and smiled. "Mr. Dai, before I take my leave, may I inquire how one can ensure they can accurately discern an enemy's position? I refer to the natural human eye, not the abilities granted by bloodline limits such as those of the Uchiha." This question had long piqued Qiye's curiosity. He wondered how individuals like Guy and Lee managed to maintain their dynamic vision at such remarkable speeds. Surely, it could not be through blindfold training as they did. Might Dai was taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned before replying. "I hadn't paid much attention to that. It seems to come from relentless daily training. I run 10 laps around the village each day, followed by 2,000 push-ups." Stop, Qiye interjected, exasperated. "Is there anything beyond training? Eat plenty of meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables, like bell peppers and carrots." Might Dai rambled on, giving a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile. "Don't underestimate me just because I'm a genin. I've done my utmost to meet Guy's nutritional needs." Thinking of his duties as a father to Guy, Dai's vision blurred with memories. He had once struggled to comprehend his father's dedication, only to realize today how profoundly mistaken he had been. Carrots. Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. Aware that the vitamin A in carrots could protect vision and alleviate conditions such as dry eyes and night blindness. Yet, could consuming more enhance dynamic vision? This conclusion was still open to debate, but Maitadai's words indeed provided Qiye with a fresh perspective. Regardless of the effectiveness of carrots, he could simply develop a potion specifically designed to strengthen eyesight. With the creation of life number 1, could he not also produce a precious eye drop? "Well then, Mr. Dai, until we meet again," he said, waving goodbye as he and Mingyu swiftly departed. It was only then that Maitadai let out a heavy sigh, his body collapsing after dispelling the 8 gates. His intuition warned him that he must not have acted against Qiye earlier, otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Thus, he maintained a defensive posture throughout their encounter, refraining from any provocation. Chapter 65. Inquiry Dad. Karen rushed forward to support his father. "How are you feeling?" "Hang on. I'll get you back right away." He hoisted his father onto his back, and the trio hurried back to the village. Upon returning to Konoha, Kai immediately took his father to the hospital, while Ibiki and Nara Shikamata reported their mission's details to their superiors. The news regarding the 7 ninja swordsmen and the unidentified rogue ninjas from Konoha swiftly reached the ears of the 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, and Elder Shimura Danzo, among others. Given the ongoing war and Konoha's significant disadvantage, this information was sufficient to capture their attention. Barely had Maitadai been admitted to the hospital when Nara Shikamaru, Hibiki, and Kai found themselves detained. After all, the intelligence they possessed warranted thorough analysis. Consequently, they needed to be separated for questioning. Any discrepancies in their accounts would indicate serious trouble for the trio. Fortunately, their testimonies were factual, devoid of any concealment, leading Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to focus on the two unknown rogue ninjas. Yet, with Konoha's long history, the number of rogue ninjas was considerable, and their masked appearances made it impossible to ascertain their true identities. Analysis of their actions suggested that they harbored no ill intentions towards Konoha, as they had intervened to rescue Kai and the others. Thus concluded Konoha's inquiries, analyses, and discussions after an entire afternoon of deliberation. The door to the inquiry room creaked open, and Nara Shikamaru, Hibiki, and Kai emerged, their expressions weary. Throughout the afternoon, they had revisited their previous experiences, ensuring every detail was recounted with precision. Kakashi stood by the roadside, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing Kai, he hurried over. What happened? Why is Uncle Dai in the hospital? And why can't we visit? Kakashi, it's a long story. My father needs to recover before he can answer any questions from the village. I can't disclose further details for now, Kai replied apologetically. What exactly did you do? Kakashi furrowed his brow, realizing that pressing for information would yield no results. Fine, I'll come back in a couple of days. A day later, Maeda regained consciousness, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Elder Shimura Danzo and others, arrived for inquiries. Dai, could you elaborate on the information regarding the 7 ninja swordsmen and those 2 rogue ninjas? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired gently. Yes, Hokage-sama. Maeda responded earnestly, recounting the previous day's events in meticulous detail. Upon concluding, Danzo scoffed, with your mastery of the 8 gates, why didn't you eliminate those 2 rogue ninjas? Elder Danzo, they were formidable. Even with the 8th gate open, I couldn't guarantee their defeat, Maeda replied candidly. Danzo, however, was skeptical of Maedai's words, lamenting the loss of the 7 swords. They had a chance to secure all 7 blades. If achieved, the 7 ninja swordsmen would become Konoha's trump card. Although the Kirigakure clan had methods to reclaim the swords, it was crucial to remember that Konoha also possessed powerful sealing techniques. How could these cowardly individuals flee so hastily? It's infuriating. As those thoughts festered, Danzo's discontent grew. Was it truly a lack of confidence, or did the other party promise some benefit? Only you know the truth. Hiruzen, I propose we hand all 4 of them over to the interrogation department. Only by reading their memories can we ensure the accuracy of the information we obtain. Maeda, feeling anxious and confused about the lack of trust, pleaded, Hokage-sama. Elder Danzo, I assure you I'm speaking the truth. Please believe me. Enough, Danzo. This matter can be set aside for now, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Danzo before smiling at Maeda. I have faith that Dai would never betray Konoha. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. I, Maeda, love this village dearly. I would give my life for it without hesitation. Maeda declared, his spirit invigorated. Very well. Rest well and prioritize your recovery, Hiruzen advised. After leaving the hospital, the group returned to the Hokage's office. Danzo, what are your thoughts? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, puffing on a cigarette. While he believed Maeda would not betray the village, he found the rogue ninja's strange inquiries perplexing. Questions about how one could lock onto a target with the naked eye while moving at high speed. Was it a code, or was there other intelligence involved? This was the aspect that troubled Sarutobi Hiruzen the most. Furthermore, their remarks indicated a familiarity with Maedai's mastery of the 8 gates, suggesting they were well acquainted with him. Rogue ninjas from Konoha, knowledgeable about Maeda and his 8 gates technique, one adept in taijutsu and the other in swordsmanship. Though masked, they appeared relatively young. Given the abundance of keywords, one would expect it to be easy to pinpoint their identities. Yet, after reviewing years of records, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his associates found nothing that matched. Maintain surveillance. Simultaneously, restrict their movement within the village. They will inevitably reveal a flaw, Danzo asserted. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Very well, I leave this matter to you. In previous times, he might have hesitated, especially considering the simultaneous assaults from the 3 great shinobi villages, which had created considerable pressure. However, with the IWA and Kumo shinobi now adversaries, and a series of conflicts having arisen between them, the pressure on Konoha's front lines had significantly eased. Meanwhile, news of the Mist Shinobi's defeat on the battlefield in the Land of Wind had also filtered through. Within the Sand Shinobi's defensive ranks was a ninja wielding the powerful Kekkei Genkai of Scorch Release, who had repeatedly thwarted the Mist invasions. Amidst these developments, the Third Great Shinobi War, which had begun with fervor, gradually settled down. In the afternoon, upon hearing that Kai's father had been released from confinement, Kakashi brought a slightly wilted bouquet to the hospital. He sensed a keen awareness that someone was watching from the shadows. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Kakashi entered the hospital room with a calm demeanor, swiftly placing the flowers into an adjacent empty vase and spritzing them with a touch of water to enhance their vibrancy. Upon seeing Kakashi, Guy, who was tending to his ailing father, exhibited a spark of excitement. "Kakashi, did you know? We encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen." And it was the complete 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen? Kakashi's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a slight furrow of his brow. The fact that Guy and his companions had survived an encounter with the complete 7 ninja swordsmen hinted at an extraordinary series of events. Chapter 66. Training and earning. Guy wasted no time in elaborating. It was truly perilous. I thought I was a goner. Then, 2 masked rogue ninjas from Konoha appeared. Their strength was astonishing, incomprehensibly powerful. One had exceptional taijutsu, holding his own against 2 opponents, while the other was even more outrageous, killing one with a single strike. His swordsmanship was truly remarkable. How should I describe it? I felt like it was fast, yet somehow slow, but in reality, it was incredibly swift. I can't quite articulate it, but they were undeniably formidable. Thankfully, they took down 4 of them, allowing my father to dispatch the remaining 3. I never expected my father to be this powerful. Kakashi, taijutsu has a glorious future. Next time, I'll surely surpass you. Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his bright smile glimmering in the light. Guy, the power of youth knows no bounds. Your father supports you. Keep it up. Might die, sitting on the hospital bed. Also gave a thumbs up, mirroring Guy's expression. Father. Guy. Father. Guy. As the sunset streamed through the window, illuminating the tearful embrace of the 2. Kakashi felt a sense of relief witnessing their spirited demeanor, prompting him to depart quietly from the room. Once outside the hospital, the sensation of being watched returned. Persistent and inescapable. After walking 2 blocks, Kakashi concluded that he was indeed being surveilled. Could it be that due to Guy's unique encounter, I too have drawn the attention of the village? Analyzing the situation, Kakashi swiftly arrived at a plausible explanation. Those who could treat the 7 ninja swordsmen as mere playthings would certainly attract the interest of Konoha as higher-ups. Yet, as he listened to Guy's account, another masked figure surfaced in Kakashi's mind, the one who had revealed the truth about his father to him. Why had that person not appeared for so many years? Furthermore, that individual had been a rain ninja, suggesting he was not the same rogue ninja from Konoha that Guy spoke of. Contemplating these thoughts, Kakashi made his way home. Since joining Minato's team, the shadows of his father's suicide had gradually lifted. However, the revelations from that mysterious rain ninja had dulled his affections for the village, intensifying his concern for those close to him, Minato, Kushina, Rin, Obito, as well as Guy and Kurenai. As for the enigmatic rain ninja, Kakashi felt certain that this individual would seek him out again, harboring ulterior motives. Meanwhile, back in Peace Village, Mingyu inquired with perplexity, "Qiye, was our trip to the Land of Fire merely to witness that powerful taijutsu? Is that from Konoha? How can we acquire it? Should we trade for it with money?" Ever since witnessing the 8 gates, Mingyu felt an insatiable itch, eager to learn it himself. Yet, he recognized that it was likely an exceedingly potent technique from Konoha, and no amount of impatience would allow him instant access. "No need. I have already mastered it." Qiye concentrated on controlling the flow of chakra within his body and declared, "8th gate of liberation, 1st gate, open." With a resounding boom, a faint intertwining of blue and purple energy surged from him. Mingyu immediately felt a sharp sting and a tingling sensation, prompting him to instinctively step back. How is this possible? Mingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. They had merely come to observe, and yet Qiye had mastered this technique so swiftly. Could it be that this physical art merely demands an exceptionally high physical condition, while its practice is relatively straightforward? With this thought, Mingyu's excitement surged as he exclaimed, "Qiye, how did you learn that? Please teach me." "Certainly," Qiye nodded. Subsequently sealing the 8th gate. Having only opened the 1st gate, and with his already formidable physique, he felt no residual effects after closing it. This technique serves to liberate the body from the constraints on chakra, allowing excess energy to be fully unleashed. Correspondingly, there are 8 points within the human body that restrict the flow of chakra, known as the 8 gates, the opening gate, the rest gate, and the life gate, among others. Qiye began with the most fundamental explanations, yet within mere minutes, Mingyu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, yearning for slumber. "Qiye, could you perhaps simplify your explanations a tad?" he implored, his face contorted in a weary expression. Meanwhile, Yunluo and Xiaonan were engrossed, listening intently, while Chamin remained earnest. and Mexico endeavored to absorb knowledge, though his frequent yawns betrayed his lack of aptitude. Let us persist. Next, I shall elucidate the characteristics and repercussions of the 8 gates. Qiye continued. After several more minutes, Qiye began a hands-on demonstration on how to unlock the first gate, lifting the constraints of the brain domain. Aside from Qiye and Mingyu, the physical capabilities of the others, under Qiye's guidance, were commendable, with the potential to reach the state of the 3rd gate. However, merely understanding the technique was insufficient to achieve the unlocking of the gates. In the ensuing period, regardless of external circumstances, Qiye and his companions remained within the village, focusing on their training, with Mingyu demonstrating the most enthusiasm, genuinely eager to master the 8 gates. Time flew by, and soon, nations traversed the turmoil of the Third Shinobi World War, ushering in the new year, marking the 49th year of Konoha. This year, save for the Land of Rain, other nations were not faring well. The shadow of war loomed over all, resulting in substantial casualties and a severe depletion of resources related to medical supplies and equipment, as well as a steady rise in the prices of food and essential goods. In these dire circumstances, the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce emerged, undeterred by the chaos of war, resolutely dispatching commercial teams to restore trade routes among the nations. More importantly, the majority of the goods they transported consisted of medical supplies and food, alleviating the urgent needs of the various ninja villages. Moreover, any items intended for warfare, such as shurikens and explosive tags, were strictly prohibited from sale. The Pinyin Chamber of Commerce had consistently urged all parties to remain calm and avoid conflict since the onset of war, maintaining a neutral stance. Even with the restoration of trade routes, the escorting ninjas were selected from the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, which had not participated in the Third Shinobi World War. All indications suggested that the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce was an unequivocally neutral entity, aspiring for peace. However, the 5 great ninja villages were skeptical of this conclusion, as it was wartime, and they found it hard to believe that an ordinary commercial entity would dare to traverse the perilous landscape of the shinobi world. Thus, it was evident that some unseen force was controlling the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 67. Each with their own calculations due to the ongoing war, resources of manpower, finances, and materials were strained, leaving the great ninja villages unable to investigate further despite their suspicions. Their only course of action was to procure as many medical and daily supplies as possible for the least amount of money. This led to a peculiar phenomenon on the battlefield, where opposing forces would even temporarily cease fighting upon encountering a convoy from the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce, resuming hostilities only after the safe passage of the merchants. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, a meeting commenced to report on the various responsibilities of the parties involved. The discussions, attended by numerous high-ranking officials of Konoha, revolved around the war's trajectory, the strain on the medical system, and the living conditions of the residents. The daimyo of the Fire Country had allocated considerable funds, insisting that Sarutobi Hiruzen must decisively defeat the invaders. Thankfully, months prior, the overconfident Raikage surprise attack on Iwa Shinobi had resulted in significant losses for both Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Otherwise, Sarutobi would have had to participate in the battlefield himself. Though Iwagakure and Kumogakure continued their joint assault on Konoha, mutual distrust had escalated, making it difficult to maintain their previous ambiguous relationship. Thus, on the main battlefield, both Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze managed to hold their ground, gradually pushing the front lines beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. Suna Shinobi posed no concern. They were too preoccupied with their own troubles, lacking a Kazekage, and had to fend off attacks from Kirigakure and Iwagakure. As for Kirigakure, while they appeared to engage Suna, their true intent remained focused on the Land of Fire. The complete annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen had enraged Kirigakure, who sought to hold Konoha accountable. This left Sarutobi infuriated. Already struggling against Iwagakure and Kumogakure, now he had to contend with increased forces from Kirigakure. Fortunately, Minato was commendable, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, maintaining good relations with the Jinchuriki, and being a disciple of Jiraiya, a true hero of the common folk. Contemplating Minato, Sarutobi's troubled heart lightened somewhat, and he even began to consider whether to pass on the title of Hokage to him once the war concluded. After all, Minato possessed formidable strength and a clean background, making him easy to manage. In contrast, Sarutobi had begun to lose faith in his original candidate for the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru, whose intentions had become increasingly opaque. As Sarutobi drifted in thought, the meeting concluded. Once the others departed, Danzo, a member of Konoha's F4, spoke up. I have contacted Hanzo, who wishes to ally with us to eliminate the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, we have uncovered that the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce is actually based in a village known as Pinyin Village, which is far from being as simple as it appears. According to Hanzo's intel, this village has only been established for a few years, yet it is controlled by 3 ninjas, each possessing elite Jonin strength. The prosperity of this village has already surpassed that of Amigakure, rivaling even Konoha, and the leader of the Akatsuki is closely linked with them. I suspect that Pinyin Village serves as the headquarters of the Pinyin Chamber of Commerce. Pinyin Village, Pinyin Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, the similarity in their names, coupled with other corroborative intelligence, link credence to Danzo's suspicions. Sarutobi pondered deeply. He could not permit such a formidable force to arise in the Land of Rain. The profits amassed by this commerce, combined with the currently vague details regarding the Akatsuki, could potentially elevate the Land of Rain to a status comparable to the 5 great nations. Handle this matter entirely, Danzo, Sarutobi commanded sternly. In the battlefield encampment, Kumogakure had also concluded an impromptu meeting. With the death of the 3rd Raikage, the Cloud Shinobi were naturally enraged, yet as they were poised to assault Konoha, their discussions concluded with the decision to continue their offensive under the leadership of the AB team, as long as they could keep Minato occupied. The other Konoha shinobi would pose little threat. Regarding Iwagakure, they merely needed to divert some forces to restrain them, as their primary target was Konoha and they likely would not retaliate against them. In fact, Iwagakure was indeed thinking along those lines. Inoki, the old G's, would not retaliate against Kumogakure simply because the Raikage had ambushed him. Doing so would only incite the wrath of those brash warriors. It was even possible that this would lead Kumogakure to abandon their assault on Konoha to seek vengeance against Iwagakure, which would leave Sarutobi chuckling in his dreams. After all, Inoki's initial target had always been Konoha. I had never contemplated an intense rivalry with the Hidden Cloud, and the ambush in the rear was merely a precautionary measure rooted in my sensitivity to the theater of war. I was utterly taken aback by the greedy and arrogant Raikage, whose actions obliterated a potential opportunity to annihilate the Hidden Leaf. Presently, Inoki has resigned himself to a secondary position, aiming merely to secure a victory in this conflict and extract as many benefits as possible from the Land of Fire. However, the Sand Shinobi have recently exhibited unusual behavior, with a significant force launching an offensive against them, led by a wielder of the bloodline limit that manipulates sand. Upon receiving this intelligence, Inoki swiftly comprehended the situation. One of the 2 main Sand Shinobi forces was engaged in battle with the Mist Shinobi, while the other had targeted them. Coincidentally, the leaders of both main forces possessed bloodline limits and enjoyed considerable popularity within their village. Were they vying for the position of the 4th Kazekage? A slight smile crept onto Inoki's face as he instructed the troops engaged with the Sand Shinobi to prioritize defense and minimize casualties. Meanwhile, the Mist Shinobi convened a meeting. The annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the defeat of the forces attacking the Sand Shinobi resonating like a resounding slap in their faces. Thus, they resolved that their forthcoming offensive against the Sand Shinobi must exact a severe toll on the Leaf as well. In the Sand Shinobi village, the battlefield had momentarily calmed, allowing all parties to contemplate the timing for their next significant move. Raza and Yukura returned to the village to participate in the meeting. Now, at 18 years of age, Yukura had blossomed into a striking figure, particularly with her alluring physique, making her a focal point in any crowd. The 3rd Kazekage had been missing for a year. With the likelihood of survival dwindling, the village could not remain without a leader indefinitely, so I proposed the initiation of elections for the next Kazekage. In the meeting room, a certain clan leader seated beside Raza raised his hand to propose. Discussions erupted among the attendees. Indeed, it had been over a year since the village had a Kage, making the selection of the next Kazekage imperative. I scanned the raucous crowd, then glanced at his silent sister beside him, her eyelids lowered as if in slumber. Before slowly raising his right hand, I recommend Elder Qiye for the position of 4th Kazekage. The noisy meeting room fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning toward eyes. Qiye opened her eyes, maintaining a composed expression as she stated, I am already half buried in the earth. I truly lack the energy to manage the village. It is best to allow the younger generation to take charge. Since the disappearance of her only grandson a year ago, Qiye appeared older than ever, her sole wish being to see him once more in her lifetime. Eyes let out a silent sigh, subsequently falling silent as well. Since Elder Qiye had expressed her sentiments, I would like to nominate Lord Raza. The individual who first proposed the election raised his hand, garnering the attention of all present as he continued, Lord Raza, akin to the former 3rd Kazekage, possesses the magnet release bloodline limit. Furthermore, he is formidable, having led his subordinates in arduous battles against the rock shinobi, consistently thwarting their advances. Therefore, I believe Lord Raza is a fitting candidate for the fourth Kazekage, and I trust he can lead us to glory. As soon as he finished speaking, voices of dissent arose from the other side of the conference table. Kazekage Shimaka, your statement is erroneous. The intelligence we have indicates that the rock shinobi did not initiate any offensive. Rather, it was Raza who led the charge against them. Is your motivation truly for the village's benefit? Or are you merely seeking to accumulate military merits in an attempt to ascend to the position of fourth Kazekage? Have you considered that provoking the rock shinobi might worsen our village's situation? Raza crossed his arms and replied solemnly, Year of the Green. The rock shinobi have already gathered forces at the border. Their intentions have become exceedingly clear. If I do not take the initiative, should I simply wait for them to strike and engage us in the land of wind? The rock shinobi have already eliminated the third Raikage and profited on the battlefield in the land of fire, under such favorable circumstances. An invasion is not beyond the realm of possibility. It is precisely because I am constantly concerned for the village's safety that I seek to extinguish the threat before it materializes. Have you all forgotten the sudden invasion of the hidden cloud? Raza's arguments were sound and resonated with the memories of the villagers regarding the attack from the hidden cloud. Had it not been for his sand gold, the village would have suffered significant losses while many personnel were dispatched to search for the third Kazekage, leaving the defenses vulnerable. Year of the Green, unable to attack Raza from the rock shinobi's perspective, shifted his approach and retorted, even so. Your actions in the land of rain have significantly weakened our village's military strength. In contrast, Lady Yakura has never committed any errors and successfully repelled the Mist Shinobi's advances. During every battle, Lady Yakura has been at the forefront. Striving to minimize casualties among her subordinates, she is a dependable and trustworthy leader. Thus, I recommend Lady Yakura as the fourth Kazekage. The heartfelt words of Year of the Green stirred many hearts in the meeting room, eliciting tears from several attendees. Yet, Yakura herself appeared somewhat bashful as she responded, Year of the Green, I am not as remarkable as you portray. Is it not expected for capable individuals to be at the forefront of battle? Moreover, while I possess sufficient strength, the role of Kazekage cannot be fulfilled solely through power. I am not adept at managing the village, planning, or handling daily affairs. Unlike me, Raza has frequently worked alongside the former third Kazekage, always aspiring to the role of Kazekage as his life's goal. I firmly believe that with such ideals, he will undoubtedly emerge as a competent Kazekage, perhaps even surpassing the previous three Kazekages to become the strongest. Yakura expressed her genuine thoughts with a smile, willingly recommending Raza, knowing that he aspired to the position. Upon hearing her words, Year of the Green fell silent, first widening his eyes in disbelief at Yakura. Then his expression shifted as he turned to Raza. Not just him, but others at the table were also deep in thought. Aizen Qiye turned their gazes to Yakura, who smiled like a youthful beauty. Her words carried a sincerity that seemed palpable. With a gentle sigh, Qiye lifted her head, breaking the brief silence in the meeting room. Since no one else has proposed suitable candidates, let us proceed with Yakura and Raza, and through a voting process. Choose the fourth Kazekage from among them. Here it comes. Raza clenched his fists discreetly, straightening his posture. Yakura, I know you care deeply about the position of Kazekage. Your emotional appeal, combined with your recommendation of me, is a tactical retreat to gain further support. Alas, how naive. The role of Kazekage demands one devoid of excessive sentimentality. As the leader of a village, one must wield an iron fist and exhibit strength. Only then can the villagers perceive a glimmer of hope. He cast a sidelong glance at Yakura, a cold smile forming in his heart. I choose Lord Raza. After Chido's voice fell, Itsong, who had just recommended him, was the first to raise his hand for a vote, but at this moment, he had chosen Lord Rasha. With his initiation, the meeting room instantly buzzed with excitement. Lord Rasha. I choose Lord Rasha. Soon, aside from the silent Qiye and Aboso, everyone leaned towards Rasha. The outcome was quite apparent. As an elder, I declare Rasha as the fourth Kazekage. Next, I will send someone to contact the daimyo, and the relevant procedures will be expedited. With everything settled, Qiye stood up to finalize the decision and turned to Rasha, given the current circumstances. The inauguration ceremony will have to wait until after the war concludes. Elder Qiye, I understand, Rasha replied with a beaming smile. Even though he had now become the fourth Kazekage, he dared not act presumptuously in front of this seasoned elder. The conclusion of this meeting held significant meaning for the Sand Village, as they had officially elected a new Kazekage. Rasha eagerly rushed home to share this wonderful news with his wife, Karura. Meanwhile, Yutsong enjoyed this rare moment of leisure in the village. She bought some fried scorpions, having developed a fondness for their unique flavor since her first taste. Nowadays, following improvements in the environment due to sandstorm management and transformation, the sand village had undergone remarkable enhancements. In fact, several small groves had been cultivated, something unimaginable in the past. Within one of these groves, the sound of youthful practice echoed, indicating a little girl was honing her skills. Chapter 69, Daily Life Not Bad, June. It seems you have been diligently training during my absence. Yi-song perched on a tree branch, smiling down at the sweat-drenched girl below. Teacher. The sudden voice startled June, but upon realizing who it was, her expression shifted to one of excitement as she looked up. Whoosh. After descending from the tree, Yi-song opened the paper bag in her hand and shared half of the fried scorpions with June. Ah, more fried scorpions? Teacher, why do you love these so much? They taste strange and slightly bitter. June complained, yet she wiped the sweat from her brow and accepted the scorpions, savoring their crunch. The bitter flavor evokes a yearning for sweetness, serving as both a reminder and a motivator. Yi-song chuckled, thinking of someone, leaning against the tree. She munched on the fried scorpions and remarked, by the way, did you know I almost became the 4th Kazekage? Really? So, did you end up becoming Kazekage? June asked eagerly, her eyes wide with anticipation. Yi-song smiled. I said I almost did, so of course, I did not. The current Kazekage is Rasha. So remember to address him as Lord Kazekage when you see him next. It would have been great if you had become Kazekage. June felt a tinge of regret. Being Kazekage is too troublesome. There are so many responsibilities to handle daily, and I wouldn't want that, Yi-song replied, shaking her head. Being an ordinary ninja is quite wonderful. Protecting the village and witnessing its gradual prosperity is a delightful feeling. But teacher, you are not just an ordinary ninja. You are the Blaze Release Yi-song. Though June did not voice this thought, she inquired, Teacher, has the war ended? Will you be leaving again? No. This time I return just to participate in the village meeting while the battlefield situation is somewhat stable. I will be leaving again tomorrow. Yi-song glanced apologetically at her disciple before adding, since we haven't seen each other for a while, let me check the results of your training. Hearing that they would train together, June's earlier gloom dissipated, and she excitedly pulled out her kunai to attack her teacher. After a spirited sparring session, both lay back amidst the trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. More soothing than in other regions of the Wind Country, enveloping Yi-song in comfort. Hey, teacher, do you have a boyfriend? June suddenly asked. Yi-song paused, slightly taken aback, and then smiled. Not yet. But you're already 18. Why haven't you started dating? Be careful, or you might end up alone. June turned on her side to look at her. Yi-song chuckled. Is 18 considered old? June nodded earnestly. Children in ninja school already know about dating. Don't you think so? Those kids in ninja school are growing up too fast. Yi-song teased. Yet, she pondered whether she should find a boyfriend. The Shikima clan and the Yetsong clan had quite a few suitable matches. Perhaps she could even marry an ordinary person as long as he loved the village and her. Such thoughts lingered in her mind. The two chatted leisurely among the trees, enjoying a tranquil and delightful moment. Outside, sparrows chirped on the power lines. Xiaonan awoke, yawning as she pushed open the window. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and soft sunlight streamed in. The streets outside bustled with people, the lively atmosphere signaling that the residents of the Peace Village had begun a new day's journey. Gigi, Xiaonan, with an apron tied around her waist, busied herself in the kitchen, the sizzling sound of fried eggs filling the air. Mayahiko, Nagato, get up for breakfast. With her call, the three members of the Akatsuki organization embarked on a new day. The first thing Mingyu did upon waking was kick off the covers and swiftly leap onto the floor. Under the sunlight pouring through the window, his focus sharpened. First gate. Open. Open. With a loud shout, the chakra within him surged forth. But he soon felt a slight itch in his head. After scratching it, Mingyu attempted to open the first gate of the 8 gates once again, but failed yet again. However, he felt a deeper understanding this time. The itch in his head might indicate growth in his mind, so perhaps he would succeed next time. Undeterred, Mingyu dressed and made his way out. In the living room, Yinlu had prepared breakfast, featuring pumpkin millet porridge, spicy and sour potato strips, and steamed buns, all favorites of Qiye. Hey, Mingyu, how long has it been since you washed your hair? Yinlu exclaimed, looking at him with disdain. What? Mingyu scratched his head, noticing flakes of snow on his clothes. He froze, memories flooding back. It's probably been 4 or 5 days. In truth, it wasn't just that he hadn't washed his hair. He hadn't bathed in that time either. For the past several days, Mingyu had been entirely focused on training and attempting to master the 8 gates, as Qiye had mentioned that the key to opening them lay in persistence and physical foundation, possibly even related to upside-down walking. Hence, he had been working tirelessly, often neglecting sleep and food. So long. Yunlu gasped, immediately banishing Mingyu. Quickly freshen up. Hurry. Come back for breakfast after you wash. All right, I'll go take a shower. Mingyu nodded, realizing that no one had reminded him until now. And now that Yunlu had pointed it out, he felt not only his head but his entire body was somewhat prickly. Thus, he headed towards the bathroom. As Qiye descended from the upper floor, he picked up the pumpkin millet porridge that Yunluo had just prepared and took a sip. He inquired, "Is Mingyu still asleep?" "He went to take a shower," Yunluo replied. "Did he shower right after waking up? Could it be that this lad had some indescribable dream last night?" In the bathroom, Qingxin chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of lightness envelop him as he washed away the remnants of the day. The moment Mingyu rinsed his body, he found himself invigorated, as if clarity flooded his mind. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "First gate. Open, open." With a thunderous roar, a stream of faint yellow chakra surged forth from his being, scattering the water droplets that had cascaded around him. Much like a super saiyan, every hair on Mingyu's body seemed to rise in response to the powerful energy. "I did it. I finally did it." He rejoiced, for he was the second person, after Qiye, to master the 8 gates. Though he could only unlock the first gate, it marked a significant advancement in his journey. While Mingyu reveled in the newfound effects of the 8 gates, Yuluo busily attended to the washing of dishes, and Qiye had stepped outside. On the streets, workers tended to the greenery that lined the sidewalks, while others maintained the cleanliness of the roads. Children frolicked joyfully, and those heading to work stood at their doors, receiving affectionate assistance from loved ones as they adjusted their attire. Chapter 70. You are just an ordinary person, my dear. From now on, this will be our new home. Surely, it must be quite expensive here, darling. You have worked so hard. As Qiye passed by the street corner, he observed a couple standing before an unoccupied house. The man, brimming with excitement, donned a work uniform, his eyes sparkling with an endless yearning for life as he animatedly described their future to his wife. The woman, with her pregnant belly, wore a radiant smile through the tears that had traced her cheeks, her gaze reflecting the image of the man, emanating a profound affection. To the diligent workers striving for a blissful existence, I extend my heartfelt blessings. As Qiye strolled past the couple along the street, a smile graced her lips. The invigorating winds of reform swept through the land, filling it with a vibrant spirit. The people of the rainy nation truly excel. Indeed, they are commendable. The citizens are truly remarkable. There is no need for injections or medication. Simply sitting and conversing serves as a form of therapy, known as talk therapy. Now, let us delve into the first topic, the postpartum care of the Ninetales. As Qiye hummed a tune, she made her way to the village chief's office. Upon encountering Li Chuan, the representative of Pingan village, he began to report on the recent work progress and the financial statement. Esteemed Qiye, thanks to your previous strategies, our recent trade in medical-related products has been immensely profitable, and the sales of food and daily necessities continue to rise. Furthermore, the sales of life no. One have remained remarkably stable. In the first half of this year, our total income has yielded a net profit of X taels. Aside from the essential costs of production, the remaining expenses primarily pertain to the village's maintenance, including landscaping, security management, and road upkeep. The medical assurance plan you previously proposed is gradually being implemented, allowing villagers to pay only half of their medical expenses. Li Chuan meticulously presented a well-organized report to Qiye while discussing the progress of various tasks and work plans. Most of these tasks were those previously assigned by Qiye, with a few being ideas Li Chuan had independently conceived through his learning and accumulation of knowledge. Observing the young man, barely 30 yet already showing signs of graying hair and fatigue, Qiye suddenly spoke. Li Chuan. Esteemed Qiye, what is it? Li Chuan, startled by the interruption, anxiously glanced at Qiye, wondering if he had made an error in the report. Did you accomplish all this work by yourself? Qiye inquired, raising a thick stack of documents in her hand. Li Chuan swallowed nervously. Yes, indeed. Despite being significantly younger than Li Chuan, who was not yet 15, Qiye commanded a sense of admiration and respect from him. This was not merely due to her identity as a ninja, but rather her remarkable governance of the village and her ingenious ideas that left Li Chuan in awe. I must ask, why not delegate some of these tasks to others? Qiye remarked, somewhat exasperated. Realizing Qiye's interruption was not due to any issues with the documents, Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. I do collaborate with other colleagues. but I often feel more at ease handling these matters myself. Li Chuan, she said thoughtfully, you have a daughter, correct? How old is she? Yes. Jingxiang is 3 years old this year. A smile, difficult to conceal, spread across Li Chuan's face as he spoke of his daughter. A few years prior, he had met a wonderful young woman, and they had married and started a family. This newfound responsibility made him increasingly dedicated to the village, opting to take on many tasks personally. Li Chuan, you must be aware that overworking yourself can lead to health issues. Qiye's expression was grave as he pointed to the white hair atop Li Chuan's head. Under normal circumstances, would a youth under 30 exhibit such premature graying? You must have noticed this phenomenon as well, haven't you? Li Chuan, you are but an ordinary man. Consider your wife and daughter. If something were to happen to you, what would become of them? Perhaps a new man might come along, take your place, sleep with your wife, and mistreat your daughter, all while spending your hard-earned money. Upon hearing Qiye's words, Li Chuan's face turned a ghastly green. Thus, Li Chuan, remember that work is never-ending. Cherish your health and avoid future regrets, Qiye advised. Li Chuan nodded earnestly. I understand, Master Qiye. I shall delegate these tasks henceforth. Additionally, regarding the future development of the village, I hope you can offer your guidance, Master Qiye. Today, Qiye came to find Li Chuan specifically for a significant matter. He produced a substantial plan, which primarily encompassed the future roadways and zoning issues in light of the expanding area of Pingan Village. This included pedestrian pathways, dedicated logistics routes for large items, and thoroughfares for medium and small vehicles. Although currently only horse-drawn carts traverse the realm, it is prudent to prepare for the future. Beyond these arrangements, there were also delineations for residential and industrial zones, as well as plans for infrastructure and public amenities. Upon witnessing the conceptual illustration of the future Pingan village crafted by Qiye, Li Chuan's jaw dropped in astonishment, his expression momentarily vacant. This could hardly be classified as a village. It resembled a city. The vast expanse was truly unimaginable. Once he regained his composure, Li Chuan felt invigorated, eager to embark on this grand endeavor immediately. Indeed, it would be renamed Pingan City in due course, as it was destined to serve as the capital of the Land of Rain, necessitating an ambitious vision. You may also incorporate your ideas while refining the contents of the plan, Qiye suggested. Capital? Oh, it likely denotes the center of the nation. Li Chuan expressed with a hint of concern, will the daimyo agree to such matters? Fear not, he will acquiesce, Qiye replied with a gentle smile. Li Chuan nodded, adding, speaking of which, due to the village's commendable development, the administrative officer recently received a directive from the daimyo to meet with me. Perhaps in the future, I shall be summoned by the daimyo as well. An administrative officer? A position under the daimyo, I presume. Qiye paid no heed to these matters and, after reminding the other party to take care of their rest, departed with the latest intelligence from the ninja world. Although it was referred to as ninja intelligence, it merely consisted of non-confidential information circulating among various villages. After all, the Merchant Association was composed of ordinary people, and the extent of their collection was limited to such content, which was sufficient for Qiye. He swiftly perused the information. There were no significant developments in the other ninja villages for the time being. But a particular piece of news from Sunagakure caught Qiye's attention. Raza had become the 4th Kazakage, while the inauguration ceremony had yet to take place. It was common knowledge throughout the village. This implied that the storyline regarding Yakura's sale was soon to unfold, warranting further observation. Chapter 71. Hans's plan. With this thought in mind, Qiye summoned a shadow clone to replace his original self and proceeded to the Land of Wind to keep watch. If only he had a mobile phone or a summoning beast, the task would be far less cumbersome. Qiye had indeed longed to sign a spirit beast, yet he had been unable to find a suitable one. As time gradually passed, a few months later, the previously calming situation became once again tense and complex. The venerable ninja villages of Iwa, Kumo, and Konoha found themselves embroiled in relentless conflict. Having lost the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Mist Ninja, repeatedly defeated in the Land of Rivers, seemed eager to regain their pride, fiercely contesting against the Sand Ninja. Rosa, having achieved his ambition of ascending to the position of the 4th Kazakage, no longer felt the need to provoke Iwa. He dispatched a contingent to remain stationed in the Land of Birds to monitor Iwa's movements while he returned to his village. The idyllic domesticity of a warm hearth with wife and children was far from his reality. As Kazakage, Rosa's foremost obligation was to learn the regulations governing the management of sandstorms. Most nations, influenced by the ravages of war, were in a state of turmoil. Only the Land of Rain, particularly the Peace Village, remained untouched, as tranquil as ever. while ordinary citizens were blissfully unaware of the brutalities of war. The Akatsuki members diligently patrolled the area, ready to report any incursions by unknown ninjas for Qiye and his companions to eliminate. In the Rain Ninja Village. Perhaps due to the arrival of the rainy season, torrential rain poured down, the sky cloaked in dark clouds, and fierce winds howled. Within an opulent edifice, reminiscent of a palace, Hans sat at the head, gazing down upon the Konoha ninjas. Benefiting from the development brought by Peace Village, Hans had reaped numerous rewards. The indulgences he had once shunned in his youth now captivated him like a potent elixir in his twilight years. My lord Hans, we come under the orders of Elder Danzo to assist you in eliminating the leader of the Akatsuki. This contingent of Konoha ninjas was composed of Umbu and Root members. In light of the pressing wartime circumstances, the ability to dispatch such a number to the Land of Rain underscored the determination of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Yet, unbeknownst to Sarutobi, the agreement reached between Danzo and Hans was far from merely eradicating the Akatsuki. Hans sought not only to eliminate the trio led by Yahiko, but also to dismantle the covert puppet masters from Peace Village, namely Qiye, Yunluo, and Mingyu. In exchange, Hans required assistance from Danzo to seize the position of Hokage. For Hans, this was a transaction worth making, thus he readily acquiesced, leading to the present scenario. It is noteworthy that after Qiye forbade foreign ninjas from entering the Land of Rain, this group of Konoha Umbu and Root ninjas had to exert considerable effort to elude the Akatsuki patrols and arrive here, aided by the Rain ninjas. The Akatsuki currently resides in Peace Village. I must first lure them here before dealing with them one by one. Hans pondered for a moment before summoning a Rain ninja. Go to Peace Village and inform the Akatsuki leader Yahiko that I plan to delegate some affairs of the Rain Ninja Village to them. Yes, my lord Hans. The Rain Ninja departed. Although Hans had faced Qiye and his companions, and shared a tenuous relationship with the Akatsuki, none had openly severed ties. They maintained a delicate balance. In the Land of Rain, ordinary people aspired to the Peace Village, while ninjas yearned for the Akatsuki. Hans, having benefited from this arrangement, remained in a state of patient anticipation, sensing that the time was ripe. This group of ninjas from Konoha represented his best opportunity to reclaim control over the Land of Rain. Soon, the trio of Yahiko from Peace Village received Hans's message. Wonderful! It seems Hans has finally come to his senses and intends to relinquish his power to retire, Yahiko exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Now, he had matured somewhat compared to the original timeline, no longer possessing that initial naivety. Conan also appeared elated, with Hans's authorization. Our actions in the Land of Rain will be more justified. Indeed, Nagato nodded eagerly. Before heading to the Rain Ninja Village, they found Qiye to share this promising news. Good news? Qiye, who was engrossed in a game of flying chess with Yunluo, raised an eyebrow. A knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Go ahead, but remember to return if any issues arise. The trio of Yahiko nodded and departed, brimming with excitement. Your turn, Qiye-kun, Yunluo remarked, as his fourth spirit beast was just 6 spaces away from home. Should fortune smile upon him? A successful dice roll next turn would grant him victory. Meanwhile, Qiye's for spirit beast remained ensnared within the illusion. This was Qiye's modified version of flying chess, where the traditional planes had been replaced with spirit beasts, requiring players to guide their entrapped companions home. In moments of leisure, it served as an enjoyable pastime. 6. Oh 6. Grant me a 6. Qiye cradled the dice in his palms, shaking them fervently before casting them forth. The dice tumbled for a moment. A single red dot facing skyward seemed to mock Qiye silently. This dice-rolling simulator is truly tedious. A wave of speechlessness washed over Qiye. Yet he soon rose to his feet. Qiye, where are you headed? As Qiye prepared to depart, Yunlu hastily tidied up the chessboard and followed closely behind. Lately, Qiye had been perpetually occupied, and now that an opportunity to be alone with him had finally presented itself, he was about to leave. Typically, Yunlu would dutifully refrain from asking too many questions or clinging to Qiye, so as not to disrupt whatever he was engaged in. However, for reasons unknown, Yunlu felt an urge to be a bit rebellious today. The flying chess is rather dull. I'm off to witness an intriguing performance, Qiye candidly replied. Yunlu, filled with anticipation, inquired, may I accompany you? Of course, Qiye nodded. Given that Yunlu often preferred to stay at home during his leisure time, it was only fitting to indulge him this rare desire to venture out together. Hooray! Qiye seemed utterly unperturbed, suggesting that he could tolerate my little whims. No. If I were too capricious, I might be disliked. Perhaps I shall wait a while before attempting again. Yunluo's heart brimmed with joy as she reflected on her experiences. The two engaged in casual conversation while trailing at a distance behind Mihiko and his companions. Before long, they arrived at the Rain Ninja Village. Ah. Although I have grown up in the land of rain, I must admit I prefer the climate of Peace Village, Mihiko exclaimed upon entering the Rain Ninja Village. The sky was overcast, with torrential rain pouring down, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere, and the environment felt excessively humid. Conan nodded in agreement. I too feel somewhat out of sorts. When we can work in the Rain Ninja Village, let us consult Yunluo on how to control the weather. Peace Village resembled sunflowers thriving under the sun, while Rain Ninja Village appeared akin to moss nestled in shadowy corners. Nagato, typically reticent, offered a fitting metaphor. Let us find Hanzo first, Mihiko said, raising his hands in resignation as the three hastened toward Hanzo's residence. Was this segment of the plot advanced due to the immense pressure placed on Hanzo and Danzo? Qiye, trailing behind, pondered upon entering the Rain Ninja Village. He sensed numerous chakra signatures emanating from Hanzo's estate. A significant number of individuals were concealed atop the rooftops, evidently poised to ambush Mihiko and his companions upon their arrival. Though there were notable deviations from the original narrative, it was clear that this was the moment of Mihiko's demise and Nagato's descent into darkness. However, due to Qiye's intervention, a butterfly effect had transpired, resulting in the premature collaboration of Hanzo and Danzo. In the original tale, the scheme against Mihiko unfolded after Obito's fall into darkness. Now, it had been expedited by roughly a year. Yet, this was fortuitous, as the incident involving Obito had yet to transpire. It implied that Uchiha Madara had not met his end, necessitating careful oversight, and he likely would not be monitoring Nagato closely. Although Qiye had the means to evade Black Zetsu's scrutiny, it was prudent to exercise caution. Mihiko and his companions soon reached Hanzo's estate, where they were escorted into a spacious courtyard. Suddenly, their guide transformed into a cloud of white smoke, and Mihiko sensed impending danger. Noticing numerous explosive tags scattered across the ground. Scatter, he bellowed, and the trio leapt upwards simultaneously. With a resounding boom, an array of shurikens hurtled toward them from all directions. All right, let's add some water. Shinra Tensei, Nagato declared, deflecting the shurikens while simultaneously propelling Mihiko to safety. As for Conan, she transformed into a flurry of fluttering paper. However, under the current conditions, her powers were somewhat constrained by the rain. At that moment, a group of masked rain ninjas and a cadre of masked leaf ninjas emerged, launching an assault against Mihiko and his companions. After a fierce skirmish, at the cost of several rain ninjas' lives, they ultimately captured the incapacitated Conan. Oh no, Conan has been captured. Yunluo, who had been watching from the shadows with Qiye, felt a surge of anxiety and was prepared to intervene. However, Qiye promptly restrained her, smiling, "Do not fret. This is a woven world." Yunluo paused momentarily, then sensed the underlying meaning, exclaiming in admiration, "How impressive, Qiye. Had you not mentioned it, I would have been utterly oblivious. This technique. You have developed it to the second stage, haven't you?" Qiye nodded slightly, signaling her to continue reading in silence. Yunluo completely set aside her anxious feelings, retrieving popcorn and cola from the sealed scroll, leisurely indulging in her snacks. Halt. Akatsuki's Yahiko, or I shall take this woman's life. On the rooftop, Hanzo poised a kunai against Conan's neck. No. Yahiko quickly raised his hand and shouted, bringing himself and Nagato to a halt in the center of the courtyard. All around lay numerous injured rain and leaf ninjas, while more stood atop the rooftops on either side. The situation was exceedingly dire for Yahiko and his companions. Rescuing Conan seemed a distant dream, let alone escaping from this predicament. What to do? Yahiko forced himself to calm his panicked heart, lifting his gaze to Hanzo above. Gritting his teeth, "Hanzo, let us discuss this. Do not harm Conan. It appeared this woman held great significance for you." Hanzo's gaze darkened, although he lowered the kunai. He seized a handful of Conan's hair, dragging her closer. The pain caused Conan to shudder slightly, yet she bit her lip, remaining silent, fearing that any utterance might exacerbate the situation for the two below. Nevertheless, upon witnessing such a scene, both Yahiko and Nagato clenched their fists, rage evident upon their faces, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Crack. Meanwhile, Qiye observed, her companion Yunluo vigorously chewing on popcorn, anger flickering in her eyes. Say, Qiye-kun. The second stage of weaving is merely a demonstration of those ensnared in the illusion, correct? Yunluo suddenly inquired. Qiye nodded, acknowledging that all that transpired before him was both illusory and genuine. The illusion resided in the fact that this was a world woven from the fabric of enchantment. The reality lay in the characters inhabiting this enchanted realm, they remained oblivious to the nature of their surroundings, each possessing autonomous consciousness and behavioral patterns akin to those in the tangible world. In simpler terms, it bore resemblance to Inception. This illusion, conceived by Qiye and collaboratively developed with Yuluo, was initially intended to counter certain ocular techniques, yet its practical application had increasingly diverged from its original purpose. Nevertheless, the overall effectiveness had intensified. Hanzo gazed down at the two individuals, seething with anger yet rendered powerless, and a long-lost sense of control surged within him, bringing immense satisfaction. If I cannot subdue Qiye, can I not deal with you? With a cold scoff in his heart, Hanzo resolved to employ the same method against the trio from Onping village, first capturing the woman. After all, among that trio, it was primarily Qiye and Mingyu who had engaged him in battle. The woman was likely quite weak. However, before addressing them, Hanzo intended to first eliminate the three before him. To kill them outright would be too merciful, failing to alleviate his own resentment. Thus, he would resort to torment instead. A sinister smile emerged beneath his mask as Hanzo declared, "To me, your organization is an obstruction. Yahiko, as the leader, you shall perish here. Should you dare to resist, this woman shall lose her life." He threw a kunai down. "Over there, with that kunai, slay Yahiko. Then I shall release this woman." Kneeling on the ground, Conan let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Stop, Nagato. Don't worry about me. You two must flee." Silence. Hanzo brandished another kunai, positioning it against Conan's throat. Yahiko and Nagato stood frozen, their minds in disarray. What to do? How should they respond? Should they confront Hanzo? No. Conan would be the first to perish. A torrent of thoughts raced through Yahiko's mind, culminating in a serene smile. "Nagato, in my life." Nagato's pupils constricted. He, too, was bewildered by the inexplicable compulsion that drew him to the kunai, which he picked up. As Nagato turned to speak, he saw Yahiko's figure suddenly lunge toward him. The kunai in his hand plunged directly into Yahiko's body. "You and Conan must survive at all costs. Follow Qiye. You must create a beautiful world." Yahiko whispered into Nagato's ear. Then, with a smile, he collapsed. "Yahiko!" Conan cried out in agonizing despair. "Ah, that is Conan's voice. She must be heartbroken. Forgive me, Conan. It is my inadequacy that prevents me from continuing to protect you. Qiye, it seems that I can no longer perceive the beautiful world you spoke of, which is truly regrettable." Yahiko felt his vision growing dimmer and his body increasingly cold. Chapter 73. The Resistance Against the Mians. Meanwhile, Qiye restrained Yunlu, who was on the verge of rushing out, and said helplessly, "I understand your anger. I am equally furious, but this is an illusion. A trial I have devised for them. However, Hans is utterly despicable. I long to take his life." Yunlu clenched her silver teeth. If Hans had simply killed the three of them, she would not have been as enraged. But to employ such means to incite them to turn against one another is truly vile. "Listen, Yunlu." Qiye grasped her shoulders earnestly and said, "I hope you can remain calm under any circumstances and not allow anger to govern your actions. It is possible that even stronger foes may emerge in the future. And I too could fall. In such a scenario, I wish for you to do your utmost to protect yourself and survive. That won't happen. I will never allow you to come to harm." Yunluo exclaimed, her emotion surging as she embraced Qiye tightly, tears streaming down her face. Qiye did not anticipate her reaction to be so intense. She quickly caressed her head, soothingly murmuring, "Do not worry. My plans are in place. Everyone shall remain unharmed. And the world is on a splendid trajectory." Yunlu nodded gently but still did not wish to release Qiye. All right. We can embrace again later. For now, let us check on Xiaonan and Nagato," Qiye said, somewhat bemused. This remark caused Yunlu's cheeks to flush slightly as she wiped her tears on Qiye's garment and stepped aside. At present, the situation in the courtyard had descended into chaos. Hans had broken his promise, following Yahiko's demise. He did not release Xiaonan and Nagato, but instead urged the surrounding ninjas to continue their assault. Shinra Tensei. Nagato repelled all incoming attacks with a surge of fury, directly charging at Hans. Hans's figure flickered, retreating while forming hand seals and pressing his palm against the rooftop. Suddenly, like a replay of the earlier scene in the courtyard, countless explosive tags floated up, spreading towards Nagato and the fallen Xiaonan. Nagato hastily lifted Xiaonan, but the delay cost them dearly as the explosive tags reached his calf. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, dark smoke billowed forth. Clutching Xiaonan, Nagato burst through the thick smoke, returning to Yahiko's lifeless body. As the ropes binding her were untied, Xiaonan sorrowfully exclaimed, "Nagato, your leg." In his effort to save her, Nagato's legs had been severely injured by the explosive tags, leaving them bloodied and mangled. To endure my fire release yet still stand. It seems you are no ordinary opponent, Hans remarked coldly from the edge of the rooftop, observing Nagato with disdain. The surrounding ninjas surged forward once more as Nagato shouted, "Shounen, keep an eye on Yahiko." He then briefly formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Outer path, Gedomazo. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered, and a colossal, grotesque figure erupted forth, instantly sending many ninjas flying. What is this? Hans's pupils constricted, sensing an ominous turn of events. Nagato, do not use that technique. Shounen, seated on the ground cradling Yahiko, cried out in protest. However, consumed by bloodlust, Nagato was beyond stopping. The Gedomazo extended a metal rod that continuously elongated toward Nagato's back, its end splitting into numerous tendrils piercing into his body. A howl escaped Nagato's lips as a vast quantity of chakra was swiftly siphoned away by the Gedomazo. A purple chakra dragon emerged, sweeping through the surrounding ninjas. Upon contact, their very souls were consumed. Ultimately, all of the rain and leaf ninjas perished, leaving only Hans standing. It is indeed the fabled Rinnegan. It seems you are the true master of the Akatsuki. Hans finally recognized the extraordinary nature of Nagato's eyes. Yet, gazing upon the immense chakra dragon, he displayed no sign of panic. Boom. As the chakra dragon lunged forward, Hans raised a hand to his chest and declared, "Body flicker technique." Amidst the scattering dust, only the shattered remnants of buildings and debris remained, allowing Hans to escape unscathed. Crackling sounds echoed as Nagato, appearing withered as if aged decades, severed his connection to the Gedomazo after exhausting his chakra. With a puff of white smoke, the Gedomazo vanished. At that moment, Nagato resembled a reclusive youth. His expression eerie, trembling body muttering, "From now on, let the world feel pain." Even requiring hand seals to execute the body flicker technique, Hans was nothing but a coward. Once the dust settled, Qiye and Yunlu emerged from their hiding place. Hearing Nagato's murmurs, Qiye mused silently, "The pain of the Akatsuki has awakened." Qiye, Yunlu. Upon seeing them, Shounen burst into tears, exclaiming, "Yahiko is dead." Nagato, momentarily breaking from his withdrawn state, felt a sense of safety upon seeing Qiye and Yunlu. Yet a hint of resentment brewed within him. If only Qiye and Yunlu had arrived sooner, perhaps Yahiko would not have perished. You were thinking, if only we had come sooner? Qiye accurately surmised Nagato's inner thoughts. Taken aback, Nagato averted his gaze from Qiye, yet he nodded faintly in affirmation. "I will make you pay dearly." Without uttering a word, Qiye unleashed a barrage of punches upon Chaman, cursing as he struck. "Aren't you capable of resistance? If you possess such power, why did you not intervene before the tragedy unfolded? Now you come to lament and suffer. Where were you all this time? Resist. Resist. I command you to resist." As Qiye's anger grew, she unleashed her fury upon Nagato, striking him mercilessly and even stomping on Yahiko's corpse a few times. Shounen stood frozen in shock nearby, and before her mental state could shatter, Yunluo quickly embraced her, shielding her eyes while gently stroking her head, whispering soothingly, "It's all right. It's all just an illusion, all fake." Feeling that the moment had arrived, Qiye exhaled deeply and snapped her fingers. In that instant, the relentless downpour ceased, unveiling a breathtaking spectacle. Crack. Nagato felt as though the world before him shattered like glass. After a brief moment of darkness, he looked around in confusion and spotted Yahiko's figure. The torrential rain poured down, yet the three of them stood resolutely in the courtyard, surrounded by rain ninjas and Konoha ninjas, all equally bewildered. "Yahiko." At that moment, a voice filled with surprise and urgency rang out as Shounen stumbled toward Yahiko, who was not far from her right. "Yes, I have returned." Yahiko did not hesitate to embrace Shounen tightly. Having faced death once, he understood the essence of living in the present and cherishing those before him. "Yahiko." Tears streamed down Nagato's face as his heart thumped vigorously once more. Qiye's words echoing in his mind. This time, he would not hesitate. Outer Path, Gedo Statue. Chapter 74, The Three Travelers. The scene within the illusion reappeared, as a colossal figure erupted from the ground, manifesting itself before the onlookers. Such a display immediately roused the surrounding ninjas. "It's that terrifying statue from before. Run. If that purple dragon ensnares you, it's the end." The rain ninjas and Konoha ninjas scattered in all directions, but at that moment, a figure akin to lightning darted swiftly across the walls. The blinding light threatened to dazzle their eyes, leaving them with only a glimmer of a gleaming blade. "Nagato, though your bravery is commendable, if you wish to prolong your life, it would be wise to refrain from using that life-draining technique for now." Qiye cautioned, harvesting lives as he spoke. Nagato nodded and immediately dispelled the summoning technique. Yet, emboldened, he unleashed his might, sending any rain ninja or Konoha ninja daring enough to approach flying with his Shinra Tensei. Meanwhile, Yunluo collaborated with Qiye, unleashing the pent-up fury accumulated within the illusion. The wind and rain intensified. What is happening? Han stared wide-eyed, utterly perplexed by the unfolding scene. Had he not just dealt with Yahiko? He had evaded the chakra dragon using his body flicker technique and escaped the secret chamber. Yet, how had he reappeared here in the blink of an eye? Genjutsu. As this possibility dawned on him, Hans's masked face darkened further. At that moment, a flash of lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, surged towards him. You wish to kill me? Preposterous. Hans bellowed, preparing to form hand seals to summon a summoning beast, intending to unleash toxic gas throughout the entire Rain Ninja village. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly lost sensation in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he realized that both hands had been cleanly severed at the wrists. Purple blood gushing forth, quickly evaporating into a toxic mist. Simultaneously, Qiye's water clone emerged behind Hans, encasing him within a water sphere, bound by the water prison technique. Hans had lost any chance of resistance. However, this old man was indeed potent. The water prison quickly turned a pale purple. In merely a few minutes, the battle concluded. And Qiye, akin to a magnet, absorbed numerous energy orbs. Yet, as his strength grew, he felt that the attribute points he collected were dwindling, making these occasional skirmishes yield less than the rewards he garnered from Mingyu. Noticing the sudden silence from Yahiko and Xiaonin, who finally reacted, they hastily released their embrace. Standing awkwardly to the side with flushed faces, Qiye, I truly thank you this time, Yahiko said earnestly, bowing deeply as he approached Qiye. At that moment, even Yahiko, despite his naivety, recognized that all of this was orchestrated by Qiye, though he did not fully comprehend how it was achieved. He knew for certain that his life had been saved. In the final moments of death within the illusion, Yahiko had felt an overwhelming sense of regret and sorrow. Thankfully, Qiye had granted him this opportunity to start anew. Qiye wore a cold expression, saying, All right, let us consider what parting words to utter next time. We cannot always rely on fortune to have me nearby. Yahiko immediately let out a bitter smile, scratching his head as he admitted, There won't be a next time. From this day forth, I shall devote myself to training with renewed vigor. So shall we, exclaimed Conan and Nagato, clenching their fists with earnest expressions. Yet, on another note, I sincerely hope you all indulge in some life number one to nourish your minds. Qiye glared at the three with an expression of exasperation, continuing, The times have changed. Are you not aware of your current relationship with Hanzo? Foolishly rushing into his territory without a thought, and with so many members in the Akatsuki. Couldn't you at least bring some along? Truly, such a display of folly. Qiye intended to impart a lasting lesson to the three individuals through this experience, as he foresaw that this opportunity was singular. Thus, he resolved to deliver a thorough reprimand, both verbally and physically. Upon hearing Qiye's words, the three of them immediately lowered their heads, subdued and hesitant, hardly daring to breathe. Particularly Xiaonan, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, appeared on the verge of crying. All right, Qiye-kun, they have learned their lesson, Yunluo interjected after a brief pause, eager to ease the tension. He gently patted the heads of the three. Speaking softly, Qiye-kun and I both wish for your safety. In the future, you must prioritize your well-being. Comforted by Yunluo's words, the heavy hearts of the group lightened considerably. Let us head back. With Yunluo's diversion, Qiye found it difficult to continue his admonishment. The impact was diminished, and it was only courteous to preserve some dignity for Mi Yin and the others. Qiye-kun, are we not going to eliminate him? Seeing this scene, Yunluo approached, somewhat perplexed. Of course, we shall eliminate him. What purpose would it serve to let him linger? Qiye cast a glance at her and continued. Let's return first and handle the detoxification process to prevent any potential contamination from these toxins. Yunluo understood that Qiye was subtly reproaching her for her earlier interruption, so she paused momentarily and playfully stuck out her tongue at Qiye's retreating figure. However, she reassured herself that Qiye was merely expressing mild annoyance and would not truly be angry with her. Moreover, it was quite amusing to playfully oppose Qiye. She resolved to be even bolder next time. With her cheeks flushed with excitement, Yunluo quickly chased after her. Once Qiye had completely distanced herself, Yahiko exhaled deeply, allowing his tense body to gradually relax. Xiaonan patted her chest, expressing that was quite intimidating, reminiscent of certain moments with Master Jiraiya. Qiye was simply concerned for our well-being. Mayahiko embraced this feeling, chuckling softly, and then playfully patted Nagato on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. You held your own against many in the illusion, nearly taking down Hanzo." Nagato, slightly frail, stumbled from the pat, lowering his head with a hint of sorrow. "I'm sorry, Mayahiko. I just... Listen, Nagato. The one who should apologize is me. As the leader of the Akatsuki, I failed to protect you all, allowing Xiaonan to be bullied and putting you in such a dire predicament." Mayahiko enveloped Nagato in a tight embrace, just as he had done in the illusion when he was on the brink of collapse, whispering gently in his ear, "We are family. I will do everything in my power to protect you and Xiaonan. I believe you feel the same, right, Nagato?" The shadows that loomed over Nagato's heart were dispelled by Mayahiko's sunlit words. He returned the embrace tightly, sobbing, "Thank you, Mayahiko." At this moment, Xiaonan, unable to contain herself, leapt into their embrace. In an instant, the three of them lost their balance and tumbled to the ground, though they were covered in mud. Their joyous laughter pierced through the rain. Chapter 75, The New Rain Shadow. That night, the six of them gathered for a meal. Having experienced extraordinary events, the trio of Mayahiko, Nagato, and Xiaonan sought a rare moment of relaxation with some fruit wine brewed by Qiye. Mayahiko and Xiaonan, slightly tipsy, reclined together on the sofa. In contrast, Nagato, shedding his usual reticence, tied up his hair and rolled up his sleeves to engage in boisterous conversation with the equally inebriated Mingyu. As they chatted and drank, they inexplicably embraced and began to weep, prompting Qiye to take out her camera to capture the moment. The technology in the Naruto world is indeed fascinating. The following day, Hanzo, the tool for honing the trio, logged off early. After the bodies underwent detoxification, professionals dissected them, isolating and marking the various toxins contained within for future research. Subsequently, the Rain Village underwent a significant transformation. Fortunately, Hanzo had always maintained a centralized form of governance. Now that he had fallen from power, Mayahiko and the others found it relatively effortless to take over the Rain Village. The Akatsuki officially became the recognized force within the Rain Village. Under Qiye's suggestion, it transformed into an entity akin to the Konoha Umbu, directly subordinate to the Rain Shadow. The Rain Shadow, the leader of the Rain Village. Originally, Qiye intended for Mayahiko to assume this position, but he adamantly refused, preferring to hold the status of an elder in the Rain Village alongside Nagato and Xiaonan. His reasoning was that Qiye, who excelled in governance and management, was better suited to be in the spotlight, while he, a man who had already died, could quietly follow in Qiye's footsteps from the shadows. If one were to liken the Rain Village to a grand tree, it would require not only the leaves that absorb sunlight but also the roots that draw nourishment from the ground. Mayahiko aspired to become the roots of the Rain Village, clearing away the more troublesome matters that needed delicate handling. Upon hearing Mayahiko's reasoning, Qiye exclaimed in astonishment, "What do you mean, a Rain Village version of Konoha's F4? Qiye was indeed astounded by Yahiko's fantastical ideas. It was difficult for him to envision a person like Minato Namikaze undertaking the responsibilities that should rightfully belong to Danzo Shimura. Ultimately, under Qiye's veto, Yahiko's delusions of establishing a base for the Rain Shinobi were shattered, and he was reluctantly compelled to assume the position of the Rain Shadow. The title of village leader sounded quite impressive, yet the numerous affairs that demanded attention were beyond measure. How could Qiye allow himself to be shackled by such mundane matters? Moreover, entrusting the management of the Rain Village to Yahiko and his companions was merely an integral part of Qiye's original plan. The Akatsuki organization must continue to evolve, prioritizing profit as its main objective. However, whether to incorporate rogue ninjas from various villages into their ranks is a consideration that Qiye must ponder. According to the strategic plan he had formulated, version 2.0 of his approach to the ninja world, they were already well equipped with elite combat power. Even if they were to recruit individuals as per the original narrative, they would need to be exceptional talents. Seated at the table, Qiye was deep in contemplation, simultaneously updating the plan to version 2.1. The Rain Village had now established a semblance of order. The former leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, had ascended to the position of Rain Shadow, while Konan served as his secretary. Meanwhile, the perpetually single Nagato continued to lead the Akatsuki, steering it towards a more elite direction. The original peripheral members of the Akatsuki had now transformed into the exclusive Umbu of the Rain Shadow. In essence, although the Akatsuki had dwindled to a solitary member, its influence permeated the entirety of the Land of Rain. Such intelligence, in a nation that had resolutely shut its doors to the outside world, was understandably difficult to disseminate, particularly in light of the Third Shinobi World War. which had diverted the focus of the major ninja villages elsewhere. However, for those with discerning eyes, fragments of information could still be gleaned. Take, for instance, Danzo of the Leaf Village. After receiving news of the complete dissolution of his subordinates, he speculated that Hanzo had met his demise and that the Land of Rain was likely under the control of the Akatsuki, or perhaps had fallen prey to the Peaceful Commerce Guild. Long ago, Danzo had surmised that the Land of Rain might serve as the headquarters for this enigmatic guild, which had evolved into a mystery with branches in various major nations. The guild comprised entirely of ordinary individuals, with its escort teams sourced from nearby ninja villages. To the untrained eye, it appeared flawless. Nonetheless, Danzo was convinced that a formidable power lay hidden behind the Peaceful Commerce Guild once the Third Shinobi World War concluded. The fate of the Land of Rain would reveal itself. Qiye contemplated similarly, allowing the Akatsuki to take center stage and capture the attention of neighboring nations, while the Peaceful Commerce Guild could simply function as a merchant association. Accumulating wealth was indeed the primary objective in the initial phase of Qiye's plan. Upon reflection, this aligns closely with the early intentions of the Akatsuki after their descent into darkness in the original narrative. The Third Shinobi World War is nearing its conclusion, leaving only the events surrounding Obito's corruption and the Yekong incident yet to be addressed. Qiye rubbed his temples, suddenly recalling something. It seemed that he hadn't seen Lichuan lately. Previously, he had mentioned encountering an official under the command of the daimyo. Could it be that this fellow had truly been summoned by the daimyo? With this thought in mind, Qiye made his way to the village chief's office to ascertain Lichuan's whereabouts. After all, the recognition of Yahi's position as the Rain Shadow required the daimyo's acknowledgement, so Qiye intended to ask Lichuan for assistance in handling the relevant matters. Inside the office, a group of individuals was engaged in a heated discussion. Upon noticing Qiye's entrance, a bald man immediately approached him with a look of delight. "Lord Qiye, your arrival is most timely." They were unaware of Qiye's identity as a ninja, perceiving him merely as a scientific consultant brought in by Lichuan. Lichuan is in trouble? Seeing Lichuan's absence left the group in disarray, and Qiye quickly surmised the cause. Indeed, the bald man replied with a bitter smile. "Lord Lichuan was summoned by the daimyo a few days ago to the capital and is currently being detained." Another individual hastily added, "The daimyo claims there are issues with our village's finances, suspecting that Lord Lichuan embezzled a substantial amount of money, and intends to send someone else to take over as village chief. Lord Lichuan has always been diligent and devoted to the village. He would never embezzle village funds." To be honest, Qiye had never held a strong opinion about the role of the daimyo. From a modern perspective, the daimyo's estate could be likened to a government, while the ninja village represented the military, with both being distinct entities. However, the daimyo's estate could accomplish what the ninja village could as well, suggesting that the daimyo's presence in the current ninja world might be superfluous. Thus, Qiye speculated that either the leaders of the ninja villages were disinclined to organize and manage ordinary people, or that a traditional mindset from the era before ninjas had imprinted itself upon them. Ninjas seemed to accept the daimyo's existence as reasonable, obeying his commands and accepting financial allocations from the daimyo's estate. After a moment of silence, Qiye stated, "You need not worry about this matter. I shall resolve it." Chapter 76. The Capital, Daimyo's Estate. With that, Qiye departed from the village and sought out Yahi, who had become increasingly adept at handling affairs related to the rain. "You must come with me to the capital of the rain country." "To what end?" Yahi asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Dressed in the ceremonial robes crafted by Konan herself, which bore a striking resemblance to the attire of the Akatsuki in the original story, Qiye carefully examined Yahi's fingers and noted the absence of nail polish. "To meet the daimyo, you will need his acknowledgement, won't you?" "Oh yes, I completely forgot about that." Yahi chuckled, scratching his head. "Then I should inform Konan first." After entrusting the affairs of the village to Konan and Nagato for the time being, Yahi set off with Qiye. While it was possible to obtain the daimyo's acknowledgement of the new Hokage of the hidden village through written means, Qiye wished to verify his previous suspicions. The two moved swiftly and soon arrived at the capital of the Land of Rain, as the seat of the daimyo. This city had remained untouched by the ravages of war, regardless of the turmoil the Land of Rain had previously endured. However, this did not necessarily imply that the capital was thriving or stable. As they walked, Qiye and Yahi observed numerous destitute individuals huddled by the roadside, their bodies emaciated and their clothing tattered. This was despite Qiye's efforts to develop trade and stimulate the economy of the Land of Rain. Most of his focus had been on the vicinity of Peace Village, offering only economic assistance to the capital. On his first visit to the capital, Qiye found the roads wider, yet he saw little else to capture his interest. The people here lacked vitality, and the overall atmosphere felt lifeless. However, upon entering the daimyo's estate, the surroundings improved dramatically. The high walls and grand tiles exuded opulence. The scene was one of festivity, with laughter echoing from within, indicating that they had arrived just in time for a banquet. Qiye, is it appropriate for us to barge into the daimyo's estate like this? Yahi felt uneasy as he followed Qiye, who had knocked out the guards at the entrance. It's fine. Those guards have been standing for too long and will awaken shortly, Qiye replied casually. Really? Yahi asked skeptically. I haven't read much. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? After a brief pause, Qiye calmly nodded. I've read extensively and understand medical ninjutsu. I assure you, I am not lying. As they conversed, the pair reached the depths of the daimyo's estate. Ahead lay a spacious area where a middle-aged man, dressed in splendid attire, sat at the head of the hall, surrounded by an array of delectable dishes and wine, laughing boisterously. Courtiers were seated around him, their tables adorned with comparable fare. In the center of the hall, a group of graceful young women, clad simply, showcased their beauty through captivating dances. Their alluring movements captured the attention, and the enchanting scene was truly mesmerizing. In a world where entertainment options were relatively scarce, the indulgences of the elite appeared strikingly similar. As the newly appointed leader of the Rain Village, Yahi, filled with youthful vigor, had never witnessed such a spectacle and was momentarily overwhelmed, his mind racing. Fortunately, as a ninja, Yahi's adaptability was formidable. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure, passing the test of his endurance. Recalling Conan and Nagato, he lifted his gaze with newfound clarity. However, in that fleeting moment, he had fallen behind Qiye. What are you dawdling for? Let us go, Qiye called out. Yahi hurriedly caught up, whispering, Qiye, isn't it just a matter of getting the daimyo to acknowledge me as the new Reikage? Is there really a need to rush? It feels somewhat abrupt. Regardless, we must resolve this matter. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to accompany Conan, Qiye stated as he turned to look at him. Yahi abruptly jumped, fervently shaking his head. I'm not. I haven't tea. Don't say such things. Oh really? So, your affections lie with Nagato? Poor Conan, Qiye teased with a smile and continued walking. Yahi felt exasperated but quickly followed. The two made their way toward the hall. Qiye's gaze sweeping over the attendees before settling on the dancing maidens, appreciating their grace. Yahi, however, seemed more reserved, wanting to look but feeling shy. So he focused his attention on the exquisite food and drink instead. The occupants of the palace were neither blind nor deaf. They had already noticed Qiye and Yahi. Without further ado, two squads of guards swiftly approached, encircling them. May I ask who you are? The captain of the guards, sharp-eyed and discerning, sensed that anyone who could boldly intrude upon the daimyo's estate was not an ordinary individual, so he inquired with a degree of politeness. Yahi cautioned. These guards are merely ordinary warriors, not ninjas. He worried that Qiye might resort to violence. Do I appear to be a ruthless villain? Qiye shot Yahi a glance and stepped forward, dispatching the guards with a few swift kicks, swaggering into the hall. Is that not the case? Yahi stood frozen, somewhat at a loss. Despite his numerous experiences throughout his life, the audacity of storming the daimyo's estate and injuring his guards was undeniably shocking. Seeing Qiye already inside, Yahi hesitated for a moment but ultimately steeled himself to follow. Acknowledging Yahi's presence, Qiye surveyed the startled nobles and courtiers who had been disrupted from their revelry. How dare you? Who are you to intrude upon the daimyo's estate? Such an act is a grave offense. If you wish to avoid a gruesome demise, I suggest you surrender at once, barked the first minister seated to the daimyo's right. He had a round face, small eyes, and appeared to be in his 20s. The shuriken hurled by Qiye instantly pierced through his table, plunging the entire venue into silence, rendering even the talented young ladies, who were once lively and vibrant, to stand in a daze at the center. Two matters arise. Firstly, Hanzo of the Salamander has abdicated his position, and the new leader of Amigakure is now known as Yahiko. Secondly, does the esteemed Li Chuan of Kanahagakure still draw breath? Qiye, disinterested in the ramblings of these vermin, spoke plainly. The new rain shadow indeed requires my endorsement. However, that Li Chuan you mentioned is a greedy scoundrel, treating the people as mere prey, abusing his position as village chief to amass wealth. Truly despicable. From Qiye's tone, the daimyo sensed that these two were seeking his assistance, and his initial trepidation dissipated. What of the ninja? They must still heed my commands. With that, another kunai was hurled, grazing the daimyo's greasy cheek before embedding itself into the wall behind him. Answer incorrectly again, and next time, I shall end you. Qiye fixed a cold gaze upon his interlocutor and inquired once more, is Li Chuan still alive? Under the weight of his murderous intent, all present fell into a fearful silence. Chapter 77. The umbrella bearer. The daimyo trembled in fright, nodding vigorously. He is alive. He remains confined in the prison. Bring him forth. Qiye commanded. Please wait a moment. At that instant, the first minister to the left of the daimyo, sporting a small mustache, promptly responded and ordered someone to fetch Li Chuan from the prison. Qiye closed his eyes and waited with a cold demeanor. Beside him, Mihiko had already sensed that something was amiss and chose not to disturb him, nor did he intervene in Qiye's actions. It was not long before Li Chuan, clad in prison garb, bruised and appearing quite dispirited, was brought into the hall. Lord Qiye. Upon seeing Qiye, Li Chuan's eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. After appraising him from head to toe, Qiye smiled and remarked, It is well that you are here. The other day, I saw your wife and Xia Jingxiang. They must miss you dearly. Thank you, Lord Qiye. I too long for them, Li Chuan replied, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The long-anticipated audience with the Lord had unexpectedly led to his imprisonment. Nothing, be it the capital or the Lord's estate, could compare to the warmth of home. Having concluded the necessary arrangements, Qiye turned to face the Lord and spoke with an even tone. The Lord of the Land of Rain indulges in hedonism, exploiting the common people. He abuses his noble status to commit heinous acts, wreaking havoc upon the land, acting as he pleases. Thus, I hereby sentence him to death. Who is in favor? Who is against? As soon as the words of the 7 leaves faded, a voice resounded, I dissent. It was the minister with the green bean-shaped eyes on the right, who proclaimed loudly, the daimyo is the sovereign of the nation. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a kunai pierced through the throat of the green bean-eyed minister. His eyes reflected disbelief and resentment as he struggled and fell, witnessing the death. The daimyo was utterly thrown into a panic, stammering, No, I am the daimyo. You cannot kill me. The hidden village cannot assault the daimyo's residence. Nor can it harm the daimyo. This is the rule. Qiye disregarded him and merely turned to look at Yahiko, eliminate him. Yahiko was taken aback, never anticipating that Qiye would entrust him with such a task. He hesitated for a brief moment, refraining from questioning or persuading Qiye to abandon this notion, and instead drew forth a kunai. That will suffice. Observing the situation, Qiye patted Yahiko's shoulder, signaling him to sheath the kunai. Through his scrutiny of Yahiko, Qiye discerned that he indeed bore the mental imprint of conviction, likely as the daimyo had stated, that traditionally, ninjas were forbidden from assaulting the daimyo's estate or inflicting harm upon the daimyo himself. However, perhaps due to a distinct upbringing and the influence of prolonged companionship with Qiye, Yahiko's mental imprint was not as pronounced. For Qiye, this was sufficient. As the rain shadow, there was no need for you to carry the unfounded burden of assassinating a daimyo. Qiye smiled at Yahiko, then turned to the daimyo. What you say may not be entirely unfounded, yet I am not a ninja of the Rain Village, and thus, I do not consider it a breach of protocol. As he spoke, amidst the terror-stricken gaze of the daimyo, Qiye ended his life. The former daimyo of the Land of Rain, Tianyuan Che, and the former right minister, Koizumi Taichi, failed to fulfill their responsibilities, instead indulging in pleasure and oppressing the people. They brought indelible suffering to the Land of Rain, and their crimes warrant punishment. At that moment, the previously supportive little-bearded minister suddenly shouted loudly. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding ministers were momentarily taken aback, but soon began to echo his sentiments, vehemently condemning the past transgressions of the daimyo and the right minister. Quite intriguing. As Qiye gazed upon the astute individual before him, he inquired, Who are you? Esteemed sir, I am the left minister, Kawabi Soke, replied the man with a slight bow. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qiye remarked, This mess is now your responsibility. Should you require assistance, seek out Rikawa in Heian Village, or venture to Yunnan Village. I hope you can bring me some delightful surprises. With that, he departed alongside Mihiko and Rikawa. Outside, they were met with a formidable line of guards. Impenetrable yet obedient to orders, none daring to breach the perimeter without command. Observing these sentinels, Qiye initially intended to stretch his limbs, but left Minister Kawabi Soke emerged, exclaiming, The criminals Tanahara Tetsu and Koizumi Taichi have been judged. Disperse at once. Upon hearing the minister's words, the guards hesitated for a moment before gradually parting, creating a pathway. Kawabi Soke followed closely, escorting Qiye and his companions out of the daimyo's residence. At last, his ambitions could be realized. A fervent light ignited in Kawabi Sukiai's eyes, even causing his mustache to perk up in excitement. He strode back into the main hall. ready to leverage his position as left minister to take the reins of the daimyo's estate. The trio, including Qiye, chose not to linger in the capital and swiftly made their way to Pingan village. Among them, silence prevailed, creating a somewhat somber atmosphere. If there are any questions, just ask. Qiye eventually broke the impasse. Embarrassed by his thoughts being laid bare, Mayahiko sheepishly scratched his head and added, I don't really have anything specific to inquire about. I simply find the recent events quite astonishing. As the tinkling sounds of a craftsman's shop resonated from the roadside, Qiye paused to avoid colliding with a group of children clad in coarse cloth, who giggled as they dashed past him. This was quite ordinary, in other words. It was merely habitual thinking, like someone who has consumed sweet tofu pudding their entire life suddenly experiencing the taste of savory tofu pudding. Qiye smiled faintly and offered an example that was perhaps not entirely appropriate. As they spoke, several individuals gradually made their way out of the inner city and into the outer city. Once again, individuals could be seen sprawled or leaning against the walls on either side of the street, their clothing tattered and scant, their expressions vacant. The opulence of the wealthy stands in stark contrast to the frozen bones littering the streets. While the metaphor may be somewhat exaggerated, it is impossible to overlook the issues plaguing the capital of the Rain Kingdom, is it not? Qiye turned his gaze towards Yahi. The feudal lord commits numerous atrocities, disregarding his subjects as mere commodities. Why continue to support him? It is only natural to seek his removal. Yahi, you are now a reflection of your village. It is essential to contemplate deeply and observe the people within it. After enduring hardships and braving the rain, some choose to tear apart the umbrellas of others, while some opt to provide shelter. Yahi, I have faith that you will become an exemplary protector. The words of Qiye plunged both individuals into deep contemplation. Li Tsuan felt a profound resonance. Before encountering Qiye, he had endured experiences far more harrowing. Mayahiko reminisced about his tragic childhood, fortunate to have met their mentor Jiraiya during those times. Now, reflecting on Qiye's words, he recognized Jiraiya as their sheltering umbrella. I am no longer the defenseless child I once was, nor the impoverished leader of the Akatsuki who could scarcely afford a meal. I am the Rain Shadow. Mayahiko's gaze solidified with determination, the weight of those two words suddenly amplifying immeasurably in his heart. Understanding is all that matters. Qiye revealed a contented smile upon his face. He gazed up at the sky, unable to restrain himself from speaking again. Sometimes I find myself pondering whether I am being overly presumptuous. After all, this is the world of ninjas. Achieving true peace is no simple feat. Human efforts are ultimately limited. But how can one ascertain the outcome without attempting? This sentiment seemed directed at both his companions and himself. It is certainly attainable, Yahiko declared with conviction, his fist clenched. With you, me, and you Luo, Xiaonan, Nagato, Mingyu, and Li Chuan, along with an increasing number of like-minded individuals in the future, our collective endeavors will surely forge a new world of dreams. Indeed, Li Chuan nodded earnestly. Chapter 78, The End of the Scorching Escape of the Sand Ninja from the Land of Wind in the conference room of the Sand Ninja Village. The imposing figure of Raza occupied the central seat, his eyes closed in contemplation. One by one, figures entered, finding their designated places. These individuals were the heads of various clans or those with illustrious achievements who had made significant contributions to the ninja village. Serving as the backbone of the Sand Ninja Village. Once all were gathered, Raza opened his eyes, surveying the room before stating, "Let us commence the meeting." The outcome of the Third Great Ninja War was becoming increasingly evident. Konohagakure rightfully held the title of the foremost ninja village, having withstood the pressure of a tripartite invasion, gradually dragging Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure into the quagmire of war. Among them, Kirigakure suffered the most, gaining little from either the Land of Fire or the Land of Wind. Both Iwagakure and Kumogakure realized that continuing the conflict would yield no advantage against the resilient Konohagakure, and thus began to scale back their assaults. However, in the face of the Sand Ninja Village, the number of Iwagakure ninjas at the border increased significantly, leading to fierce confrontations. Seemingly driven by a desire for vengeance against Raza for his previous incursions, a tremendous pressure loomed over the hearts of the Sand Ninja leadership, but fortunately, at this juncture, Kirigakure proposed a ceasefire agreement, offering a glimmer of hope. If they no longer needed to contend with Kirigakure, they could confidently prepare for a decisive battle against Iwagakure. Consequently, the Sand Ninja Village consented without hesitation and began discussions on the specifics of the agreement. Most matters were settled. Yet Kirigakure strongly insisted that the Sand Ninja Village hand over the scorching escape, Yetsong. Raza had no particular thoughts on this matter. Nonetheless, it seemed unjust to sacrifice a hero of the village. Thus, he convened this meeting. Alas, for the future of the village, Yetsong must be sacrificed. During the voting process, the head of the Yeren clan was the first to speak, without a hint of hesitation. Lady Yetsong cherishes her village, even if it means sacrificing herself for its sake. She would undoubtedly be willing. Another sand ninja remarked. After a round of voting, only a few voices opposed the decision to surrender Yetsong to Kirigakure. I shall dispatch Yetsong on a covert mission to Kirigakure. We must now prepare for the decisive battle against Awagakure, Raza stated indifferently. Before long, believing the war with Kirigakure to be concluded, Yetsong, who had enjoyed a brief respite in the village, received Raza's confidential mission and quietly departed. Her purpose was to serve as the ambassador of the Sand Ninja village, traveling to Kirigakure to sign a treaty of alliance between the two villages. The prospect of ending the war was a source of great joy for Yetsong. Despite the long journey, a trip to Kirigakure was a small price to pay. Suddenly, a sand dune outside the Sand Ninja village began to tremble, startling two lizards that had been basking in the sun into a hasty escape. At last, you have arrived. The wait has not been in vain. Qiye shook off the sand clinging to her body, watching as Yetsong departed. With a sudden pop, her shadow clone dissipated. In the land of rain, as she was returning with Yahiko and Lichuan, Qiye received a message and immediately halted her steps. She turned to Yahiko and said, "There is something I must attend to. Once we reach Ping'an village, please convey my regards to Yuluo." After Yahiko nodded in agreement, Qiye vanished in an instant, speeding towards the land of river. Since discovering that Yetsong's plot was about to unfold, she had dispatched a shadow clone every 3 days to secretly monitor the movements of Sunagakure. Such a formidable tool would be too precious to lose. Racing towards the river's crossing, Qiye believed her speed surpassed Yetsong's. Yet she left behind a shadow clone, while her true self continued towards Kirigakure. During the journey, the shadow clone encountered Yetsong and promptly dispersed. Confirming that she remained ahead of Yetsong, Qiye slowed her pace, leisurely making her way to the land of water. Here, the mist enveloped the landscape, creating an ethereal ambience, even more humid than the former land of rain, presenting a unique scene. The two arrived in close succession, with Qiye now trailing behind Yetsong as they proceeded towards Kirigakure. Of course, under Qiye's stealth, Yetsong remained oblivious to the fact that he was being followed. Soon, the mist thickened, and the shadow of a valley appeared ahead. Recognizing this somewhat familiar setting, along with the figures positioned within the fog, Director Qiye commenced her performance. "Ah, you must be Lord Yetsong of Sunagakure? Truly a sight to behold." As the mist swirled, a young mist ninja emerged from the gorge, wearing a gentle smile, indicating his role as a guide. "This mist is nothing. We shall traverse this valley together, shall we?" Yetsong, trusting the young ninja, continued onward without hesitation. Suddenly, a kunai pierced through Yetsong's lower back. In disbelief, Yetsong swiftly drew the kunai, spun around to evade the young mist ninja, clutching his wound with one hand, and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Humph. Allow you to experience the pain endured by those comrades you have slain." The young mist ninja leapt back a few steps, revealing a dramatically contorted expression. Countless shuriken and kunai flew towards Yetsong, who struggled to defend himself, the severity of his injury compounded, ultimately leading him to collapse to the ground. His once smooth and fair back now resembled a hedgehog, riddled with kunai and shuriken. As he neared death, Yetsong observed numerous mist ninjas surrounding him. The one who had initially ambushed him wore a sinister grin and declared, "Do not misunderstand. The animosity between our villages cannot simply be erased. Your demise is merely a collection of interests for those who sacrifice their lives. It brings solace to the living and comfort to the deceased. Those from Sunagakure who handed you over likely share this sentiment. Ha! Attack!" At the command, the surrounding mist ninjas began forming hand seals, unleashing various flames towards the fallen Yetsong. Clearly, their hatred for Yetsong, who had slaughtered countless compatriots on the battlefield, was profound. Even without the use of his fire release, they sought to ensure he felt the agony of burning. Flames engulfed the sky, yet all Yetsong felt was a chilling numbness. Darkness enveloped him, akin to a revolving lantern, as every experience from his life flashed before his eyes. Why? Am I not the hero of the village? I protected Sunagakure. Why is there no love for me? His gaze froze at the final moment, and he ceased to breathe. Hey, Yetsong, the ground is quite damp. How long do you intend to lie here? Though ninjas are resilient, what if you catch a cold? Yetsong, are you not getting up? What the? Could it be that this technique was altered too severely, rendering it too realistic? In a daze, Yetsong seemed to hear someone calling his name. Huh, did I not die? Is this the messenger from the underworld? With that thought, Yetsong felt as if he were a drowning person suddenly breaking the surface, sitting up and gasping for breath. Chapter 79. Yes, I apologize. As his breath halted, it became evident that the authenticity woven into this technique required no further deepening. The next direction of research would focus on developing multi-layered illusions. Qiye held in her hands research records and a pen, meticulously chronicling the data of all individuals subjected to illusions, with some entries even detailing heart rates and blood pressure. The most recent data pertained to Yetsong, and flipping through a few more pages revealed the information of the Mayahiko trio. Qiye, it is you, you scoundrel. Upon recognizing the figure before her, Yetsong abruptly rose from the ground, muttering incredulously, I never expected you to perish as well, and before I did. At this juncture, a smirk flickered across her face. The experience within the illusion felt overwhelmingly vivid, rendering her mind somewhat disoriented. Qiye gazed at Yetsong's foolish expression and added another line to her research notes. What are you writing? My name? Have you become a messenger of the underworld? Yetsong, with a curious demeanor, leaned in to catch a glimpse of the notes in Qiye's hand. It must be said, her imagination was quite vivid. Qiye swiftly concealed her actions from her, then unleashed a small water technique that splashed against Yetsong's face. Is it cold? A bit, Yetsong replied, sniffling. Cold is a good sign. It means you're alive. Souls, after all, possess no sensation. You must have heard of such a notion, Qiye remarked. After a brief moment of confusion, Yetsong's expression transformed into one of astonishment. What? She slapped her own face and scrutinized her surroundings. It was still the same canyon entrance, shrouded in dense mist. So I'm not dead? This is indeed the land of water. Upon realizing this, Yetsong felt a surge of joy. However, as she gazed at Qiye before her, a flicker of anger ignited within her. You wretched person, at long last, I have found you. After years of relentless training, I can finally cleanse myself of the humiliation I once endured. No wonder the storyline diverged slightly from the original, just moments ago. After Yetsong had sustained injuries in the illusion, she managed to resist. During her business dealings in the Sand Village, Qiye had repeatedly bested Yetsong, imposing considerable pressure upon her at the time, thus making her stronger than depicted in the original tale. Yet, she still placed too much trust in her comrades. Daring to venture alone into the Mist Village so soon after the war had concluded, what a reckless endeavor indeed. The expression on Qiye's face remained unchanged. Initially, he had deliberately applied pressure on the other party, hoping that Yetsong would grow stronger, for what was destined to happen would indeed transpire. The Sand Ninja Village did not require such a formidable subordinate. Rather, he needed one. Die. Yetsong's gaze turned icy, her expression grave, as a surge of chakra flowed within her. Several fireballs, born of her scorching techniques, instantly encircled her, converging above her head into an even larger, blazing sphere. Under the searing heat, the dense fog surrounding her began to dissipate, rendering the environment clearer. A self-satisfied smile crept across her face as she regarded the calm-faced Qiye. Yetsong thought to herself, regardless of your methods, once I unleash this technique, you will only be left to flee in disarray. Just as she was about to form the necessary hand seals to release her jutsu, Qiye, standing before her, suddenly drew a blade, unsheathing and sheathing it in the blink of an eye. Clang! Yetsong's heart raced wildly. In her daze, she caught sight of a blade gleaming like freshly fallen snow, illuminating every corner of her vision. Just as she believed her end was nigh, the blade's radiance faded, and a single strand of hair fell. Though she was loath to admit it, Yetsong recognized that this rogue had grown stronger, so much so that it was beyond her comprehension. Ha ha. The corners of Yetsong's mouth twitched, and a forced smile emerged on her face. She dared not meet Qiye's gaze any longer, raising her hands to hold the fireball aloft, darting around in an agitated manner. Ugh! The climate in the land of water is so humid. As someone from the land of wind, I truly feel uncomfortable here. I must clear the mist, she murmured to herself as her figure receded further into the distance. At this moment, she dared to glance back at Qiye, who stood unmoving, unresponsive. Now's my chance, Yetsong thought. Oh. She clenched her fists, summoning all her strength, and dashed forward with all her might. She had to distance herself from this terrifying individual. Back when she was in the Sand Ninja Village, every failed challenge had resulted in her being pinned to the ground by Qiye. The sensation of being relentlessly beaten was one she never wished to experience again. Initially, she believed she had made significant progress over the years, gradually closing the gap with Qiye, yet the disparity seemed to have widened. How absurd. Reflecting on this, Yetsong recalled the scenes of her training under the setting sun. Those were the remnants of her lost youth. Whoosh. Just then, an unidentified object, enveloped in a swirling blue aura, suddenly zipped past her, halting not far ahead. What was that? Yetsong stood frozen in panic, much like a startled rabbit. She soon discerned that the figure radiating blue energy, forcing the surrounding fog to recede, was none other than Qiye. Yes, I'm sorry. Despair washed over Yetsong as she prostrated herself before Qiye, pleading, please don't hit me, or if you must, at least avoid my head. Tears welled in her eyes. Her voice tinged with grievance. The third gate, the opening of life. With a mighty shout, Qiye's aura intensified uncontrollably. Boom. The ground fractured as Qiye's formidable presence bore down upon Yetsong. I'm going to die. I'm surely going to die. Yetsong's mind screamed, yet under Qiye's oppressive force, her own pride began to surface. You insufferable rogue. Yetsong is not to be trifled with. Even in death, I shall make you pay. The two clashed in a whirlwind of flames and energy, the ground shattering and the mist dispersing, the resulting force palpable even from a distance. Woohoo, it hurts so much. Minutes later, bruised and battered, Yetsong sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, though she had fervently requested that Qiye refrain from striking her head. The insatiable desire to fight within him knew no mercy, regardless of her gender. Do you still have the audacity to cry? Were it not for my chance encounter while fishing in the land of water today, your corpse would likely be cold by now. What a foolish act, charging into someone else's territory without a shred of caution after a battle. I am utterly curious as to how you have survived this long. Qiye remarked without reservation. Hearing his words, Yetsong wiped her tears and, feeling indignant, retorted, everyone knows the war has ended. Which is why the wind shadow dispatched me to sign the treaty. How could I have anticipated this was a trap? At this point, her expression darkened, revealing her sorrow. She loved her village, risking everything for it, even prioritizing sand ninja boys when her disciples encouraged her to date. Yet, the betrayal from the very village she adored left her utterly confounded. Initially filled with rage at the brink of death, she now found her anger diminished, replaced by a profound sense of sadness and confusion. Chapter 80. The Temptation of Yetsong. Wait. If what transpired earlier was indeed real, then how am I still alive? Only then did Yetsong realize the oddity of the situation and quickly inquired, well, what was that situation just now? By altering the surrounding environment, I ensnared everyone in an illusion. However, though it was an illusion, the events that transpired within were genuine and could occur in reality. You may understand it as a simulation. Qiye succinctly explained the situation to her, then raised his right hand in front of his chest, forming a seal, just like this. At that moment, Yetsong immediately noticed a distinct transformation in the surrounding environment. First, the mist that had been dispersed by the battle thickened once more. Secondly, the depressions in the ground and the scorch marks from the flames vanished without a trace. Eyes wide in astonishment, Yetsong suddenly realized something. She touched her face. The cheek that had been swollen from Qiye's earlier strike had now returned to its original state. Moreover, all the pain she had felt had completely dissipated. It seems you have come to the realization, Qiye remarked with a smile. Such powerful illusionary techniques. Yetsong couldn't help but exclaim, then continued. So everything that just transpired was an illusion, correct? I was ambushed by the mist ninjas and then engaged in battle with you. It is indeed an illusion. Yet not entirely false. Each character acted in accordance with their true intentions. Qiye dismantled Yetsong's delusions with his words. He understood that she still harbored a glimmer of hope regarding the Sand Ninja Village, wishing that all of this was merely a fabrication. Yet, reality is harsh. As Qiye had stated, though it was an illusion, the script each character followed was rooted in their genuine thoughts. Fortunately, as the director, Qiye possessed the ability to call for a retake at any moment, granting the protagonist a chance for redemption. In the previous illusion, the Mist Ninjas would believe Yetsong had been ambushed by them, subsequently experiencing a rather straightforward battle before meeting their demise and self-immolation. To this end, Qiye had even prepared a charred corpse. As for whether the Mist Ninja Village or the Sand Ninja Village would conduct an investigation, that was of no concern to Qiye. He would let the deception last as long as possible. Is that so? Then I have indeed been forsaken by my village. Yetsong's expression darkened, and she gazed at Qiye with confusion. Why did you come to save me? She was entirely unconvinced by the coincidence of Qiye fishing in the land of water. Qiye was inherently aware of this, and thus, half-truthfully declared, because I need you. Ever since our first encounter in Sunagakure, I have been continuously observing you, hoping that one day I could draw you to my side. I require your strength. The realization that he only valued her power struck her, and a bitter smile escaped her lips. Hearing the first half of Qiye's words, Yekong momentarily felt a sense of being confessed to, her heart fluttering with confusion. However, the final words from Qiye swiftly restored her composure. Allow me to ponder this. Gazing towards the direction of Sunagakure, Yekong's emotions were tumultuous. Her feelings for the village ran profoundly deep, yet given the circumstances, returning to the past was no longer an option. In fact, she harbored resentment towards Sunagakure at this moment. The fact that she had not sought revenge was already quite commendable. You love the village, but who will love you in return? For someone of your temperament, remaining in a place rife with deceit and turmoil, a village filled with strife, is ill-suited. Possessing strength, yet unable to discern the thoughts of those around you, and at times, your own thoughts may pose a danger to others. Observing Yekong's unwavering gaze towards Sunagakure, Qiye easily surmised her intricate emotions and chose to sit beside her. With just a few words, he adeptly unraveled the experiences she had endured over the past few years. Although Qiye did not remain constantly by Yitsong's side to witness the events unfolding around her, she was still aware of the general circumstances. In summary, as the village expands, the exchanges of interests inevitably increase. Such occurrences are unavoidable. Therefore, come to the land of rain and embrace a new platform. Here, you will encounter like-minded individuals, fulfill your aspirations, and perhaps even discover a beloved who would stand against the entire world for you. Qiye's tone was remarkably gentle, laced with an alluring charm. At this moment, he resembled the founder of a nascent enterprise, sketching grand visions. In contrast, Yetsong was a recent graduate, a novice just stepping into the professional realm. It is important to note that during the initial phase of weaving this illusion, one could access the fragmented memories of the entranced individual. Thus, Qiye easily discerned Yetsong's innermost thoughts. His words indeed resonated with Yetsong. With no particular destination in mind, why not venture to the Rain Shinobi village? Contemplating this notion, Yetsong gave a slight nod. A judicious choice. Qiye smiled faintly and swiftly produced a document that had been meticulously prepared, presenting it to Yetsong. Please take a moment to review the information contained herein. If you have no objections, simply sign and affix your fingerprint. Yetsong hesitated for a moment. Although she did not fully comprehend the specifics of the document, it appeared that signing it would bind her to work for Qiye for 5 years. Rest assured, this agreement may seem formal, but in reality, it holds little significance. If you truly wish to depart when the time comes, do you think I could possibly retain you? Qiye observed her hesitation and offered a reassuring smile. However, Yetsong held little faith in his words. Every action he took seemed meticulously premeditated, making it implausible that matters could be so straightforward. Yet, she could not discern any apparent issues. If, in the future, she grew weary of residing in the land of rain, it seemed plausible that she could depart without difficulty. With this thought in mind, Yetsong decided to relinquish her concerns. After all, she could not overpower Qiye, nor could she outmaneuver him. Thus, she resolved to let things be. Choosing once more to adopt a nonchalant attitude, Yetsong abandoned her contemplation and decisively inscribed her name on the blank sheet, affixing her fingerprint with determination. Qiye cheerfully accepted the labor contract and remarked, "Then this shall count as the fulfillment of one of my requests. There remains but one more, which I shall convey once I have contemplated it further." Initially, in the Sand Ninja village, Yekong had accrued a total of 2 requests owed to Qiye. "I understand. Enough already," Yekong replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Each time she reflected upon this, she wished she could slap her past self for so foolishly challenging Qiye. After spending several days, the two leisurely made their way by boat to the land of rivers. However, they did not immediately return to the land of rain, but instead ventured to the Sand Ninja village in the land of wind. To completely dispel Yekong's suspicions, they infiltrated the Sand Ninja village, and upon witnessing her own gravestone, Yekong's final glimmer of hope was extinguished. Ultimately, she merely cast a discreet glance at her disciple's scroll before departing with Qiye. Upon arriving at the Rain Ninja village, Qiye promptly convened a meeting with all present. This marked their first formal assembly, and all attendees were imbued with a sense of novelty. Among those present were the Rain Shadow, Yuhiko, the Rain Shadow's secretary, Conan, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, the president of the Ping and Merchants Association, Qiye, the vice president, Yunluo, the village head of Ping'an, Lichuan, and the idle individual, Mingyu. Coincidentally, the newly appointed daimyo of the Land of Rain, Kabane Soke, had just arrived with his entourage at the Rain Ninja village. They chose to remain there for a couple of days, awaiting Qiye's return to the village. Qiye was acutely aware of the intentions of those present. Thus she brought Daimon into the fold during the inaugural meeting. Although both he and Ryuan were mere civilians, They exhibited no signs of discomfort while seated in the conference room. Rihwan's familiarity with the attendees afforded him ease. While Suk possessed a profound understanding of interacting with ninjas, he was not a staunch traditionalist. Chapter 81. Two Matters with a Decisive Click. Qiye pushed open the door to the conference room, accompanied by Yakura. Instantly, the gaze of the assembly fell upon the strikingly beautiful and statuesque Yakura, each individual displaying a distinct expression. Yahiko's mouth agape, he first glanced at Qiye, then at Yunlu, and finally at Conan, before bowing his head in feigned ignorance. Meanwhile, Conan furrowed her brow slightly, shifting her chair closer to Yunlu. In contrast, Yunlu's eyes narrowed dangerously, fixated on Yakura. Nagato, appearing somewhat dazed, also could not divert his gaze from her. Rihwan and Suk, seasoned veterans, silently examined the intricate patterns on the table before them. As for the idler, Mingyu, he scratched his head in confusion. What was once a lively atmosphere in the conference room grew decidedly peculiar upon the entrance of Qiye and her companion. "Allow me to introduce," she began. "This is Yakura, a ninja from the Wind Country's Sunagakure. As for her current assignment, let us allocate her to Nagato. Your organization is in dire need of personnel." Qiye remained oblivious to the atmosphere, smiling gently as she introduced the new member to the group. However, Yetsong soon detected two hostile gazes directed towards her. As her eyes shifted, she quickly spotted two girls, slightly younger than herself, yet possessing striking beauty. The girl on the left exhibited less hostility, adorned with lovely light blue hair, accentuated by a flower tucked into it. In contrast, the girl on the right radiated palpable enmity. Her long black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her most captivating feature was her pair of glistening eyes, undeniably beautiful. So that is how it is. To her surprise, this insufferable brat has admirers as well. Yetsong soon grasped the situation, and with a radiant smile, she approached the group. Her voice sweetly lilting. "Hello everyone, I am Yetsong. I nearly perished at the hands of the Mist Ninjas, but thanks to Lord Qiye, I am here today." From the collective gaze of the crowd, it seemed as though the two girls were closely intertwined. Yunlu's expression turned icy in an instant. She was the first to step forward, devoid of any emotion, stating, "I am Yunlu, and I am itching for a fight." Chakra surged violently within her, and everyone in the meeting room could feel the intensity of her presence. Boom! A mist of light blue vapor erupted, and to their astonishment, they realized that, unbeknownst to them, Yunlu had also mastered the 8 gates. Mingyu scratched his head, feeling a twinge of bitterness. He had thought that aside from Qiye, he could finally shine in some respect, yet he had forgotten about that troublesome girl, Yunlu. Clearly, he needed to strive harder. Today's training would have to double. He resolved to run 10 laps around the village while upside down. Mingyu's spirit surged with fervor. Blue vapor. Yetsong's pupils constricted as painful memories from days past resurfaced. She quickly stepped back, distancing herself from Qiye, and called out to Yunlu, "Please don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with this brat." "Brat?" Yunlu echoed coldly, her aura unwavering. "No, what I meant was," Yetsong felt a chill run down her spine, taken aback by the formidable presence emanating from the seemingly young girl. "All right, Yunlu. Sit down. Don't frighten the newcomers." Yetsong's background is quite tragic. After all, Qiye interjected, prompting Yunlu to settle down. As for Yetsong, she was far from grateful. Huffing indignantly, "Don't portray my situation as dire. It was merely being betrayed by the village I cherished. Sooner or later, I shall make those traitors pay." With that, she found a seat for herself. The others at the table began to introduce themselves one by one. Once everyone was acquainted, Qiye, seated at the head, began, "I have 2 matters to discuss. First, Nagato, your Akatsuki organization can officially commence operations. From now on, we will entrust the escort missions to our own people, consisting of elite members from the Akatsuki along with some rain ninjas. Of course, this is merely a facade. Your true mission is to gather detailed intelligence on the tailed beasts. Yetsong will be working alongside you, understood?" Nagato, diligently jotting down notes, immediately looked up upon hearing this. Understood. He glanced at Yetsong, who was watching him, and quickly lowered his head again. "So this fellow will be my future leader? He seems quite shy, yet perhaps that is for the best. He appears to be the most easily manipulated among this group." Yetsong concluded after surveying her surroundings. After her interactions with Qiye and Yunlu, she no longer dared to underestimate those without forehead protectors. Thus, even if Riku and Songjia appeared ordinary, Yetsong sensed there was more to them than met the eye. The second matter, Qiye turned to look at Yahi and Xiaonan, saying, Your mission is quite straightforward. In addition to compiling various data from the Rain Ninja Village, you are also tasked with the organization and construction of essential facilities, such as schools and hospitals, as well as the identification of exceptional talents. I have prepared a document detailing the specifics. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. As she spoke, Qiye produced a thick stack of papers and handed them to Yahi. I will certainly strive to accomplish this task. Yahi exclaimed excitedly as he perused the contents of the document. Well then, aside from Lichuan and Songjia, the rest of you may leave, Qiye contemplated. Just as I suspected. At this moment, Yetsong's eyes gleamed with insight. Among the known figures, aside from Qiye and Yunluo, the remaining individuals included Yahi, dressed in a ceremonial robe that clearly marked him as the Rain Shadow, and his secretary Xiaonan, who appeared to be formidable as well. Lichuan and Songjue were undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, why would Qiye have chosen to keep them behind? Hence, for her, the easiest targets to bully would be her introverted leader Nagato and the unremarkable Mingyu, who often scratched his head in confusion. Hiki, Yitsong had made up her mind. A talent as exceptional as she was could never submit to Nagato's authority. She sought to rise above. The group soon departed, and upon stepping outside, Mingyu immediately began to run on his hands through the village, leaving Yetsong momentarily stunned. Mingyu was indeed such a person, although he seldom spoke. He was undeniably a reliable companion, strong and diligent. Watching Mingyu's fleeting figure, Yahi chuckled heartily. Although I have never visited the Sand Ninja Village, there must be some differences between the two. Perhaps Nagato can show you around the village more extensively. Yahi waved goodbye to Yetsong as Xiaonan, and he departed. As for Yuluo, she did not follow the others out but instead waited for Qiye in the corridor outside the conference room. Come, let us stroll, Nagato softly suggested, tilting his head slightly. Without Yahi and Xiaonan by his side, he felt somewhat uneasy standing alone with Yetsong. Chapter 82. A stroll. Yetsong nodded, and the two walked along the street. Although it was ostensibly Nagato leading Yetsong on this outing, she found herself walking ahead while Nagato slightly bowed his head, trailing a pace behind. Why is everything so disheveled? After passing several intersections, Yetsong observed the excavated roads and the stacks of construction materials alongside the bustling crowds, prompting her question. Oh, this area is currently under construction, Nagato replied, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. Qiye has stated that in order to achieve prosperity, we must first repair the roads. Thus, we plan to widen the village roads and rebuild them before connecting with the Peace Village. This will help reduce transportation costs. Subsequently, we will also renovate the entire ninja village, as the current area is too small to meet Qiye's expectations. As he spoke of these plans, Nagato elaborated more than usual, engaging in a lively discussion. Oh, what kind of renovation will it entail? Yetsong's interest was piqued. Nagato pondered for a moment. I only know the general outline. According to Qiye's vision, the future Rain Ninja Village will be at least 4 or 5 times larger than it is now. In addition to wider roads, distinct zones will be established. Facilities such as schools and hospitals, as well as emergency shelters and security centers, will be included. The specific implementation plan should be in the document I just handed to Yahi and the others. Yetsong could not help but exclaim, it sounds quite impressive. I wonder what the scene will be like once everything is completed. I too look forward to it, Nagato replied. After exchanging a few words, the atmosphere between them became less formal. Yetsong continued to wander the streets, and under Nagato's guidance, they arrived at a food street. The array of delightful offerings instantly captivated Yetsong's attention. What would you like to eat? It's my treat, Nagato offered, perhaps feeling slightly anxious in this unique setting. What shall we have? Yetsong thought nothing of it. After all, it was quite normal for her leader to treat her to a meal on their first meeting. She placed her hands behind her back and strolled towards the food stalls, her gaze flitting from one vendor to another. What do you usually enjoy eating? Yetsong turned slightly to glance at Nagato, who followed behind her. Without hesitation, Nagato replied, Yahi and I enjoy grilled fish and fried foods, while Xiaonan currently favors flour cakes. Qiye prefers savory dishes, despite his aversion to sweets. He enjoys chestnut cakes and colorful rice dumplings. Yuluo likes colorful rice dumplings and fried tofu, while Mingyu's favorite is walnuts. Yetsong was a bit taken aback. You know them so well? It's easy to remember the preferences of companions with whom one spends time regularly. Nagato smiled gently, tilting his head slightly. Is that so? Yetsong's gaze flickered. In the Sand Ninja Village, the only one who likely knew her preferences was probably June. Due to the aridness of the Wind Country, her favorite foods were those with a fragrant plant essence, which brought her comfort. Then let us have grilled fish, Yetsong decided. The two approached a barbecue stall, where Nagato paid, and then said to Yetsong, "Please stay here. I will go buy some food." Yetsong nodded and took a seat at the provided table. Shortly after, Nagato returned, carrying a bag and 2 cups of drinks. "This is a plant called Chinese tune from the grass country. It only needs a bit of oil to fry, and it has a delightful flavor, reminiscent of springs," he explained. "This drink is called milk tea. You probably don't have it in the wind country. It's made by mixing milk and tea. I wasn't sure what you would like, so I chose the red bean flavor for you." Nagato handed 1 cup of milk tea to Yetsong and took out the fried Chinese tune snacks from the bag. The plant had been cut into strips and compressed into small squares during the frying process. Yetsong took a piece and, upon tasting it, was greeted by a delightful aroma that burst forth on her palate, creating a most pleasant sensation. "This is truly delicious." Yetsong's eyes sparkled as she instantly took a liking to the snack. Seeing her joy, Nagato couldn't help but smile slightly. "I've heard that this plant used to be considered a weed in the grass country and was rarely consumed. However, once trade began, it started to be exported to various countries, and its price gradually increased." As Nagato spoke, Yetsong took a sip of her milk tea. The red bean flavor provided her with yet another delightful taste sensation. "2 guests, your grilled fish is ready." The barbecue stall staff soon brought out 2 plates. The steaming grilled fish made both of their mouths water instantly. Paired with the Chinese tune, they found it neither greasy nor spicy, and with a sip of milk tea, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over them. "Hey, why is yours black?" Yetsong suddenly noticed that the milk tea in Nagato's transparent cup appeared somewhat dark, unlike her own, which had a faint pink hue. "Ah, it's because this one is bitter. I once made a grave mistake, and the bitterness serves as a reminder." Nagato slightly lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Yezhong opened her mouth, unsure of how to inquire further during their first meeting, and at a loss for how to offer comfort. As dusk approached, the snack street gradually became bustling with life, filled with individuals seeking to satiate their appetites after a long day of work. "Boss, grill some skewers and bring us some beer." A group of workers from the nearby construction site greeted the barbecue stall owner with familiarity. It was uncertain when the surrounding atmosphere transformed into a lively scene. This vibrant ambience, rich with the essence of street food, evoked a unique sensation in Yezhong. Beneath the night sky, she and Nagato sat at a small table on the edge of the barbecue stall, engaged in cheerful conversation, completely unrecognizable as members of the Akatsuki from Amigakure. Across the village, Konan donned an apron as she prepared soup in the kitchen, while Yahiko sat in the living room, diligently reviewing the plans from Konoha, occasionally jotting down notes in his own notebook. Qiye had just concluded a meeting with Li Chuan and Songjie, sending off the 2 individuals whose faces were alight with excitement and whose eyes sparkled with fervor. Outside, Yinlu eagerly rushed up, clasping Qiye's arm tightly as they made their way home together. In a tranquil, silent grove, Mingyu was suspended upside down from a tree branch, munching on shelled walnuts while stretching upwards and practicing hand seals. Fine beads of sweat trickled down his bronze skin. Despite his lack of innate talent for ninjutsu, Mingyu was determined to persevere. With Qiye and Yunlu forging ahead, he did not wish to hinder his companions. As night deepened, time slipped by swiftly, and mere months had passed, ushering in the 50th year of Konoha. Chapter 83, each with their own agenda this year, the tides of war gradually stabilized. Sunagakure, driven by a desire for vengeance for the hero Yakura, led a multitude of sand ninjas, deceived by their higher-ups and unaware of the truth, into a decisive confrontation with Awagakure. This battle allowed the ninjas of Sunagakure to vent their hatred, compelling Awagakure to abandon their aspirations against the Sand Village and declare a ceasefire. Raza, too, solidified his regime further. Having extricated themselves from the whirlpool of war, Sunagakure shifted its focus toward economic development. Following the Great War, the daimyo of the Land of Wind announced further military budget reductions, inciting Raza's ire while compelling him to extend both the scope and duration of their efforts. However, wary from the experiences of the third Hokage, he became increasingly cautious, always accompanied by a shadow guard on his outings. Meanwhile, in the distant Land of Fire, Konoha continued to bear the pressure of 3-pronged assaults. Although the intensity of the attacks had lessened, the atmosphere remained exceptionally tense. The war was far from over, and Saratobi Hiruzen and his comrades dared not relax for even a moment. "Now, the journey ahead relies solely upon you. Exercise utmost caution," Watergate urged Kakashi, Obito, and Rin with a grave expression. Recently, perhaps in a final frenzy, over 1,000 Awagakure ninjas launched a surprise raid on Konoha from the Land of Grass. though anticipated. The three-way conflict had left Konoha vulnerable and unprepared, resulting in Watergate's team, comprised of 2 J-nin and 2 Ch-nin, being dispatched into enemy territory to disrupt supply lines. With the front lines becoming increasingly precarious, Watergate needed to rush for reinforcements, entrusting Kakashi, who had only recently attained the rank of J-nin, to lead Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin in continuing their mission. Scatter. With Watergate's command, Kakashi and his companions immediately dashed towards their target, in a remote and dense thicket. Qiye donned the attire of Konoha's Umbu, equipped with 2 blades and a mask concealing his face, coupled with the Konoha forehead protector. His appearance mirrored that of the Umbu so closely that, without careful inquiry or recognition by code, a typical Konoha ninja might fail to discern his true identity. Thus, the narrative that would ignite the Fourth Shinobi World War had finally commenced. Qiye perched upon the lush treetop, embodying a demeanor of anticipation for her companions. Although her gaze did not directly fixate on Obito, her awareness remained intricately attuned to their presence. While Obito may merely be a pawn, even in his absence, the Fourth Great Ninja War would inevitably ignite under the guidance of Kagaya's will. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Obito serves as a remarkably competent piece on this grand chessboard. Within the expansive vicinity, Qiye was capable of sensing not only Obito and the distant rock ninjas but also a multitude of unfamiliar and exceedingly faint auras. If one were not to discern with precision, they might easily mistake these for mere illusions or the presence of other diminutive beings. However, these subtle energies were concentrated around Obito and consistently followed his movements. Thus, even with the most rudimentary of deductions, Qiye could surmise that these were the White Zetsu, ever vigilant in their observation of Obito, akin to the numerous crew members trailing a leading actor during a film shoot. In order to lower the vigilance of both Uchiha Madara and Zetsu, Qiye chose to disguise himself in this manner. Acknowledging that he could not escape the watchful eyes of White Zetsu, he deemed it prudent to adopt a different approach, presenting himself as an unremarkable member of the Konoha Umbu, which would at least prevent the two from becoming overly cautious. While keeping an eye on Obito, Qiye also took a moment to review his attribute panel. Name: Qiye Chakra Capacity 116. 6 Taijutsu 95. 1 Genjutsu 79. For Ninjutsu 85. 2 Senjutsu 0. 0 Kenjutsu 60. 9 Perception 53. 7 Taijutsu Resistance 85. Genjutsu Resistance 67. 5 Ninjutsu Resistance 55. 5 Senjutsu Resistance 0. 0 Perception Resistance 27. For Special Skill Resistance 16. 9 Mastered Abilities: 5 Elements Ninjutsu S. Lightning Release Chakra Mode S. Kenjutsu S. Genjutsu Weaving S. 8 Gates A. Sealing Technique: 5 Elements Seal Very Happy Face. Due to Qiye's extensive mastery of numerous ninjutsu techniques, there was no need to elaborate further on this panel. The levels indicated in parentheses reflect his proficiency with each technique rather than their inherent strength. Thus, a higher proficiency correlates with greater damage output. However, I seem to have failed to embody this distinction adequately. Moreover, I remain uncertain whether readers prefer depictions of combat or daily life. As Qiye aged, his chakra capacity appeared to rise without limit, surging upwards. In contrast, the fluctuations in his other attributes were less pronounced. Perhaps there exists an implicit restriction within the attribute panel itself, even should Qiye engage an elite J-nin in a prolonged struggle. Only to vanquish them when they were utterly exhausted, the gain in attribute points would be minimal. This sensation resembles returning to a beginner village in an online game to bully slimes once one's level is high enough to yield no experience. Thus, Qiye primarily relied on self-cultivation for strength enhancement, or engaged in battles with Yu Luo, Nagato, and Mingyu. As for the other 3 novices, their contributions were limited to bolstering Qiye's resistance. Under the competitive atmosphere he fostered, Yinluo, Nagato, and Mingyu redoubled their training efforts, fearing they would fall too far behind Qiye. Similarly, Yahiko, Konan, and Yukura exhibited the same fervor, with Yahiko especially eager to devote every moment of his free time to training. He had no desire to be labeled as the weakest village leader in history, as Qiye had suggested. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized beside Qiye, similarly clad in masks and full armor. The newcomers were none other than Yu Luo and Mingyu, who would join Qiye in masquerading as a small Konoha Umbu squad, feigning the execution of a nearby mission. Among the higher-tier combatants, Nagato had initially wished to accompany them, yet Qiye sought to avoid any unforeseen complications and declined his participation. After all, his objective this time was to eliminate the two lurking threats once and for all. The truth that Nagato's Rinnegan was bestowed by Uchiha Madara was a revelation Qiye preferred to keep from him for now. Be cautious, Qiye instructed, leading the two to follow at a distance behind Obito. In a subterranean lair, the frail Madara sat in a chair, flanked by the darkly hued black Zetsu and the exuberant white Zetsu. It seems a Konoha Umbu squad is nearby. They might even encounter Obito, White Zetsu exclaimed excitedly, dancing as he conveyed the news to Madara. Konoha Umbu? Humph, pay them no heed. White Zetsu, possess an IWA ninja and disguise yourself to attack Obito. Follow the plan I outlined earlier. Despite his frail state, Madara's words retained an air of dominance and arrogance. I shall prepare at once. White Zetsu replied with a gleeful grin, regarding this as a delightful endeavor. At this moment, the focus shifted to the Minato group, who had just emerged from a brief yet intense battle. A group of IWA ninjas had utilized the camouflage technique to abduct Noera Rin. Kakashi, Rin has been taken. As they stood amidst a vast bamboo grove, Obito's expression darkened instantly. Kakashi, however, remained composed and replied, "Do not worry. They seek to extract information from Konoha and will not kill Rin so swiftly. We still have time." With that, he began to track the trail left by the IWA ninjas. Surprised to witness Kakashi, who often feuded with him, show such concern for Rin's safety and take the initiative to rescue her without needing further prompting, Obito felt taken aback. He quickly caught up, stammering, "Kakashi, how could you? Those who violate the rules of the ninja world are worthless. Those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless." As he spoke, an imposing figure emerged in Kakashi's mind, a memory of his father, whose words had resonated with him since he first heard them in the illusion created by Qiye. For years, he had struggled to come to terms with his father's suicide, yet as he matured and contemplated more deeply, he began to grasp the complexity of the situation. Faced with a similar choice as his father, Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade strapped to his back and, without hesitations, resolved to follow the same path as his father. Kakashi. Obito wiped away his tears. Despite Kakashi's cold demeanor, he felt a profound warmth in his heart. Following the trail left by the IWA ninjas, the two soon discovered a cave. "We found it," Obito exclaimed with joy. Kakashi, fully focused, suddenly pushed Obito aside and drew his blade to slash at the air to his right. Clang! As the space trembled, an IWA ninja wielding a kunai appeared before them. "Quite perceptive, aren't you, kid?" The IWA ninja engaged Kakashi in combat. While defending himself, Kakashi shouted to Obito, "Don't dawdle, there should be another one nearby." Upon hearing Kakashi's warning, Obito quickly retrieved a kunai, casting a vigilant gaze around him. Soon, a gust of wind signaled the approach of IWA Ninja 2, whose kunai lunged toward Obito's back, but he narrowly dodged at the last moment. In contrast to the back-and-forth struggle between Kakashi and IWA Ninja 1, Obito found himself utterly outmatched, being thoroughly suppressed by IWA Ninja 2. "TSK, this kid is weak, so soft and lacking any resistance," Mingyu remarked, observing Obito's dire predicament. Although Mingyu and Yuluo could not see the battle unfold from their distant vantage point, Qiye could perceive it and project the scene through genjutsu, much like a film. For the Uchiha clan, the majority of their power resided within their eyes. Whether or not they activated their bloodline limit significantly influenced their capabilities. With a gentle smile, Qiye remarked that although Obito was lagging behind, he was striving diligently to catch up with Kakashi, only to be unfortunately noticed by Uchiha Madara. In stark contrast to Qiye's position, another figure concealed in the treetops was an ordinary rock ninja possessed by White Zetsu. Like Qiye, he was also keeping a watchful eye on Obito's situation. Should the pressure prove insufficient, White Zetsu would make his entrance personally, orchestrating a minor mishap to deliver Obito to Uchiha Madara. At that moment, Rock Ninja number 1, engaged in battle with Kakashi, suddenly leaped back with remarkable speed, hands poised in the air to form hand seals. Earth style? Earth spike technique. A multitude of sharp earth spikes erupted violently from the ground, hurtling towards Kakashi. Unfazed, Kakashi conjured a sphere of blue lightning in an instant, accompanied by the sound reminiscent of countless birds chirping. The advancing spikes shattered upon contact. Was this Qiye's Chidori? Yuluo was momentarily taken aback. Qiye nodded, a shameless grin spreading across his face. "Yes, I unleashed it in front of Kakashi during my previous visit to Konoha. And to my surprise, he actually learned it. Another infuriating genius." Mingyu murmured to himself, shifting his focus away from Obito and directing his gaze towards Kakashi. With a swift motion, Kakashi wielded lightning, charging at Rock Ninja number 1 with incredible speed. Boom! He pierced through the trees behind Rock Ninja number 1. But his excessive velocity caused his dynamic vision to falter, resulting in a miscalculated strike. Regardless of destructive power, a lack of precision renders it futile. A commanding shout erupted from behind, and Rock Ninja number 1's figure suddenly reappeared, with a kunai aimed menacingly at Kakashi's back. Bang! Kakashi abruptly transformed into a wispy white mist, and in an instant, a brilliant blade of light blossomed before Rock Ninja number 1. Swish! Blood erupted, and amidst the countdown of life, Rock Ninja number 1 incredulously inquired, "Shadow clone, when?" Just as you unleashed that massive earth release technique, Kakashi gasped, clutching his short blade. Understanding dawned upon Rock Ninja number 1 as he widened his eyes. The formidable earth spike he had summoned had obscured both their figures. Kakashi had swiftly approached with his lightning release, leaving no time for further contemplation. Bang! The lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and barely catching his breath. Kakashi was met with a startled cry from Obito's direction. Die! Rock Ninja number 2 swung his kunai towards Obito. Oh no! Kakashi's expression shifted drastically as he dashed toward Obito, pushing him aside just in time. With a sickening squelch, warm blood splattered onto Obito's face. After being thrown aside, he witnessed Kakashi taking the blow for him, collapsing motionless on the ground. Kakashi! Kakashi! Obito trembled, his eyes instantly turning a deep crimson, with 3 tomo swirling ominously within his pupils. Obito, be careful! Kakashi's body stirred briefly before slipping into unconsciousness. Having already depleted a significant amount of chakra and stamina, coupled with his injury, his collapse was hardly surprising. Seeing that Kakashi was still alive, Obito felt a flicker of relief as he positioned himself protectively before Kakashi. His crimson Sharingan coldly fixed on the adversary ahead. My comrade is under my protection. Swish! In an instant, Rock Ninja number 2's head was severed from his body. Witnessing this, Obito's pupils constricted, only to relax upon recognizing the figure standing with the sheathed blade. His tension eased once he discerned the attire and forehead protector of an Anbu. Chapter 85. Obito's Sacrifice Captain. The enemies in the cave have been eliminated, and we found a comrade. Mingyu and Yunlu, masquerading as Anbu members, emerged from the cave, carrying the entranced Noera Rin. Rin! Obito exclaimed, rushing forward to take her into his arms. As Qiye crouched down to dispel the illusion affecting Lin, he awakened her and remarked, "This area likely harbors numerous rock ninjas. Yet we have other urgent tasks at hand. Take care." As he spoke, he instructed Yunluo to leave behind some medical supplies, and the 3 of them hastily arrived and departed. Obito? Lin, still somewhat dazed from the illusion, was not fully aware of her surroundings. Let us not dwell on that now. Kakashi is injured. We need to find a place to bandage him. With the medical supplies in Lin's hands, Obito lifted Kakashi onto his back and dashed into the forest. Lin soon realized Kakashi's condition and anxiously followed Obito. The 2 sought a concealed refuge, where Obito gently placed Kakashi on the ground, and Lin hurriedly began to tend to his wounds. Fortunately, Kakashi had only suffered cuts to his shoulder and back. Although the injuries were substantial, they did not damage any bones, which was a stroke of luck. After administering first aid, Kakashi's condition stabilized. Throughout this process, Obito recounted the events that had transpired. "Thank you, Obito." Lin felt a wave of emotion upon hearing that the 2 had come specifically to rescue her. The rock ninja possessed by White Zetsu had been lurking in the shadows, refraining from attacking Obito, as he intended to wait until Qiye's team had moved further away. Just then, Kakashi, his upper body bandaged, stirred awake. "Obito." Lin. Kakashi's eyes displayed a rare intensity of emotion. "Kakashi, you shouldn't move too much right now," Lin urged. Obito nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, "Indeed, Kakashi, leave the upcoming tasks to Lin and me." With his Sharingan activated, Obito felt an unprecedented surge of power, as if he were nearly on par with the Hokage. Suddenly, a stout ninja dropped down from above, eyeing the trio concealed within a hollow tree. "Hee hee, I've finally found you 3. This was a rock ninja possessed by the Vortex White Zetsu, wearing a mask that completely obscured his head and altering his voice and physique. Upon seeing the forehead protector on the ninja's head, Obito and the others sensed impending danger. Earth style. Crumbling earth. White Zetsu slammed his hand into the ground, causing the earth to crack and cave in, instantly affecting Obito, Kakashi, and Lin within the hollow. Obito quickly hoisted Kakashi onto his back, and the trio burst forth from the collapsing tree. Lin, you take Kakashi and retreat. After entrusting Kakashi to Lin, Obito stood in front of them, commanding with a wave of his hand. Previously protected by Kakashi, he now possessed the strength to safeguard his companions. Obito, please be careful. Lin understood that with Kakashi incapacitated, she and he could not aid Obito and would only serve as targets for their enemies, causing him further trouble. After imparting her worried reminder, Lin helped Kakashi to retreat swiftly. Obito, you must survive, Kakashi urged solemnly as they departed. Don't worry, Kakashi, I am no longer the weak link. Obito did not look back, exhaling heavily while a confident smile graced his lips. White Zetsu's sole target was Obito, so he allowed Kakashi and Lin to flee. Once they had completely vanished, he launched a fierce attack on Obito. Come at me. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Obito shouted, feeling as though he were imbued with divine assistance, enabling him to release the fireball technique with remarkable ease and increased potency. Once I defeat this foe, I will seek out Kakashi and Lin, Obito mused. However, he was soon left battered and near death. The entire battle lasted a mere 10 minutes, with White Zetsu relentlessly overpowering Obito. His proud Sharingan failed to play a decisive role in the confrontation. This was a result of White Zetsu's amusement. Otherwise, it would have concluded even sooner. Oh, it seems I am still the weak link. I thought I had caught up to Kakashi. Ultimately, he did not confess his feelings to Lin, which left him with a sense of regret. As his vision darkened and his breathing grew faint, the last sight Obito beheld was the earth burying him. Oh dear. It seems I've gone too far. White Zetsu, sensing Obito's impending demise, was taken aback. He quickly unearthed Obito from the soil and transferred his chakra to stabilize his condition. Phew. If he dies, Madara will surely be furious. Wiping the sweat from his brow, White Zetsu dragged Obito's leg and sprinted toward their secret base, disregarding the jarring impact of Obito's head against the trees. Meanwhile, in a distant and secluded forest, Qiye opened his eyes, extending his perception to the utmost limit as he tracked White Zetsu from afar. The distance between Obito's battle with White Zetsu and the underground space where Madara resided was not great, and soon White Zetsu halted and gradually vanished into the earth. It appeared there might be a barrier or some other mechanism below that shielded the area from detection, making it impossible for Qiye to ascertain the situation underground. Nevertheless, this information sufficed, and without alarming the enemy, Qiye led his two companions away. They've left? Mingyu, who had readied for battle, appeared perplexed. It's a bit complicated to explain, but it's not yet our time to intervene, Qiye replied with a gentle smile. He was eager to confront Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, but necessary procedures must be followed first. Mingyu scratched his head, knowing Qiye was concocting some scheme, a matter he had no desire to delve into. As for Yinluo, who had unwavering faith in Qiye, he did not question his decisions. Since fighting was not required for the time being, Mingyu relaxed, popping a walnut into his mouth while asking, "So what do we do now?" "We follow Kakashi. His situation is the next act." Just then, as Qiye located Kakashi once more, the blonde-haired Minato Namikaze arrived on the scene. Upon learning of Obito's selfless sacrifice to protect his comrades, Minato rushed to provide support. But as the yellow flash, he inevitably arrived too late. When Minato reached the location, he could only see the remnants of the struggle and the dramatically altered terrain caused by the massive Earth-style jutsu. Obito ultimately sacrificed himself. Chapter 86. Kakashi's New Life Goals, Obito and Uchiha Madara's First Encounter. Obito. Upon hearing this news, Lin was instantly overcome with tears, collapsing to the ground as she wept. Kakashi, too, was left in a daze, his heart heavy with sorrow. Initially, he had been quite fond of this incompetent, always tardy, and often reckless individual. However, over time, Obito's resilient spirit of positivity and determination gradually influenced Kakashi. Particularly, when Kakashi learned that Obito was also an orphan yet embraced life with remarkable enthusiasm, he felt profoundly moved. In Minato's team, the gentle Rin, the warm-hearted Obitos, and the ever-caring Minato, despite his lack of expressive demeanor, gradually dismantled the walls around Kakashi's heart. Since the death of Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi had been deeply affected. If the encounter with the Seven Leaves had unveiled the truth to Kakashi, then Minato's team had gradually pulled him out of darkness. At this moment, the thought of never seeing that eternally smiling boy again felt as if Kakashi's heart was being torn apart. It was just as it had been before. With his father's suicide and Obito's sacrifice, he found himself stagnant, helplessly watching tragedies unfold. What must he do to change all of this, to transform the world? Kakashi, already troubled by dark thoughts, lifted his gaze to the silent Minato and the weeping Rin before him. This question, even Minato would likely not know the answer to. For some reason, Kakashi suddenly recalled the person who had once ensnared him in an illusion, providing him with information about his father's suicide. Would that individual possess the answer to this question? Kakashi, Rin, we must gather our spirits. Obito is the hero of the village. We should carry on his legacy and live tenaciously. For the village, for the fallen Obito. We must destroy the Kamui Bridge. As their emotions began to stabilize, Minato spoke to console them. The hero of the village? Kakashi's gaze flickered, his feelings complex. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such thoughts, instead focusing quietly on Rin as she wiped her tears. Obito, for you. I will take good care of Rin. I will protect her and ensure no one harms her. I promise. Kakashi clenched his fists, reaffirming his life's purpose. Just as Minato and the remaining team members began to redeploy and plan their tasks, Obito, who had been in a coma, gradually awakened. Where am I? Remembering the events that had transpired, Obito suddenly opened his eyes wide and sat up abruptly. It hurts. The sudden movement aggravated his wounds, and he let out a cry, then noticed that his body was wrapped in bandages, exposing only his eyes, nose, and mouth. You are awake, Uchiha clansman. A frail voice came from beside him. Obito quickly turned his head and saw an old man sitting at his bedside, one eye revealing the unmistakable Sharingan. Your eye. Old man, are you also of the Uchiha clan? Did you save me? Where is this? Looking at the old man, Obito's eyes filled with gratitude. Uchiha Madara replied expressionlessly, this is the crevice between the realm of the dead and the living. As for my identity, feel free to speculate. The crevice between the realm of the dead and the living? Obito was puzzled and turned his head to glance around, but the darkness obscured anything distant. Oh, it's pitch black here. By the way, old man, you aren't death or something, are you? Here to guide souls to another world? Ha ha, just joking. Obito laughed to himself, but suddenly his expression froze as he noticed a scythe beside Madara. Obito screamed in terror. Spare me. I don't want to die yet. I've done many good deeds since childhood. I'm a truly good person. You've got the wrong guy, Lord Death. It hurts. The sudden movement caused him to feel pain again. To feel pain means you are still alive. Madara looked at the comically panicked Obito and continued, however, it is truly a miracle that you survived. Your internal organs suffered severe trauma, many bones were shattered, and your back sustained extremely serious abrasions along with significant impact injuries. When I found you, you were on the brink of death. It's hard to imagine what kind of battle you endured and what tenacity fueled your will to survive. Hearing Madara's recounting, Obito recalled the formidable rock ninja who had tormented him mercilessly. However, during the fight, it seemed that the opponent had not targeted his back or head. Where did the abrasions on his back and the impact on his head come from? Though confused, Obito dismissed it, assuming that the injuries were a result of being buried under the massive earth techniques of the last rock ninja. Yet now, even the slightest movement sent pain shooting through his backside. Thus, Obito could only lie on his stomach, as both his back and rear were severely injured. Turning his head, he curiously asked, where did you find me? You were lying in the underground passage I dug, surrounded by hard dirt blocks. Thanks to your will to survive. I was able to save you, Madara replied, his expression unchanged. After all, I have a compelling reason to survive. Obito thought of a gentle figure and chuckled. Then, he turned to Madara and said, Old man, I'm truly grateful for your rescue. Madara regarded him. It is still too early for thanks. You will need to repay this debt. What should I do? Should I become your servant? Obito ventured to ask. Madara nodded. That would be acceptable. While I am thankful for your life-saving grace, I'm afraid I cannot stay here indefinitely. There is chaos outside, and my comrades are waiting for my return. After finally awakening the Sharingan, I can better protect Rin and Kakashi. If they can't find me, they must be worried sick. Obito lay on the bed, feeling troubled. Madara was unfazed and calmly replied, given your current condition, you will be unable to accomplish anything until your injuries are fully healed. Face the reality, this false world is replete with disappointments. Wherever there are people, there will be strength and weakness. Victors revel while the vanquished suffer. Hatred shifts, and true understanding between people is forever elusive. Chapter 87, Turmoil. At present, Obito could not comprehend Madara's words. He exclaimed, I don't understand what you're saying. But I must return to Rin, return to Kakashi. Old man, after the war ends, you should come back to Konoha with me. It is a harmonious and warm place where everyone is incredibly friendly. Madara's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, Konoha, a place filled with falsehoods and filth. Everything in this world is the same, even in light. There are shadows. The longer I live, the more I feel that reality is saturated with despair, pain, and loneliness. When people desperately pursue something, they must pay a price. Just as love must be guarded, hatred will inevitably arise alongside it. The existence of peace under egotism is fundamentally impossible, for one cannot satisfy everyone. Only by indulging in the illusory realm of the self can individuals discover their coveted desires. Uchiha Madara's lengthy discourse evoked not a shred of resonance within Obito. Instead, he lay on the bed, gesturing emphatically, exclaiming, Stop rambling. I do not wish to linger here for long. I have significant matters to attend to, and my future self is destined to become Hokage. I shall endeavor to bring peace to this world. Uchiha Madara remained unmoved, rising slowly to approach a distant chair. After taking a seat, he spoke. I am the soul of the Uchiha, Uchiha Madara. As for what you just mentioned, feel free to attempt it if you can. What nonsense is this? Madara is from an era long past. How could he possibly still be alive? Obito, unwilling to engage further with this somewhat deranged elder, despite feeling gratitude for being saved, had his own reasons for departing. With a cry, he struggled off the bed, transforming into a pupa, inching toward the exit. Agonizing pain coursed through his body, wounds tearing open, blood gradually soaking the bandages, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Uchiha Madara, supporting himself with his hands, observed him impassively, lost in thought. At that moment, two figures clad in white appeared before Obito, one of them stating, Obito, your injuries are not yet fully healed. And outside, there are stone ninjas everywhere. Who are you? Obito inquired, propped on the ground, his rear in the air, gazing up at them. We are white Zetsu, artificial beings. We are entirely self-sufficient, requiring neither food nor sleep. The one on the left appeared rather pleased. The one on the right advised. The two individuals you were previously with have already departed. I saw them with a blonde man, seemingly on a mission. Sitting in the background, Uchiha Madara interjected. White Zetsu is a product evolved from my power. Though their intelligence is limited, they possess exceptional reconnaissance abilities. Obito paused briefly, then exhaled in relief. If Minato-sensei has arrived, it indicates that Kakashi and Rin are safe. They must now believe I have sacrificed myself. Contemplating this, Obito felt a slight pang in his heart. Thus, you need not worry about others for now. If you wish to leave, at the very least, remain here and recover. Otherwise, you risk bringing disgrace upon the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara stated. Thank you, old man. Obito preferred to address him this way. Tilting his head, he suddenly noticed the blood-soaked bandages adorning his body, and he gasped, help. I've lost so much blood. Am I going to die? Fear not, fear not. With us around, it is not so easy to perish, White Zetsu reassured. Lifting Obito back onto the bed to tend to his wounds. During this time, focus on healing. White Zetsu will take care of you. After Uchiha Madara spoke, he vanished into the shadows. In the following period, Obito remained in this space, patiently recuperating and regaining his strength, while Uchiha Madara, who had blocked the exit, remained elusive. As time passed, the remaining 3 members of Minato's team, after intense preparations, successfully detonated the Kanabi Bridge, severing the supply line of the stone ninjas. With the mission accomplished, Minato prepared to support other battlefields, instructing Kakashi and Rin to return. If all went according to plan, the half-recovered Kakashi and Rin would be able to return to Konoha without incident. However, they encountered mist ninjas on their way, and Rin was captured once more. Meanwhile, the ever-looming presence of Shichai, akin to a war correspondent, remained unfazed. Where there was water, they fished. Where there was none, they slept or watched Mingyu perform feats of strength. With the small barrier set up by Yuluo, they could easily evade detection unless they ventured too close to the main force or masters like Minato. The information regarding the barrier was painstakingly collected by Shichai through the Peace Merchant Association, which spanned almost the entire ninja realm. Many once prosperous ninja clans, or minor nations, having been displaced, gradually lost their ancestral knowledge. Those who understood the value of such information were reluctant to sell it easily, yet in the face of dwindling fortunes, this knowledge became worthless in their hands, prompting them to exchange it for more tangible goods. It was akin to antique dealers in Shichai's past life, who ventured into the mountains to seek treasures. Through deliberate efforts, Shichai and his companions amassed a wealth of invaluable data, encompassing not only barrier techniques, but various scientific innovations, including fragments of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Among their findings was also a partial record of the diamond lock. Shichai retained this information, intending to present it to Nagato in due course. Rin is so unfortunate, always the one getting captured. Under Shichai's screening mode, upon witnessing Rin's abduction once more, Yuluo couldn't help but lament. The last time, she had been seized immediately after the battle with the stone ninjas, and now, once again, after a skirmish with the mist ninjas. Indeed, lacking sufficient strength made one an easy target. Shichai spoke candidly. Yuluo handed over a cup of brewed tea, suddenly curious. In our little team, who do you think is the most likely to become a target? No sooner had he spoken than Mingyu, who had been doing push-ups with a carrot in his mouth, abruptly froze. Tears streamed down his face, and his movements accelerated exponentially. Witnessing this scene, Shichai could only facepalm in exasperation, muttering, Mingyu, there is no need to consume more carrots. We have invested substantial resources into a remedy that will alleviate eye strain and enhance visual capabilities, soon to be in production. Moreover, it's important to balance work and rest. Come over and have some tea. Chapter 88. The rain continues to fall. Are you afraid in your heart? Mingyu wore a dazed expression, allowing sweat to trickle down his bronzed skin, repeatedly muttering, I do not want to be a target. I do not want to be a target. With the teacup raised, Shichai found himself at a loss for words. Setting it down as he pondered whether he had placed too much pressure on Mingyu. Perhaps he should find him a sister? A thought surfaced in Qiye's mind, particularly after observing Nagato, who had been accompanying Yetsong on recent missions. This lad appeared significantly more cheerful than before, and astonishingly, he had even learned to groom himself. His hair was washed daily, unlike Mingyu, who would go days without a wash during his training. He wouldn't even shower, claiming that what hair would need to be dried before sleep, a tedious and time-consuming excuse. If one simply bathed, they could dry off and go to bed immediately. Qiye found this reasoning quite astonishing. Is that it? No wonder he scratches his head incessantly. While this obsessive training method undoubtedly leads to strength over time, Qiye was somewhat concerned that Mingyu's habitual scratching might leave him bald as well. This simply wouldn't do. For Mingyu's future, Qiye felt compelled to devise a solution. Meanwhile, Kakashi, utilizing summoning techniques, called upon the Inuzuka clan, allowing the ninja dog Pakin to track Rin's sent to the Mist Ninja stronghold. How adorable! Upon seeing the 8 different breeds of dogs, Yinlu's eyes gleamed with delight. With the assistance of the ninja dogs and the Mist Ninja's deliberate leniency, Kakashi successfully rescued Rin and dispelled the genjutsu that had ensnared her. The ninja dogs led away a multitude of Mist Ninjas, enabling Kakashi and Rin to flee toward the Leaf Village. Along the way, Rin furrowed her brows. Kakashi, something feels amiss. What do you mean? Kakashi asked, glancing back as they ran. Rin placed a hand on her abdomen. I can't quite articulate it, but I sense another being within me. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Don't run. Just then, a Mist Ninja caught up from behind, while another approached head-on. Kakashi, disregarding all else, shouted, push through. He dispatched the obstructing Mist Ninja and continued to flee with Rin. When I was captured by the Mist Ninjas, they deprived me of consciousness. It seemed they performed some type of jutsu, injecting something into my body, Rin recalled. Her expression troubled. Suddenly, her face changed, and an image of the 3 tails flashed in her mind. Kakashi, I cannot return to the leaf. There is a monster inside me. You must kill me. What are you saying? I promise to protect you. I will take care of you for Obito. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Once we return to the village, we will find a solution. I will hold them off. You must escape. As he spoke, he turned to intercept the approaching Mist Ninjas. No, Kakashi. I have been exploited. If I return, the village will be destroyed. Rin too turned back, desperate. She had contemplated suicide, yet for reasons unknown. Though she harbored such thoughts, she could not compel her body to act. The surrounding Mist Ninjas, needing Rin to execute their plan, would naturally not attack her. Therefore, the only way for Rin to achieve her wish of perishing was through Kakashi's assistance. From above, rain began to pour heavily, creating a curtain that blurred the vision of those nearby. At that moment, not far from the riverbank, Yinlu fixated intently on the 2 screens Qiye had conjured, featuring Kakashi and Rin as the protagonists. She munched on popcorn and sipped a cold drink, resembling a girl engrossed in a drama. Mingyu remained absorbed in his training, while Qiye, fishing with a rod by the rippling river, enjoyed a cup of fragrant tea that emitted gentle steam. No amount of rain could disrupt their trio. As Kakashi and Rin faced peril, in the shadowy depths below, Obito engaged in training. Under the care of White Zetsu, his injuries healed rapidly, and he could now walk freely. Obito primarily sought to adapt to the changes while in his 3-tomo state. Suddenly, a White Zetsu head emerged from the wall. I just went out and saw Kakashi and Rin surrounded. A significant number of mist ninjas are attacking them. What? Obito's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he dashed toward the blocked exit. Huh. He struck the earthen wall with a heavy fist. But even as his right hand cracked with force, it merely left a dent in the wall. Alone, Obito could only hope to escape, but at that speed. He would likely arrive too late to help Kakashi. Use my power. At that moment, Vortex White Zetsu appeared behind Obito and merged with him. Thank you, White Zetsu. Obito expressed his heartfelt gratitude before leaping and smashing through the wall before him. He dashed forth with utmost speed, hastily grabbing a piece of clothing that had been hanging on the wall as he sped toward the direction White Zetsu indicated. Rin, Kakashi, hold on. I'm coming. Obito felt a sense of urgency, an ominous premonition growing as he noticed the rain surrounding him. Splash. By the riverbank, Qiye's fishing hook snagged a lively, wriggling fish. The long-awaited protagonists finally made their entrance, and Qiye discreetly sensed the presence of two individuals, Vortex White Zetsu and Uchiha Obito. With only these two, there should be no risk of exposure. Just as Obito arrived, Yinlu's screens transformed into three. Obito, I sensed someone spying just now. But it seemed like a mere illusion, the White Zetsu possessing Obito conveyed. However, at that moment, Obito was wholly focused on the uncertain fates of Rin and Kakashi, completely disregarding White Zetsu's words. Feeling ignored, White Zetsu grew bored and ceased speaking. Before long, Obito reached the site of the battle. Amidst the rain obscuring visibility, he spotted a striking flash of lightning not far away. Chidori. It's Kakashi. They must be all right. Just as Obito felt a moment of relief and quickened his pace, an unforgettable scene unfolded before him. That iconic lightning was indeed Kakashi's Chidori, but the one pierced through was Rin. Kakashi had killed Rin. In an instant, Obito stood frozen, his mind blank. Kakashi, I'm sorry, but I must find Obito now. You must live, Kakashi. Rin's lips bled as she spoke. Yet her face bore a gentle smile before she slowly collapsed to the ground. This was the scene centered around Obito. Chapter 89, Kakashi's Descent into Hell. Kakashi. Do not grieve. This is the best outcome. You must live. Rin's brilliance faded from her eyes as she gradually fell to the ground. This was the scene with Rin as the focal point. In the scene with Kakashi as the protagonist, Rin's chest was completely pierced, creating a gaping void. Kakashi. You are too weak. You cannot change anything. Despite your resolve to protect me for Obito, I still died. Did I not? Just like your father's demise. Obito's sacrifice and my death at your hands. Live with this regret. In the many years to come, you will face such tragedies again. As Rin's breath waned, her face wore an eerie smile, and she slowly descended. No. How could this happen? Have I not already ascended to the rank of Jonin? Why am I still so feeble? Kakashi's mental realm crumbled, and he fainted instantly. Perhaps eons had passed, when a crisp sound of water droplets echoed in Kakashi's ears. Where is this? He opened his eyes, gazing in bewilderment at the blood-red expanse surrounding him. The desolation felt cold and lifeless, as if no entity existed here. He recalled battling in the land of mist, where he had accidentally taken Rin's life. Have I also perished? Is this the realm of the dead? A pang of guilt struck Kakashi's heart. He felt no sorrow for his own demise, but the failure to protect Rin for Obito weighed heavily upon him. Move quickly. A commanding voice echoed from ahead. In this barren land, devoid of any cover, Kakashi instinctively dropped to the ground, crawling towards a high ridge. Peering down, he beheld peculiar ninjas clad in Uchiha uniforms, yet possessing the heads of bulls and horses. Just as confusion settled in, Kakashi caught sight of three familiar figures ahead, his father, Obito, and Rin. Shock coursed through him as he noticed their disheveled appearances, their expressions hollow, shackled and being led forward. Wait. Kakashi could no longer contain himself and sprang from his hiding place, pursuing them. Where are you taking my father, Obito, and Rin? Uncertain of the identities of these strange ninjas, he cautiously inquired. The escorting party halted, and one of the bull-headed Uchiha turned to him. Ah, Kakashi. You performed admirably on your mission. After judgment, you may ascend to heaven. A brilliant light erupted, revealing a resplendent staircase extending towards the heavens, its luminescence providing a stark contrast to the desolate crimson landscape. And them? The bull-headed Uchiha pointed towards Tsukumo Hatake and the others, pausing dramatically. They have sinned. They are all guilty. Only hell awaits them. With a thunderous roar, a wretched village appeared before Kakashi, plagued with filth, scattered bones, and filled with wails of agony. Through the entrance, he glimpsed bloodied objects and scenes beyond his comprehension. Monkeys clad in the Yamanaka clan's attire wielded butcher knives and chains, dispatching helpless souls. Others, draped in the Shimizu clan's garb, gouged out the eyes of kneeling victims. Two emaciated figures, resembling grotesque monsters, sat atop a towering mound of bones, ravenously gnawing on bloodied remnants. Among the tormented souls, Kakashi recognized many fallen ninjas from Konoha. Countless similar horrors unfolded before his eyes, but he could bear no more. Kneeling, he implored, "Do not send my father, Obito, and Rin to hell. They have committed no transgressions. I am the one who should suffer. I failed to restore my father's honor. I could not save Obito, and I took Rin's life with my own hands. Take me instead. Spare them." Ha ha. The bull-headed Uchiha laughed heartily. "You are mistaken, Kakashi. As a ninja, your father's duty was paramount. Yet, he abandoned his mission. This is one sin. Unable to withstand pressure, he took his own life, depriving the village of a formidable warrior. This is another sin. As for Obito, his lack of strength wasted time on the elderly, nearly jeopardizing the village's mission. This too is a grave sin. And Rin, she was exploited by the mist, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, almost bringing untold disaster to the village. Conversely, you, Kakashi, with commendable strength and diligence in your tasks, even resolved the issue of Rin, thus mitigating losses for the village. Realization dawned on Kakashi. Rin's earlier words about harboring another entity referred to the Three Tails. No, that's not how it was. He began to argue, but Rin interrupted. Enough, Kakashi. There is no need to speak further. We have been judged, and you cannot alter this outcome. Tsukumo Hatake added, Kakashi, go to heaven. You do not belong here. Obito remained silent, staring despondently at the ground, devoid of his former vigor. As the escorting party resumed its march, Kakashi sank to his knees, grasping his hair. His expression contorted in anguish. Rin's final words echoed incessantly in his mind. You cannot change this. You cannot change this. This. No. Kakashi bellowed at the heavens, striking himself with a fist. I can change this. Rising from the ground, his gaze hardened as he charged towards the escorting party. In an instant, two guards were toppled as they reacted. But the bull-headed Uchiha leader quickly organized a defense. One team, continue onwards, hastened to deliver the criminals to hell. The other team, intercept him. In a moment, the escorting party split into two teams, one hastening towards hell, while the other advanced towards Kakashi. Their strength proved formidable and without a weapon. Kakashi soon found himself impeded. If only I had my father's short sword. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt something materialize on his back. Without needing to glance back, he recognized it as his father's short sword. Ah, so it can manifest weapons according to my will? Enlightenment surged through Kakashi, and he summoned shuriken and kunai, producing a pouch of ninja tools at his side. Armed now, his prowess soared, swiftly dispatching the obstacles before him. Chapter 90. The weak have no right to sit at the negotiation table. Once all adversaries had perished, a gleaming golden chest appeared before Kakashi. Compelled, he approached and opened it, enlightenment flooding his senses. The 8 gates. I can now unlock the third gate, though the circumstances remained unclear, observing the escorting party nearing hell. Kakashi declared, 8th gate of the 8 gates, open. A pale purple aura enveloped him. Kakashi surged forth like the wind, quickly catching up to the escorting team at the entrance of hell. Stop him. At that moment, figures adorned in Anbu and rude attire emerged, whom Kakashi could only liken to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. These Anbu were formidable, and despite the aid of the 8 gates, Kakashi found himself in a fierce struggle. Yet, his resolve remained unwavering. He was determined to rescue his father, Obito, and Rin from the clutches of hell. With this conviction, Kakashi ultimately vanquished the hellish Anbu. But the escorting party had vanished. The golden chest appeared once more, and upon opening it, he discovered the lightning release chakra mode and a technique named Lightning One Instant. Similar to the previous 8 gates of heaven, Kakashi instinctively mastered these two abilities. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes, as he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, despite being a jonin. However, this was not the time for lamentation. Having lost the trail of the escorting team, Kakashi had no choice but to seek alternative methods. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to employ the summoning technique. He wondered if Pakken could be summoned here. With a loud bang, a wisp of white smoke dissipated, revealing a skeletal dog before Kakashi. Do not worry, Kakashi. Even in this form, I can assist you in locating your target. The Nin dog Pakken raised his right paw in greeting. Kakashi gazed at him with concern, then shook his head and inquired, can you still sense the presence of Obito and Rin? Do not underestimate me, Kakashi. Pakken's skeletal head moved slightly, as if sniffing the air for their scent, before he darted ahead. Follow me. Kakashi immediately kept pace with him. Together, man and dog raced through a scene that could drive anyone to the brink of despair. Before long, Kakashi caught up with the escort team ahead. Suddenly, two figures appeared before him. One was Saratobi Hiruzen, wielding an iron staff and wearing a gentle smile, while the other was Danzo, his gaze dark and clad in combat attire. Kakashi, turn back. You cannot proceed any further. Hiruzen spoke first. Kakashi quickly responded, Hokage-sama. What is this place? Why are you here? Where will my father, Obito, and Rin be taken? This is hell, Hiruzen replied with a kind smile. Hell. Kakashi tightened his grip on the short sword in his hand, struggling to comprehend the ordeal he was enduring. If reclaiming his loved ones necessitated slaying Hokage-sama and Elder Shimura, then he would embrace battle. His facial muscles twisted in determination as Kakashi, like a flash of lightning, transformed into a violet shadow and engaged the two in combat. After a grueling struggle, having lost his right hand and sustained numerous injuries, Kakashi succeeded in eliminating both Hiruzen and Danzo. He slowly crawled along the ground, reaching the building where the escort team had vanished. Pushing open the door, he found that what awaited him was not a mountain of blades or a cauldron of boiling oil. There was no trace of the escort team, nor of Kakashi's father, Obito, or Rin. Only Shikaka sat leisurely on a tatami mat, holding a steaming cup of tea. Congratulations on passing the test, Kakashi. Come, have a cup of tea. Qiye extended his hand, and instantly, another cup of tea appeared on the coffee table, while Kakashi's condition reverted to its original state. It's you. Despite the passage of many years, Kakashi immediately recognized the figure before him, the very rain ninja who had ensnared him in an illusion outside the hidden leaf village, allowing him to witness the tragic demise of his father. However, Qiye now stood much taller than before and was devoid of the mask and the rain ninja forehead protector, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Gazing upon this face, Kakashi sensed that the individual's age did not differ significantly from his own. So, is all of this merely an illusion? With a stern expression, Kakashi stepped into the room, only to realize that this was his own home, the very room he had not entered since his father's tragic death. Is it not obvious? Have you ever seen Uchiha with the head of an ox? The gentle breeze stirred the tea leaves as she took a sip and continued, however. As I have previously mentioned to you, although I govern this illusory realm, the evolution within it predominantly arises from your consciousness, should I choose to remain merely an observer. Kakashi's expression hardened. He intended to draw his sword, only to realize it was no longer there. He could only exclaim, Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in fixating on me? Is Rin still alive? You must comprehend one crucial matter. Qiye gazed at him with indifference, stating, The weak are unworthy of the negotiating table, nor do they deserve to know the truth. I have placed something in your home, specifically in the cabinet of the room where your father once took his own life. Should you be intrigued, I suggest you take a look. Let me remind you once more, promises are a torment. If your strength is insufficient, do not make promises lightly. Once a promise is made, one must exert every effort to fulfill it. As Qiye's words echoed, Kakashi felt his vision uncontrollably blur. He extended his hand, yearning to inquire further. Yet his head grew increasingly heavy. Kakashi. Time was a blur, but eventually, a somewhat indistinct voice broke through to Kakashi's ears. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld the close-up visage of Guy, his lips pursed in concern. Somehow finding the strength, Kakashi used all his limbs to hastily retreat. Kakashi, you have finally awakened. I was about to perform artificial respiration, Guy exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Turning his gaze around, Kakashi then realized he lay within a dense thicket, the warm sunlight bathing him. Alongside Guy were several leaf ninjas, including Noara Kakashi, Ebisu, and the still unconscious Rin. Recalling the events that had transpired, Kakashi rushed towards Rin. Rin, how is she? Do not worry, Kakashi. Rin is fine, merely unconscious, a leaf ninja reassured him. Kneeling beside Rin, Kakashi surveyed her in scathed form, allowing himself to relax fully. It appeared that when his Chidori had struck Rin, he had already been ensnared in an illusion. Fortunately, all of it was but a fabrication. In that moment, Kakashi felt an immense gratitude towards Qiye. Reflecting on Rin's words within the illusion, Kakashi's expression grew serious as he stood resolutely. Guy, we must hasten back to Konoha. On their journey home, Kakashi summoned Pakken using the summoning technique. Is there something you need, Kakashi? Pakken inquired, lifting his chubby paw to greet him. Seeing Pakken in his usual form, Kakashi felt a slight relief and said, Pakken, please guide us back to Konoha. Pakken tilted his head, puzzled by the redundancy of the request, yet he bore no complaint and began to lead the way. The scene rewinds to the moment Obito appeared on the battlefield, as Mingyu carried the unconscious Rin back to Qiye's side. You have worked hard, Qiye smiled at Mingyu, stowing away the fishing gear. He then lifted the hem of Rin's garment, revealing her smooth, pale abdomen, with his right hand open. 5 spheres of chakra materialized at Qiye's fingertips, each representing a distinct elemental attribute. 5-element seal. Boom. With swift precision, the fingers of Qiye pressed against Lin's abdomen, forming a circle adorned with arcane symbols. Consequently, the restless Sanwei within her could only be compelled to settle, at least for the time being, should there be no external disturbances to provoke its upheaval. Qiye also took the opportunity to dismantle the technique that Uchiha Madara had inscribed upon Rin's heart, rendering its original effect null and void. The pain caused Rin to murmur in her unconscious state, her body curling slightly in response. Crack. Qiye held the latest modified camera from the research center and took a full-body photograph of Lin, immediately printing it afterward. Once this was accomplished, Yunlu swiftly pulled down Lin's clothing to cover her exposed abdomen. Mingyu once again lifted Lin and, in accordance with Qiye's request, placed her in a location facing Konoha, away from the battlefield. He then returned to the battlefield to carry the unconscious Kakashi to the same spot. Qiye, why do you wish to deliver a tailed beast to Konoha? Yunlu inquired, perplexed by Qiye's actions. According to their prior strategy, Konoha, being a prominent hidden village, should have posed the greatest resistance. Why would they bolster the enemy's strength? Qiye smiled faintly, saying it is merely stored there. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. Undermining the enemy from within is not without merit. Meanwhile, on the other side, under the influence of the illusionary world, Obito's Sharingan swiftly evolved from a pair of 3 tomo into a kaleidoscope, devastating all the mist ninjas. The carnage was overwhelming, with blood raining down like a tempest. When Obito finally awakened, he found himself utterly alone. Lin's body and Kakashi had vanished, presumably taken by Kakashi. As Obito pondered this, he sensed something amiss in his surroundings, though he could not articulate what it was, merely feeling it instinctively. However, after losing Lin, his heart had become a void, and he wished to avoid such thoughts. Kneeling upon the ground, he gazed into the reflection within the blood, murmuring, "So, I am in hell." It is uncertain how long he remained in this daze before he staggered to his feet, unsteadily making his way towards the location where Madara was concealed. Behind him trailed the 3 conspirators of Qiye. Upon returning to their hideout, ripples stirred within Obito's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Madara, I comprehend your words now. This world is false, erroneous. I shall create a world with Lin. Prior to this, while healing, Madara had shared his vision with Obito to employ an immensely powerful illusion that would transport all of humanity into a blissful realm devoid of conflict and tragedy. Previously, Obito had scorned such a fictitious world, yet now he embraced the notion. After all, for him, this world without Lin was the true illusion. Hee. With us by your side, your aspirations shall surely come to fruition, exclaimed the liberated White Zetsu, brimming with enthusiasm. Just then, a cold snort emerged from the shadows. Foolish White Zetsu, do you not notice the followers at your back? With Black Zetsu's voice echoing, White Zetsu scratched his head. Oh, it seems someone has indeed followed us. Their speed is remarkable, perhaps only 200 meters away. Boom. As White Zetsu's words faded, the outer wall shattered, and 3 figures burst through. Earth style? Hardening technique. Mingyu swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the ninjutsu he had diligently practiced during this time. With the substantial consumption of chakra, the underground space instantly became as solid as steel. Observing the evident premeditated approach of their adversaries, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu exchanged glances of surprise, never expecting visitors in such a secluded place. Rising slowly from his distant position, Uchiha Madara emanated an exceedingly terrifying aura. His gaze icy as he addressed the 3. Do you wish to dance? It was hard to fathom that Madara could possess such a formidable presence at this age. All were momentarily stunned. Even Obito, who stood silently in the background, felt a flicker of emotion. Suddenly, a blue figure flashed past, crackling with electricity. In an instant, Madara's head flew high, having uttered a few lines before meeting his demise. Lord Madara. White Zetsu stood frozen in place. With a resounding command, Qiye shouted, "Attack." Yunluo settled into a seated position, extending his hand to conjure a barrier. This barrier served a purpose akin to Mingyu's hardening of the walls, designed to prevent those within from escaping easily. At this moment, Mingyu stood before Yuluo, tasked with safeguarding him as he maintained the barrier, while Qiye took the role of the primary assailant. Boom. With a single breath, Qiye unleashed a devastating blow that obliterated Uchiha Obito, and then charged towards the swirling White Zetsu, swiftly dismembering him into fragments. Although the aged Uchiha Obito possessed little combat prowess, the strength of the swirling White Zetsu was formidable and required immediate neutralization. Meanwhile, the elusive Black Zetsu, concealed in the shadows, had also commenced his assault. His initial intent was to ensnare Qiye using yin-yang release, but as soon as the yin chakra made contact with Qiye, it disintegrated instantaneously. This peculiar occurrence widened Black Zetz's eyes in alarm, prompting a sense of foreboding. "Who on earth are you? Could you be a descendant of the Yutsuan?" he bellowed. Already contemplating retreat, he recognized that his abilities paled in comparison to those of his two brothers. The emergence of someone who was impervious to yin-yang release raised the troubling possibility that his presence had been detected. In light of this realization, Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, channeling a portion of his chakra and vitality towards his lower body. Qiye paid no heed to him. As he alternated between fire and lightning chakra on the metal-forged ninja blade, launching a torrential assault on Kuroji. Although Kuroji refrained from counterattacking, he exhibited remarkable resilience. However, he could not endure for long. With a pained scream, he was cleaved to the ground by Qiye, transforming into a puddle of black, viscous substance. In order to eliminate future threats, Qiye utilized fire release to incinerate the three corpses entirely, ensuring that even the remnants of ash were washed into the crevices of the earth using water release. Chapter 92. Obito's romantic game journey. Upon completing these tasks, Qiye meticulously surveyed his surroundings. It appeared that all was in order. Apart from Obito, there were no other foreign presences. However, Madara was somewhat exceptional, possessing the godlike ability of Izanagi, which could be activated with a delay. Qiye was uncertain whether the opponent could still employ it once the bodies had turned to ash. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he set traps in this space, laying down thousands of explosive tags. Should anyone else appear, this place would erupt in an explosion. Even if the aged Madara were to revive using Izanagi, he would be rendered nearly incapacitated, unable to take any action. With a sigh of relief after finishing his tasks, Qiye turned to look at Obito, who wore a grim expression, his demeanor cold and seemingly indifferent to the events that had transpired. Noticing Qiye's gaze upon him, Obito remained silent, his form beginning to shimmer and distort. With Madara's demise, any collaboration between the two was rendered impossible. As for Qiye, Obito had no intention of engaging him in battle at the moment. His current desire was to uncover the truth behind Rin's death. Before departing, "Why not take a look at this photograph?" Qiye smiled, casually producing a photograph and tossing it to him. Obito furrowed his brow, puzzled by Chiye's intentions. However, upon discerning the content of the photograph, his fists clenched tightly, his expression shifting drastically. The image depicted Rin with her eyes closed, brow furrowed, her body slightly curled, and the hem of her top lifted, revealing a circle of sealing techniques etched onto her abdomen. Obito, prepared to leave, abruptly halted, his gaze icy as he regarded Qiye. "What is this? There is no need to regard me with such eyes. This photograph was taken not long ago, to be precise. It was captured at the moment you witnessed Rin being slain by Kakashi, consumed by impotent fury." Qiye smiled faintly as she gestured to Yoluo, indicating that the barrier could be lifted. But where was Lin? What had transpired with her? Obito, filled with rage, was unwilling to engage in further conversation with Qiye. With kunai in hand, he charged forward with great speed. His eyes, now a kaleidoscope of power, revealed a strength that surpassed his original prowess in the narrative. However, one must remember that progress is achieved step by step, having just acquired the kaleidoscope. His previous ability to dominate the Mist Ninjas largely depended on the contributions of Uzumaki Kagaya. Prior to this, Obito had merely been a lowly chunin. Qiye sheathed his, standing calmly in place. As Obito charged towards him, he swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful right punch aimed at Obito's temple. However, this strike proved futile, as Obito, who could utilize Kamui to become intangible, effortlessly passed through Qiye's fist. Subsequently, he tightened his grip on a kunai, thrusting it toward Qiye's abdomen. This bizarre scene left the onlookers, Yunluo and Mingyu, slightly astonished yet entirely unperturbed. In an instant, Qiye seized Obito's wrist, only for Obito to become intangible once more. Their figures intertwined as Obito pivoted, hurling the kunai while rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The searing flames distorted the air, creating rippling waves akin to water. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing these ripples, Obito felt an unsettling dissonance, a sense of disorientation. He abruptly turned to glance at Yunluo and Mingyu, only to find them leisurely enjoying popcorn and walnuts. How could they appear so utterly relaxed? While astonishment surged within him, Obito's anger intensified. With a swift motion, Qiye darted out from the side, escaping the flames. Simultaneously, Obito's left eye's Sharingan began to rotate. as he resolved to impart a profound lesson to his adversary. Kamui. Space warped, a tearing force acting upon Qiye. Yet, in a flash, purple lightning surged, and Qiye's figure vanished from Obito's line of sight. Astonishingly swift, Obito's pupils constricted. He had not perceived this speed while merely observing, but now, facing his opponent directly, he realized Qiye's velocity was extraordinarily astounding. The sound of slicing wind and crackling thunder resonated beside him as Obito became intangible once more. And in the instant Qiye passed through, his kunai struck the opponent's body. Success! A satisfied smile crept across Obito's lips. Blood spilled forth. Yet the figure crumpling to the ground was not Qiye, but that of a slender woman. Rin, despite her prostrate form. The familiar attire and hairstyle allowed Obito to instantly recognize her identity, his eyes widening in disbelief. Rin. A furious shout erupted from the side as Kakashi, bearing a short blade, rushed over and cradled Rin in his arms, then bellowed at Obito, "It was you. You killed Rin. The murderer of Rin is you." Kakashi. Obito's expression darkened with rage, but he soon grasped the reality of the situation. This was an illusion. The pinwheel of his Sharingan accelerated, and the world before him shattered like a mirror. In an instant, the dim underground space vanished entirely. Warm sunlight bathed him, and a gentle breeze caressed his skin, instilling a sense of profound comfort. So this is still within an illusion, he mused. Such a potent genjutsu that even the Sharingan could not evade its grasp. Obito lifted his gaze, squinting at the sun. Despite knowing it was an illusion, everything around him felt strikingly real. Were it not for the occasional discordant feedback from the Sharingan, he would have wholly believed this reality to be genuine. Madara had once spoken of a world to be created. Could it be akin to this? Or perhaps those three individuals were merely Madara's accomplices, embroiled in an internal conflict. It might not even be a conflict, but rather an experiment to assess the strength of this genjutsu, suggesting that he had already succumbed to this illusion the moment he entered the subterranean space. As Obito's mind raced with possibilities and he deduced that his adversary would not harm him for the time being, he composed himself, resolved to explore this realm. He too yearned to comprehend the world that Madara had envisioned. Just as he moved to experience the world Qiye had crafted, the scene before him shifted once more. Obito found himself drifting uncontrollably into a house. This is Kakashi's home. His gaze wandered, and he offered no resistance, allowing his form to glide through walls until he arrived at a particular room. On the bed, Kakashi lay in slumber. As Obito pondered this bizarre turn of events, an unfamiliar light screen hovered above Kakashi, displaying a few lines of text. Name: Hataki Kakashi Ninjutsu Potential, a Taijutsu Potential, Bijinjutsu Potential. See description: a prodigious youth of the Hataki clan, though still a child. He has already begun to gain notoriety, currently admired by his classmate, Rin Noera. What is this? Obito furrowed his brow, the information before him extending beyond his previous understanding. He sensed that Qiye was engaging in something remarkably novel. The light screen gradually faded, and simultaneously, Obito heard Qiye's voice, akin to a narrative. As the underachiever of the Uchiha clan, you inevitably found yourself enamored with the gentle, kind, and charming girl, Rin Noera. Yet, the sentiments of youth often mirror poetry. Unacquainted with the essence of love, Rin, like many young girls, yearned for the tales woven in verses, easily developing affections for those who exude strength and independence. Rin's burgeoning feelings for him were well known to Kakashi, but he dedicated all his efforts to enhancing his strength, harboring no romantic inclinations toward her. Thus, they established a pact. If, within 30 days, before Kakashi's early graduation, Rin had not altered her feelings, they would be together. The narration of Qiye concludes, and Obito suddenly awakens, only to find himself lying on his bed at home, reverted to the age he was during his time at the Ninja Academy. How intriguing. This means I have 30 days to alter Rin's feelings towards Kakashi, or rather, to make Rin fall for me. Obito throws off the covers and sits up, pondering. This game-like sensation stirs a slight excitement within him, as he is merely 13 years old. If there exists someone akin to Qiye, it would be evident that this resembles a romance game. After dressing, the narration of Qiye echoes in his ears once more. He mentally recites that pressing C allows him to view personal attributes. B opens the virtual backpack, and with sufficient space in the backpack, all items can be stored within. He can check tasks by reciting F and view the affinity with different characters by reciting R. After attentively absorbing the narration, Obito carefully commits these details to memory and then attempts to recite C. A luminous screen appears, akin to the one he saw in Kakashi's room, detailing his information. Name: Uchiha Obito Ninjutsu Potential. See taijutsu potential. See genjutsu potential. See introduction. The underachiever of the Uchiha clan, characterized by a carefree disposition, eager to assist others, and harboring affection for his classmate, Rin Noara, yet too fearful to express his feelings for fear of losing even their friendship. How infuriating. Why are my stats so inferior to that fool Kakashi's? And what is this introduction? Gradually becoming engrossed, Obito seems to forget many things. He closes the personal attributes and experiments with the other functions. Currently, his relationship with Rin stands at ordinary classmates 55, while with Kakashi it is also ordinary classmates 47. Upon opening the door, several options materialize before him. 1. Train. 2. Go to Ninja Academy. 3. Stroll through Konoha streets. 4. Visit the Konoha forest. If he does not make a selection, it appears he cannot proceed. Contemplating these options, Obito ultimately chooses 2, eager to see Rin. As darkness envelopes him, light reemerges. And when Obito regains clarity, he finds himself in an empty classroom at the Ninja Academy. Hint: the Ninja Academy is generally deserted in the afternoons. Students and teachers are present primarily in the morning. During early morning, dusk, and midnight, the premises are usually vacant. Each class consumes a time slot, and through interaction, one can enhance or diminish affinity with various characters. Do you wish to fast forward to the next time slot? Oh, I see. Obito understands and opts to fast forward. The scene flashes, and the once empty classroom is suddenly filled with students. Kakashi, Rin, Yugao, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi. Seeing their younger selves evokes a powerful sense of nostalgia. And he excitedly approaches Rin. Rin, I've missed you so much. You have no idea. Before he can finish, he falters, stunned. For at this moment, a notification sounds in his ears. Due to your abruptness, Rin's affinity has decreased by 2, bringing your relationship to ordinary classmates. 53. Obito, is something the matter? Rin smiles at him, her expression radiating warmth. Although she appears unperturbed, the notification informs Obito that he has slightly diminished her regard. It's nothing. Obito scratches his head awkwardly. Rin, don't pay attention to this underachiever. A nearby girl tugs at Rin, her face alight with excitement. I saw Kakashi yesterday. And upon hearing this, Obito feels indifferent. His thoughts instead drift to whether he once spoke to Rin in a way that made her uncomfortable. Just as he had now. After class, Obito can choose to continue with afternoon lessons, return home, go shopping, visit the forest, or train. Ultimately, he chooses to continue attending classes. As evening descends, the school becomes desolate once more. Today at the Ninja Academy concludes with Obito having reduced his affinity with Rin by 2 points. Following this, he strolls through Konoha streets, helping an elderly woman carry rice to her second floor, and soon, twilight has passed. In an instant, the streets are shrouded in darkness, prompting Obito to return home for the night. On the following day, instead of going to the Ninja Academy, he opts for option 1, to train. Each training session consumes a time slot, and training randomly enhances his ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu potential. Upon receiving this information, Obito's interest peaks. If he becomes stronger, surely Rin would come to admire him. Every day consists of morning, afternoon, evening, and late night segments, and for a full fortnight, Obito dedicates himself to training. This training is remarkably simple. Upon making a selection, he can instantly witness tangible improvements. Through relentless effort, Obito ultimately elevates his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu to S level. Now, he stands as the strongest in the class, even prompting Kakashi to humbly seek his training methods, while other girls are utterly smitten by him. Yet, the only girl who captures Obito's attention, Rin, remains indifferent, even growing closer to Kakashi. Through careful observation, he discerns that after losing his title as the class's top student, Kakashi has begun to show interest in the girls around him. Perhaps the label of genius carries immense pressure for Kakashi, compelling him to strive forward. Yet now, a new prodigy has emerged, Uchiha Obito. With the halo of genius removed, Kakashi appears considerably more relaxed, redirecting his focus towards those nearby. Consequently, their bond strengthens, with Rin often preparing lunch for Kakashi during his training sessions, accompanying him. In the final half-month, regardless of Obito's attempts to mend the situation, he can only watch helplessly as his affinity with Rin and Kakashi continues to dwindle. Day 30, Conclusion. Chapter 94, Obito's journey through the romance game, and before him. The scene ripples like water, and Obito finds himself at the wedding of the one he loves. The atmosphere is vibrant, With the stunning Rin Noara and Kakashi Hitaki adorned in wedding attire, surrounded by friends and family offering their congratulations, dressed in the Hokage's ceremonial robes. Obito can only stare blankly at the scene, a bitter ache piercing his heart. If only I had been accomplished and not timid in my youth, understanding what is precious. Those beautiful dreams would not have left me with a lifetime of regret. If only I had known when to advance and retreat. I would not have let you suffer in my stead. At the wedding, drink a few more cups with your current partner. A song whose origin is unknown resonates in Obito's ears. It is a melody he has never encountered before, feeling peculiar and intensifying the sorrow within his heart. Congratulations on unlocking the bad ending. Mutual love. The gallery has been unlocked. You may view the CG recollections in the frame on the cabinet. If you are dissatisfied with this ending, you may start anew. Obito stands in his room, Qiye's narration echoing beside him. He turns numbly, a look of confusion on his face, gazing at a newly added picture frame atop the cabinet. Within the frame are Kakashi and Rin, now grown, clad in wedding attire, their faces beaming with joy. Ending. Mutual love. Would you like to view it again? Upon hearing the prompt, Obito shouted in a flurry, "No, not again." Although he was aware it was merely a simulation, he was reluctant to endure that agony once more. Taking a deep breath, he chose to restart. This time, he dedicated his mornings and afternoons to the Ninja Academy, striving to enhance his rapport with Rin and Kakashi, rather than solely focusing on training. Nevertheless, after 30 days, his relationship with Rin remained at the level of mere friends. While part of this stemmed from mistakes he had made that resulted in penalties, even without any errors, Obito surmised that it would be futile to hope for a romantic bond with Rin. Consequently, he achieved a mundane ending, labeled as Old Boy. Accompanied by a somewhat melancholic melody, the trio, having grown apart due to divergent life paths, drifted away. Kakashi began to travel the world. Rin moved to the capital of the Land of Fire, and Obito remained in Konoha. Undeterred and driven by the desire to attain a fulfilling conclusion, Obito restarted the game. This time, he forsook Kakashi, focusing solely on Rin. As their affinity grew, he invited her to train together. To his delight, he discovered that each training session not only resulted in significant improvements for himself but also for Rin. Even their mutual fondness began to increase gradually. Thus, Obito committed to training with Rin daily, ensuring she had no contact with Kakashi, allowing both their strengths to develop in tandem. In this manner, the initially unremarkable and overlooked Rin gradually began to shine under Obito's guidance. One day, upon arriving at school, Obito chanced upon Rin following several boys from the year above towards the back mountains of the school. Finding it peculiar, he instinctively trailed behind them. Upon reaching the mountains, he was met with an infuriating sight. Several boys had encircled Rin, while a member of the Shimura clan stood before her, incessantly speaking. Due to the distance, Obito could not discern the words, but he could see Rin's clear reluctance as she continued to retreat. Ultimately, with no escape left, the boys grew increasingly brazen. Rin was being bullied. What was your choice? 1. Remain still and observe. Caution. Potential NTR scenario. 2. Help her. As if there were any doubt, without a second thought, Obito surged forward. Fueled by rage, he severely injured the group led by the Shimura clan member. This incident quickly escalated to higher authorities, igniting a power struggle between clans, resulting in Obito being placed under house arrest by the Uchiha family. Days later, amidst the turmoil, Rin took her own life, which finally quelled the chaos. This time, Obito did not even expend the full 30-day limit. The game ended prematurely. Congratulations, you have unlocked the bad ending, Withering Bellflower. The gallery is now accessible, where you can view the CG recollections in the frame atop the cabinet. If dissatisfied with this conclusion, feel free to restart. This was the most frustrating and infuriating ending for Obito, leaving him speechless as he resolved to restart the game once more. Failure. Continue. Failure. Restart. The cycle continued. In this game, could he truly win Rin back? As a spectator, Yinlu could not help but ask Qiye. Qiye nodded. There is indeed a favorable ending, but it depends on whether he understands the need for adaptability. The two continued watching, though it seemed that Obito had become increasingly withdrawn. Having unlocked nearly all the unfavorable endings without discovering the correct approach to proceed. Eventually, Qiye could no longer bear it, and forcefully arranged an NC. It was rumored that if one ventured to the ninja school late at night, they might catch a glimpse of the statue of the god of training. One night, while wandering the streets, Obito inadvertently overheard a passerby mention the god of training. He committed this information to memory and, when night fell, he ventured alone to the school. In one of the classrooms, he beheld a dark statue. It depicted a seemingly unremarkable bald man clad in a cloak and sporting boxing gloves. Is this the god of training? Obito approached cautiously, and suddenly, a piece of information flooded his mind. Offering devotion to the god of training would yield training experience. With a minimum offering of 500 ryo each time, he could earn money through part-time work, with different tasks available at various time intervals. Thus, he realized that the earnings from working were meant to fund his offerings. After some contemplation, Obito decided to offer the meager sum of 500 ryo he had. A warm current surged within him, revealing that the experience gained was not inferior to that obtained through dedicated training. However, both working and offering would consume 2 time slots. After completing his offering, time advanced automatically, ushering in the dawn of the following day. Having grasped the new gameplay mechanics, Obito began to interact with Rin in the afternoons at school, while dedicating the early morning and evening slots to part-time work. Returning to the school at night to offer his devotion. After numerous iterations, he had become quite adept at interacting with Rin, nearly always increasing their affection for one another. To Obito's delight, he discovered that Rin worked part-time on Saturday and Sunday evenings, drawing them closer together. This progression left Obito immensely satisfied. He had skillfully avoided all actions leading to unfavorable endings and steadily advanced. Yet, he still seemed a bit naive. Observing Obito, Qiye shook his head slightly. Chapter 95. Goosebumps. Though the forthcoming ending was relatively favorable for Obito, it still fell short of being a perfect conclusion. After all, the money earned from work was not solely for offerings, and Rin's part-time job served purposes beyond merely increasing their affection. Furthermore, Obito had yet to venture into the Konoha forest, and aside from Kakashi and Rin, he had no interactions with his classmates. It was essential to note that Qiye's game design encompassed various endings with different heroines, even including harem endings. Moreover, through a series of actions, one could witness the conflicts within the clans of the Hokage lineage. This Gal game was a derivative creation by Qiye aimed at honing illusion techniques, and from the outset, achieving a pleasurable experience was no simple task. Within the game, Obito and Rin leaned against a tree, gazing down at Konoha village. The dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a gentle glow upon them. A soft breeze caressed Rin's hair, and a faint fragrance of fruit lingered in the air. Obito, today we have chicken rice balls and fried dumplings, Rin exclaimed, holding up her lunchbox with a tender smile. It was the 30th of the month, and as Obito observed the shy glimmer in Rin's eyes, his heart swelled with complex emotions. He was reluctant to part ways. But the reality was that this was all a fabrication. A true Rin awaited him in the real world. Although he would have to start anew upon leaving, he understood that illusions were, after all, mere illusions. Rin, I'm leaving, but rest assured, even if I cannot be by your side for now, I will always be watching over you and doing my utmost to protect you. One day, we shall meet again. Obito lowered his head, a tinge of sorrow gracing his expression. Yes, I will also keep a watchful eye on you. You promised to become Hokage and save the world. So I will be there to supervise you. Rin replied, her head tilted with a smile as she extended her pinky finger towards him. Taking a deep breath, Obito mirrored her gesture, intertwining their pinkies in a solemn promise. Congratulations on unlocking the favorable ending for the first time. The gallery has been unlocked, allowing you to view CG recollections in the frame on the cabinet. If you are dissatisfied with this ending, you may try again. I am satisfied. Truly satisfied. Obito gazed at the foremost frame on the cabinet, the image frozen at the moment their pinkies were linked. After observing it quietly for a while, Obito spoke. Excuse me. Could you let me out now? At that moment, he no longer bore the restlessness and anger he had felt before entering, through the myriad experiences in the game. He had indeed grown. As brilliant light enveloped him, when Obito regained clarity, he found himself still within that subterranean space. Only Qiye, Yuluo, and Mingyu remained. As for Madara and White Zetsu, the traces on the ground indicated they had turned to ash. Obito pondered for a moment before asking, May I inquire who you are? Is Rin safe now? He had fully returned to his pre-darkness state, having learned to think and grown considerably more composed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qiye, and these two are my companions, Yuluo and Mingyu. Qiye smiled faintly and continued, as for Naira Rin, she and Kakashi have likely arrived safely in Konoha. And the three tails within her has been temporarily sealed by me, so there should be no issues. What? Obito exclaimed, taken aback. Despite having experienced many trials within the game, the news concerning Rin's safety still stirred his emotions. Since these matters are all connected to you, allow me to elaborate briefly. Qiye gazed at him with a gentle smile and continued, During your recovery under Uchiha Madara's care, Team Minato completed their mission. However, upon their return to the village, Rin was captured by the Mist Shinobi, who implanted the three tails within her. On the surface, the Mist Shinobi intended to send Rin back to Konoha to cause chaos. But their true objective was you. Me. Obito exclaimed, bewildered. Indeed, the enigmatic figure known as Uchiha Obito orchestrated the events from behind the scenes. After seizing control of the Mist Ninja and the Three Tails, he implanted the beast within Rin's very being, simultaneously casting an incantation upon her heart that rendered her incapable of self-harm. The kind-hearted Rin, unwilling to see her village brought to ruin and unable to take her own life, found herself in a predicament, as the scheming Mist Ninja would certainly not attack her. In such dire circumstances, one might ponder what course of action she could possibly take. Kakashi, exclaimed Obito, a chill coursing through him as he realized. So the scene I witnessed earlier was, in fact, a manifestation of your genjutsu? Indeed, was the solemn reply. Qiye acknowledged this and added, although it is but an illusion. The developments within it are all derived from your own essence. In other words, they are events that were destined to occur. And I merely facilitated their manifestation within the dreamscape. No wonder I felt somewhat peculiar at that moment, Obito murmured to himself. After awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, his resistance to and perception of illusions had significantly heightened, although he sensed the anomaly at the time. The overwhelming impact of Rin's death left him little energy to dwell on it. You say that Uchiha Madara is the mastermind behind this, but what could his motives be? Obito pondered, struggling to comprehend. Well, who can say? Qiye shrugged, feigning ignorance, and speculated, perhaps it is to assist you in awakening the Mangekyou? After all, I do have some understanding of your clan. The more power one obtains from the Sharingan, the greater the losses incurred. Uchiha Madara is already quite aged. He likely perceives your potential and may wish to cultivate a successor. The words of Qiye rendered Obito speechless. He sensed that the other party had indeed made an accurate guess, particularly since Uchiha Madara had previously shared some related insights with him. The mere thought of being ensnared in a vortex, nearly becoming a pawn in someone else's game, sent shivers down his spine. And what about you? In this web of conspiracy, what role do you play? Obito's expression was rife with suspicion. To him, Qiye, who was not only aware of Uchiha Madara's schemes but had also managed to eliminate him, appeared even more formidable. He found himself unable to ascertain the veracity of Qiye's claims, especially since the other side had already turned to ashes. Qiye smiled lightly and said, do not perceive me in such a negative light. Reflect upon the actions I have taken and ask yourself, which of them has truly harmed you? However, nothing comes without a price. I require you to perform a few tasks in return for my kindness. Obito frowned slightly, recalling that thus far, Qiye had indeed not acted against his interests. What tasks? He inquired. Let me clarify that I am currently unable to assist you with anything overly complex, as the villagers still rely on me. Moreover, I possess the power to end this war. Chapter 96. Clearly a sign similar to the words he once used to reject Uchiha Madara, Obito had reverted to his pre-darkened state. Eager to reunite with Kakashi and Rin upon learning they were unharmed. Do you believe you can return? Qiye said with a teasing expression. Obito furrowed his brow. What do you mean? In your previous game, there were hints provided, yet you never engaged with those aspects. Allow me to elucidate. Pausing for a moment, Qiye continued. The Mangekyou is already regarded as the pinnacle of the Sharingan within your clan's conventional records. With such formidable power, how do you suppose the Hokage lineage would react? And what of your own family members? You may not be aware of the rift that exists between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher-ups, a lingering issue that has persisted since the establishment of Konoha, which has only intensified over time. Returning now, in my view, would only exacerbate the situation. These words prompted Obito to contemplate deeply. He was aware that discontent occasionally circulated within his family, yet he had never paid attention to the issues between them and the village's upper echelons, nor could he ascertain the truth in Qiye's statements. Thus, he replied, I shall conceal my strength and ensure no one is aware. Navi, Qiye scoffed. Do you know what status Rin Noera holds now? She is the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. What this signifies for Konoha should be self-evident. In the time to come, Rin would undoubtedly be under Konoha's protection, or rather, strict surveillance. She would be unable to leave the village, forfeiting a degree of her personal freedom. Moreover, even with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki already in existence, it is plausible that Konoha would choose to conduct experiments with the Three Tails Jinchuriki. To further regulate the Jinchuriki, it is highly likely that her future partner will be a descendant of the current Konoha elite, perhaps Asuma Saratobi, who is of a suitable age and was in the same class as you. In such circumstances, do you believe you can endure? The Manjiki Sharingan will inevitably be revealed, leading to suspicions from Konoha's upper echelons. This would not only deepen the rift between your family and the village, but also fail to assist the situation in any regard. Can you single-handedly contend with all of Konoha? Reflect on your own teacher, Minato Namikaze. Could you possibly defeat him? Therefore, from the moment Rin became the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, your destinies diverged, destined to belong to entirely different worlds, unless... The words of Shichai struck deep into Obito's heart, each sentence resonating profoundly within him. He immersed himself in the scenario painted by Shichai, analyzing it meticulously, yet finding it nearly insurmountable. The only alternative would be to escape Konoha with Rin using his Kamui. But such an action would surely brand him a rogue ninja, a fate Rin would undoubtedly reject. Like a drowning man clutching desperately at a straw, Obito hastily inquired, "Unless what?" "Unless you become Hokage," came the response. "Only then can others refrain from dictating your actions, and you can fulfill your promise to Rin. However, given the current circumstances, that seems utterly impossible." Qiye spoke up. Daido's expression darkened. Becoming Hokage was no easy feat, as it required the recognition of the majority. Do not lose heart. Perhaps a shift in perspective is in order. Since you cannot become Hokage for the time being, why not consider another position? Daido's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Like what? At this moment, he was completely under Qiye's influence. The Mizukage. Qiye replied with a subtle smile, his tone laced with persuasion. This would allow us to leverage the fact that the Three Tails originally belonged to the Mist Village, politically pressuring Konoha while ensuring Rin's safety there. Subsequently, we can cultivate the Water Country and foster an alliance with the Fire Country, thus fulfilling part of your promise to Rin and establishing regional peace. Daito instantly embraced Qiye's proposal, yet one concern lingered in his mind. But if I do this, I won't be able to see Rin and Kakashi for a long time. Your Meijiki Sharingan's ability likely allows you to traverse dimensions, does it not? The barriers of Konoha are as nothing before you. Returning whenever you wish should be effortless. It is merely a matter of not appearing before them for the time being. Qiye stated, "Very well. I concede, but how can I ascend to the position of Mizukage? Furthermore, I am utterly unfamiliar with the governance of the village." Obito inquired, "The current Mizukage possesses a feeble resistance to Genjutsu. You can simply manipulate him using your Sharingan. As for managing the village, you shall adhere to the guidelines outlined herein." As Qiye spoke, she handed a thick plan book, retrieved from the ceiling scroll, to Obito's hands. How heavy. Obito felt the weight pull down his arms, his eyes widening as he lowered his gaze. This plan, titled Strengthening the Reform and Construction Work Plan for the New Era of Mist Ninja Village, version 3.6.5, was thicker than his own head. After flipping through a few pages, he was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of awe. Should there be any uncertainties regarding the content, do not hesitate to inquire at any time. Generally, we convene at the Peaceful Chamber of Commerce branch in the Land of Rain. If I am unavailable, please consult Yunluo. Qiye deliberately divulged a portion of information and continued. In addition to assuming the role of the Water Shadow, there is another task I require you to undertake. Join the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain and gather intelligence on the Rain Ninja Village. While you're there, exercise caution. The inhabitants are all exceptionally talented and articulate. Remember to keep your identity concealed. As he tucked away the plan, Obito nodded earnestly, "I understand. However, I must first return to Konoha to ensure the safety of Rin and the others before embarking on the mission." "That is only fitting." Qiye wore a smile that hinted at deeper meanings. "I trust that upon witnessing Lin's condition, you will be even more eager to make your way to the hidden Mist Village. A word of caution, however, do not allow your emotions to cloud your judgment." With that, Qiye produced a somewhat stale sama fish and began to roast it on the spot. Daito, somewhat perplexed, could only stand quietly by. Moments later, Qiye presented the half-cooked, completely unseasoned fish to Daito. He then took out his camera and said, "Now, when I tell you to take a bite, do so." "What?" Daito replied, bewildered, unable to comprehend the implication behind Qiye's words. After a moment of hesitation, he brought the sama fish to his lips. Although he despised consuming such fare, the events of the day had been so overwhelming that eating a half-cooked, unseasoned fish seemed trivial. Click. At Qiye's insistence, a photo was captured of Daito grimacing as he took a bite of the sama fish. As this rather brief exchange concluded and Qiye and his companions departed, Daito discarded the remaining half of the fish, suddenly feeling a chill on his back. Upon touching it, he discovered he was drenched. Chapter 97. Information Deviation Indeed. Ever since realizing he had become a mere pawn, Daito had been unable to find peace within himself. Unlike Uchiha Madara, Qiye, this player, appeared to exhibit a certain amiability. He had neither caused harm nor shrouded many truths in secrecy. Yet, it was precisely this openness that made Dato acutely aware of Qiye's formidable nature. He knew he was a pawn, yet he felt compelled to follow Qiye's thoughts. This was not due to a lack of desire to resist, rather. Dato believed that Qiye's plans were ultimately harmless to him. This paradox was perplexing, unable to fathom it all. Dato categorized Qiye as an exceedingly terrifying entity not to be trifled with. The Peaceful Commerce Association was indeed formidable. The more Dato contemplated, the more anxious he became. Wiping the virtual sweat from his brow and voicing a sigh of exasperation, the Peaceful Commerce Association, with its immense influence in recent years, had become a topic of discussion even among those indifferent to such matters. Not to mention the Life No. 1 product, which had become a sensation among civilians across various nations, undoubtedly raked in an unimaginable fortune. Dato had previously gleaned some information regarding the association. It was said that the ninja world remained oblivious to the location of the association's headquarters, with each country seemingly hosting only a branch. So why were Qiye and his companions lingering in the Rain Country branch? After a series of events, discontent with being a pawn, Dato began to engage in thoughts he was not accustomed to. From Qiye's perspective, Dato surmised that the latter's intentions might be for the benefit of the Rain Country. However, under the disturbances from the hidden Rain Village, controlling the country would not be a straightforward endeavor. Thus, he required Dato's abilities to infiltrate from within. This conclusion made complete sense. Dato clapped his hands, his expression invigorated. He realized that with careful contemplation, he too could engage in strategy. Having comprehended all of this, he turned away from the subterranean space and headed towards the direction of Konoha. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiye and his companions were en route to the Rain Country. Qiye-kun, do you truly believe Dato will act as you suggested? I can't shake the feeling that he is not a trustworthy individual, Yunlu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Qiye remarked, indeed, for he possesses no alternative. Moreover, what I have conveyed to him bears no detriment. Yet, I remain somewhat perplexed as to why you have divulged so much to him. Would this not lead him to recognize that he is merely a pawn? Yuluo furrowed her brow slightly, unable to fathom the answer to this inquiry. I did it on purpose. Qiye smiled gently and posed a question to her. If I were to offer you numerous suggestions and devise various plans all beneficial to you, what would your thoughts be? You would likely feel delighted and approach them with ease, Yunluo replied. But what if I were to replace myself with the former haunts? The words of Qiye left Yunlu momentarily stunned, followed by deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and said, I will refuse, but if it becomes imperative, I will question whether these plans are genuinely beneficial to me. Qiye-kun, I believe I understand now. A look of realization spread across Yunlu's face. Akin to her distrust of Hans, naturally, Obito would not easily place his trust in Qiye either. He could not fathom that Qiye harbored no malicious intent, especially given their prior status as half-enemies. In this context of informational disparity, Obito would remain at a disadvantage, further exacerbated by Qiye's transparent approach, which would undoubtedly exert immense pressure upon him. Moreover, Qiye would not fully trust Obito from the outset, providing information that was half-truths and misleading. Such measures were also to avert another potential scenario. Holding a photograph of Obito eating sama in his hand, a faint smile graced Qiye's lips. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, in a forest at the outskirts of Konoha village, no one was around as Obito's figure emerged from a distorted vortex. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance. Ah, your perception has sharpened, Obito. A familiar tone emerged, and a white figure slowly materialized from the ground. Obito whispered, Kaguya, you're still alive? Though that fellow is formidable, I am not so easily slain. Kaguya chuckled with hands on his hips, a look of triumph on his face. Shut up, you fool. It's your carelessness that cost us half our lives. Kurojitsu stepped out from the shadows and exclaimed. Had it not been for the sacrifice of half his body at a critical juncture, they might not have escaped that underground space alive. Observing the duo of black and white, Obito's tone turned icy. What are you two who collaborated with Madara? Want with me? It seemed that the individual had gleaned a considerable amount of information from Obito's demeanor, causing Kurojitsu to grow increasingly wary of Qiye. In the underground space, he had speculated that the opponent might be a descendant of the Yu clan, given how easily they had evaded his Inyang release. It appeared that all these years of focus on Hagoromo had led to an oversight concerning that branch of the Yu clan. Reflecting on this, Kurojitsu felt a pang of regret, suspecting that Obito had already learned of Madara's actions, prompting a shift in his rhetoric. Madara is dead. But I hope we can continue our cooperation. Cooperate with you? Obito remarked with derision. What advantage does that hold for me? Kurojitsu maintained a calm demeanor, stating, if you're not foolish, you should realize that given your current situation with Rin, returning to the past is no longer an option. One Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. One Manjiki Sharingan, the Minato team is no more. The higher-ups of Konoha will also keep a close watch on you. His analysis aligned closely with Qiye's. And Obito had already heard this before, so he responded, I will not return to Konoha. I plan to go to the land of water, to Kirigakure. Kurojitsu fell silent, pondering the purpose behind this decision. Did he not know that the Three Tails with a no-error Rin was placed there by Madara? It should be clear, as Madara's plans were so subtly concealed that they were nearly undetectable. Perhaps the individual named Qiye was merely a descendant of a certain branch of the Yu clan or a prodigy nurtured by another faction. That Obito sought to go to Kirigakure was likely for vengeance, given that his beloved had become the vessel for the Three Tails and had nearly perished. Contemplating this, Kurojitsu felt a slight relief and said, in that case, we should cooperate even more. You wish to control Kirigakure, and I can assist. Furthermore, Kaguya excels in reconnaissance and can monitor Konoha at any time, helping you acquire information about Rin. Such terms proved enticing to Obito. As he would need to execute Qiye's tasks, frequent visits to Konoha would be unfeasible. Having Kaguya on his side would indeed facilitate the regular acquisition of Rin's intel. Chapter 98. The aspiring chess player Obito and the Three Tails Jinchuriki. With that thought, Obito gazed at Kurojitsu and declared, his name is Qiye, backed by the Heian Commerce Association, currently stationed at the Rain Country branch, with the true aim of gaining control over the Rain Country, with hardly any psychological burden. Obito divulged Qiye's information. Kurojitsu pondered briefly before comprehending the implications. The Rain Country lies at the juncture of the Wind, Earth, and Fire nations, surrounded by three smaller countries. Strategically, its geographical position is utterly abysmal. However, from a commercial perspective, it seems to be an excellent transportation hub or a transit point. Having survived for over 1,000 years, Kurojitsu, despite not being adept in commerce, could glean insights from observation. He quickly realized that the Heian Commerce Association, behind Qiye, indeed intended to seize control of the Rain Country, not for the sake of power or fame, but for profit. An unequivocal merchant. However, to dominate the Rain Country? Such an endeavor would not be straightforward. A cold smile crept across Kurojitsu's face as he recalled the child Madara had implanted with the Rinnegan. They must have grown up by now, having reportedly supplanted Hans to become the true master of the Rain Village. Having remained with Madara, Kurojitsu had not kept abreast of developments in the Rain Country. After all, the initial plan was to make Obito Madara's successor, and then proceed to the Rain Country to find Nagato, advancing to the next phase of the plan. Thus, both Kurojitsu and Uchiha Madara had allowed Nagato to develop freely in the Rain Country. With that thought, Kurojitsu spoke, as part of our cooperation, I hope you can find a way to join the Akatsuki organization while you control Kirigakure. Unbeknownst to the out-of-the-loop Kurojitsu, the Rain Village had undergone monumental changes, and the Akatsuki organization no longer recruited members indiscriminately. Obito frowned slightly. A facet of his cooperation with Qiye involved joining the Akatsuki, and now Kurojitsu was suggesting the same. What was so special about this Akatsuki organization? Obito remained vigilant, stating, understood, we shall meet in the land of water when the time comes. With that, his figure vanished into the forest. Given the uncertain situation in the Rain Country, and the Heian Commerce Association having stationed such a formidable individual as Qiye there, it was plausible that other capable individuals might also be present. Should he recklessly intrude, he could easily be detected once more. Henceforth, it would be best for Obito to gather and relay intelligence. Kurojitsu pondered, now wary of taking risks. If discovered again, he would likely lose the remainder of his life. Uchiha Obito, once an exceptional piece on the chessboard, now lay squandered. Watching the direction in which Obito vanished, Kurojitsu murmured to himself. After the incident with Uchiha Madara, he resolved to implement a double guarantee. In addition to collaborating with Obito, executing tasks in the Rain Country, he would seek to nurture a true pawn. Madara's plan should pose no issues. The Uchiha clan was known for their intense emotions, and the deeper the love, the greater the pain of loss. It was time to find another such individual. As his body melded into the underground, Kurojitsu too vanished into the forest. As Obito advanced toward the heart of Konoha, his mind was in constant contemplation. The primary reason he agreed to cooperate with Kurojitsu was due to Qiye. The latter was simply too enigmatic, and Obito felt compelled to seek allies for himself. The survival of Kurojitsu and Kaguya in Qiye's presence was a tangible advantage. Initially, Obito held a rather casual attitude towards managing the Mist Village, but now he has become earnest. He believes that if he successfully develops the Mist Village, he can later form an alliance with Konoha, fundamentally transforming his role from a mere pawn to a player on the chessboard. Just wait, he thinks. One day, I shall be the one orchestrating the game. With a deep breath, his gaze becomes resolute. After some investigation, he learns that Rin and Kakashi, returning from a mission, are currently at the Konoha hospital. He dons a mask and cloaks himself in a robe, gradually fading from view. At this moment, the Konoha hospital is in turmoil. Aside from the medical team, the barrier and sealing teams have congregated outside a particular ward. Inside, Rin sits on the bed, her expression fraught with tension. By her side stand the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kohari Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado. Hiruzen, please entrust this child to me. Only en route can she achieve the growth she needs. After learning of the circumstances, Danzo, having had a moment of amusement at the Mist's peculiar tactics, immediately makes his demand. Hiruzen ponders. Prior to this, he had reviewed Rin's file, noting her status as an orphan of war. With only her connection to Minato Namikaze as a background, handing her over to Danzo may not be an issue, as she is merely an orphan and would not significantly complicate matters. Just as Hiruzen begins to speak, a cacophony erupts outside. Make way, a sharp female voice commands. Almost instantly, a figure clad in fiery red bursts into the room, rushing to Rin's side. Oh, Rin, you've suffered. How do you feel? Are you in pain? Kushina-sensei. I'm fine, Rin replies quickly, her anxious emotions alleviated by Kushina's presence. Outside the ward, Kakashi, wrapped in numerous bandages, sits quietly on a bench, observing the throngs of people. Upon returning to Konoha Hospital, Rin's condition was swiftly noted and communicated to the village's higher-ups. Kakashi has been keenly watching everything unfold. He notices how the information is quickly suppressed, and Rin is moved to a private ward, with both the barrier and sealing teams arriving promptly to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Kakashi secretly exits the hospital to find his teacher, Kushina Izumaki. The feeling of being a Jinchuriki is rather uncomfortable, isn't it? Kushina gently strokes Rin's hair. At first, it was quite distressing. I felt that the mist intended to use me to harm the village, which led me to contemplate suicide. But for some reason, I lost consciousness. And when I awoke, the sensation of another life within me had vanished. Reflecting on her previous experiences, Rin appears somewhat bewildered. Kushina lifts the hem of her garment slightly, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Wait, the 5-element seal? This completely severed your connection with the tailed beast. Why would they use such a seal? She turns to Hiruzen and the others, confusion evident in her eyes. The seal was already on her when Rin returned. Hiruzen explains, sharing his own doubts. As both Rin and Kakashi had been unconscious and unaware of the seal's origin, Kushina contemplates, a realization dawning upon her. Could it be Jiraiya, who was off gallivanting? Chapter 99. Internal strife. Hiruzen is momentarily taken aback. This indeed seems plausible. Although Jiraiya appears detached from the Third Great Ninja War, he may have returned to assist the village in its time of need. Let's cease the idle chatter. Hiruzen, continuing from earlier, hand over the Three-Tails Jinchuriki to me. I assure you she will be molded into a weapon of unwavering loyalty to Konoha. Danzo interjects, interrupting their conversation. What? Danzo, do not even dare to consider it. Hiruzen barely has the chance to respond, as Kushina immediately retorts. I am the Jinchuriki. I will teach Rin how to communicate with the tailed beast. Once Minato returns, he can provide her with a different sealing technique. Logically, there should be no issue with this statement. However, Danzo coldly counters, the matter of Jinchuriki is of utmost seriousness. What if she loses control? Who will take responsibility? Danzo's point is valid. Kushina, you should not involve yourself in this. The matter of the Jinchuriki is now under Root's jurisdiction, and Kakashi will join the Umbu, Hiruzen declares, taking a deep breath. What? How can this be? Kushina exclaims. Am I not a Jinchuriki? Why can I roam freely while Rin is to be imprisoned? Humph. Under normal circumstances, you should also be undergoing root training. Danzo shoots a weary glance at Hiruzen. Initially, he sought to control the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but this old companion showed no signs of yielding. Now, with the opportunity presented by the addition of the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo finally found his chance, and Hiruzen had no grounds to refuse. Let it go, Kushina. This decision has been made. For the sake of the village, do not engage in futile resistance, Hiruzen states firmly. Teacher, Obito has already sacrificed himself. I do not wish to be separated from everyone else. Rin cries from her bed. What? Kushina's expression darkens, shocked to learn that the carefree child brimming with warmth and affection for the world, has passed away. If that is the case, I shall not allow you to take Rin. Her voice drops, and a crimson chakra, the power of the nine tails, envelopes her. Do you dare defy the village? Danzo bellows, enraged. All unrelated personnel, disperse. Root members, take action. Bring Rin with you. With a swift motion, as the medical team retreats, a group of fully armed, masked ninjas, exuding a chilling aura, suddenly appears in the ward. Some advance toward Kushina, while others reach for Rin on the bed. Stop. In that instant, Kakashi leaps into the room, using his Chidori to protect Rin's bedside, forcing the root ninjas to retreat. Well done, Kakashi, Kushina exclaims. Hidden in the shadows, Obito clenches his fists, his heart momentarily steadied. Just moments ago, he nearly succumbed to his emotions, but he remembered the admonitions of Sure Sway and refrained from rushing out. Yet, in Obito's heart, Danzo has been marked for death. He will not spare anyone who dares to threaten Rin. Kakashi, are you attempting to rebel? Danzo shouts, adopting a combative stance. As a disciple of the second Hokage, possessing elite strength, he unleashes a terrifying aura. Nevertheless, Kakashi and Kushina remain undeterred, steadfastly guarding Rin's bed. The room has descended into chaos, with both sides refusing to yield. The tension in the air thickening. Hiruzen's eyes flash with coldness, and a surge of anger rises within him, not directed at Danzo, but at Kushina and Kakashi. Regardless of Danzo's transgressions, he is still a member of Hiruzen's faction. Their fates are intertwined. The actions of Kushina and Kakashi, at this moment, are an open challenge to his authority, which Hiruzen perceives as utterly intolerable. It is imperative to put an end to this prevailing sentiment. Otherwise, it will lead to detrimental trends among the ninjas. Taking a deep breath, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to remove the Hokage's ceremonial robe, a golden figure suddenly flashed into the scene. I apologize. There is simply too much to handle in the aftermath of the battlefield, and I return somewhat weary, Minato said with a gentle smile, an expression tinged with regret. If not for the bloodstains and the overwhelming scent of blood clinging to him, he would indeed appear quite radiant. Minato. Kushina unabashedly threw herself into his embrace, sobbing. Obito has sacrificed himself, and Rin has been forced to become the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Furthermore, those two vile old men intend to send Rin to that dark place in the root. I am aware, and the sacrifice of Obito is entirely my fault. I failed to arrive in time, Minato softly reassured her, stroking her back before turning to Kakashi. Kakashi, dispel the jutsu. Both Lord Hokage and Elder Danzo are reasonable individuals who would not resort to extreme measures against Rin. It seems that after my departure, you encountered further troubles. Please, elaborate. Kakashi recounted the encounter with the Mist Ninjas, omitting certain details, only stating that he had lost consciousness during the battle and awoke to find Guy and the others. I understand. Your predicament is also my fault. If I had delayed even slightly, we would have suffered greater losses on another battlefield, Minato said, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. The implication of his words was clear to the seasoned elders. In this war, Minato's contributions were unparalleled. He withstood the primary onslaught. While Orochimaru performed commendably, he paled in comparison to Minato. The elders remained silent, and Minato continued, Today, Kushina and Kakashi misinterpreted your intentions in their efforts to protect their comrades, and I wish to apologize on their behalf. Bowing, he added, regarding Rin. As Kushina is also a Jinchuriki, I believe she is the most suitable mentor for Rin. As for the potential for the tailed beast to go out of control, with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Rin should not face such a risk. Moreover, as the war draws to a close, with my presence in the village, even if the tailed beast were to rampage, it would pose no threat to the village. Additionally, several individuals stronger than I are present. A mere 3 tails is hardly a concern. Minato's eloquent assertions left Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others speechless. Even if they wished to counter him, they could find no suitable argument. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only nod in agreement, permitting Kushina to guide Noara Rin, while Kakashi remained in the Umbu, and Minato's team was disbanded. Chapter 100. The battle concludes. Following this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that his previous assessment of Minato had been gravely flawed. This was no mere puppet to be easily controlled. His political acumen was remarkable. It appeared that the decision to pass on the Hokage mantle to Minato after the war required further contemplation. With such thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to depart. Danzo's expression was even more severe. The opportunity to secure the Three Tails Jinchuriki had slipped away. However, time was still on his side. As long as Rin remained in the village, opportunities would surely arise. The other members of the Konoha F4 also turned to leave, and the hospital room fell silent. With a sigh of relief, Minato turned to the others with a smile. Kushina, Kakashi, are you both all right? Thank goodness you returned in time. Or Rin would have been in grave danger today, Kushina said gratefully. Kakashi's eyes were cold, his disappointment in Konoha's higher-ups palpable. Furthermore, their success in temporarily safeguarding Rin had relied heavily on luck. Minato-sensei would not always arrive so promptly. I need strength. I require strength. Clenching his fists, Kakashi declared, Minato-sensei. Kushina-sensei, I entrust Rin to you for now. With that, he disregarded the bandages still wrapped around him and left the hospital, returning home. Opening the long-sealed room, Kakashi discovered the scroll left behind by Nanahoshi within one of the cabinets. Thunder release, chakra modes, sword techniques, and insights on the 8 gates training. All the abilities he had experimented with in the illusion were generously provided by Nanahoshi. What could that individual possibly want? Kakashi mused, the gifts exceeding his expectations. Though he could not fathom the motives, Kakashi had resolved to grow stronger. He understood that only by increasing his own worth could he earn the right to engage in dialogue with that individual. Meanwhile, Obito, having confirmed that Rin would be safe for the time being, hurriedly left Konoha, eager to seize control of the Mizukage and pressure Konoha politically as per Nanahoshi's instructions. At this moment, back in the land of rain, Nanahoshi sat with closed eyes, a chessboard laid out before him. Assuming Kaguya had not perished, he would likely attempt to collaborate with Obito once more, making Obito's activities in the land of water more seamless. With the plot diverging significantly from the original narrative, if Kakashi mastered the gifts I had provided him, his strength would undoubtedly multiply, and with Rin as a three-tails Jinchuriki, she would not be lacking compared to the other two. As Qiye pondered, he placed 3 pieces on the chessboard. From the land of water, Kaguya's clan member Jumuru, Shiranui from the Mizuno Kuni clan, and the honest Kisame were all valuable allies. Whether to compensate for past regrets of watching anime or to bolster his faction's strength, Qiye would not let this opportunity slip away. If Obito were to adhere strictly to his blueprint, barring any significant issues, the influence of the Blood Mist policy on the Mist Village would gradually dissipate, and there would be no further persecution of the major bloodline clans. In the anime, the Blood Mist policy existed prior to Obito's control over Yagura. It simply intensified the oppression, resulting in Shiro's displacement, the Kaguya clan reduced to Jumuru, and the Hozuki clan, which managed the ninja swords, disintegrating, making the retrieval of the lost swords impossible. As for the rock and cloud villages, they were as impenetrable as iron fortresses, presenting no vulnerabilities for Qiye to exploit. Even if there were, he deemed it too strenuous and had never contemplated them. The land of fire, wind, and water were far more straightforward. Moreover, under the assumption that Kaguya was still alive, Qiye instructed Yahiko and the others to expand the personnel in the barrier and sensing divisions, ensuring that information from both the Peace Village and the Rain Village remained undisclosed. Additionally, beneath the surface of the Rain country's border, explosive tags were buried at intervals. They would not be triggered by normal passage above ground, only by underground movement. As time passed, the wars among the major nations gradually subsided. However, at this juncture, the Mist Village suddenly exerted pressure on Konoha, claiming that the latter had captured their 3 tails and demanded its return. This revelation instantly escalated tensions, with all the ninja villages observing the unfolding situation. Naturally, Konoha would not concede to such claims. Instead, they retaliated, accusing the Mist of intending to use the tailed beast for aggression, which they had thwarted. In summary, both sides engaged in a fierce verbal battle, unwilling to yield an inch. After a protracted negotiation akin to a tug-of-war lasting half a month, the Mist Village finally relented, agreeing to lend the 3 tails to Konoha for use. According to the rental agreement, Konoha was prohibited from harming the 3 tails Jinchuriki, restricting their freedom, or conducting any experiments on them. Furthermore, they were required to pay a specified fee to the Mist Village annually. Upon hearing such terms, Konoha nearly burst into laughter. Realizing they could resolve a major predicament without resorting to force, it was a tremendous bargain. As for the nominal rental fee for the 3 tails, Konoha felt that as long as war was avoided, everything else could be negotiated. Even though the Mist Village initially proposed a 30-year rental agreement, the fee was substantial. Yet Konoha acquiesced. Internally, the Mist Village harbored discontent regarding the rental of the tailed beast, but once the funds were received, all dissent vanished. The 3 tails had always been wild, although within their territory they had never attempted to capture it, as it served little purpose. now with a hefty sum returned. Who could still voice objections? As the dispute between the Mist and Konoha settled, the Third Great Ninja War came to a definitive close. Time steadily advanced to the 51st year of Konoha. Hurry up, Nagato, we are departing. As the sun began to rise, Yakumo, clad in the Akatsuki uniform, knocked on the door of the Nagato household. The early February weather in the rain country was still chilly, with dewdrops glistening on the handrails of the corridor. Due to Konan and Yahiko cohabiting, the single Nagato found it inappropriate to live with them any longer, thus he moved out and into the same apartment building, residing next door to Yakumo. Coming. The sound of clattering came from inside, and soon a disheveled Nagato opened the door, not making Yakumo wait long. Still no nail polish? This is the image Konan designed for us. Don't forget. Yakumo frowned as he pulled Nagato's hand, producing nail polish to apply it. Although he resisted internally, faced with Yakumo, Nagato found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to protest. Ultimately, his hands were adorned with the same vibrant red as Yakumo's nails. Your clothes and hair are a mess too. Yakumo shot him a glare, reaching out to tidy his attire, simultaneously retrieving a small comb to groom his unruly hair. The focus was on ensuring both of Nagato's eyes were visible. Chapter 101. The Mischievous Yakumo. Be confident. You are the minister of the Akatsuki in the Rain Village. Do not cower all day. Girls won't like that. Yakumo clenched her fist at him, then strode out with her head held high. Come on, Nagato. Today we are moving offices. We must be swift. Once we finish this, we need to continue verifying the intelligence received from various countries. It's exhausting. And I do not wish to work overtime. Under Yakumo's leadership, Nagato, forced to reveal both eyes, gritted his teeth and stepped outside, bathed in sunlight. He felt the weight of others' gazes, realizing that his eyes appeared peculiar to them, leading him to conceal them whenever possible to avoid attracting attention. Who would have thought Nagato is truly socially anxious? That rascal Qiye, while lacking in character, had a way with words that intrigued her. Turning back, Yakumo noticed Nagato's discomfort and shook her head. Fine, I'll lead you. Perhaps it will ease your anxiety. No need to thank me, after all. I am destined to be the minister of the Akatsuki. Yakumo grasped Nagato's hand, strutting ahead with an air of arrogance, expressing her ambitions of surpassing him. She was indeed audacious. In reality, after growing familiar with Nagato, Yakumo knew he would not take offense to her remarks, allowing her to be more casual. Besides, being the Akatsuki minister was merely her preliminary goal. She aspired to vie for the title of Rain Shadow in the future. Speaking of their department, it had been so long, yet only 2 members remained. The Umbu had the most personnel, and even the recently established barrier, medical, and sealing departments boasted more members than theirs. Nagato, shouldn't you speak more with Lord Yagura about assigning us new members? Otherwise, I have no one to command. Oh no. I mean, our vast office feels so empty. Nagato. EXE has ceased functioning. Walking hand in hand with Yakumo down the street was not a simple task for someone as socially anxious as Nagato. Having just experienced the nail polish application and being tidied up at the doorstep was already highly stimulating for him. After being single for so many years, it was Nagato's first time holding hands with a girl in public, even though it was not a date but merely heading to work. Yet for him, it was enough of a limit to make his head spin. In a daze, Nagato seemed to envision a sunset, him and Yakumo nestled together by the seaside. 2 children, a boy and a girl, frolicking on the beach, their offspring. What should they name the children? Nagato. Nagato. Before the Rain Shadow building, Yakumo waved her hands in front of him, finally snapping Nagato back to reality. How about we name the boy Min-in? Nagato suddenly blurted out. But he quickly sensed something amiss. Under the teasing gazes of the surrounding office workers, he buried his head lower, overwhelmed by a sensation of social embarrassment. Hey, Nagato. What are you talking about? Did you just enter a daydream? Yukura leaned closer, grinning mischievously. What were you fantasizing about? Marrying your favorite girl and having children? A faint fragrance wafted through the air, causing Nagato to break into a sweat, his cheeks flushed. He hastily strode forward, exclaiming, It's nothing. Laughter chimed like silver bells as Yukura bounced along, closing the distance. Hey, Nagato, let us make a bet. I'll guess the girl you were just fantasizing about. You say yes or no. If it's yes, I win. If no, I lose. What do you say? The loser treats the winner to dinner. To mask his inner turmoil, Nagato immediately nodded in agreement. All right, Yukura, with a playful finger resting on her chin, gazed at Nagato with a smile. I guess the girl you were just fantasizing about is not me, right? Yes, that's correct. Nagato murmured, lowering his head in embarrassment. Although he had lost the bet, he dared not confess his true feelings for Yukura. What a pity. The girl you fantasized about isn't me, Yakura said, standing close enough for their faces to nearly touch. Nagato felt his heart racing, a flush creeping across his face. He couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze and turned his head slightly away. But I'm glad to get a free dinner. Yakura laughed heartily, straightening up and skipping ahead. Damn that Akatsuki member, Yakura. Is this the power of her blazing prowess? Nagato gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of unwillingness. He sensed that if he did not resist, he would eventually find himself beneath her in some way. Good morning, Lady Yakura. You're full of energy today. You look so beautiful. As they approached the rain shadow building, numerous ninjas working there greeted Yakura. She responded to each with a smile and a wave, her hair glistening in the warm morning sun as if enhanced by special effects. Yakura, a powerful figure with remarkable beauty and figure, approached everything with passion. Such a perfect girl was highly sought after within the rain shadow building. Therefore, even as the Akatsuki leader, Nagato felt unworthy and refrained from approaching her, believing that being with someone like her would somehow tarnish her. At that moment, Nagato was torn, contemplating whether he should confess his feelings to Yakura. Shiyu, could you refrain from adding strange commentary? Nagato turned back, looking at Shiyu with a hint of exasperation. Qiye smiled and said, how can this be considered a peculiar aside? Do you not harbor such thoughts within, Nagato? There is nothing between Yetsong and me. Nagato turned her head slightly, clearly lacking in confidence. You are truly easy to read. Nagato. Qiye patted his shoulder and said, since you have feelings, you should express them. The creatures of nature exist in this world primarily for survival and reproduction. Life in Yetsong is not as complicated as you think. Keep pushing forward, young man. Under Qiye's candid remarks, Nagato appeared somewhat embarrassed and quickly shifted the topic. By the way, Qiye, don't you usually refrain from visiting the rain village? What brings you here this time? Please take a look at these two documents. They pertain to the next two new members of the Akatsuki organization. One is the mastermind behind the Mist Village, and the other is an elite jonin from the same village. In a decisive manner, Qiye refrained from further persuasion regarding personal matters and promptly delved into the topic at hand, presenting the profiles of Uchiha Obito and Kisame Hashigaki. Chapter 102, Obito's Journey to the Rain Village. Although these two individuals have been informally designated, we are a legitimate organization. This term may be unfamiliar to you, but it essentially denotes a structured entity. As a significant functional department, the Akatsuki organization mandates a rigorous interview process for new members. To put it plainly, it means you must give them a thorough beating. I've provided you with the necessary information, so be sure to review it. Otherwise, you may find yourself on the receiving end of a severe thrashing. The individual known as Uchiha Obito currently controls the Mizukage of the Mist Village, and his intentions for joining the Akatsuki remain unknown, thus you must keep a vigilant watch over him. Qiye's remarks were primarily aimed at alerting Nagato, urging him not to place complete trust merely because the individual was introduced by him. Uchiha Obito required surveillance. He could not be fully trusted. After conveying this, Qiye clapped his hands and turned to leave. Nagato, holding the documents, first accompanied Yakura to their department's original office on the third floor of the Rain Shadow building, which entirely belonged to them. However, considering the unique operations of the Akatsuki organization, which required ample space and might involve sparring or combat events, a separate expansive area had been designated, leading to the construction of an entire building, transitioning from a vast office on one floor to an entire building. Yakura felt even more bored. Previously, there were good sisters upstairs and downstairs, exchanging coffee, tea, and small cakes. But now she could only engage in a staring contest with Nagato. How dull. Nagato, when can we recruit some new members? Yakura languidly reclined in her ergonomic chair, lamenting like a fish out of water. Having never experienced the grueling 996 work culture, she found her current job utterly meaningless. Qiye had mentioned that new members would arrive in a few days, prompting them to prepare for the interview process. After making some copies on the nearby printer, Nagato handed Yakura a copy. In work mode, Nagato appeared quite normal when interacting with Yakura, as long as she refrained from teasing him. Suddenly intrigued, Yakura began perusing the documents in her hands. Uchiha Obito, 13 years old. He is so young to be working already? He awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, impressive for such a lad. She mused as she read, noting his abilities. Both eyes possessed Kamui, with the left eye capable of transferring objects to another dimension, while the right could transport himself, negating any damage during self-transportation. What an extraordinary power! Yakura scoffed, but while ignoring damage, he is also unable to attack himself. That is somewhat fair. She swiftly finished reviewing Obito's profile, focusing primarily on his Sharingan abilities, deeming the rest rather average. The profile of Kisame Hoshigaki was slightly more detailed. It portrayed him as a formidable user of water release and swordsmanship. After noting this information, they began to explore the concept of an interview, a notion they had never encountered before. With documents provided by Qiye, 2 days later, a figure cloaked in black, nearly enveloped in shadows, appeared on the outskirts of the Land of Rain. Is this truly the Land of Rain? Contrary to the rumored damp and chilly climate, it was far superior to the Land of Water. Uchiha Obito rubbed his knees, preparing to continue his journey when he suddenly sensed several figures swiftly approaching. He halted, standing still in anticipation. Who goes there? Several rain ninjas materialized around Obito, surrounding him. Since he was not here to cause trouble and wished to avoid jeopardizing his mission to join the Akatsuki, he stated, I am here at the invitation of the Akatsuki to participate in an interview. He produced an invitation, marked with the organization's distinctive red seal. Please wait. The Jonin of the Rain Ninja team took the invitation, verifying the authenticity of the seal with a secret technique before returning it to Obito. Verification successful. This way, please. Obito had no choice but to follow the group at a much slower pace into the Rain Ninja village. The scenery along the way astonished him. Since the onset of the Third Shinobi World War, the Land of Rain had declared itself closed to outsiders, permitting only the Peaceful Commerce Association entry. With the great nations preoccupied with warfare, they had no time to investigate the Land of Rain, leading Obito to realize that his previous stereotypes about it were entirely erroneous. The notions of it being a perpetually rainy, inhospitable, and sorrowful land were all fabrications. Instead, it was sunny, with wide and smooth roads. And every small village he passed showcased neatly divided farmlands, some even covered with enormous white tarps resembling houses, leaving him puzzled. Upon reaching the Rain Ninja village, the sights were even more astonishing. Although it was evident that construction was still underway, numerous tall buildings had already been erected. The road planning was exceptionally rational, flanked by unknown vibrant flowers and trees at intervals. Strikingly, people typically walked on the sides, leaving the spacious central road for transporting goods via horse-drawn carts. Occasionally, individuals paused at intersections, seemingly for no reason. Obito observed the scene with curiosity, suddenly recalling that such details were included in the plan Qiye had provided him. It struck him that the current leadership of the Rain Ninja village was remarkably formidable, having not only succeeded Hans but also instigated a transformative change in the Land of Rain. No wonder the Peaceful Commerce Association coveted this place, even prompting him to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Moreover, they had analyzed the secrets behind the Rain Ninja village's success, intending for him to experiment in the Mist village. As he pondered, he did not dare to consider that Qiye might be the architect behind all this. The implications were too daunting to fathom. Why? If Qiye was indeed the puppet master of the Rain Ninja village, would he orchestrate Obito's recruitment into the Akatsuki for intelligence gathering? Such an endeavor seemed entirely devoid of practical significance. Obito ruminated over these thoughts, unable to comprehend the rationale behind it all, so he decided to dismiss such considerations. Otherwise, the weight of such existential musings would render him a mere pawn for life. Hey, the red light. You must stop and wait. A nin guiding Obito toward the Akatsuki called sharply, jolting him from his reverie. Obito looked up, realizing that everyone was staring at him, having unwittingly stepped onto the roadway where a cart had come to a halt nearby. My apologies. He quickly retreated to the sidewalk. Since it's your first time here, I won't say much. Do you see that red light across the way? Red means stop, green means go. Remember? If you cross on red, you'll incur a fine. The young nin reminded him. Chapter 103, Akatsuki interview. Obito nodded earnestly and stood quietly behind the crowd. After a moment, the green light illuminated, allowing pedestrians to cross while vehicles on either side came to a standstill. Intrigued, Obito followed suit, noticing a trembling elderly woman, and promptly approached to assist her. A touching scene unfolded as, due to her slow pace, the traffic light turned red. Nevertheless, the vehicles remained stationary, and none of the pedestrians seized the opportunity to rush ahead, patiently waiting for the red light to change. What a harmonious village this Rain Ninja village is. Obito couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, even entertaining thoughts of settling here with Rin in the future. After helping the elderly woman cross, the traffic resumed. Thank you, young man. Here, have this candy, she offered, handing him a piece of candy before waving and slowly walking away. Though he no longer cared for sweets, Obito unwrapped it and placed it in his mouth. Let us take this path. The young shinobi remarked that, due to recent events, he had developed a newfound appreciation for Obito. Under ordinary circumstances, the Hidden Rain village forbade its ninjas from running along the streets or rooftops, which meant that it took Obito a full hour to reach the Akatsuki headquarters after entering the village. He mused that once the electric train from the research center was developed, such arduous journeys would become a thing of the past. The young shinobi smiled at him and said, "This is the place. You may enter on your own." Obito nodded in response and proceeded into the towering structure. To his surprise, the interior was more spacious than he had anticipated. After wandering for some time, he finally discovered an office on the first floor, where he encountered a male and a female ninja. Upon seeing Obito, the female ninja's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You must be here for the interview, right? Please, follow me." The two entered a private room, where the female ninja poured a glass of water for Obito and sat across from him. "Let's start with a brief self-introduction," she suggested. Recalling the interview techniques shared by Shui, Obito straightened his posture and spoke. "Hello, esteemed interviewer. My name is Uchiha Obito. I am 13 years old and a graduate of the Konoha Ninja Academy. I previously worked in the Watergate team, where I participated in the Third Shinobi World War. My recent assignment involved intercepting IWA ninjas and severing their supply lines, where my role was to provide secondary support and divert the enemy's attention. Due to personal reasons, I have left the Watergate team and am now a free agent. That concludes my introduction. Do you have any questions?" Although he felt somewhat uneasy, Obito maintained a calm tone as he shared his information. When it was her turn to speak, the female ninja recalled the interview materials provided by Shui, glanced at the resume in her hands, and inquired, "I see that your resume states you are proficient in fire release. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Obito replied, taking a sip from his glass. "Please elaborate on the 4 hand seal sequences for the fire release, fireball technique," she requested. Obito immediately lowered his head. "I apologize. I should not have claimed proficiency in that area, as I do not understand it." Fortunately, the female ninja had reviewed materials on how to handle such situations and promptly lowered the difficulty of the questions while marking his resume. After a series of inquiries, she gathered a clearer understanding of Obito's background. He appeared to be quite lacking in theoretical knowledge related to ninjas. Meanwhile, Obito had begun to sweat slightly, having drained his cup of hot water. He had not anticipated the interview at Akatsuki would be so rigorous. His prior preparations felt woefully inadequate. A sense of despair washed over him as he feared his aspirations to join the Akatsuki may be thwarted. "Now, please share your thoughts on our department," she prompted. "An opportunity." Obito's heart raced as he quickly replied, "In my view, the Akatsuki is a warm-hearted and progressive organization." He strained to articulate every positive sentiment he had ever heard in his life. "Are you accepting of business trips and overtime?" she queried. Obito responded, "I find reasonable overtime and business trips to be normal and am agreeable to them." "And what are your salary expectations?" "Well, I hope for a figure around 500,000. Obito proposed a conservative number. Please note, in the world of Naruto, this pertains to their currency, as previously discussed. An A-rank mission typically ranges from 150,000 to 1,000,000 Rio. Given the scarcity of missions and the inherent instability, securing a steady position would be more advantageous. "Very well. Do you have any other inquiries regarding our department?" she asked. Obito shook his head. "No, I do not." "Then please follow me. The minister will conduct your second interview." She led him to a spacious area, specifically constructed at Shusui's request, capable of withstanding typical combat, barring excessively reckless displays of power. Nagato awaited their arrival, flanked by 5 expressionless individuals adorned with peculiar black ornaments, both male and female. It was said by Qiye that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is Nagato, and that his eyes possess the Rinnegan. But how could there be 6 of them? Upon entering this arena, Obito's heart grew heavy with caution. For his opponent possessed the Rinnegan, a sign of formidable power. "This is the place." Yekon turned to Obito and stated, "Due to the unique nature of the Akatsuki, we shall assess your capabilities in this second round." With that, she leaped gracefully to the observation platform on the second floor. "Greetings, I am Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki. Do not hold back. Feel free to attack me," Nagato proclaimed loudly. Having reviewed Obito's dossier, he was well aware of most of his abilities. Yet in order to prevent any missteps, he decided to summon the other 5 bodies. In addition to the Deva path that represented Nagato's true self, there were the human path, Azura path, animal path, hungry ghost path, and hell path. Obito surveyed the 6 figures before him and declared, "Then I shall begin." Recalling his less-than-stellar performance in the first round, he resolved to unleash his full power in this real combat scenario. With a swift motion, He threw shuriken and darted forward rapidly. This was an open field, where it was typically difficult to conceal oneself. He planned to initiate an attack from the front. As his opponent was unaware of his abilities, hoping to swiftly conclude the battle with Kamui. As he contemplated this, the three Tomo in Obito's eyes began to rotate slowly, transforming into a kaleidoscope pattern. Is that the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Nagato mused, momentarily taken aback by the speed of Obito's approach, which was unexpectedly comparable to Yahiko's. Chapter 104. Warm-up battle in a flash, the six figures dispersed, surrounding Obito in a wide arc 6 against 1. How unorthodox! Obito exclaimed, narrowing his eyes as he inhaled deeply, channeling chakra into his throat. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A torrent of searing flames erupted, coalescing into a massive fireball aimed directly at the rotund ninja before him. The hefty ninja, once a death row inmate from the Rain Village, now served as Nagato's hungry ghost path. He extended his right hand, summoning a faint white membrane that rapidly consumed the fireball. It vanished? Obito mused, momentarily stunned, when a mechanical sound echoed behind him. In an instant, a dozen cannons emerged from the Azura path, launching toward Obito. Boom! A cloud of smoke billowed up, and the specially reinforced ground only charred slightly. As the smoke cleared, Obito stood unscathed. It seems to align with Qiye's principle of smoke without injury. Yunluo remarked with a soft chuckle from a private room, where she and Qiye were enjoying snacks and refreshments while observing the battle on screen. That is the Kamui technique of Obito's kaleidoscope Sharingan, capable of transporting himself to another dimension to evade all harm, Qiye explained, grasping a handful of seeds. Is this the Kamui you mentioned? Nagato pondered silently from the opposite side of the arena. The ability to shift one's body into an alternate space to avoid damage was indeed formidable, had he not been informed of Obito's capabilities in advance. Encountering such a power for the first time would have made it challenging to comprehend fully. While contemplating, Nagato commanded the distant animal path to place a palm on the ground. Summoning technique. With a roar, several wolves, their bodies pierced by iron nails, sprang forth from the mist and lunged fiercely at Obito. Fire release. Exploding wind dance. Obito, unwilling to entangle with these summon beasts, allowed a slight drain of power from his left eye, twisting the flames he expelled into a horizontal vortex. As he dispatched the summoning beasts, Nagato was not idle. The Azura path activated various mechanical cannons while the animal path circled above on the back of a large bird. As the Deva path, Nagato and the hungry ghost path launched an assault on Obito from the side. In this battle, the human path and hell path remained on standby, providing vision. Much like Obito's abilities, those unaware of Nagato's Rinnegan capabilities would find themselves at a considerable disadvantage in combat. Boom! Flames erupted, and smoke filled the air. All the mechanical cannons bypassed Obito's abilities, striking the ground instead. Standing still, Obito contemplated. Although all these individuals possessed Rinnegan, 5 of them bore a distinctive feature, strange black adornments, which were also present on the summoned beasts. Thus, the solitary figure with red hair, devoid of any adornments, must be the true body. With this realization, a tactical plan began to form in Obito's mind. However, before executing it, he needed to confirm one detail. With a swift motion, he dodged an attack from an airborne summon beast, performing hand seals to unleash another great fireball aimed at Nagato's true form. In Obito's line of sight, the rotund ninja beside Nagato stepped forward, pressing his hands against the fireball and swiftly absorbing all of the flames. Just as I thought. He possesses the ability to absorb ninjutsu. Obito felt a chill run down his spine and immediately retrieved a smoke bomb from his ninja tool pouch. Bang! Purple smoke enveloped him entirely. Is he preparing to implement a targeted strategy against the abilities of the hungry ghost path? Nagato pondered, refusing to remain passive. He commanded the Azura path to launch missiles intermittently into the smoke. Uncertain whether Obito's phasing ability had a cooldown, he continued to probe. Suddenly, 2 enormous shuriken emerged from the smoke. Faced with this physical assault, Nagato had no choice but to maneuver the Azura path to evade the attack. Crack! At that moment, the massive shuriken that had flown behind suddenly emitted a faint sound. Through the shared vision of the human path, hell path, and the animal path overhead, Nagato quickly discerned that the 2 colossal shuriken shattered, fragmenting into several blades that hurtled toward him from behind. I see, they are controlled by fine steel wires. In a flash, Nagato evaded the blades as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Watching this unfold from within the smoke, Obito furrowed his brow. The opponent's awareness was indeed peculiar, allowing him to easily detect an attack from behind. Without hesitation, Obito formed hand seals once more. His chakra was running low, but he resolved to make one final attempt. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A furious serpentine blaze surged along the thin steel wires, wrapping around the blades that Obito had drawn back, creating a web-like formation around Nagato. Boom. Unsurprisingly, a plump figure appeared instantly before Nagato, extending his hands. Kamui. At this very moment, Obito's left eye widened in an instant. The space around him warped, and a figure shattered with a resounding crash, dispersing into fragments. It was not the hungry ghost path, which stood in front of Nagato to absorb the fire release techniques, but rather the Azura path that appeared before it. Realizing something was amiss, Nagato immediately commanded the Azura path to rush over. As for the hungry ghost path, it could not withdraw just yet, as its ability to absorb ninjutsu remained essential. After releasing his Kamui, Obito surged forward, throwing a kunai affixed with an explosive tag just as the Azura path disintegrated, and he aimed to engage Nagato in close combat. Should the combatants be unaware of Obito's abilities and entangle themselves with him, they would surely be harmed by the explosive tag. Shinra Tensei. Nagato denied him this opportunity, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force that blasted everything around him away, sparing only the phasing Obito. Boom. Clenching his fists, Nagato summoned a faint green aura from the bodies of the four paths, excluding the Azura path. The 8 gates. Open the first gate. Release. Through prolonged training in the nurturing from life number 1, Nagato had mastered the 8 gates and, in optimal condition, could even unlock the 3rd gate. Having sufficiently warmed up, he declared, "Let us commence the true battle." Considering the opponent's youth and the fact that he was a new member introduced by Qiye, Nagato felt a cautious trust, acknowledging that this individual might one day evolve into a true ally. Thus, he decided to approach the fight with a gentler demeanor and initiate the official confrontation sooner rather than later. Obito's lips twitched as he quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Wait, my chakra is running low. Let us call it a day." Chapter 105. Takagi, who was not skilled at teasing, desires Shikiyo's confession. What? Now it was Nagato's turn to be taken aback. Had it really only been 3 minutes? Was it truly over so soon? Could it not last a little longer? Suddenly, Nagato had an epiphany. He could not measure others by the standards of Mingyu and Shikiyo. Observing the duo, it was not uncommon for them to engage in hand-to-hand combat for half an hour before unleashing the 8 gates to devastate their training grounds. In the heat of intense battles, Shikiyo would even activate the 8 gates while simultaneously exchanging blows with Mingyu and coordinating with Yuluo to practice combined ninjutsu. This was merely the typical intensity of their sparring sessions. At their peak, they would also include Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Nagato often sensed that Shikiyo's formidable strength seemed to arise from combat, growing ever stronger with each encounter. Furthermore, each bout would persist until they could no longer move, only ceasing once they were thoroughly subdued. This tendency sometimes led Mingyu to seek out Yahiko or Nagato for a sparring session to vent his frustrations after being bested. As for